Majoring in criminal psychology, Qin Mu was assigned to the criminal investigation team of Pinggan City for practical training. As a novice university student, he astonishingly solved a series of monumental cases: the Slit-mouthed Woman Murder, the Dismemberment Case, the Unidentified Breast Case, and the Resurrection of the Dead Case. The darker facets of human nature relentlessly challenged Qin Mu's understanding, fortifying his resolve. Amidst the bewildering array of cases, he experienced profound personal growth, gradually uncovering clues surrounding the brutal murder of his parents in his childhood, all leading to the most improbable suspect. Chapter 1. The Corpse in the Park. July in Pinggan City is perpetually sweltering. The oppressive heat stirs restlessness in the hearts of the people, with fervent passions finding release in the night. Yet, such release often leaves behind a scene of disarray. At dawn, sanitation workers commenced their duties in the park. This was a public park, free for all, and in the early hours, the elderly workers frequently stumbled upon discarded condoms and toilet paper hidden in the thickets. This was among the most tedious aspects of their job. These young people have no sense of shame. Can't they just find a hotel? Every day, they resort to these thickets. It's simply infuriating. The sanitation worker grumbled, feeling overwhelmed by the chaos around him. He ventured into a bush within the park, a spot that had been dubbed a sanctuary by those who frequented it. It was also the site of the most litter. Due to the height of the bushes, once inside, a person could crouch down and remain unseen, obscuring the view of the happenings within. However, the occupants within were able to observe the world outside, which undoubtedly amplified the fervor and exhilaration of the young individuals. As the sanitation worker ventured into the thicket, he beheld a scene that would forever be etched in his memory: that a nude woman lay amidst the shrubbery, her cheeks marred by 2 deep gashes. Her mouth had been lacerated, resembling the slit-mouthed woman. The sanitation worker gazed in horror, exclaiming, A dead person!" inside the criminal investigation department of Pinggan City. Upon receiving the call, Zhao Yin, the captain of the criminal investigation team, promptly declared, "A nude female corpse has been discovered in People's Park. Let's depart immediately." The veteran detective, Zhou Tsong, gravely remarked, "How long has it been since Pinggan City has seen a homicide? How could such a grave incident occur?" Zhao Yin urged, "Enough chatter. Let's move out." At that moment, the policewoman Zhou Yingying interjected, "By the way, didn't the director mention the university graduate would be assigned to our criminal investigation team today? Shouldn't we fetch him?" Zhao Yin responded, "A university graduate? Never mind him. He's likely just someone sent down by the higher-ups to gain experience. Let's head out. Tell him to report directly to the criminal investigation team." Zhao Yin hurriedly led his team towards the crime scene. Meanwhile, a young man was pedaling a shared bicycle, gradually approaching the criminal investigation department of Pinggan City. Qin Mu, a graduate of Haiyang City Criminal Police Academy. Major, a brilliant student of criminal psychology. Interest, criminal reasoning. Qin Mu sighed, remarking, "Alas, in this day and age, it's rare to be assigned a job straight out of graduation." However, he had not anticipated that the criminal investigation team would be so sparsely staffed. After a brief consultation with the on-duty detective, Qin Mu discerned that a case was indeed underway. Surveying the desolate precinct, Qin Mu lamented, "It seems I've been underestimated before I've even had a chance to prove myself." In this age of information, a simple phone call would have sufficed to inform him. Yet he was left to arrive at an almost deserted station. Resigned, Qin Mu gathered his belongings and headed out. The on-duty detective promptly inquired, "Where are you off to?" He suspected the newcomer might be acting entitled, presuming to leave simply because he wasn't greeted upon arrival. To his surprise, Qin Mu simply offered a debonair parting gesture to solve a crime. Having obtained the location of the incident from the on-duty detective, Qin Mu immediately hailed a taxi to People's Park. Upon Qin Mu's arrival, People's Park was teeming with onlookers. From a distance, it appeared utterly impenetrable. He struggled for quite some time to navigate through the throng, inadvertently having his foot trod upon in the process. In the distance, a thicket was cordoned off with police tape. However, due to the height of the bushes and the distance of the barrier, Qin Mu was unable to discern the scene within. Nevertheless, the surrounding chatter provided Qin Mu with a rudimentary understanding of the case. A sanitation worker discovered a corpse while clearing refuse this morning. How utterly terrifying. Indeed, I've heard it's a woman, quite comely and unclothed. Her beauty is irrelevant. I've heard her mouth was mutilated. She likely offended someone, resulting in this brutal assault. A truly tragic fate. Few virtuous individuals frequent this place. It's commonly known as a rendezvous point for the youth, utterly shameless. Indeed, why not seek a hotel? To conduct themselves thus in a public park, with no regard for onlookers, is simply repulsive. Qin Mu mused, mutilated mouth, nudity. This appears to be a heinous homicide, likely an act of vengeance stemming from some deep-seated grievance. Qin Mu transgressed the cordon and advanced inward. At that juncture, a detective, noticing Qin Mu, promptly called out, "Hold it right there. What do you think you're doing?" The detective approached Qin Mu warily, his movement drawing the attention of those within. Zhou Yingying furrowed her brow, remarking, "This individual. He seems vaguely familiar." Observing the approaching detective's menacing demeanor, Qin Mu hastily clarified, "Officer M. from the Criminal Investigation Unit." The detective, displeased, retorted, "Who are you calling officer? Which unit are you with?" Qin Mu elucidated, "M. from the Pingyang City Criminal Investigation Unit. I just reported for duty today, and, finding no one present, I took a taxi here on my own." Just then, Zhou Yingying approached, inquiring, "Are you the new university graduate?" Qin Mu turned to face her, impressed by the woman's striking appearance in her police uniform. "Yes, senior officer. My name is Qin Mu. It's a pleasure to meet you, senior officer." Qin Mu responded courteously. The detective, witnessing Qin Mu's behavior, couldn't shake the feeling that he was being subtly mocked. Zhou Yingying nodded and said, "All right, since you are here, just observe from the side." Qin Mu was rendered speechless. It seemed he was indeed underestimated. The person exuding an imposing aura was undoubtedly the captain of the criminal police team, who didn't even spare him a glance. Qin Mu stepped forward, peering inside. At that moment, the forensic expert was conducting a preliminary autopsy, and the results had yet to be revealed. As Qin Mu surveyed the area around the bushes, he noticed an abundance of condoms and tissues scattered about. The female corpse's mouth had been gruesomely slit open, a sight most macabre. Qin Mu inquired, "Who is the trace examiner?" Zhou Yingying responded, "That would be me." Qin Mu hurried to her side, asking, "Senior, what are the findings from the trace examination?" Zhou Yingying replied, "The scene revealed numerous footprints and traces of bodily fluids, all of which you can observe. Many fingerprints were also discovered on the stone stumps and surrounding bushes. In summary, the scene is quite chaotic, making it challenging to ascertain which pieces of evidence hold significant information, thus necessitating a thorough investigation of each one. Currently, the autopsy results from Dr. Liu have not yet been disclosed, however. I have examined the body and found multiple fingerprints, which initially appear to belong to a single individual. Additionally, there are remnants of semen within the deceased, indicating that sexual activity likely occurred prior to death." After a moment of contemplation, Qin Mu remarked, "I believe that aside from the semen found within the deceased and the fingerprints on her body, the rest of the evidence is inconsequential, as this is not the primary crime scene." Chapter 2. The sign of revenge. The people around listened intently to Qin Mu's words, each turning their heads in curiosity. The seasoned detective, Zhou Tsong, chuckled and remarked, "It seems our newly arrived officer possesses a unique perspective. Why not share your insights with us?" Zhou Yingying cast a glance at Qin Mu, waving her hand dismissively. "Let us not embarrass ourselves in front of the onlookers. We wouldn't want to become the laughingstock of the crowd." Suddenly, the detective captain, Zhao Yan, interjected, "No need for concern. Since this new officer has a viewpoint, why not share it? It would be enlightening for us to witness your skills." Seeing Zhao Yan had spoken, Zhou Yingying refrained from further protest. "Very well, then. Please explain why you believe this is not the primary crime scene." Qin Mu pointed towards the body and replied, "It's quite simple. As you can observe, this crime scene is littered with condoms and tissues, is it not?" Zhou Yingying nodded in agreement. "Indeed. Our eyesight remains quite sharp." Qin Mu then turned to the sanitation worker in the park. "Sir, if I am not mistaken, this area should be part of your regular cleaning duties, correct? Do you clean it daily?" The sanitation worker, momentarily taken aback by the question, turned to respond, "Indeed. I clean it every day. There are always people making a mess. They should really go to a hotel." Ignoring the worker's rambling, Qin Mu pressed on. "What time do you typically begin your cleaning?" He aimed for a more precise inquiry. The sanitation worker replied, "I start cleaning around 4 in the morning. Every day, without fail." Qin Mu nodded appreciatively. "Thank you for your hard work." Then, Qin Mu turned to Zhou Yingying and the others and asked, "Have you discerned anything?" Zhao Yan replied irritably, "Just say it. Stop keeping us in suspense." Qin Mu cleared his throat awkwardly and said, "Very well. Just now, the sanitation worker mentioned that he rises around 4 in the morning to clean. This indicates that it is just as dawn breaks. The nighttime activities of young couples typically occur between 11 at night and 3 in the morning, a period when there are few people around. If we consider earlier or later times, it is unlikely anyone would be exercising here. Thus, if this is indeed the crime scene, the victim must have been harmed during this time frame. This is evident from the traces at the scene. The signs of struggle are remnants from last night, indicating that the victim was not present the night before." Zhao Yan nodded and said, "Please continue." Qin Mu elaborated, An hour's time to commit the crime is sufficient for anyone, hence we cannot ascertain whether this is the primary crime scene. Zhao Yan inquired. Then why are you so certain that this is not the primary crime scene? Qin Mu pointed at the corpse and remarked. Observe the incision at the corner of the mouth. Zhao Yan looked over. The blood at the victim's mouth had completely coagulated, showing signs of darkening. Qin Mu continued. Based on our earlier deduction, if the victim died between 3 and 4, then it has been approximately 3 to 4 hours since then. The blackened, congealed blood at the corner of the mouth suggests the initial stages of rigor mortis, which typically requires at least 5 hours to develop. Zhao Yan gazed at Qin Mu before him, nodding slightly, contemplating. It seems this young man possesses considerable skill, not merely relying on connections. Zhou Yingying scoffed, saying, what if, during the night, there were few people present? By 2 or 3 o'clock, there might have been no one at all. Zhou Tsang nodded in agreement. That is indeed plausible. If that were the case, the elapsed time would be around 4 to 5 hours, coinciding with the initial stages of rigor mortis. Qin Mu pointed towards the crime scene, stating, if this is indeed the crime scene, have you not noticed something amiss? Zhou Tsang, his small eyes fixed intently on the site, suddenly realized, indeed, there are no signs of a struggle. Qin Mu acknowledged, correct. Observe, though there are chaotic traces within this bush, upon closer examination, these marks exhibit a certain pattern. They appear to have been left behind during intimate encounters between couples. Perhaps one of you could venture forth to compare. Zhou Yingying, blushing at the sight of the traces, remained silent. Qin Mu continued, now observe, around the deceased, there are also condoms and tissue paper. If this were the primary murder scene, there would undoubtedly be evidence of the victim's struggle on the ground. For instance, if her foot had inadvertently stepped upon a condom or tissue, it would leave an imprint. Yet the scene is devoid of such signs. Could it be that the victim was quietly murdered? It is as if the perpetrator carried the victim here after the act. Gazing intently at the ligature mark etched into the deceased's neck, Zhao Yan nodded, remarking, the perpetrator possesses a certain finesse. Indeed, it doesn't appear to be the primary crime scene. However, if it were a mere disposal site, wouldn't the perpetrator's audacity be rather conspicuous? Choosing to abandon the body in a public park, practically announcing the demise to all. Zhao Yan's query presented a conundrum for Qin Mu, who responded, indeed. I shall require some contemplation. At that juncture, the forensic pathologist's preliminary assessment was unveiled. The deceased exhibits nascent rigor mortis, suggesting a time of death between 11 o'clock last night and 1 o'clock this morning. The hyoid bone is fractured, and a deep ligature mark encircles the neck, leading to the preliminary conclusion that the cause of death was mechanical asphyxiation. The absence of conspicuous external injuries implies that no violent struggle preceded death. The mouth has been lacerated and a segment of the tongue excised, likely shortly after death, judging by the blood's coagulation pattern. Qin Mu interjected. If the deceased succumbed to mechanical asphyxiation, might there be residual information beneath the fingernails? Has any such material been retrieved? Zhou Yingying retorted with a touch of pride, naturally. As the trace evidence examiner, I leave no stone unturned. No human tissue was found beneath the fingernails, but other substances were discovered, which will undergo analysis. With the initial forensic examination concluded, Qin Mu approached the scene to scrutinize the deceased at close range. Zhao Yan and the others joined him. Qin Mu gazed upon the countenance of the deceased and remarked, they are quite handsome. Zhao Yan interjected, is it the appearance of the deceased that prompted the higher authorities to summon you? Qin Mu retorted, the visage is indeed a component in discerning the motives behind the murderer's actions, is it not? Taken aback by Qin Mu's response, Zhao Yan found himself momentarily speechless, unsure of how to counter. Surveying the surroundings, Qin Mu observed, the deceased's tongue has been severed, and their mouth has been slashed open. This surely indicates the malevolent intent of the perpetrator. Disposing of the body in this location must also reflect the criminal's intentions. If we disregard the notion that the murderer is provoking the police, these actions might merely be an act of vengeance against the deceased. Zhao Yan, perplexed, inquired, vengeance against the deceased? How do you deduce that? Qin Mu pondered for a moment and then stated, what kind of place is this? Zhao Yan straightforwardly replied, a park thicket. Qin Mu shook his head. This is a sanctuary for young couples. Those who visit here are unlikely to engage in discussions about life's aspirations. The only individuals who frequent this place are young lovers. Hence, the fact that the murderer chose to abandon the body here indicates a familiarity with the locale, as well as an awareness of the times it is deserted. Could this not suggest that the perpetrator is a frequent visitor? Zhao Yan nodded, encouraging him to continue. Qin Mu continued, why then did the murderer opt to sever the deceased's tongue and slash their mouth before discarding them here? Might we not hypothesize that the deceased stumbled upon the murderer engaging in illicit activities here and subsequently divulged this information? The act of severing the tongue and mouth serves as a symbol of retribution. Disposing of the body in this very place is also a manifestation of vengeance. Chapter 3. Murdered at present. Qin Mu proposed a behavioral possibility that intriguingly aligns with the psychology of the perpetrator. Crucially, this possibility resonates with both the motive for the murder and the subsequent disposal and mutilation of the body. Zhao Yin gazed at Qin Mu in astonishment and inquired, "What did you study at the police academy?" Qin Mu replied, "Criminal psychology." Zhao Yin nodded. "Indeed, it seems you have learned quite well." In a hushed tone, Zhou Yingying asked Zhou Tsang, "Could it be that this newcomer has actually guessed correctly?" Zhou Tsang responded, "If he could guess correctly outright, what use would we have for him? He merely provides a line of inquiry." Zhou Yingying scoffed, "So it's just wild speculation after all." Zhao Yin surveyed the scene and commanded, "Forensic expert Liu, take the body back for a thorough autopsy and conduct a DNA analysis of the semen found within the deceased. The fingerprints on the victim's body are highly suspicious. Zhou Tsang, take a team to confirm the identity of the deceased and investigate whether there are circumstances as Qin Mu suggested. If so, bring that suspect in immediately. The rest of you stand down." Understood. The forensic team placed the deceased into a body bag, while the criminal investigation team began to withdraw, leaving the scene secured by the police. At the Pingan City Criminal Investigation Division, the technical department conducted DNA comparisons while Forensic Liu performed the autopsy. An hour later, the autopsy report was completed and corroborated the initial findings, clearly establishing the cause of death. In the afternoon, Zhou Tsang returned, and Zhao Yin called for a meeting. Shortly thereafter, Qin Mu joined the technical team in the office. Within the office, there are several distinguished officers present. At this moment, Zhou Tsang has returned, seemingly having confirmed the identity of the deceased. Zhao Yin spoke up, "Please share the information you have gathered, so that I may arrange our next course of action." Forensic expert Liu interjected, "Allow me to begin. The cause of death has been established. However, a significant amount of red wine residue was found in the stomach of the victim, indicating that it was likely consumed around 9 o'clock last night. Additionally, there were remnants of beef, suggesting that the deceased dined on steak for dinner. No traces of any sedatives were discovered in the body." Zhou Yingying remarked, "It appears that the victim spent a pleasant evening with her boyfriend prior to her death, followed by some form of altercation, ultimately leading to her murder." Zhou Tsang nodded in agreement. "Your deduction is astute." Zhou Yingying, with a sense of pride, tilted her head and replied, "Of course, who among us cannot deduce?" Qin Mu, seated nearby, remained silent. Zhao Yin inquired, "Zhou Tsang, has the identity of the deceased been confirmed?" Zhou Tsang rose and affirmed, "Indeed." He then retrieved the information of the deceased from the computer, revealing that her name was He Hamlin, a waitress at a chain restaurant. According to her colleagues, He Hamlin had a boyfriend with whom she cohabited, but they had recently quarreled and were living apart. I inquired among those close to He Hamlin, and there were no indications of the circumstances that Qin Mu had described. Perhaps they were simply unaware. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yingying turned to Qin Mu. The great detective, it seems you are not as capable as you claim." Qin Mu smiled, but offered no rebuttal. Zhou Tsang attempted to mediate. "Qin Mu merely provided us with a direction. I have yet to delve into the intricate details of the matter. I have not even interviewed his boyfriend, so the precise truth remains undetermined." Zhao Yin observed Zhou Yingying's demeanor and chose to remain silent. At that moment, a member of the forensic department interjected, "Allow me to clarify. We have compared the DNA and fingerprints left on the victim, and there is no match in the database. This indicates that the individual possesses no prior criminal record. Additionally, while we did extract material from beneath the victim's fingernails, it did not contain any human tissue. However, we did discover some polyethylene material, specifically artificial leather." Qin Mu expressed his confusion. "Artificial leather? Is that not what is found on leather jackets?" The forensic expert nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, it is the same material used in leather jackets." Qin Mu remarked, "But it is the height of summer. Who would deliberately don a leather jacket to stroll about?" Zhou Yingying interjected, "Who else could it be but the murderer? The culprit, in an effort to prevent their skin cells from being found beneath the victim's nails, deliberately wore a leather jacket." Qin Mu shook his head. "No. If that were the case, the murderer would find wearing a leather jacket superfluous." Zhou Tsang inquired, perplexed, "Why is that?" Qin Mu responded, "If the murderer possessed such awareness, they could easily have removed any human tissue from the victim's nails after the act. Alternatively, wearing a simple shirt would have sufficed to achieve the same outcome. Why opt for an impermeable leather jacket?" Zhou Yingying fell silent, staring blankly at Qin Mu, and with a cold huff, she ceased her commentary. Zhao Yin nodded, acknowledging. Qin Mu makes a valid point. If the murderer acted in such a manner, it would indeed be superfluous. He then instructed, "Zhou Tsang, it is now 3 in the afternoon. Take your team to investigate this, He Hamlin's boyfriend, and ascertain the circumstances. Remember to compare his DNA and fingerprints." Zhou Tsang responded affirmatively, "Understood." At that moment, Qin Mu rose and said, "I shall accompany you." Zhou Yingying also stood up, declaring, "I will go too." Zhao Yan, somewhat exasperated, remarked, "You, a technician, need not venture to the front lines. Zhou Yingying retorted, is a technician not allowed at the front? The crime scene is also a front, after all. Besides, we are all part of the same system. Why draw distinctions? Zhou Tsang chuckled, very well, let us go together. Shortly thereafter, the trio found themselves seated in a police vehicle, with Zhou Tsang at the wheel. During their journey, Zhou Tsang briefly recounted details regarding the deceased's boyfriend. The man, named Gao Chong, worked as a mechanic at a 4S dealership and had recently quarreled with He Hamlin before departing. Zhou Yingying interjected, what do you think? Could it be a crime of passion? He may have lured the victim under the pretense of dining together and subsequently murdered her. Zhou Tsang laughed. It seems you have developed a penchant for deduction. However, your theory holds some merit. After all, it is quite plausible for a girl to share red wine and steak with her boyfriend. At this juncture, Qin Mu interjected, no, if that were the case, there would necessarily have been prior conflicts between them, prompting the boyfriend to entertain murderous thoughts. Therefore, the notion of a crime of passion can largely be disregarded. Zhou Yingying hastily exclaimed, why is that impossible? Qin Mu gazed at her and inquired, are you aware of the distinction between crimes of passion and premeditated murder? This case embodies not only the intent to kill, but also acts of corpse desecration, indicating the perpetrator harbored immense resentment towards the victim. Crimes of passion arise from a moment of rage, devoid of rational thought and subjective will. Zhou Yingying pouted, as if you alone understand. Before long, the trio arrived at the repair shop where Gao Chong was located. After Zhou Tsang explained their purpose, he led Gao Chong aside. Observing the astonishment on Gao Chong's face, Qin Mu sensed that he was entirely oblivious to the reason for their visit. At first glance, Qin Mu instinctively dismissed him as a suspect. The astonishment and anxiety reflected in one's eyes are incapable of deceit. This individual exhibited no subtle signs of fear. If he were indeed the murderer, it would suggest an impressive psychological resilience. Qin Mu directly posed a question. I heard you had an argument with your girlfriend not long ago. What was it about? Gao Chang furrowed his brows, regarding Zhou Tsang and the others with confusion. What does that have to do with you? Zhou Tsang exchanged a glance with Qin Mu, then addressed Gao Chong. We are investigating a case, and as a citizen, you are obliged to cooperate with our inquiry. Please share whatever you know. Gao Chong's expression shifted to one of concern as he looked at Zhou Tsang. Is there something wrong with Han Lan? Zhou Yingying interjected. She has been murdered. Gao Chong's face paled as he stared in terror at the three of them. What? Zhou Tsang did not reproach Zhou Yingying. While confidentiality regarding the case was imperative, the fact remained that the individual in question was the boyfriend of the deceased, and thus possessed a right to know. Gao Chong, visibly incensed, exclaimed, it must be that beast. Chapter 4. The suspect's flight. It must be that beast. Zhou Tsang immediately perked up, pressing for details about the beast Gao Chong mentioned. That scoundrel's name is Wang Jianzhen. He is the manager of Huan Lan's restaurant. It was evident that Gao Chong harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Wang Jianzhen. His lips quivering with rage, teeth clenched in fury. If this was merely an act, Gao Chong could easily contend for an Oscar. Proceed, Qin Mu urged. The personal vendetta brimming with hatred constituted a clear motive for criminality, thus warranting attention to this individual. Qin Mu mentally noted this information. That scoundrel had previously threatened Huan Lan and stalked her. Had I not been home that day, who knows what that beast might have done? Why does Wang Jianzhen harbor such intense hatred for Huan Lan? Zhou Yingying inquired, voicing the question that lingered in Zhou Tsang's mind. Gao Chong recollected, his agitation palpable, because Huan Lan reported his disgraceful conduct to the company, resulting in his demotion to deputy manager and nearly landing him in prison. His wife and child left him because of this. Without a doubt, it must be him. After recording the information in the case file, Zhou Tsang pressed further. What disgraceful conduct? Embezzlement. Zhou Yingying raised an eyebrow, disdain evident in her tone. What audacity! The restaurant's decision not to dismiss him is a mercy. Ahem. Do you have anything to add? Zhou Tsang lightly cleared his throat and discreetly gestured to Zhou Yingying. Add. There should be nothing further. It must be that Wang Jianzhen. You all should hurry and apprehend him. Zhou Tsang closed the portable notebook and reassured Gao Chong. Very well, we will ascertain the truth, and we will inform you as soon as we receive any news. Officer, should you capture Wang Jianzhen, please ensure you notify me. Amidst Gao Chong's profuse gratitude, they finally departed from his residence. As they exited the repair shop, Zhou Yingying frowned and remarked, why does it seem like he is merely angry, yet not particularly sorrowful? Qin Mu's mind began to replay his earlier inquiries with Gao Chong. There was indeed something peculiar. Zhou Tsang shook his head, saying, you still lack experience. Most family members of the deceased I have encountered, upon receiving the news, initially express outrage, only to be overcome by sorrow once they process the reality. We should first investigate Wang Jianzhen. Qin Mu shook his head. The group boarded the police vehicle, but, quite inconveniently, it stalled and refused to start. Zhou Tsang wiped the sweat from his forehead, exited the vehicle, and kicked the front bumper, exclaiming, "This wretched car, after 6 or 7 years, is due for replacement." Encountering such an unforeseen circumstance on their inaugural mission left Qin Mu somewhat speechless. Should we call for another vehicle? We can leave the car here. After all, this is a repair shop. Zhou lit a cigarette, expressing impatience. This is too slow. Lives are at stake. Let's take a taxi. Zhou Yingying nodded in agreement, stating, "I will handle it." With that, she took out her phone, relayed the address, and after hanging up, she winked at the two, signaling, "All set." Zhou took a deep drag from his cigarette, seemingly indifferent, while Qin Mu exhibited a hint of curiosity. A few minutes later, as Zhou finished his smoke, a pristine white Toyota Alphard glided to a halt before them. A young driver clad in a suit alighted and opened the door, gesturing for them to enter. Without hesitation, Zhou climbed in. Qin Mu appraised the luxurious vehicle, worth 2 million, and gave a thumbs up to Zhou Yingying, impressed by her ability to acquire such an exquisite car. Zhou Yingying offered a faint smile, stating, "It's for my family." Qin Mu, taken aback, responded, "Oh." Zhou interjected, "All right, enough boasting. Whenever you manage to persuade your father to sponsor a few Hummers for our police force, I shall express my gratitude." The vehicle set off, and soon the trio arrived at the restaurant where the deceased had worked. They wasted no time, yet found no trace of Wang Jianzheng. "Has Manager Wang taken a leave today?" Zhou inquired once more. "Indeed, Manager Wang mentioned yesterday that he was unwell and decided to take a day off," came the reply. Could it be that he fled in fear of punishment? Zhou Yingying's remarks startled the waitress. "Surely not. Is the manager following Hanlan again?" The waitress muttered instinctively. "Your manager frequently follows Hanlan?" Qin Mu keenly seized upon this pivotal detail. Previously, Gao Chong had not disclosed that Wang Jianzheng often tracked Hanlan, only mentioning an instance of surveillance. Although the deceased may have concealed certain truths, this information held significant importance for them. "Well, to some extent, yes. It's common knowledge around here," the waitress recounted candidly. Zhou pressed further. "Do you happen to know your manager Wang's address?" It has now become nearly certain that the suspect is indeed Wang Jianzheng, with a motive so compelling that even Zhou is eager to apprehend him immediately. They have pinpointed his location to Unit 403, Building 7 of the Yuanmao community. Upon receiving this information, the three individuals swiftly set out. It appears that Wang Jianzheng may attempt to flee in fear of prosecution, prompting a sense of urgency among them. If he manages to escape into the mountainous hideaways, locating him would prove to be exceedingly difficult. Ding dong. Zhou pressed the doorbell, but was met with an extended silence, darkening his expression instantly. He urgently instructed to notify the bureau to investigate station records, ensuring that the suspect does not elude capture. Zhou Yingying took out her phone, preparing to contact the bureau. Given the circumstances, it seems quite evident that the suspect is this so-called Wang Jianzheng. Having committed murder and disposed of the body, he immediately began to flee upon realizing the gravity of the situation. Such a murderer must be brought to justice. Otherwise, he remains a ticking time bomb, capable of detonating at any moment, resulting in even greater chaos and panic. Indeed, please expedite your communication with the Bureau to check for any records of his departure from the city, whether by car or public transport. Wang Jianzheng's personal information should be readily available, making it relatively easy to track him down. Unless, of course, he opts for an unlicensed taxi, in which case the complications would escalate significantly. I suggest we verify once more. What if he is simply asleep and did not hear us? Qin Mu cautioned the two. On the other side, Zhou knocked vigorously on the door twice more, confirming it was securely locked. He turned to the two others and said, "Let the police dispatch someone to keep watch. We will return to the station and await the investigation results. If the culprit has indeed fled in fear of prosecution, we will have our hands full." The task was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, yet it was imperative to retrieve it. Zhou felt a faint ache beginning to spread through him. At that moment, a voice suddenly emerged from behind them. "What are you doing at my doorstep?" A middle-aged man, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and cradling a paper bag of vegetables, inquired, "What are you doing at my door?" Zhou Yingying instinctively took a step back, noticing a husky, roughly half her height, crouched at the man's feet. The dog's thigh was wrapped in bandages, suggesting it had sustained an injury. "Don't worry, he won't bite," the man assured, gently restraining the husky's head. Zhou immediately pressed, "Are you Wang Jianzheng?" "Indeed, that is I. Is there something you require?" Wang Jianzheng adjusted his glasses, his eyes filled with confusion. "I do not recall engaging in any unlawful activities." Furrowing her brow, Zhou Yingying scrutinized both the man and the dog as a forensic examiner. Wang Jianzheng appeared refined, impeccably dressed in a suit, and she noticed nothing amiss, save for the fact that the dog was unrestrained. Qin Mu spoke calmly, "Mr. Wang, there is a case we would like to inquire about. We kindly ask for your cooperation. Of course, I assure you there is nothing I would withhold. If you do not mind, please, come inside, Wang Jianjing said, seemingly unaware of any underlying issues, inviting them into his home with an air of nonchalance. The decor in your home reflects exquisite taste. Qin Mu surveyed the surroundings, searching for any clues. If this were indeed the primary crime scene, there would undoubtedly be some residual traces. However, upon meticulous examination, Qin Mu found nothing of significance. His ex-wife's taste was commendable. Wang Jianjin smiled, a hint of relief evident in his expression. Such subtle nuances did not escape Qin Mu's keen observation. It seemed that Wang Jianjin's divorce harbored deeper secrets. Returning to the matter at hand, what is it that you wish to know? After placing the dishes in the refrigerator, Wang Jianjin invited everyone to sit on the sofa. Are you aware that Han Lan has died? Zhou Cong produced a portable notebook. With Gao Chong's testimony preceding, Zhou Cong instinctively assumed Wang Jianjin was implicated, his tone taking on a slightly accusatory edge. I only just learned of it. Han Lan had reported you, and you had followed her, even clashed with her boyfriend. Zhou Yingying's expression was devoid of emotion, her face resembling a frozen flower. You seem to have misunderstood. Indeed, Han Lan did report me. But it was I who urged her to do so, Wang Jianjin stated with unwavering composure, revealing an astonishing truth. Zhou Yingying's fierce demeanor faltered as she turned to Qin Mu and Zhou Cong, continuing to question, you are lying. We have already conducted a thorough investigation. Then you must also be aware of my excess penchant for exploiting her brother. Zhou Yingying fell silent, for this was information she had not known. So, it follows that you had a close relationship with Han Lan during her lifetime? Qin Mu interjected, yet your employee has a different account. Mr. Wang, to speak candidly, you are currently the prime suspect, so I kindly ask you to provide the truth. Qin Mu employed a subtle tactic, deliberately revealing the most incriminating matter to Wang Jianjing in order to stir a sense of crisis within him. In doing so, Qin Mu could gauge Wang Jianjing's potential guilt through his micro-expressions. Of course, what do you wish to know? Why have you been following Han Lan? This is the very information Qin Mu yearned to uncover. Han Lan is known for her unscrupulous behavior, often pilfering items from restaurants to take home. I aim to gather evidence of her thievery, which would justify her dismissal. Why not simply terminate her employment? Zhou Yingying interjected. Because I was previously a lawyer, and I refused to engage in unlawful conduct. Wang Jianjing adjusted his glasses, his eyes gleaming with shrewdness. Yet, following someone is illegal as well, Zhou Cong retorted coldly. I tracked her in a bustling public space during the day, which is why the staff are aware. But, officer, is tracking someone in a public space illegal? This. Zhou Cong fell silent, marking the word lawyer in the notebook. It may seem somewhat counterintuitive, but following someone in public areas such as streets or squares is generally not against the law. Only in specific locations and times can it raise suspicions of privacy invasion and surveillance. Zhou Cong cast a penetrating glance at Wang Jianjing. They had encountered numerous high IQ criminals in their cases, which proved quite challenging. If this case were similar, Zhou Cong steeled himself. Observing Zhou Cong's silence, Qin Mu seized the opportunity to continue the conversation. Indeed, your intention is to gather evidence and subsequently effect a lawful dismissal, thereby absolving yourself of severance costs. Precisely, that is the case. However, Han Lan proves to be somewhat challenging. Her sense of vigilance is quite pronounced. On one occasion, I almost secured the evidence, only to be intimidated by her boyfriend, forcing me to retreat. Why then, does Manager Wang not employ some unconventional tactics? Zhou Cong inquired tentatively. As a manager, employing a slight stratagem to handle a mere waitress should be quite straightforward. Why go through such elaborate means? Han Lan is devoid of shame, and I have no inclination to resort to such sordid methods. Very well, let us move on to the next question. You previously mentioned that you urged Han Lan to report you. What is the story behind that? Zhou Cong pressed further. I have mentioned before that my ex-wife is a brother-supporting demon, for the reason that, through Wang Jianjing's account, the truth of the matter gradually unfolded to the group. The reason Wang Jianjing misappropriated public funds was, astonishingly, due to his ex-wife's coercion, compelling him to purchase a house, a car, and establish a business for her brother. Wang Jianjing was acutely aware that once such matters commenced, they would become an endless cycle, and he harbored no faith in his ex-wife's brother. In his words, it was akin to a battle between the small and large brains, a farcical endeavor to start a business. Consequently, Wang Jianjing discreetly conveyed some information to Han Lan, fully aware that she harbored resentment towards him, and, as anticipated, she reported him. This enraged his ex-wife, leading her to file for divorce and take their child with her. As she departed, Qin Mu inquired, one final question. How much do you know about Han Lan's boyfriend? Somewhat unclear. He seems to be a brash individual, the kind who prefers to resolve issues through brute force. Wang Jianjin recalled the scene when Gao Chong wielded a wrench to drive him away. All right, we shall take our leave now. After tidying up, Zhou Cong pulled Zhou Yingying out. Should any questions arise, feel free to consult me. I assure you I shall disclose all that I know without reserve. It will be a bother, then. Not at all. It's no trouble. As Qin Mu walked, he suddenly turned and inquired, by the way, why did you take a day off today? Because I woke up late this morning. A rather pragmatic reason. Yet it surprised Qin Mu, as this individual did not strike him as one prone to tardiness. The door slowly closed, and Wang Jinjin stood quietly at the entrance, gazing at the closed door, lost in thought. The reflective lenses obscured his gaze. Qin Mu, now departed, remained unaware of Wang Jinjin's internal change as they made their way back to the police station, where a new discovery regarding the residual DNA from the deceased had emerged. In the conference room, the detectives congregated. Chapter 6. The True Culprit? Huang Chun, upon comparison, possesses DNA that is an exact match to that found on the victim. Zhao Yan distributed the documents for everyone to review. When it was Qin Mu's turn, he glanced at the information displayed, appearing somewhat astonished. The reason they were able to identify this individual was that Huang Chun had previously donated his progeny at a hospital, leading to the conclusion that he was indeed the suspect. Indeed, it was thanks to the assistance of the medical department's data that we were able to identify this individual. I believe both Qin Mu and Zhou Tsang are familiar with him. He was the chef at the restaurant where the deceased worked. Zhao Yan elaborated on the details. Captain Zhao, shall we proceed to apprehend him now? Zhou Tsang inquired, his eagerness palpable. Solving the case swiftly would indeed be a welcome relief, as it would spare them from working overtime. Let us first bring him back to the precinct, Zhao Yan replied. In his view, the matter was nearly settled, with this fellow named Huang Chun being the prime suspect, as the deceased bore his DNA. However, Qin Mu sensed something amiss. It would be ideal if Huang Chun were indeed the culprit. Actions must be taken. Thus, they decided to bring the suspect back. Zhou Tsang and a few others went to retrieve him, while the rest dispersed to attend to their respective tasks. Xiao Qin, come here for a moment, Zhao Yan beckoned. Understood, Captain Zhao. It was likely that he needed to complete various formalities, especially since Qin Mu had been present at the crime scene since his arrival, and there were numerous administrative tasks yet to be addressed. As anticipated, Zhao Yan requested Qin Mu to remain for this very reason. Xiao Qin, strive to learn more. Our team comprises seasoned veterans with extensive experience in case handling. I see potential in you, given your background. Accumulating experience will serve you well, so do not be overly hasty. Is this a subtle hint? Qin Mu chuckled, responding, Captain Zhao is right. Once they return, accompany them to the interrogation room. Observe closely. Take notes, and reflect on what you witness. Understood, Qin Mu nodded. If it had not been for Zhao Yan's intervention, he might not have gained entry into the interrogation room, which presented him with a fortunate opportunity. Before long, Zhou Tsang and his companions returned, accompanied by a sturdy, slightly plump young man. Huang Chun appeared quite uneasy, unsure of where to place his hands and feet, resembling a marionette. What are you looking at? Zhou Yingying emerged from somewhere, waving her hand in front of Qin Mu. His train of thought was interrupted, and he turned his head. The case had been solved. Yet the conclusion was entirely different from his previous speculations. Zhou Yingying was still preoccupied with the events of the morning. He is not the murderer. Prior to meeting Huang Chun, Qin Mu believed this individual could potentially be the culprit. However, upon seeing Huang Chun, his doubts were swiftly dispelled. I too sensed something amiss. Zhou Yingying nodded in agreement, remarking that it was too simplistic, and questioned what his motive could be. You study criminal psychology. If he were indeed the murderer, what do you think his motivation would be? Pleasure. What? Qin Mu mused, indicating the signs of abuse on the corpse. There are typically two reasons for corpse mutilation. The first is to vent anger, and the second is to derive a perverse pleasure, often of a sexual nature. Qin Mu glanced at Zhou Yingying. Huang Chun bore no grudge against the deceased, effectively ruling out the possibility of rage. If he were indeed the murderer, it was highly likely that he committed the act to satisfy his twisted desires. Zhou Yingying furrowed her brow, seemingly lost in thought. In the interrogation room, Zhou Tsang led the proceedings, while Qin Mu and Zhou Yingying sat in the corner, listening but not participating in the questioning. After interrogation, Huang Chun confessed that he had a rendezvous with the deceased last night, during which they engaged in intimacy. However, following that encounter, Huang Chun returned directly home, arriving at 11 o'clock in the evening, with neighbors available to corroborate his account. Observing Huang Chun's earnest demeanor, it seemed implausible that he was fabricating his story. Zhou Tsang promptly informed Zhao Yan, attempting to reach out to Huang Chun's neighbors. Upon verification, it was confirmed that Huang Chun was indeed truthful, supported by surveillance footage from the community and the elevator, which substantiated that he did not leave home thereafter. Consequently, Huang Chun's suspicions were entirely dispelled, leaving the group back at square one. I have a question, Qin Mu suddenly interjected, directing his gaze towards Zhou Tsang. After receiving a nod from Zhou Tsang, Qin Mu continued, Mr. Huang, is there anyone else aware of your illicit relationship with the deceased? This prompted Zhou Zong to consider that if the deceased's boyfriend were to learn of this affair, Gao Chong would become a prime suspect. Impossible. We were very discreet. If it weren't for your investigation, no one would have known about our relationship, Huang Chen vehemently denied. It's absurd. If Han Lan's boyfriend found out. With his explosive temperament, he would either kill me or make my life a living hell. All right. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Huang. With the conversation having reached this point, and with their confirmation of Huang Chen's innocence, it was indeed perplexing. If Gao Chong were aware of this matter, he would undoubtedly be the primary suspect. Yet, no fingerprints or DNA belonging to Gao Chong were discovered on the body of the deceased, which was truly puzzling. Zhou Zong lamented, acknowledging that this case had become quite intricate. Initially, it was believed that capturing Huang Chun would lead to the resolution of the case. However, it turned out that Huang Chun possessed ample evidence proving his innocence regarding the death of the victim. The deceased bore only one fingerprint, indeed, that of Huang Chun. An epiphany struck Qin Mu, as if he had stumbled upon a crucial detail. Yes, it was precisely Huang Chen's fingerprint. Zhou Zong responded affirmatively. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Mu suggested, let us seek out Gao Chong. It was indeed prudent to investigate Gao Chong further. Zhou Zong nodded in agreement. He understood that if Gao Chong were aware of the situation, he might resort to violence. After informing Zhao Yan, Zhou Zong, accompanied by Qin Mu, proceeded directly to Gao Chong's repair shop, with another seasoned detective and Zhou Yingying in tow. Have you discovered anything? Gao Chong's first words upon seeing them were laden with an unsettling certainty, as if he suspected the perpetrator had yet to be apprehended. No significant findings. Merely here to deliver some unfortunate news, Qin Mu replied. What unfortunate news? Gao Chong inquired, visibly anxious. His mind racing with the possibility that they might have indeed uncovered something substantial. Your girlfriend has been unfaithful, Qin Mu said, patting Gao Chong's shoulder in a gesture of consolation. What? That wretched harlot. After all my hard work, laboring day in and day out, she dares to betray me? Gao Chong erupted in fury, his words laced with invective, drawing the attention of numerous onlookers within the repair shop. After venting his rage for a considerable while, Gao Chong finally managed to release some of his pin-up frustration and came to a halt. Well, we are merely passing by. Just wanted to express our condolences. Take care of yourself, Zhou Zong said, patting Gao Chong on the shoulder before turning away with a few others. Once they departed, Gao Chong calmly observed the direction in which the police car had vanished, gripping the wrench tightly in his hand. Inside the police car, Zhou Zong asserted confidently, Gao Chong is highly suspicious. As a seasoned detective, Zhou Zong possessed an acute insight into human nature. At first glance, Gao Chong's demeanor seemed unproblematic. But attempting to deceive him was a folly of naivety. Qin Mu, seated in the passenger seat, remained silent, meticulously reflecting on his conversation with Gao Chong. Suddenly, a small gesture from Gao Chong flickered in his mind. There was more to this matter than met the eye. Chapter 7. Concealment of the corpse. Zhou Yingying pondered. Why is he deemed so suspicious? Zhou Zong refrained from elaborating and instead turned his gaze towards Qin Mu. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Mu responded. Because he never inquired about Han Lan's affair, which is illogical. Clearly, he was already aware of it. Zhou Yingying nodded in understanding. So he is lying. Lying serves to conceal. What do you think he is trying to hide? Zhou Zong shook his head. These are mere conjectures. We require concrete evidence. Fortunately, the pool of suspects has considerably diminished. There is indeed some evidence, Qin Mu suddenly interjected, prompting a wave of curiosity among the others. He glanced back at the auto repair shop, where various oil-soaked car parts lay haphazardly strewn at the entrance, and the mechanics, much like Gao Chong, were covered in grease. Don't you find it peculiar that Gao Chong appears excessively clean? Indeed. Zhou Yingying clapped her hands, her eyes sparkling with realization, exclaiming, this is quite unusual. Zhou Zong nodded and remarked, we have already dispatched personnel to search Gao Chong's residence. If he is indeed the culprit, we should uncover something. I will assign someone to monitor him. The subsequent events confirmed their suspicions. Merely 3 hours later, the forensic team worked tirelessly to analyze the remnants found under the victim's nails, discovering not only leather, but also traces of machine oil. Consequently, as a mechanic, Gao Chong was immediately implicated as a prime suspect. Simultaneously, the team responsible for surveillance swiftly executed the arrest. Gao Chong did not resist, but displayed intense agitation. When it came time for interrogation, his fury remained unabated. I knew you would eventually connect me to this. Yes, I suffocated that wretched woman with my own hands. Gao Chong seethed with resentment as he spoke of the deceased. It turned out that the previous night, after a late shift, he had witnessed the victim and Huang Chen exiting a hotel, igniting a furious rage within him. However, he refrained from acting immediately, well aware that making a scene in public would yield no benefits. Instead, he followed Han Lan until they reached a secluded area, where he ruthlessly attacked her with his leather jacket. But why did you mutilate the victim's mouth? Why sever her tongue? Zhou Tsang inquired. What? Her mouth was cut open? Her tongue was severed? Initially, out of consideration for Gao Chang's emotions, Zhou Tsang and the others had only informed him of Han Lan's demise without providing any photographs of the deceased. Do not play coy with me. Are you truly unaware of this matter? Zhou Tsang furrowed his brow and reprimanded sharply. I genuinely did not. I merely suffocated her with a leather coat. Afterward, I thought it best not to let you discover the body, so I concealed it. I never anticipated you would find it, and so swiftly at that. Zhou Tsang recounted the events of the previous day in detail. You concealed it? Zhou Tsang scoffed, continuing, you certainly excel at hiding things. Ah, yes. It was in that secluded alley on Little Stone Street, near a sewer opening where I disposed of her. Wasn't that where you discovered the body? Gao Chang seemed to grasp the situation. Qin Mu, while meticulously observing Gao Chang's expression, interjected, we found her in a thicket within the park. What? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I distinctly hit her. How could she end up in the park's thicket? Gao Chang exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief, vehemently denying the possibility. Confess the truth. Zhou Tsang slammed his hand on the table, effectively silencing Gao Chang. I speak nothing but the truth. What more do you wish from me? Gao Chang, stubbornly obstinate, refused to relent. This infuriated Zhou Tsang to the brink of losing his composure, nearly striking Gao Chang. The evidence is irrefutable, and you still refuse to be honest. Watch him. I shall step out for a moment. Zhou Tsang declared before striding out. Having served as a detective for many years, he had never encountered such a brazen individual. Once Zhou Tsang departed, Qin Mu attempted another inquiry. You may have concealed the body. But why did you strip her of her clothing? No, I did not strip her. I merely pushed her into the sewer, Gao Chang hastily denied. He would admit to actions he had committed, but would staunchly refuse any allegations of deeds he had not performed. Is the deceased truly that wretched woman? His expression faltered at the question. The thought of discovering someone with the same name would lead him to despair. It would unmask him. His skepticism was understandable, as the crime scene described by Zhou Tsang bore little resemblance to his recollections. Han Lan, born in 1997, celebrated her birthday on September 30th, and worked as a waitress at a restaurant. At that moment, he was certain she was his girlfriend. No, she is not. What do you mean she is not? The person you killed isn't her? I said she is not my girlfriend. Gao Chang exclaimed in frustration. I toil endlessly to earn a living, all for the hope of a prosperous future with her. How could she betray me with such reckless abandon? Does she even deserve my devotion? At this juncture, Gao Chang began to sob. That ungrateful wretch. She demanded 30,000 as a bride price, yet she sold herself for far less. What the hell? Bringing others into our home. What does she take me for? Enough of the tears. We will investigate thoroughly, Qin Mu reassured him. Gao Chang was completely detained, and seasoned detectives took turns interrogating him, yet he remained obstinate, adamantly maintaining his innocence. What's wrong? Are you unhappy that the case remains unsolved? Zhou Yingying suddenly appeared from nowhere. Perhaps it hasn't been solved yet. Qin Mu shook his head, expressing a desire to visit the forensic room and examine the deceased's body. Zhou Yingying, as a technical trace officer, possessed the necessary authority in this matter. She nodded in agreement and stated she would submit a request. Thank you, he replied. No need for thanks, Zhou Yingying responded, shaking her head. I, too, feel that something is amiss. In the conference room, Zhao Yin erupted in fury. What on earth is going on? Have you thoroughly investigated the matter? Is Gao Chang truly the murderer? Zhao stated. Team leader, Gao Chang simultaneously admits to being the killer while insisting he has committed no such acts. He clings to his denial with an iron grip. I am beginning to suspect he may be suffering from schizophrenia. Zhou Tsang was left utterly speechless, unsure of how to proceed. How can you not ascertain whether he is guilty or innocent? What are you doing? Are you not collecting evidence? If the evidence were irrefutable, he would have no choice but to confess. Team leader, we searched Gao Chang's home, and aside from discovering that leather item, we found nothing else, not even the weapon used to slice the victim's mouth. They had conducted a meticulous search, scouring not only Gao Chang's residence, but also the surrounding area for several kilometers, yet they uncovered nothing. Solving a case, particularly a homicide, demands a robust chain of evidence, and it must be indisputable. Any missing link makes it perilous to hastily assign guilt. Although Gao Chang was nearly implicated, the weapon that had disfigured the victim's face remained elusive, and the victim's missing tongue was still unaccounted for, leaving the case at an impasse. In the forensic room, an oppressive chill enveloped the air as Zhou Yingying fearlessly lifted the white cloth covering the deceased. The lifeless body of the deceased, bearing the name Lan, had already been dissected, revealing intricate sutures across the chest and abdomen, coupled with the gaping wound on the face that extended nearly to the ear. It elicited a visceral shudder. Zhou Yingying maintained a composed demeanor, yet her gaze was imbued with curiosity as she observed Qin Mu. Aren't you afraid? Qin Mu closed his eyes and inhaled deeply, only to be overwhelmed by the acrid scent that engulfed him. He hastily accepted the mask Zhou Yingying offered. Yes, it's undeniably unsettling, he admitted, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. His prior exposure to crime scene materials had only occurred during lectures. This was his first direct encounter. Do not fear, senior sister will protect you, Zhou Yingying declared, donning latex gloves. As she gazed at the corpse, her expression grew solemn, and her eyes sharpened with intensity. Qin Mu, what do you perceive as problematic? She fixated on the wounds of the deceased, her head unwavering as she posed the question. I don't know, Qin Mu replied candidly. However, my instructor has informed me that corpses do not lie, thus I believe there must be additional clues present. Indeed, the body would not speak falsehoods. As she spoke, Zhou Yingying approached the head of the deceased, cautiously lifting it to scrutinize the ligature marks above. The absence of blood flow had rendered the body rigid, and the markings on the neck exhibited an ominous shade of deep blue and purple, starkly contrasting the pallid skin of the deceased. It is certain these ligature marks were inflicted by another, she noted. Observe here and here. The marks are straight and directed backward. The nape also bears similar impressions. If this were a case of hanging, the marks would extend to the area behind the ears, while the nape would remain unblemished. Chapter 8. The True Culprit? Qin Mu forced himself to avert his gaze from the gruesome visage of the deceased and instead focused on the back of the neck, where he indeed discovered a ligature mark approximately the thickness of a thumb. Did you observe anything unusual? Zhou Yingying inquired. The ligature mark on the back of the neck appeared somewhat finer than the more pronounced one at the front. This is typical. The primary point of pressure is at the front, and during the struggle, the area of the mark would expand, Qin Mu responded, though he still sensed something amiss. He refrained from pressing further and continued to scrutinize the scene, his mind flickering with potential scenarios of the crime. At that moment, they received orders to convene in the meeting room, necessitating an interruption of their examination. The meeting room was shrouded in smoke, the atmosphere palpable with tension. After several rounds of deliberation, the participants were parched and weary. Upon Qin Mu's arrival, Zhao Yan addressed him directly. As a scholar of criminal psychology, what do you propose we do next? Captain Zhao, I believe we should adopt a different perspective. Qin Mu pondered for a moment before articulating his thoughts. Consider this. If Gao Chong is not the perpetrator and the true killer is someone else, it could elucidate Gao Chong's seemingly incoherent behavior. A vision of the ligature mark on the deceased's neck flashed through Qin Mu's mind. What if Gao Chong did not strangle the victim immediately? Are you suggesting that the victim did not die right away and, after emerging from the sewer, encountered the actual murderer, which led to his demise and subsequent disposal? Zhao Yan grasped Qin Mu's implication. Precisely, that is exactly my point, Qin Mu affirmed with a nod. There exists a distinct possibility for immediate investigation. A thorough examination of the location where Gao Chong alleged the bodies were concealed may yield new revelations. Zhao Yan promptly issued directives, and Zhou Cong and his colleagues eagerly set about this task. They had no desire to confront Gao Chong, who resembled a stone in a latrine, both foul and unyielding. Xiao Qin was indeed correct. Next time, he should articulate more. Zhao Yan patted Qin Mu on the shoulder. All right, Qin Mu smiled, choosing silence thereafter. Upon investigation, remnants of hair belonging to the deceased were discovered at the site Gao Chong mentioned, further corroborating his claims. Simultaneously, Zhou Cong unearthed peculiarities at the concealment site. Did Wang Jianzheng pass through there that night? Qin Mu inquired of Zhou Cong. Indeed, there's a surveillance camera at the street corner that clearly captured Wang Jianzheng's figure. However, he wasn't wearing the same outfit. Had it not been for his gold-rimmed glasses, I might not have recognized him at all. Most notably, Wang Jianzheng's image appeared twice, raising suspicions, which prompted Zhao Yan to assign Zhou Cong to investigate Wang Jianzheng's residence further. Come, let us pay a visit to Wang Jianzheng's home and inquire further, Zhou Cong expressed, somewhat fatigued. Circling back to Wang Jianzheng, he pondered when this case would reach a conclusion. I shall accompany you, Qin Mu readily offered, relieved that Zhou Cong had invited him, thus saving him the effort of asking. In no time, the two arrived at Wang Jianzheng's residence. Where's that female officer from last time? Wang Jianzheng recalled Zhou Yingying, her impression lingering vividly in his memory. She has something to attend to today, and here we are again. I apologize for the inconvenience. Zhou Cong is quite polite. Gentlemen, if you have any inquiries, feel free to ask. I have a few matters to attend to shortly. Very well, I shall pose my question directly. Did you pass by Shaoshi Street on the night of the 19th? Zhou Cong took out a portable notebook and began to take notes. I did pass by. What of it? What were you doing there? Walking the dog. Wang Jianzheng glanced at the husky, which was tethered to the balcony with a chain. Upon investigation, it was found that the deceased did not die immediately, but was actually murdered after being disposed of, prompting us to seek your confirmation. Zhou Cong's expression turned grave. I see, but what significance does this hold for me? Surely you cannot suspect me of being the murderer simply because of the route I took. Wang Jianzheng adjusted his glasses, his demeanor calm, as if everything was meticulously calculated. We are merely here to gather evidence. Mr. Wang, did you encounter any suspicious individuals that night? The one speaking was Qin Mu. No, I was in a hurry and the area was quite desolate. I hardly saw anyone. Haha, does one need to be in such a rush while walking a dog? Qin Mu's words carried an undertone, which Wang Jianzheng picked up on. Wang Jianzheng suddenly smiled at the officer. My dog walks quickly. Is it not natural for me to keep pace? Besides, a case must be built on evidence. Must it not? Zhou Tsang also sensed something amiss. This fellow seemed utterly unperturbed. This newcomer is quite astute, demonstrating remarkable insight. Reminiscent of Qin Mu's earlier suggestions in the conference room. Could it be that you have suspected Wang Jianzheng all along? Upon realizing this, Zhou Tsang followed Qin Mu's words and inquired, Wang Jianzheng, where did you dispose of the deceased's clothing? What deceased clothing? I know nothing of it. Moreover, officers, the manner in which you are questioning me is rather questionable. It makes me feel as though I am the perpetrator. Wang Jianzheng chuckled derisively. Wang Jianzheng, should you choose to remain uncooperative, we will have no choice but to place you under criminal detention, Zhou Tsang stated with a serious demeanor. Where have I been uncooperative? And besides, it is merely a matter of 24 hours. I can wait. Wang Jianzheng extended his hands, indicating that they could take him away at any time. However, I must caution you both. Lawyers are not so easily apprehended. Damn, I nearly forgot. This fellow was once a lawyer, leaving Zhou Tsang at a loss for how to proceed. Mr. Wang, you are indeed formidable, thoroughly prepared. I presume your knives have been meticulously cleaned as well. My knives are cleaned daily, Wang Jianzheng replied. Yet, cleaning does not entirely eliminate traces of blood. Testing will undoubtedly reveal the truth. Wang Jianzheng's confidence at the scene suggested he had long been prepared, perhaps even having replaced his utensils altogether. This could very well be the reason for his audacity. After Wang Jianzheng was taken away for detention, his household was meticulously scrutinized. Yet no useful clues were uncovered. Not a single trace was found on any of the utensils. The case momentarily fell into a stalemate. At this juncture, 3 days had elapsed since the incident, and Wang Jianzheng had long been released. The murder case continued to escalate, putting significant pressure on the criminal investigation team from above. Wang Jianzheng remains audacious even within the confines of the detention center, boldly proclaiming his intent to contact his media acquaintances. He threatens to expose the matter if the police fail to provide an explanation, compelling the public to weigh in. This audacity has cast an odd pall over the atmosphere within the precinct. In the conference room, Zhao Yan chain smokes, only extinguishing his cigarette upon noticing Qin Mu's arrival. Xiao Qin, do you have any leads on this case? He inquires. Not yet, Qin Mu replies candidly, but it should be soon. Zhao Yan shakes his head, acknowledging the immense pressure on the police force, as media attention has already been drawn to the situation. Qin Mu remains silent. The influence of public opinion can indeed be formidable, potentially skewing the course of events. The suggestion to investigate Wang Jianzheng originated from you, Zhao Yan states, picking up an unextinguished cigarette for another drag. What I mean is, you are responsible for this matter. I want a response in 5 days. No, 3 days. You must clarify the situation within 3 days. Exiting the conference room, Qin Mu feels a weight upon him. With the workday concluding, he steps outside the police station, aimlessly wandering the streets. A horn blares from behind him. A black Mercedes glides to a stop beside him, and the window rolls down to reveal Zhou Yingying, who leans out and asks, "What is the matter? Feeling defeated?" Qin Mu shakes his head. No. Just as Zhou Yingying is about to speak further, a plump dog's head pokes out of the window. No squeezing, she admonishes, as she ushers the Labrador into the back seat. Observing this scene, Qin Mu chuckles and teases, taking a dog for a ride in a Mercedes? Zhou Yingying rolled her eyes, remarking that she did not walk her dog without a leash like Wang Jianzheng. What? Qin Mu was taken aback, and then a flash of realization struck him, leaving him standing there in a daze. What do you mean by needing a leash for walking the dog? Hey, where are you going? Before Zhou Yingying could finish her sentence, she saw Qin Mu turn and run away. Just as she was about to chase after him, he returned, his face alight with excitement. I understand now. I know. Qin Mu swiftly opened the back door and hopped inside. Let us go. Right now, to Wang Jianzheng's house. Chapter 9. Justice served. Wang Jianzheng stood at the window, gazing down at the bustling traffic below, lost in thought. The scattered cigarette butts on the windowsill indicated that his mind was far from tranquil. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Wang Jianzheng seemed oblivious, continuing to watch the flow of cars. Ding dong. The doorbell rang again, followed by an incessant ringing. With a resigned shrug, Wang Jianzheng finally spoke. I'm coming. At the door, Zhou Yingying kept pressing the doorbell until she heard a voice from within, prompting her to stop. What brings you two here at such a late hour? Wang Jianzheng's expression remained calm, as if nothing had transpired. Wang Jianzheng, you need to come with me, Qin Mu stated bluntly, revealing his intent. Are you attempting to detain me for another 24 hours? Wang Jianzheng laughed, a smile that exuded unwarranted confidence, inciting frustration. This time, you may find it difficult to leave. And what about the evidence? Why was your dog not on a leash? In the urban environment, it is imperative for large dogs to be leashed. A fact you should be acutely aware of. Qin Mu countered with a question instead of responding. Wang Jianzheng felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Had he already discovered it? It was inconceivable, absolutely unfathomable. The previous leash had broken, and he hadn't had the opportunity to replace it. May I see the broken leash? I discarded it long ago. Why would I keep such a useless item? Where did you dispose of it? In the trash bin downstairs. But it must have been disposed of by now. Zhou Yingying, notify the bureau immediately and have someone contact the waste disposal facility to retrieve a leash. A complete one at that. Oh, I will make the call right away. Although Zhou Yingying was somewhat perplexed, she proceeded to call the bureau. Sweat had, unbeknownst to him, begun to bead on Wang Jianzhen's forehead, and his shirt clung tightly to his body. This seems unnecessary. A tremor laced Wang Jianzhen's voice. Indeed, it is necessary. As Qin Mu's certainty became evident, Wang Jianzhen's anxiety deepened. With a forced resolve, Wang Jianzhen remarked, "Are you truly willing to bear the responsibility for deploying so many officers based solely on a leash?" Qin Mu cast a glance at Wang Jianzhen without answering, instead continuing on his own train of thought. The deceased bore two distinct ligature marks on his neck. One was notably finer, and it was that delicate mark which ultimately led to death. Yet, we pondered long and hard, unable to ascertain what instrument the assailant had employed, until I laid eyes on Zhou Yingying today. Zhou Yingying, somewhat bewildered, pointed to her own nose in disbelief and exclaimed, "Me? To be precise, it is the leash of the dog you were holding. I have observed that, regardless of its thickness, it closely resembles the fine strangulation marks around the deceased's neck. However, when we first encountered Wang Jianzhen, his dog was not on a leash. Yet, in the surveillance footage, his dog was indeed leashed." "Ah, I see now," Zhou Yingying realized. Nodding repeatedly, Wang Jianzhen gritted his teeth and retorted, "A mere leash shouldn't be sufficient to prove anything, and besides, it has already been discarded in the garbage dump. How much evidence could possibly remain? That leash may have long since been disposed of. It's fine. They won't find anything," he reassured himself. Furthermore, the deceased's mouth was slit open and the tongue severed. In the surveillance footage, I did not wield any weapon. "May I take a look at your dog's injuries?" Qin Mu's inquiry plunged Wang Jianzhen into a chilling silence, rendering him speechless. "I will go have a look," Zhou Yingying said, swiftly bypassing Wang Jianzhen and entering the house. She expertly calmed the dog with a couple of soothing sounds and gradually unwrapped the bandage from its leg. "Qin Mu, I found something." Zhou Yingying's voice soon echoed from within, and she emerged holding a blade. "Mr. Wang, would you mind if I took this blade for examination?" "No need," Wang Jianzhen replied, his spirit utterly crushed as he sank to the ground. "Initially, I had intended to deal with the blade in a few days. However, it ultimately solidified his guilt." "Qin Mu, how did you come to know that there was a blade there? If his dog were indeed injured, how could he possibly have taken it out to buy groceries?" "It makes sense. Had Zhou Yingying's dog been hurt, she certainly would not have acted so. A dog of such size, if it were to refuse to move due to injury, would pose an insurmountable challenge." Unexpectedly, bringing Jimmy along became a flaw. Jimmy is the name of Wang Jianzheng's dog, and he holds great affection for him, as he is his last remaining family. "I see. Then what about Gao Chong?" Zhou Yingying recalled Gao Chong. "If I am not mistaken, you were the one who orchestrated Gao Chong's murderous act, correct? You first deliberately exposed Han Lan's infidelity, intending to use Gao Chong to eliminate her. Yet, Gao Chong failed to finish the job, leading you to take matters into your own hands." Qin Mu turned to Wang Jianzheng. "Indeed, I was the mastermind behind it. I simply did not anticipate that imbecile would fail to kill that vile woman." Now that the truth is out, Wang Jianzheng no longer feigned innocence. "But have you considered the possibility that Gao Chong acted with intent?" "Impossible, absolutely impossible. However, at that time, we did not possess evidence against Gao Chong. In other words, he appeared more like a voluntary confessor." "What?" Wang Jianzheng gazed at Qin Mu in disbelief. "Upon your mention, it is indeed the case that Gao Chong had once entered the bureau, adamantly insisting that he had merely strangled the deceased and had not disposed of the body. Only later did we ascertain that he was not the perpetrator." Zhou Yingying's words struck Wang Jianzhen's heart like a heavy hammer. Had Gao Chong been aware of Han Lan's infidelity all along? In that moment, Wang Jianzhen deduced the truth. This was precisely why he had meticulously devised a plan to eliminate Han Lan without bearing the burden of culpability, and it was at this juncture that you intervened. So it is. I never anticipated that I would be ensnared by a brute." Wang Jianzhen clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with resentment. "Very well. Any further discourse shall await our return to the bureau. Zhou Yingying, unreserved, secured Wang Jianjun in handcuffs. The situation had become unequivocal, and Zhou Yingying would not extend a semblance of kindness towards this murderer. Wang Jianjun remained composed, silently trailing behind Zhou Yingying, evidently still reeling from the recent revelations. Soon, the group returned to the police station, where the dog leash had also been located. Upon examination, it was indeed found to bear Wang Jianjun's fingerprints, which aligned perfectly with the marks on the deceased's neck. Now, Mr. Wang, might you elucidate your motive for the murder? In the interrogation room, Zhou Tsong poised his pen, ready to document. Chapter 1. Senior sister, I invite you to dinner. Han Lan was once my lover. Wang Jianjun commenced with a revelation of explosive proportions. She was a woman driven by avarice and vanity, and thus, she willingly gravitated towards me. Wang Jianjun began to recount the tale of his entanglement with Han Lan. At the outset, Wang Jianjun was aware that Han Lan was no virtuous woman. However, he underestimated her unscrupulousness. She audaciously recorded a video in secret and even captured compromising photographs of him. Armed with these incriminating pieces of evidence, Wang Jianjun found himself compelled to acquiesce to Han Lan's demands. Her audacity grew bolder as she insisted that he embezzle public funds. As a lawyer, Wang Jianjun understood the grave repercussions of such an act, especially considering that Han Lan was not requesting a trivial sum, but rather a staggering 5 million. Yet, he felt he had no choice but to comply. Refusal would effectively obliterate his life as he knew it. It was from this juncture that Wang Jianjun resolved to eliminate Han Lan. Coincidentally, his wife had also entertained thoughts of embezzlement. So Wang Jianjun cleverly devised a plan and confided in her about the scheme. He was well aware of her propensity for indiscretion, and as anticipated, within a few days, his intentions were laid bare. On that day, Han Lan confronted Wang Jianjun in the office, leading to a heated argument that aligned perfectly with his intentions, thereby deflecting any suspicion from the police. He succeeded in shifting the blame, as everyone believed that Han Lan was responsible for the affair, given their long-standing discord. Subsequently, Wang Jianjun revealed that he had deliberately incited Han Lan to report him, and with the principal now deceased, there was no one left to corroborate the events. His wife had indeed contemplated such actions, allowing him to absolve himself of any suspicion. However, he could never have anticipated that he would ultimately fall victim to Gao Chang's machinations. His pursuit of Han Lan was motivated by a desire for clandestine encounters with her. Fortunately, this method ensured that their relationship remained undisclosed. But why did you sever the deceased's lips and remove her tongue? Zhou Tsong inquired, voicing his deepest confusion. She threatened me with her words. Thus, I had no choice but to silence her, he replied. And the removal of the tongue, what purpose did that serve? I aim to render her mute in her next life. Nay, for all eternity. Wang Jianjing's demeanor grew increasingly agitated. Where's the tongue now? Feeding the dogs. Then why opt for body disposal? If she sought to ruin my reputation, why should I not do the same to her? Even in death, this case would be documented for posterity. She would be the one to leave a lasting stench. Yet, this path seems to invite swifter exposure, which appears contrary to your character. Officer, may I ask, if Han Lan's body were hidden in that sewer, would it remain undiscovered? Certainly not, with the heat. It wouldn't be long before the stench became apparent. In that case, is there truly a distinction? Moreover, I am eager for this case to reach its conclusion. The case felt like a thorn lodged in Wang Jianjing's throat. Until it was resolved, he could find no peace. As for Gao Chang, he would have no choice but to acquiesce when the time came. In Wang's mind, he had committed the murder flawlessly. He never anticipated that Gao Chang would turn the tables on him. How could a burly mechanic possibly fail to overpower a frail woman? Regrettably, Wang Jianjing realized his predicament far too late. You seek legal counsel to prepare for court. No, I forgot, you are the lawyer. Zhou Tsong closed the folder, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. Go and check on Gao Chang, Qin Mu suggested. Although the case had been thoroughly unraveled, do not forget that Gao Chang is also a perpetrator, albeit a slightly more astute one. Therefore, Qin Mu was quite intrigued about when Gao Chang would become aware of Wang Jianjing's intentions. If you wish to know, you may inquire yourself, Zhou Tsong replied. Expressing his disinterest, Gao Chang could at most be considered an attempted murderer. The reasons were of no concern to Zhou Tsong. Very well. Qin Mu nodded and entered the adjacent interrogation room. As a mild obsessive-compulsive, Qin Mu felt uneasy unless everything was clarified. What is the matter? Has the officer apprehended the true culprit? Gao Chang's face was adorned with a smile. Everything was going according to his plan. I wish to know how you came to learn of Wang Jianjing's intent to murder the deceased. Officer, one should not speak carelessly. Then regale me with a tale. Gao Chang gazed at Qin Mu for a long moment before responding, very well. According to Gao Chang's narrative, his discovery of Han Lan's infidelity was purely coincidental. While a typical individual might simply part ways, Gao Chang could not afford such luxury. He realized that his hard-earned wages accumulated over the years had been squandered by Han Lan. Upon learning this, Gao Chang was filled with an overwhelming desire to eliminate Han Lan, but at that moment, a phone call from his parents jolted him back to reality. Since then, Gao Chang began to immerse himself in a myriad of books and films, in a quest to discover a cunning means of deception. It was during this time that he encountered Wang Jianzheng, a man who harbored similar murderous intentions towards Han Lan. On the day of the incident, Gao Chang was not adequately prepared. He sensed that someone was orchestrating a scheme against him, leading him down an unfamiliar path. He indeed witnessed Han Lan's infidelity, yet it stirred no turmoil within him, for he had long been aware of it. Moreover, Gao Chang became certain of one fact. Someone was manipulating events to compel him to murder Han Lan. In a fleeting moment, he resolved to turn the tables, and the ensuing events need not be elaborated upon. To ensure his safety, after killing Han Lan, Gao Chang did not immediately vacate the scene. Instead, he remained vigilant until Wang Jianzheng arrived and ultimately eliminated Han Lan, at which point Gao Chang departed with a sense of satisfaction. "You are quite astute," he remarked. Upon grasping the entirety of the situation, Qin Mu rose to his feet. "I am but a reckless fool," Gao Chang chuckled, his smile imbued with exhilaration. Although he was not entirely blameless, he felt a sense of contentment, for his transgressions were considerably lighter than those of Wang Jianzheng. As Qin Mu stepped outside, he spotted Zhou Yingying rushing towards him. "What brings you here?" "I've been searching for you," she exclaimed. "You were looking for me? What is it? Come on. Senior sister is treating today. Why are you so cheerful? Is it some special occasion? Today marks the day of your first solved case. And considering how long you have been with the Bureau, it is a moment worth celebrating. Hurry up. I've already made reservations. I'll go change my clothes. And you should do the same." After Zhou Yingying finished speaking, she left in a flurry, not allowing Qin Mu a moment to decline. Complying, Qin Mu went to change his clothes, not resisting this opportunity to integrate into the collective, was it not? Chapter 2. A small gathering of 3 at old Wang's farmhouse, within the private room. "Why are there only the 3 of us?" Qin Mu glanced at Zhou Tsang, then at Zhou Yingying. He had assumed that Zhou Yingying was referring to an invitation extended to all, expecting a larger gathering, but it seemed he had overestimated the situation. Zhou Yingying clarified, "They have other commitments. It appears only the 3 of us are free today." The trio's availability was indeed a result of the case being solved. Zhao Yan had waved his hand, permitting a few to enjoy a night of respite. With the case resolved, spirits were high, yet the duties remained. The Bureau was bustling, and Zhao Yan would not overlook the potential of 3 available workers. "I see. It seems that in the days to come, I shall need to indulge in more nutritional supplements," Qin Mu mused, already contemplating purchasing such items. "What will you drink? Shall we get some wine?" Zhou Yingying suggested cheerfully. Logically, Zhou Yingying should have felt considerably less burdened than they, the detectives. "I shall not partake. You may decide for yourself," Zhou Tsang replied, then turned to Qin Mu. Advising, "Little Qin, I suggest you abstain as well. This is the wisdom of experience. Often, after drinking, calls for duty arise. Should you find yourself inebriated and unresponsive to calls, that could lead to serious complications. Then I shall forego the alcohol. Perhaps some juice will suffice." Qin Mu nodded, grasping Zhou Tsang's intention. They must indeed remain prepared for any sudden call to action, as one can never predict when such a situation may arise. It is prudent, therefore, to abstain from alcohol entirely. With both individuals opting for sobriety, Zhou Yingying decided not to order any drinks. The dishes arrived promptly, and the 3 engaged in lively conversation, gaining a deeper understanding of one another amidst their animated discourse. "Please continue. I shall make a brief visit to the restroom," Zhou Yingying announced before stepping outside. In her absence, the atmosphere promptly shifted to one of silence. However, neither Zhou Tsang nor Qin Mu seemed perturbed. Both were not particularly loquacious, and such an ambience suited them perfectly. After a prolonged silence, Zhou Tsang was the first to break it, saying, "Xiao Qin, you are quite astute. This case owes much to your efforts." To speak candidly, Qin Mu's contributions to this case were indeed paramount, a fact that Zhou Tsang did not shy away from acknowledging. He recalled a time when he had just joined the department, dutifully trailing behind his mentor. In stark contrast to Qin Mu, who had swiftly solved a case upon his arrival and made a name for himself, Zhou Tsang held high hopes for Qin Mu, recognizing that their department was in dire need of such talent. "Brother Zhou, you flatter me. There is still much for me to learn," Qin Mu replied modestly. He understood well the limitations of individual capability, acknowledging that when one is fatigued, their potential is inherently restricted. This was particularly evident in the current case. Had it not been for the assistance of the forensic department and the collective efforts of the Bureau, the resolution would not have come so swiftly. Moreover, from this experience, Qin Mu recognized his own shortcomings. Had he not noticed the dog leash in Zhou Yingying's hand, he might have overlooked that crucial detail altogether. Indeed, there is a certain deficiency in experience. Henceforth, should any uncertainties arise, do not hesitate to inquire. Zhou Tsang is a straightforward individual, expressing his thoughts candidly. A typical person might harbor some reservations towards Zhou Tsang due to this trait, yet Qin Mu remains unaffected, for he recognizes the truth in Zhou Tsang's words. Embracing one's shortcomings is essential for making significant strides forward. If a person is oblivious to their own deficiencies, how can they hope to progress? Brother Zhou is right. I hope you will not hesitate to offer your guidance when the time comes. I humbly decline the notion of imparting wisdom, but rest assured, if you seek knowledge, I shall gladly share what I know. My gratitude in advance, Brother Zhou. In just a few exchanges, the two became somewhat familiar. Yet the room soon fell into silence once more. Without a case to ponder, Zhou Tsang was rather taciturn, while Qin Mu found himself at a loss for words. There existed a generational gap between them. After all, Zhou Tsang had children of his own, who were not small at all. Had Qin Mu encountered Zhou Tsang's two children, he might have found a topic to bridge their age difference. As for the matter of the previous case, both men tacitly avoided the subject, preferring not to discuss work during their respite. Meanwhile, in another part of the premises, Zhou Yingying was washing her hands. Upon turning off the faucet, she was suddenly struck by an unpleasant odor. What could it be? Why is there such a foul smell? Zhou Yingying took a moment to sniff the air and quickly sensed that something was amiss. This odor was peculiar, yet oddly familiar. Where could it be coming from? Driven by the desire to uncover the truth, Zhou Yingying began to search diligently. After searching for several minutes, Zhou Yingying still could not locate the source of the peculiar odor. Could it be that her sense of smell had faltered? That seemed unlikely, as she had already experienced the warmth of the sun. Zhou Yingying muttered to herself. Just then, a woman emerged from the restroom, having turned on the faucet. And once again, Zhou Yingying caught a whiff of that familiar scent. She then scrutinized her own hands, discovering a lingering foul smell, albeit significantly diminished. Understanding dawned upon her, and she promptly turned on the faucet before her, inhaling deeply. A putrid stench assaulted her senses. There was indeed something amiss with the water. If the water was contaminated, then everything they had consumed must have been washed with it, thereby posing a risk to their meals as well. With this troubling thought, Zhou Yingying stormed to the front desk and inquired, "Where's your boss?" The receptionist, startled by Zhou Yingying's fervor, nevertheless responded with patience, "Our boss is not here. May I ask what concerns you, miss?" "There is an issue with your water quality," Zhou Yingying stated bluntly. This was a matter that the establishment ought to address, and she had no intention of concealing her concerns. The fact that she had not yet reported them was already a demonstration of her forbearance. "Miss, you might be mistaken. Our water is sourced from the municipal supply. How could there possibly be a problem?" The receptionist immediately perceived Zhou Yingying as a troublemaker. "Bring your manager to see me," Zhou Yingying insisted, realizing that reasoning with the receptionist was futile. Very well." The receptionist nodded and dialed a phone number. Soon, a spirited middle-aged man arrived at the front desk. "Shall we? What's the matter? You call me over." "Manager Zhang, this young lady has something to discuss with you." "Oh, miss, has something gone amiss at our establishment? I shall ensure that we offer our sincerest apologies at once." Zhang Fong scrutinized Zhou Yingying, and judging by her attire, he dismissed the notion of her seeking trouble. "There is an issue with the water in your establishment. Please follow me and take a look." Without providing an explanation, Zhou Yingying led the way to the restroom. Although Zhang Fong was skeptical, the earnestness in Zhou Yingying's demeanor compelled him to follow closely behind. Chapter 3. The terrifying water tank. Take a careful whiff. Do you not detect anything amiss? Zhou Yingying turned on the faucet in the restroom. How could there possibly be a problem? Our water is sourced from the municipal supply. If there were an issue here, the entire city's water would be compromised. Zhang Fong expressed his disbelief, yet he leaned in to sniff. The moment he did, a noxious odor assaulted his senses, rendering his complexion ashen. If the health department were to discover this, they would no longer be able to operate. "What is happening?" Qin Mu approached. It appeared that after waiting for some time, without sight of Zhou Yingying, Qin Mu grew concerned and ventured to investigate. To his astonishment, he arrived at the restroom to witness this unsettling scene. "The water here is problematic, resembling that of a sewer." Zhou Yingying waved her hand, indicating the foul stench. "Miss, please do not speak of this outside. Managing a small establishment is no easy feat, and this is the first time such a situation has arisen. It has never happened before." Zhang Fong was in a state of panic. If this were to leak out, the only outcome for their establishment would be closure. Indeed, there was an issue. Before Qin Mu could approach further, he was struck by an unpleasant odor, reminiscent of decaying meat, utterly identical. "Please, hush, I beg you." Zhang Fong urgently pulled the two aside, fearing eavesdroppers. "What is it? Are you now afraid to use such water in your establishment?" Zhou Yingying furrowed her brows. The thought that what they had just eaten had been washed with that water made her feel somewhat nauseated. What was the difference between this and using sewage to prepare hot pot? This is unjust. By all that is sacred. We have never encountered such a situation in our restaurant. Moreover, we have always used tap water. How could this happen? Zhang Fong stood there, flustered, trying to explain himself to the two. In that moment, he was at a loss. After years in the restaurant industry, he had never faced such a predicament. How could the water be contaminated? Where could he even begin to argue his case? Are you certain that your restaurant uses tap water? Qin Mu expressed his skepticism. If there were an issue with the tap water, surely the entire city would have noticed long ago. Why would it only be discovered here? Indeed, we merely channel tap water into a reservoir, from which it is then distributed to various areas for supply. Due to the high water consumption of their establishment, and considering the nature of the restaurant business, they had installed an exceptionally large water tank for storage. It must be a problem with the tank. I shall investigate immediately. Please, you must refrain from speaking indiscriminately, Zhang Fong implored desperately. It is imperative that we investigate the past. Who knows if anything has been deliberately placed in your water tank? Zhou Yingying immediately expressed her discontent. If you deny us access, could it not suggest that you harbor something sinister, intending to take advantage of the situation to dispose of evidence? Zhang Fong hesitated. He had indeed contemplated this very notion. If the water tank were to reveal any issues, addressing them promptly could potentially absolve him of blame. We are police officers. Kindly lead the way, Qin Mu declared, presenting his pristine police badge. Zhang Fong's expression shifted to one of despair. He realized he was truly in dire straits. No matter how meticulously he might conceal the matter, there would be no escaping the consequences. He had never anticipated the arrival of 2 officers today. Very well. Please follow me. Officers, Zhang Fong exhaled deeply, capitulating to the circumstances. With the police now aware of the situation, it was futile to maintain any faade. It would be wiser to cooperate. Perhaps if the issue were manageable, he could appeal for leniency. Zhang Fong guided the 2 officers onward until they arrived before a substantial water tank. Superficially, the tank appeared adequately sealed, and neither officer could detect any foul odor. Let us open it and take a look, Qin Mu suggested. As there was nothing discernible from the exterior, they had no choice but to inspect the interior. All right, Zhang Fong nodded, gradually ascending to unfasten several clasps, eventually lifting a small cover from the top. Ugh! As soon as the lid was removed, an overpowering stench assaulted their senses, causing Zhang Fong to nearly lose his balance. Even Qin Mu and Zhou Yingying, standing nearby, were overwhelmed by the indescribable odor. At last, the issue was uncovered, and it was found to originate from the water tank. Zhang Fong, suppressing his nausea, began to seek the source of the foul odor. Before long, he stumbled upon a transparent object that exuded a repugnant stench. Suddenly, as if he had seen something truly horrific, Zhang Fong lost his balance and nearly fell. Fortunately, Qin Mu, with quick reflexes, managed to steady him, thus averting injury. Zhou Yingying, with her keen instincts, sensed something was amiss and urgently inquired, "What on earth is inside?" Zhang Fong, still shaken, replied, "I didn't inspect it closely. You should take a look for yourselves." He patted his chest, still feeling a lingering dread. Though hesitant to ascertain what lay within, a part of him clung to a glimmer of hope that it was not as dreadful as his imagination suggested. How mysterious. "I shall take a look," Zhou Yingying declared, boldly climbing the ladder and peering inside. What she saw was beyond comprehension. "Ugh!" she exclaimed, immediately retching uncontrollably as she wobbled down the ladder, her stomach churning violently, clearly experiencing physical distress. This only piqued Qin Mu's curiosity further, prompting him to ascend and take a glance himself. Qin Mu's complexion visibly darkened, his mouth agape as he too felt a wave of nausea wash over him. "Is it truly that horrific?" Zhang Fong asked, his face paling. Having witnessed the reactions of both individuals, he had already surmised the truth, yet he sought confirmation. Qin Mu cleared his throat, and after expelling the contents of his stomach, he stated, "It is indeed real." "Qin Mu, help me clear my throat as well." Zhou Yingying, lacking experience, could only rely on Qin Mu. With a firm pull, Qin Mu finally managed to make Zhou Yingying expel the contents of her stomach. After a prolonged bout of retching, her complexion improved significantly. "Qin Mu, please contact the bureau. I will inform old Zhou to refrain from eating," Zhou Yingying said, wiping her mouth as she hastily rose to move forward. "I understand." Without hesitation, Qin Mu dialed Zhao Yan's number. After explaining the situation, Zhao Yan assured him that he would arrive with personnel immediately and instructed Qin Mu to secure the scene. "Manager Zhang, I kindly ask you to stay here with me," Qin Mu requested, casting a glance at Zhang Fong. "Of course," Zhang Fong replied, showing no sign of dissent, entirely compliant with Qin Mu's directive. Meanwhile, in the private room, Zhou Yingying pushed the door open. Zhou Tsang was in the midst of bringing a piece of crispy chicken to his mouth. "Old Zhou, stop eating. There's been a grave incident," Zhou Yingying exclaimed. Did Zhao's team send us there? She continued. No, it is Zhao's team that is rushing here. Taking a deep breath, she added, there are bodies in the dishes. Chapter 4. The organs in the water tank. There are bodies in the dishes? Zhou Tsang's hand froze. The crispy chicken no longer appealing. What do you mean by that? He questioned, coming to his senses. Puzzled as he had been eating for a while, without noticing anything unusual. Zhou Yingying explained, there's something in the water tank. The water is contaminated. And thus these dishes must also be compromised. Has a case occurred? Zhou Tsang's expression shifted, and he set down his chopsticks, hastily stating, take me to see. Yes, yes. Zhou Yingying nodded, and the two hurried towards the water tank. By the tank, Qin Mu scrutinized it intently, ultimately discovering a surveillance camera. Is this camera still operational? Qin Mu's inquiry sparked a glimmer of hope in Zhang Fang. Indeed, the sudden anomaly with the water tank must be the result of foul play. Otherwise, how could such an object possibly appear within? It is indeed useful. We installed this camera precisely to monitor the water tank and prevent any instances of poisoning. Zhang Fang seized the opportunity to elaborate. If this surveillance camera could help solve the case, it would be nothing short of fortuitous. Before long, Zhou Tsang arrived and immediately commanded Zhang Fang, from this moment on, you are not to entertain any guests. In light of this incident, allowing patrons to dine here is utterly irresponsible. As the manager of this agritourism establishment, you ought to be ashamed. Yes, yes, I will inform the front desk right away. Clearly, Zhang Fang was flustered, bordering on a state of bewilderment. His demeanor suggested that he was entirely oblivious to the circumstances at hand. Qin Mu shook his head, choosing not to dwell on Zhang Fang any longer. The pressing concern was to ascertain the contents within. Due to the water tank's condition, the group had only managed a cursory glance, with the primary reason for confirming the presence of a corpse being the floating, severed finger. It bobbed conspicuously before them. If they failed to recognize it, they might as well be blind. Curiously, if a body had indeed been disposed of in the water tank, it should have been discovered much earlier. Not to mention the stench, the unmistakable signs of blood would have been evident long ago. The matter remains to be verified. From an external perspective, Qin Mu is unable to discern anything, as he lacks any form of discerning vision. Furthermore, he must persuade all the guests to leave and offer compensation. Zhou Yingying indignantly added from the side, after finally managing to enjoy a meal out, seeking relaxation. It is disheartening to encounter such an incident, and her rare good mood has been completely dashed. I understand, Zhang Fang silently resolved in his heart. Soon, he decided to waive the bills for all the patrons outside. They were unaware of the true circumstances, and a complimentary meal would be sufficient to garner their praise for the establishment. As for the 3 police officers, he would need to contemplate appropriate recompense. True to his reputation as a seasoned businessman, Zhang Fang reached a decision in no time. Indeed, as he anticipated, a group of patrons initially displeased by the dispersal became amiable upon hearing of the complimentary meals, departing with words of commendation. The once bustling farmhouse suddenly fell eerily quiet. Meanwhile, Zhao Yan arrived with his team. What on earth happened? You lot hastily summoned me here, Zhao Yan said, his face taut like the Changbai Mountains. In recent days, Zhao Yan and his team had been engrossed in an old case that had seemingly lost all leads. However, a glimmer of hope had unexpectedly emerged, causing them to immerse themselves in the investigation day and night. These individuals had not enjoyed a proper meal in days, originally intending to allow Qin Mu and his companions a brief respite before returning to work. Yet, before he could even speak, they had summoned him, adding to his workload. What was the meaning of this? Zhao's team discovered a body, but the circumstances were peculiar. They could only proceed once the others arrived. Zhou Tsang took a step forward, inquiring, where is it? The mention of a homicide caused Zhao Yan's demeanor to shift to one of solemnity, his keen eyes scanning the vicinity, yet failing to locate the deceased. Right here, Qin Mu announced, tapping on the water tank. The tank was equipped with only a small lid. Fully opening, it would necessitate tools that were absent from this rural inn. Has the water supply been cut off? Zhao Yan asked, feeling a sense of foreboding. Just from that single query, he deduced the case was intricate. The murderer had chosen to conceal the body within the water tank. This alone warranted further investigation. Yes, everything is ready. We are merely awaiting your arrival, Zhou Tsang replied. His complexion ashen. Even he felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Open the water tank, and leave no stone unturned, Zhao Yan commanded. And a group promptly sprang into action. Slowly, the interior of the water tank revealed itself to the onlookers. The first thing noticed was a mark, with the upper and lower halves displaying starkly contrasting colors. It appeared the water level had remained unchanged for years, resulting in the distinct coloration. Additionally, the contents within the tank were confirmed, a mass of entrails and several severed fingers. As I suspected, Zhao Yan remarked, tapping his forehead. The opening of the water tank was too small to accommodate a whole body. Initially, several had considered dismemberment, Yet the situation proved far more complex than anticipated. Before them lay a gruesome collection of entrails, including heart, liver, lungs, and kidneys, alongside several dismembered fingers. The question lingered: why would the perpetrator choose to juxtapose these severed digits with the internal organs? This presented a crucial point of inquiry. Perhaps unraveling this mystery would lead them to the resolution of the case. Qin Mu quietly extracted his portable notebook and inscribed this thought. Moments later, a colleague from the forensic lab emerged, retrieving a bundle of cling film from the water tank. Remnants of flesh adorned its surface, suggesting that the assailant had initially wrapped the meat in the film, which explained why it had gone unnoticed for so long. Zhou Yingying's complexion turned ashen. Could it be that when she had previously visited this location, such items were already present in the tank? The mere thought sent waves of nausea through her. The cling film bore no traces of blood, prompting Qin Mu to jot down another observation in his notebook. How could this have been accomplished? One could hardly imagine a murderer allowing the victim to bleed out like a pig post-mortem. Yet, such a scenario was not entirely implausible. It implied a profound animosity between the killer and the deceased, one severe enough to result in such a macabre display. Take these entrails back for examination at the lab. The rest of us will inspect the farmhouse to see if we can uncover any additional evidence, Zhao Yin decisively commanded, relying solely on the organs. No one could ascertain the identity of the victim. They would need the forensic team's fingerprint analysis. If that proved inconclusive, their predicament would only worsen. Chapter 5. Peculiar Surveillance. Captain, let us examine the surveillance footage, Qin Mu suggested, gesturing towards the upper left corner of the room where a camera was positioned. Why didn't you mention the surveillance earlier? Zhao Yin shot a glare at Qin Mu. Time was of the essence, and the task was arduous. Zhao Yin was eager to unravel the entire case at once. He promptly led a few colleagues towards the monitoring room, with Qin Mu hastily following in his wake. Thus, an unusual scene unfolded. They fast-forwarded through all the surveillance footage, only to discover that no one had approached the water tank. The angle of the cameras was expertly positioned, capturing not only the door to the water room, but also the entirety of the water tank. Everything seemed as though it had never transpired. Could it be a ghost? The security guard in the monitoring room spoke, his voice trembling. There was no such thing as ghosts. Zhao Yin reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. Yet, he grappled with how to explain the situation. Honestly, after years as a detective, this was his first encounter with such a phenomenon. But he did not subscribe to the notion of the supernatural. Instead, he believed the perpetrator was exceptionally cunning, likely having maneuvered through blind spots. Xiaoqin, go take a look and follow my instructions. See if there are indeed any blind spots here. All right, Qin Mu nodded, considering the existence of blind spots, and decided to investigate directly. However, as fate would have it, the moment he stepped through the door of the water room, Zhao Yin called him back. His entrance had been compromised. Regardless of his efforts, any attempt to enter would inevitably be captured by the surveillance cameras. This shattered the hypothesis of a blind spot. Bring the tape back for analysis, Zhao Yin commanded, causing a subtle change in Zhou Tsang's expression. Reviewing the footage was undoubtedly one of the most arduous tasks in the precinct, without exception. Firstly, the videotapes are generally quite lengthy. Moreover, one must remain vigilant, missing not a single frame, while seated for an extended period. Most critically, these tapes often display a singular image for prolonged durations, with only occasional transitions. And this particular tape is even more absurd, as the visuals scarcely change at all. Undoubtedly, this task is both excruciating and eye-straining, and few are inclined to undertake such a burden. Zhou Yingying is well aware of this fact. In her youthful exuberance, she once underestimated the challenges of watching a videotape and eagerly volunteered, only to later regret her decision and wish to avoid the viewing room altogether. Fate, however, had other plans. Zhao Yin happened to notice Zhou Yingying and casually remarked, Zhou Yingying, this task will be entrusted to you. If only I had known. I should have replaced Qin Mu in conducting the experiment, thereby granting my junior some experience in viewing tapes. How I lament my earlier choices. Qin Mu returned in haste, only to be met with a solemn atmosphere. Let us explore elsewhere, Zhao Yan's voice, tinged with fatigue, suggested. The group hastily followed in Zhao Yan's wake as he summoned Zhang Fong to thoroughly examine the layout of the premises. As the manager, Zhang Fong possessed intimate knowledge of the establishment and was thus enlisted as their guide. The layout of the farmhouse was rather conventional, featuring merely a cold storage room, kitchen, and dining area, with the sole exception being the large water tank. Have you found any traces of blood? Zhao Yin inquired as he entered the kitchen, directing his question at the others. Given that the victim had been dismembered, this location undoubtedly bore the greatest suspicion. Has the bone saw been inspected? Qin Mu observed the bone-cutting machine nearby. If one were to identify the most convenient tool for dismemberment, it would undoubtedly be this machine. After thorough inspection, no abnormalities were found. This device is typically employed solely for cutting bones, primarily for simmering bone broth, and chefs would not resort to using such an apparatus for meat. If you uncover anything, convey it to me immediately, he instructed. Zhao Yan, his brow furrowed in deep concentration, acknowledged, understood. Following Zhao Yan's departure, several officers resumed their diligent tasks. The kitchen was expansive, and the array of knives was seemingly endless. They undoubtedly had their work cut out for them this evening. In contrast, there was a glimmer of good news. Another portion of the deceased had been located. This segment comprised the left thigh and right calf, along with several fingers and, notably, a nose. What could possibly be the murderer's motive? Zhou found himself perplexed. If the first incident was accidental, the subsequent occurrences could not simply be coincidental. Dismemberment aside, why persistently add these peculiar small additions? This behavior surely signifies the killer's ulterior motive. Otherwise, what would compel such unnecessary actions, particularly the severing of fingers? Shortly thereafter, 2 more sections were discovered, an arm and a torso, both containing additional small components such as ears and eyeballs. This development only deepened the mystery. Why would the perpetrator deliberately extract eyeballs and place them within? It could hardly be for the sake of dismemberment, nor would it facilitate concealment of the body. Is it confirmed that the deceased is indeed dead? Zhao Yan inquired of Zhou. He hoped not to hear that. Even at this juncture, the identity of the deceased remained unascertained. Faintly, Zhao Yan exhibited a tendency towards agitation, a consequence of severe disruptions in his daily routine that led to hormonal imbalances, rendering him susceptible to irritability. After making a phone call, Zhou returned to explain, the laboratory is still conducting tests. Due to the swelling of his fingers, portions of his fingerprints had faded, thereby increasing the workload for the laboratory. I will be promptly informed of any updates. This was perhaps the most frequently uttered phrase by Zhao Yan today. Wherever he went, he would invariably express this sentiment. Captain Zhao, shall we inspect the cold storage? Qin Mu suggested. They had only one cold storage left to examine. Having generally surveyed the other areas, which proved beneficial for Qin Mu, as he now possessed a clearer understanding of the layout of the agritourism establishment. Very well, let us proceed. This is the cold storage. Zhang Fong produced a key and unlocked the door. As it swung open, a wave of frigid air rushed forth. The temperature in your cold storage is remarkably low, Zhao Yan remarked, involuntarily shivering as he stepped inside. I'm not well acquainted with this area. I rarely come here. Zhang Fong admitted, shying away from the cold. He was confident that nothing amiss would occur in the storage, thus he found no motivation to visit. Let's assign a few individuals to conduct an inspection here as well. Zhao Yan surveyed the surroundings, but found no apparent anomalies. However, many issues may not be visible to the naked eye, so it was prudent to investigate thoroughly. As he exited the cold storage, Zhao Yan could not restrain himself from saying, Zhou, I leave this to you. I will take a portion of the team and return to continue the investigation of that case. After considerable effort, a clue was finally unearthed in the case, and Zhao Yan was determined not to let it slip away. He aimed to unravel the mystery thread by thread. With Zhou wealth of experience, Zhao Yan felt reassured to entrust the matter to him. Very well, no problem, Zhou replied, nodding without hesitation. Chapter 6. The identity of the deceased. What urgent case is Zhao team attending to? Qin Mu inquired. Zhou explained, a decade ago, a jewelry store was robbed, and the perpetrators murdered a couple who owned the shop. It was a highly publicized incident, but due to the lack of leads, it eventually faded into obscurity. At that time, Zhou had only recently joined the police force, and he had witnessed the uproar surrounding the jewelry store robbery and homicide. However, being new to the department, he had little knowledge of the case, only that there was no information regarding the assailants. Even the stolen gold seemed to have vanished without a trace, as if it had been completely erased from existence. Yet, this seemingly unsolvable case recently revealed a glimmer of hope when a clue emerged involving some of the gold from that time. Perhaps the perpetrator, after 10 years of restraint, could no longer resist the temptation to dispose of the stolen goods. If they could follow this lead, capturing the culprit would be within reach. Thus, Zhao Yan regarded this case with utmost seriousness. Let Zhao team handle the complications. We shall continue our investigation, Zhou reassured, patting Qin Mu on the shoulder. The immediate priority was to clarify the details of this case. I understand, Qin Mu nodded, collecting his thoughts. The memory of the murdered couple stirred within him a recollection of less than pleasant memories. Immediately after, the two individuals proceeded to examine every corner of the agritourism site. The reason it was 2 of them was that Zhou Yingying had returned to review the videotape, which she could not fast forward, leaving her uncertain about the duration of her viewing. Concurrently, additional portions of the deceased were discovered, totaling 3 parts. Altogether, this amounted to 7 fragments. Yet it still did not allow for a complete reconstruction of the body. The most crucial parts, including the head, a thigh, and an arm, remained absent. A thorough search of the entire agriturism location revealed no traces of blood. Zhou tone was notably somber. Logically, the discovery of such numerous body parts in proximity to the agriturism site strongly suggested that the perpetrator had likely conducted the dismemberment there. However, this hypothesis was now rendered implausible, posing a significant dilemma. Without a fixed location, the task of locating the site of dismemberment was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The only viable approach was to methodically expand the search radius, which would undoubtedly consume vast amounts of manpower and resources. What could have compelled the murderer to dismember the body and deliberately conceal the fragments within the agriturism site? Qin Mu stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. Moreover, given the throngs of people present in the agriturism establishment, it seemed exceedingly likely that the act would be exposed. Thus, what motivated the perpetrator to risk exposure by hiding the body parts there? Could it be that the deceased had some connection to the agriturism site? While this possibility could not be dismissed, confirmation of the victim's identity was necessary before drawing any conclusions. Furthermore, concealing body parts in a water tank would only hasten discovery, unless the murderer had not anticipated that the tank was still in use. There were too many uncertainties for Qin Mu to overlook. He meticulously noted each one to prevent forgetfulness. Perhaps it was merely a quirk of the killer. Zhou recalled the evening meal they had shared. If the guests were to discover this matter, they would undoubtedly dismantle this farmhouse. Perhaps the perpetrator desires to witness such a scene. Has there been any update from the forensic department? Zhou furrowed his brow, feeling quite distressed. As of now, the identity of the deceased remains unconfirmed. Not yet, but it should be forthcoming. Qin Mu glanced at the time. At this hour, it was likely nearing a conclusion, or else no information would have surfaced. Indeed, just as Qin Mu finished speaking, Zhou received a call from the forensic department confirming that the deceased was Wang Daqing, the owner of the farmhouse. Upon receiving this news, Qin Mu immediately inquired of Zhang Fong. Zhang Fong, have you seen your boss recently? Upon your inquiry, I realize I have not seen the owner for about a week. Zhang Fong's words revealed a crucial piece of information. So, you have a second boss? Yes. Our primary owner is Wang Daqing, and the secondary owner is Wang Daming. They are brothers who co-founded this farmhouse together. Very well, we have noted that. Qin Mu nodded and placed a call to Zhou Yingying, instructing her to begin reviewing the surveillance footage from 7 days prior. Upon receiving this directive, Zhou Yingying silently commenced the review of the video. Seated on a chair, her gaze fixed intently on the screen. The thought of enduring this state for several days prompted a sigh from her. Let us start with the victim's family. Zhou resolved. This seemed the most prudent course of action in the absence of leads. Perhaps the victim's relatives could provide some information. What about your second boss? Qin Mu inquired. If Wang Daming were here, it would have spared them the trouble of running around. Our second boss seldom visits this place, and is generally an elusive figure. After Zhang Fong's narration, the two learned that Wang Daqing's family circumstances were rather intricate. He had but one son, and his wife had passed away from illness in her early years. Wang Daqing's son had grown and was currently attending university in another city. Aside from this, Wang Daming was his only remaining relative. Thus, the two hastened to Wang Daming's residence that very night. Knock knock. Zhou rapped on the door. Yet no one responded for an extended period. At such a late hour, where could he possibly be? Zhou furrowed his brow, filled with perplexity. At this hour, where could someone go? Knock knock knock. Zhou increased his force, calling out, is anyone there? Though he risked disturbing the peace, he could not afford to be overly concerned at that moment. Who is it? It's the middle of the night. Are you trying to keep people from sleeping? A disgruntled voice emanated from within. Shortly thereafter, a robust man emerged, his eyes bleary with sleep, clad only in loose shorts. The most striking feature was a wound on his waist, as if he had suffered a grievous injury. We are police. Your brother has died. Are you aware of this matter? Zhou inquired directly. Dead? Was it an accident? Wang Daming's demeanor shifted, his eyes wide open. No, it was a homicide. It appeared this man was entirely oblivious to the situation. Homicide? Impossible. My elder brother is a simple man. He has never held a grudge against anyone. How could this be a murder? Wang Daming was utterly incredulous, but soon regained his composure and invited the two individuals, saying, please, come in and let us discuss this in detail. The residence was a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment, with the living room immediately visible upon entry. The sofa was impeccably clean, indicating that Wang Daming led a rather decent life on his own. Please, take a seat. Allow me to prepare some tea for you, he continued, bustling about and offering no opportunity for refusal. Before long, 2 cups of tea were placed before his guests. Thank you. Now, to return to the matter at hand, Mr. Wang, could you reflect once more on whether your brother had any enemies? Wait, it seems. Chapter 7, The Surveillance Dilemma. It appears that there is indeed something. Wang Daming's words instantly captured their attention. Please elaborate, Zhou urged, pulling out his portable notebook with renewed vigor. There was a man named Yang Lin, who managed a farmstay. His character was quite poor. He frequently pilfered items from the establishment to take home. Eventually, he was caught, and my brother directly handed him over to you. Because of this incident, Yang Lin could no longer find employment. Do you think he could be involved? That we cannot ascertain at this moment. We must conduct a thorough investigation to unveil the truth. We shall not wrong an innocent person, nor shall we overlook any wrongdoers. Zhou Tsang provided a non-committal response. Officers, I have but this one brother. The resolution of this case rests entirely upon your shoulders, Wang Daming said, wiping the tears that had spilled forth, overwhelmed with sorrow. Well, leave this matter to us. We shall investigate that Yang Lin. If he is indeed the true culprit, we shall not let him escape. It is quite astonishing that such a robust man would shed tears. In a moment of compassion, Zhou Tsang patted Wang Daming on the shoulder, offering solace. You have our gratitude. No need to see us off. We have troubled you enough. Nevertheless, Wang Daming warmly escorted the two downstairs, reminiscing about the past exploits of the brothers, revealing a deep bond between them. Xiaoqin, what are your thoughts? As soon as they settled into the car, Zhou Tsang could not restrain his curiosity. In matters of reading expressions, Qin Mu undoubtedly excelled beyond him. His demeanor was remarkably natural, devoid of any pretense. If he were the perpetrator, his composure in our presence would be exceedingly suspicious. Are you suggesting we can rule him out? Not precisely. What I mean is, if he were the murderer, it would pose a significant problem. A true criminal, when confronted by the police, may maintain an unsettling calmness, even engaging in discussions of past events. Such behavior typically indicates a habitual offender. Even the most unflinching individuals would display some signs of distress when faced with law enforcement. I see. Let us return and get some rest. We can seek out Yang Lin tomorrow. Since Yang Lin had been dismissed for some time, and Wang Daming rarely frequented the agritourism venues, he was unaware of Yang Lin's residence. This too requires investigation. Moreover, solving a case is not an endeavor that can be accomplished in a day. Without adequate rest, one's energy will surely wane, making the investigative process even more challenging. Indeed, Qin Mu nodded, feeling a touch of fatigue as his eyelids grew heavy, yearning for a night's rest. It would also provide an opportunity to await any new leads from Zhou Yingying. Upon returning to the police station, the two found a random spot to settle down for the night. The next morning, just as dawn began to break, Zhou Yingying roused them both. Hurry, come quickly. I've uncovered something, she exclaimed, shaking them awake. What is it? Zhou Tsang mumbled, his eyes bleary, but upon hearing of a discovery, he hastily sat up. What have you found? Qin Mu inquired, rubbing his face and maintaining his usual unhurried demeanor. The surveillance footage has discrepancies, Zhou Yingying revealed, sharing a startling piece of information. Zhou Tsang splashed water on his face, responding, let us take a look. The police station had a designated room for viewing recordings, a modest space indeed. As soon as the trio arrived, Zhou Yingying sprang into action. Do you see a small pebble at the entrance? She pointed at the screen displaying a tiny stone. What of that pebble? Zhou Tsang asked, somewhat perplexed. Just a moment, let me play it back, Zhou Yingying said, rapidly pressing the play button twice. Look, the pebble is gone, she exclaimed. The two leaned in closer, and indeed, the dark little stone had vanished. With neither person nor object in sight, how could a stone possibly move on its own? The implications were clear. The surveillance footage had been tampered with, and it required a certain level of expertise to execute such a manipulation. This was undoubtedly encouraging news. Moreover, the ability to access the surveillance room significantly narrowed down the list of potential suspects. Xiaoqin, please take Zhou Yingying to find Yang Lin. I will summon a few people to the farmhouse and inquire thoroughly with all those who possess such expertise in their establishment. Understood. Qin Mu nodded. Huh. Do I really have to go? Zhou Yingying adjusted her groggy head. She had not slept a wink the previous night. Could they not show her a little understanding? Senior sister, you can rest in the car for a while, Qin Mu smiled. We are short on manpower, so bear with it a bit. Once we finish our inquiries, I will ensure you have ample time to rest. Zhou Tsang sighed in resignation. This was unavoidable. They could not allow Qin Mu to venture alone, especially since he was still a novice, which compounded the issue. I'm merely venting a little. I never said I wouldn't go, Zhou Yingying remarked, grasping Qin Mu's arm. Junior, hurry and get in the car. I need to catch some sleep. You must drive smoothly. Leave it to me, Xiaoqin replied. This is Yang Lin's current address. I entrust it to you. Soon, they all dispersed, embarking on their respective missions. Yang Lin resided in an old apartment complex devoid of an elevator, and his rented flat was on the 6th floor. As the two ascended to the 6th floor, they encountered Yang Lin just as he emerged. Yang Lin was a man in his early 30s, sporting glasses and carrying a briefcase. Excuse me, could you please step aside? Both were dressed in casual attire, and Yang Lin assumed they were there to view the neighboring apartment. Are you Yang Lin? Zhou Yingying inquired. Indeed, that is me. Do you two have business with me? How could someone with such eloquence and politeness engage in theft? We are police officers seeking to inquire about a matter, and we would appreciate a moment of your time. Qin Mu presented his badge. Of course, but I would appreciate it if you could be swift. I have an interview today. This response did not surprise them, as Zhou Tsong had informed them that Yang Lin was indeed job hunting. However, due to a previous incident that had left a considerable impact, there was still a record at the bureau, rendering Yang Lin virtually unemployable. Are you aware that Wang Daqing has passed away? Qin Mu's inquiry caused a subtle shift in Yang Lin's expression. I am now. Yang Lin sighed, coming to comprehend the officer's purpose for approaching him. Could you tell me when Mr. Wang died? 7 days ago. Qin Mu recalled the date from the surveillance footage. Yang Lin exhaled deeply, patting his chest as he continued. Then I can rest easy. 7 days ago, I was actively seeking employment. If I recall correctly, I had an interview at a hotel. You are welcome to investigate at your convenience. Chapter 8. The Dismissed Manager. Yang Lin remained composed and exuded confidence. After all, he had indeed been at an interview. How could there be any issues? Then what is the reason behind your dismissal for theft? Please do not misunderstand, Mr. Yang. I merely noted your refined demeanor and comportment, which do not suggest such behavior. Qin Mu smiled, conveying his amicable intent. This was a simple tactic to foster rapport, as individuals tend to lower their defenses in the presence of those who exhibit sympathy towards them. The upheaval at home has brought laughter from both of you. Yet the fact remains that I did indeed steal. I bear no resentment. Yang Lin adjusted his glasses, and it was evident that his gaze was unclouded, devoid of any ulterior motives. May I inquire about the nature of this upheaval? Certainly. My mother fell ill and required a substantial sum of money. I borrowed extensively, yet I still fell short by 20,000, which compelled me to steal 2 bottles of wine from a countryside restaurant. However, those 2 bottles were meant for storage, and coincidentally, guests arrived the following day, leading to my exposure. Do you regret it? Yang Lin felt no remorse, for those 2 bottles had saved his mother's life. Given the opportunity to choose again, he would undoubtedly make the same decision, as he had no alternatives left. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Yang. I wish you success in your interview today. Qin Mu closed his portable notebook. This individual was truthful, with no necessity to deceive. The facts were evident and could be easily verified with a bit of investigation. Farewell, gentlemen. As Yang Lin reached the corner of the staircase, he abruptly halted. Should the perpetrator be found, please notify me, as the boss has assisted me greatly in the past. After uttering these words, Yang Lin departed completely. After a period of silence, Zhou Yingying inquired, what are your thoughts, Junior? This individual is unlikely to be the murderer. He lacks a motive, and moreover, he has been expelled. Returning to the countryside restaurant would undoubtedly attract attention. It is crucial to note that the remains of the deceased were discovered within the restaurant. Had this person been there, it would have been impossible for him to go unnoticed. It does not seem so to me. If we were to assert that Qin Mu's deductions are founded on substantial evidence, then it must be acknowledged that Zhou Yingying relies more on intuition. Having worked for 2 years, she is adept at discerning whether an individual is hypocritical or sincere. Undoubtedly, Yang Lin is a person of integrity, which leads Zhou Yingying to dismiss any notion of him being the perpetrator. While speculation may not yield definitive conclusions, the information gathered by Zhou Tsong serves to exonerate Yang Lin entirely. Investigations reveal that Yang Lin possesses a profound ignorance of electronics. Or perhaps it could be said that he is completely uninformed in this area. Zhou Tsong perused the documents in his hands. The investigation confirmed that since departing from the farmhouse, Yang Lin has indeed been actively seeking employment, with his whereabouts easily verifiable and corroborated by the business owners. His trail is remarkably clear. A simple inquiry reveals everything. Even the takeout he purchased during a meal can be traced. How could such a transparent individual possibly be the culprit? Regarding the surveillance footage, how has Brother Zhou's investigation progressed? Qin Mu inquired about the matter that concerned him most. I have already ascertained this point. The manager of the establishment, Zhang Fong, has a background in computing, and there are also 2 other individuals involved. Qin Mu accepted the documents handed over by Zhou Tsong and began to review them. Jiang Qi, currently a server at Old Wang's farmhouse, has a passion for photography and possesses notable expertise in video editing, with online videos that have received unanimous acclaim. Xing Wei, currently the captain of the security team, once ran a wedding planning business with his spouse and is familiar with photography and editing. Unfortunately, due to the poor management of their wedding company, it went bankrupt, leading him to take a position as a security guard here. After watching, Qin Mu inquired, is it possible for Jiang Qi to access the monitoring room? Strictly speaking, anyone could enter the monitoring room, as Zhou Tsong elucidated. This agritourism establishment, while bustling, only hosts a limited number of individuals who are all familiar with one another, making it quite ordinary to engage in casual conversations in the security room. Jiangqi particularly enjoyed taking advantage of his free time to chat in the monitoring room. For the security guard, there was his roommate. As for Zheng Wei and Zhang Fong, their roles as the head of security and the manager respectively granted them even greater freedom to enter the monitoring room. However, investigations revealed that none of these three individuals possessed any motive for committing the crime, which was precisely the source of Zhou Tsang's greatest frustration. Wang Daqing was universally regarded as a kind-hearted individual, incapable of offending anyone. There were no grievances between him and the three individuals. Why, then, would they target Wang Daqing? Initially, it was hoped that acquiring the surveillance footage would lead to a swift resolution of the case, but unexpectedly, it had led to a dead end. While there may be no apparent motive, the underlying circumstances could be quite different. I understand that, but it complicates the investigation, Zhou Tsang sighed deeply. It would be prudent for us to meet with these individuals once again. Only through first-hand observation and direct conversation could Qin Mu discern the true nature of these individuals and delve deeper into the matter. I am well aware of that. Tomorrow you shall accompany me on this endeavor, Zhou Tsang replied. I want to go too, Zhou Yingying exclaimed, poking her head out of the car. She had been too fatigued to stay awake, having slept throughout the ride, and Qin Mu had refrained from waking her upon arrival. If you wish to join, then by all means. Zhou Tsang nodded. Having an extra laborer was certainly a boon, and there was no way Zhou Tsang would refuse. With the day drawing to a close, they decided to return to the police station to file the documents. Zhou Tsang glanced at the time. Qin Mu had hardly noticed how swiftly the hours had passed. If his memory served him correctly, he had been working since morning, yet evening had arrived without his awareness. He chose to heed Zhou Ji's advice. Zhou Tsang nodded and drove the two back to the station. Inside the precinct, Zhao Yin was in a furious uproar, berating several officers to the point where they could hardly lift their heads. What could have provoked such wrath from Captain Zhao? Zhou Tsang approached a familiar colleague to inquire. It was still about that robbery-homicide case at the jewelry store, where someone had brazenly tossed a bag of gold into the police station on a motorcycle. After several days of relentless pursuit, they had finally located the motorcycle and traced its owner. Captain Zhao had sent them to follow the lead, but to their dismay, the suspect had vanished without a trace. Qin Mu listened intently, his brow furrowing. Was the act of discarding a bag of gold at the precinct meant to expose the true culprit, or was there another motive at play? It became evident that their efforts had not gone unnoticed. Without giving Qin Mu a moment to ponder further, Zhou Tsang led the two of them away. Knock, knock, knock. As Zhou Tsang rapped on the door, he called out, "Is anyone there?" Coming. Just when I finally managed to catch some decent sleep. You lot are here to disturb my peace at the crack of dawn. Grumbling voices echoed, and shortly after, the door creaked open with a click. Chapter 9. The suspect. Who are you? Asked a man, bare-chested and clad only in shorts, a yawn escaping his lips. Notably, there is a scar resembling a knife above his eyebrow. You are called Jiangqi, correct? Zhou Tsang revealed his police badge. Yes, I am Jiangqi. May I ask what brings you here? Upon seeing the badge, Jiangqi involuntarily trembled. This subtle gesture did not escape Qin Mu's observant gaze. Clearly, the individual harbored something amiss. A person who shivers in the presence of law enforcement must surely have a guilty conscience. Regarding the case of Wang Daqing's demise, I wish to inquire further, Zhou Tsang stated candidly. Hearing this, Jiangqi invited them into the room, and once seated, he spoke. Officer, feel free to ask whatever you wish. I have heard you possess considerable insight into editing. Indeed, I take pride in my skills in that area. The moment Jiangqi spoke of his expertise, a newfound confidence illuminated his eyes. Oh, I see. It is said you have your own works. Might you share them with us? Although Jiangqi was perplexed, he obediently retrieved his phone and opened an app named Oni-chan. Qin Mu raised an eyebrow, surprised that such a tall young man would have such an ostentatious name. Zhou Tsang casually selected a video, showcasing editing techniques that were remarkably professional. Even specialists might struggle to achieve better results. This individual undoubtedly possesses the capability to edit that surveillance footage. What are you all looking at? Jiangqi shyly took back his phone. He was not a social butterfly, merely an ordinary person, with several pairs of eyes scrutinizing his phone in a public setting. Jiangqi felt increasingly uncomfortable. No, speaking of which, how much do you know about the deceased? Zhou Tsang began to probe subtly. Our boss is truly a good person. How could he have passed away at such a young age? Jiangqi sighed deeply, a hint of melancholy in his tone. However, it is precisely because he is too good-hearted that he sometimes unwittingly offends others. This statement piqued the interest of the others. Qin Mu inquired, what do you mean by that? I have heard nothing but praise for your boss from the people in your establishment. Zhang Fong, our manager, you know him, right? Zhou Tsang quickly produced a portable notebook. He appears to be exceedingly respectful towards our boss, yet he may harbor considerable resentment. It was because our boss lent money to his wife that she left him, taking their son with her. The group was unaware of this detail. If true, It cast a significant shadow of suspicion upon Zhang Fang. How did you come to know of this? Qin Mu pressed further. Such an important matter had not reached their ears before. He mentioned it himself. It was just the two of us, and after a few drinks, he revealed it. Jiang Qi shook his head and continued, in my opinion, our boss may have been murdered by him. Whether this is true or false, we shall investigate thoroughly. Let us now turn our attention to your matters, Zhou Tsang noted, circling their earlier conversation in his notebook. After posing a few more questions, the group finally departed. It now seemed evident that Zhang Fang was indeed a prime suspect. There was no other option, after extensive inquiries. They had ultimately concluded that Zhang Fang possessed a motive for murder. There is no rush. Let us take another look at Zhang Fang. Qin Mu maintained his leisurely demeanor. Junior, you appear quite confident. Have you made any discoveries? Zhou Yingying inquired with curiosity. To her, Qin Mu's calmness exuded confidence. No, I have merely grown accustomed to this. Only by remaining composed can one keep the mind alert, Qin Mu replied, shaking his head. All right, let's proceed. Zhou Tsang closed his portable notebook and briskly walked towards the elevator. Knock, knock, knock. In the corridor, Zhou Tsang rapped on Zhang Fang's door. What brings you all here? Unlike Jiang Qi, Zhang Fang recognized Qin Mu and his companions. The events of that evening were still fresh in his memory, and he felt a twinge of fear that they might have come to confront him about the past. We wish to inquire about Wang Daqing, Zhou Tsang stated plainly. Please, come in. The apartment was a 3-bedroom unit, impeccably tidy, adorned with a family portrait. The photograph featured 3 individuals. The other 2 were presumably Zhang Fang's wife and child. Manager Zhang is already married? Zhou Tsang remarked as if engaging in casual conversation. Indeed, Zhang Fang replied, visibly exhaling deeply at the mention of the topic, clearly reluctant to delve further into it. Perhaps we should focus on the matter at hand. Zhou Tsang nodded and continued. I have heard that you once worked in programming? That is correct. I was once a programmer. Therefore, you must be quite adept at video editing and similar tasks, correct? Zhou Tsang had already obtained definitive information, yet he proceeded to probe further. Should Zhang Fang be found to be lying, coupled with previous events, Zhou Tsang would be able to ascertain that this individual harbored deceitful intentions. Editing was merely a pastime. Previously, he had dabbled in editing family videos, which hardly held any significance. It became evident that programmers adept in electronic matters indeed learn swiftly. Officer, you may have misunderstood. There is little correlation between programming and video editing. This misconception is common, where many believe that programmers possess comprehensive knowledge of computers. In reality, at times, they too require a reboot. Moreover, the art of video editing necessitates proficiency in software usage, rather than mere programming skills. I see now. My apologies for the misunderstanding. Zhou Tsang smiled, feeling enlightened. This individual seemed to be sincere in his words. However, I have heard that manager Zhang's wife has left him, taking their child with her. What is the story behind that? Zhang Fang's expression shifted dramatically. First, his face flushed with anger, then it turned a pallid shade. Before he could respond, Zhou Tsang continued. Moreover, it is said that the departure of manager Zhang's wife is somehow connected to Wang Daqing. At this revelation, Zhang Fang's complexion turned ashen, and after a prolonged moment of discomfort, he finally regained his composure. You must have heard this from Jiang Qi. I indeed let slip this scandal while intoxicated. Thus, you are suspecting me? Indeed, we are suspecting you. Your motive for murder appears quite substantial, Zhou Yingying exclaimed, slapping the table and raising an eyebrow. This moment rendered Zhang Fang speechless, and he quickly exclaimed, I haven't. I truly haven't. Believe me. Zhou Yingying, take a seat. This is not a criminal suspect. Zhou Tsang cast a stern glance at Zhou Yingying, who reluctantly complied and sat down. The two exchanged knowing smiles, an unspoken understanding lingering in the air. Nearby, Qin Mu observed the interplay of one playing the antagonist and the other the protagonist, and chuckled, Manager Zhang. Mere words cannot compel our belief. Sighing, Zhang Fang began to recount his tale. 2 years prior, he discovered that his wife had been unfaithful and that their child was not his. This revelation led to a tumultuous confrontation. In a drastic turn, his wife attempted to reconnect with her former lover, yet was hindered by her lack of funds, as Zhang Fang managed the family's finances. In desperation, she sought assistance from Wang Daqing, who, unaware of the circumstances, lent her 1,000 yuan. With this money, she vanished without a trace, leaving Zhang Fang unable to finalize their divorce, thus remaining in a state akin to remarriage. So, you harbor resentment towards Wang Daqing? Zhou Tsang interjected, breaking Zhang Fang's reverie. How could that be? My boss learned of the situation and promptly came to apologize. Subsequently, he appointed me as manager. I've come to terms with it. What is lost. Why force the issue? Regardless, the child is not mine, and my relationship with my wife is tenuous at best. Even if the boss refuses to lend her money, I would still expel her. Zhang Fang's emotions were somewhat agitated. Anyone who has endured being a green-headed turtle for so many years while also supporting another's child would undoubtedly harbor resentment. Had Wang Daqing not lent money to that woman, Zhang Fong might have resorted to drastic measures. In fact, he indeed contemplated such actions at the time and was prepared to act, but fortunately, Wang Daqing offered the loan, thus averting a potential homicide. In the aftermath, a calmer Zhang Fong felt immensely relieved. However, he dared not share this with Zhou Tsang and the others, fearing that revealing such thoughts might deepen their suspicions, which would lead to complications. I understand. We shall take our leave now, Zhou Tsang remarked, jotting down Zhang Fong's name in his notebook, encircling it. This was Zhou Tsang's habit. A circled entry indicated a matter of significance, a task, or a suspect. In Zhou Tsang's perspective, Zhang Fong was highly suspect. This was merely his side of the story, and given the limited knowledge surrounding the matter, one could not place complete trust in it nor ascertain whether Zhang Fong was concealing anything. Esteemed colleagues, I hope you can investigate Zheng Wei. Zhang Fong disclosed a bombshell as they reached the doorway. Qin Mu inquired slowly, why? What is so special about this individual? Their next destination was indeed Zheng Wei's residence. However, this matter was scarcely known, and Zheng Wei was already one of the 3 suspects. This realization caused Qin Mu to grow increasingly vigilant. Could it be that this fellow was aware of their intention to seek out Zheng Wei? No, that seemed improbable. Soon, Qin Mu dismissed the speculation. Beyond the 3 candidates they considered, only a few other officers remained. Zhang Fong was merely the manager of a rural guest house and lacked the capacity for such grand undertakings. Consequently, only one possibility remained. Zheng Wei indeed had issues. Zheng Wei served as the head of security at their guest house and had an affinity for gambling. Yet he invariably lost. Over the years, he had accumulated an unquantifiable debt, all borrowed from his employer. After articulating his thoughts, Zhang Fong fell silent, confident that the officers grasped his implication. Was the murder of Wang Daqing intended to evade repayment? This seemed rather implausible. Unless Zheng Wei exterminated Wang Daqing's entire family, he would still be indebted. Moreover, Wang Daqing had a child, which meant that even in death, Zheng Wei would still owe money. However, if Zheng Wei were indeed ignorant of the law, the scenario might be conceivable. Although the notion that one's debts dissipate upon death is not applicable in contemporary society, some legal ignoramuses may still subscribe to this belief. Thank you, Qin Mu expressed his gratitude, following Zhou Tsang. Zheng Wei was, in fact, a legal novice. He had not completed middle school and had ventured into the world for several years before finally settling at Lao Wang's guest house. Officers, what brings you to me? Zheng Wei inquired, appearing to be a robust man with calloused hands. Records indicated that he returned home to assist during harvest season, which seemed consistent with his character. Yet how could such a man become entangled with gambling? We would like to inquire if you previously operated a wedding planning company. Indeed. In the early days after leaving school, I was utterly inexperienced and spent several years laboring at a wedding planning company. Gradually, as I became acquainted with the staff, I began to learn the art of photography and similar skills. Zheng Wei recounted his journey candidly. Once I had acquired sufficient knowledge, I borrowed some funds and established a wedding planning business in my hometown. This venture ultimately allowed me to fulfill my dream of marrying my wife. However, the first couple of years were challenging due to a downturn in the market, leading to the collapse of the business. With no other skills at my disposal, I sought employment to earn a living, which is when I caught the attention of Wang Daqing and became the head of security at Lao Wang's farmhouse. I found satisfaction in this role. I heard you have a gambling problem. After a brief conversation, Zhou Tsang redirected the topic. I was truly reckless back then. At the mention of this, Zheng Wei slapped himself in frustration. This misstep nearly cost him his marriage. Had it not been for Wang Daqing lending him a sum of money to settle his gambling debts, he might have found himself in a far worse situation. Ironically, it was Wang Daqing's generosity that prevented him from providing financial assistance to Yang Lin, which compelled Yang Lin to steal 2 bottles of liquor, ultimately resulting in his dismissal and a brief stint in jail. Fortunately for Yang Lin, Wang Daqing claimed the value of the stolen alcohol was over 1,000 yuan, and since it was Yang Lin's first offense, he was released rather quickly. Otherwise, he might still be incarcerated. How much did you borrow from Wang Daqing? Qin Mu inquired. This figure was crucial in determining whether Zheng Wei might harbor any murderous intent. 400,000. Zheng Wei gritted his teeth as he disclosed the amount. 400,000 is an astronomical figure for a man hailing from a rural background. It can even be deemed a considerable burden for many families. Qin Mu subsequently inquired. That is no small sum. How do you intend to repay it? I shall repay a bit each month until it is settled. Should I pass away prematurely, my son will take on the responsibility, Zheng Wei replied without a hint of hesitation. If a lump sum repayment is not feasible, then I shall repay gradually. Tightening my belt if necessary, repayment is imperative. Your son, at such a tender age, will become a wealthy heir. Zhou Tsang marked an open circle next to Zheng Wei's name, signifying that he could potentially be a suspect, though it remains uncertain. However, one thing is clear, Zheng Wei possesses a motive. Currently, Zhang Fang appears to be the primary suspect, with Zheng Wei being somewhat less implicated. Yet, at that moment, Zheng Wei revealed a startling piece of information. Chapter 11. Coercion. Jiang Qi had once threatened the boss. This was a scene that Zheng Wei had witnessed firsthand. On certain occasions, Jiang Qi would summon Wang Daqing, who consistently complied without protest, the implications of which were unmistakable. Furthermore, Zheng Wei had observed Wang Daqing handing a substantial sum of money to Jiang Qi, his expression one of terror as he implored Jiang Qi. Qin Mu recalled the somewhat panicked demeanor Jiang Qi exhibited when they first encountered him. When these details converged, it became increasingly plausible that Zheng Wei was telling the truth. Zhou Tsang glanced at Qin Mu, understanding the silent exchange, and remarked, "Without tangible evidence, how can we trust your claims?" This was meant to be a ruse to ensnare Zheng Wei, yet to our surprise, he truly took the bait. "Indeed, there is evidence. Behold. This is a photograph I discreetly captured at the time." Zheng Wei hastily retrieved his phone, delved into his album, and after a brief search, he finally located the image. The photograph depicted Wang Daqing handing a stack of money to Jiang Qi, while the subsequent image seemed to show Wang Daqing pleading for something. After Qin Mu documented several images, he spoke, "Thank you for your cooperation. We will conduct a thorough investigation." These photographs were sufficient to constitute extortion, necessitating another visit to Jiang Qi. "Shall I send you the photographs?" "Certainly, that would be most agreeable." Zhou Tsang nodded and accepted the images sent by Zheng Wei. The trio then hastened directly to Jiang Qi's residence. "What brings you back here?" Jiang Qi appeared noticeably anxious. Could they have uncovered her past deeds? The mere thought of her previous actions sent waves of panic through her. "Did you once extort Wang Daqing?" Zhou Tsang inquired sternly, his gaze fixed intently upon Jiang Qi. This method of oppressive questioning suited Zhou Tsang remarkably well. Jiang Qi's demeanor was one of defeat as she hastily replied, "No, I did not. He offered it to me voluntarily." "Nonsense. Who in their right mind would gift money to another?" Zhou Yingying interjected firmly. "That is not the case. I genuinely had no knowledge of it. He believed I was aware of the situation, but in truth, I was completely oblivious. However, to ensure my silence, he insisted on delivering money to me." "Please articulate your thoughts clearly." Qin Mu finally reassured Jiang Qi. Under a barrage of sticks and sweet dates, Jiang Qi quickly divulged the entire affair. Initially, it was a mere coincidence. Jiang Qi witnessed Wang Daqing embroiled in a heated argument with Wang Daming, which persisted for quite some time. Due to the distance, Jiang Qi was unable to discern their words, and ultimately, the disagreement concluded with both parties parting on unfriendly terms. At that moment, Wang Daqing happened to stride towards Jiang Qi, only to spot him. To this day, Jiang Qi cannot forget the expression on Wang Daqing's face, ferocious and menacing, with bloodshot eyes as he growled, "Did you see everything?" This utterly shattered Jiang Qi's perception of Wang Daqing, who had always been regarded as a kind-hearted individual by others. He never imagined such a side existed. Indeed, those who engage in business often possess a ruthless demeanor. Jiang Qi was momentarily taken aback and instinctively nodded. "Yes." Wang Daqing remained silent for a considerable time before patting Jiang Qi on the shoulder, stating, "Please don't speak of this to anyone. Consider it a plea from your older brother. I won't say a word, I promise." This was, in fact, Jiang Qi's genuine assertion, as he had not truly heard what the two were discussing. "All right, rest assured, I won't treat you unfairly in the future." It was at that moment that Jiang Qi's privileges began, allowing him to leave his post freely and enter any location at will. After several instances of receiving monetary gifts, Jiang Qi's greed began to swell, leading him to engage in extortion. The photograph capturing Wang Daqing's pleading expression was a result of Jiang Qi's exorbitant demands. "You are suspected of extortion. Please accompany us." Without hesitation, Zhou Tsang adorned Jiang Qi with a silver bracelet. Upon entering the precinct, a more thorough investigation into this individual could be conducted. If he is indeed the perpetrator, it would be most fortuitous, should he prove innocent. The extortion charges would suffice to land him in trouble. Is his motive for murder insufficient? Zhou Yingying raised a question. "Not necessarily," Qin Mu interjected. "If Wang Daqing intended to eliminate a witness and Jiang Qi fought back, ultimately killing Wang Daqing, such a scenario is plausible. This possibility looms large. Wang Daqing does not appear to be an upstanding citizen and may well resort to desperate measures. Therefore, our next step should be to inquire about Wang Daming," Zhou Yingying asserted, striking her waist in determination. Throughout the day, they had been on the move. Even with a vehicle, their discomfort was palpable. "I'll handle this. You two take this miscreant back to the station," Zhou Tsang volunteered, assuming responsibility. "Certainly. Thank you, Brother Zhou." Zhou Yingying replied with evident delight as she hopped into the car. "Farewell, Brother Zhou." Qin Mu pressed the accelerator, unceremoniously depositing Zhou Tsang by the roadside. "That is my vehicle." Zhou Tsang snapped back to reality, ultimately conceding with a sigh. "Next time we respond to a call, we must ensure an additional car is available. Should any unexpected developments arise, it would allow us to transport someone back, just as we are doing now." Qin Mu exhibited commendable driving skills, arriving at the police station in no time. As soon as Jiang Qi was escorted into the interrogation room, Qin Mu was met with Zhao Yan's exasperated voice. "Alas, I am at a loss for words regarding you all. None of you can withstand the pressure. How many days have passed? The evidence has been presented, yet you still cannot locate the suspect." The initial fervor in his voice had dissipated, replaced by a profound sense of resignation. "Brother Zhang, why has team leader Zhao begun to vent his frustrations once more?" Qin Mu approached a middle-aged man, who bore a scar on his face. If Qin Mu remembered correctly, this individual was named Zhang, and it was only fitting to address him as Brother Zhang. This was in connection with the notorious twin bandits robbery case. The relatives of the victims from a decade ago had come looking for answers, and they had some ties to Captain Zhao, placing him under considerable pressure. Zhang provided an explanation. The twin bandits? This was the first time Qin Mu had heard that term. Indeed, during that era, law enforcement was not as robust as it is today. Motorcycle gangs and robbers were rampant, and the name of the twin bandits loomed large in their community. The two criminals had no scruples, stealing anything they desired, only to vanish without a trace, likely having fled to another region, which explained why the case remained unresolved. Understanding dawned on Qin Mu, and he nodded in acknowledgement. At that time, surveillance was not widespread, making it exceedingly difficult to track down those elusive robbers, and their sudden disappearance rendered the task even more daunting, akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Thus, when the stolen goods were discarded in front of their precinct a few days ago, it was nothing short of a provocation. Zhang expressed his frustration, as his team was united in their resolve to apprehend those two scoundrels. Yet, despite their relentless efforts, they could not locate the motorcyclist. As if he had evaporated into thin air. "Keep pushing forward," Qin Mu said with a smile, stepping away from Zhang. He had to focus on the case involving Wang Daqing and could not afford to be distracted. Just then, Zhou Tsang returned, bringing news about Wang Daming. Chapter 12. Explosive news. Zhou Tsang revealed a sensational piece of information. Wang Daqing's son is indeed Wang Daming's. No wonder the two had quarreled. If they hadn't, that would have been truly abnormal. "TSK, the world of the affluent is indeed chaotic," Zhou Yingying remarked, astounded. It became clear that Wang Daqing likely believed Jiang Qi was aware of this matter, prompting him to implore Jiang Qi to keep it confidential. Qin Mu furrowed his brow slightly. Had so much money been spent merely to conceal a family disgrace? This was not a point of doubt, but rather Qin Mu's personal suspicion, which he chose not to voice. After a long day, it was time to return and rest properly, Zhou Tsang suggested as he glanced at the time. Their case had become less daunting. They had at least identified several suspects, marking a significant breakthrough. Their next focus would be to locate the victim's remaining organs and ascertain the cause of death. If they could find the stomach, it would be even better, as it might reveal whether there were any other substances within the deceased's belly. "All right," Zhou Yingying responded cheerfully. They were human after all. It had been a day and night without proper rest, and even Iron Men have their limits. "Okay," Qin Mu said, rubbing his stiff neck, yearning for a moment of genuine relaxation to rejuvenate his mind. Ultimately, it was Zhou Yingying who drove Qin Mu home, as she possessed a vehicle while he did not, leaving him with no alternative. Qin Mu resides in an aged residential complex, where leaves flutter down in the breeze and elderly men and women engage in leisurely conversations by the roadside. Upon seeing Qin Mu, they eagerly approach him, expressing their intent to find him a bride. Having grown up in this community, he shares a warm familiarity with these individuals who have watched him blossom from childhood. After politely declining several offers from the elderly, Qin Mu returns home. Upon entering, he is greeted by a shoe rack bearing only a handful of pairs of shoes, while the once lustrous wooden floor now reflects the passage of time. The entire space exudes a nostalgic atmosphere, particularly the bulky television in the living room, which transports one back to many years past. The house is impeccably clean, a testament to the diligence of its occupant. "You're back?" On the balcony, a middle-aged man removes his glasses and sets down the newspaper in his hand, a faint smile gracing his lips, indicating his joy. Lu Bo, Qin Mu's adoptive father, elicits a smile from Qin Mu. Qin Mu, unaware of Lu Bo's name, simply calls him by the affectionate title. He is grateful to have encountered Lu Bo, otherwise, he would not be who he is today. "Have you been busy lately?" Lu Bo's tone carries a hint of displeasure. Indeed, Qin Mu has been somewhat occupied. He brushes off the comment with a smile, opting not to elaborate. Even amidst busyness, one must prioritize health. "Do share your experiences with me." "Certainly." Qin Mu proceeds to recount the details of the Wang Daqing dismemberment case to Lu Bo. Lu Bo is a capable individual, and the skills Qin Mu possesses today are largely attributed to Lu Bo's mentorship. By discussing the case with Lu Bo, there may be potential for new insights. Qin Mu. One must not merely focus on the surface of events, it is essential to consider the broader context. Upon hearing Lu Bo's words, Qin Mu understood that Lu Bo had undoubtedly uncovered something significant, yet he would not divulge it, merely offering a subtle reminder. This was for Qin Mu's benefit. It was through gradual trials that one could grow stronger. Indeed, I shall ponder this further, Qin Mu nodded. Do not overexert yourself. That incident occurred over a decade ago. Perhaps the perpetrator has already met their demise. Lu Bo reassured him with a gentle pat on the shoulder. If they are dead, then I shall unearth their grave. Qin Mu replied with a chilling smile. You are quite obstinate. Once your mind is set, not even a herd of oxen could sway you. Very well, pursue your path. But I must express my reluctance to see a parent bury their child, Lu Bo stated. After a moment of reflection, Qin Mu responded, I understand. The enmity towards my parents cannot go unavenged. I shall certainly uncover the truth of that matter, as it has become a burden upon my heart. Now, let us prepare for breakfast, Lu Bo concluded, choosing not to elaborate further. He recognized Qin Mu's intelligence and his ability to weigh the consequences. He had faith that Qin Mu would handle the situation adeptly. A warm breakfast passed swiftly, and Qin Mu reclined in bed, contemplating Lu Bo's words. However, it wasn't long before slumber overtook him. The following day, Qin Mu arrived at the police station early, motivated by a new discovery. The detectives who had changed shifts yesterday had unearthed 2 additional dismembered fragments of the victim at the countryside resort. Only the head remained missing. Once it was found, all remnants of the victim would be gathered. This feels reminiscent of collecting Dragon Balls, having to gather everything piece by piece. The forensic pathologist chuckled, offering a teasing remark. The forensic expert, Wang Gang, graduated 2 years ago, and within this brief span, he has evolved into a remarkably capable forensic practitioner. It is evident how this environment fosters ambition and growth. All right, Xiao Wang, let us examine the stomach. Perhaps we might uncover something intriguing, Zhou remarked, a hint of weariness evident in his tone. Understood, Wang Gang replied with a smile, commencing the dissection. Qin Mu observed the dismembered remains nearby, deep in contemplation. Zhou Gu, do you think these body parts bear similarities? A bold conjecture began to take shape in Qin Mu's mind. What similarities? The legs and arms are unusually robust. How could they possibly be alike? Zhou retorted, casting a fleeting glance before diverting his attention. Thus, it follows that there would be more fragments adjacent to the arms than those near the legs. Qin Mu's words prompted Zhou to turn back abruptly. Are you suggesting? Zhou pupils dilated in disbelief as he gazed at Qin Mu, then quickly inquired of Wang Gang. Where is your scale? Just below? Wang Gang nonchalantly indicated a spot. Zhou swiftly retrieved the scale, beckoning Qin Mu, let us weigh this. What are you doing weighing it now? Wang Gang asked, perplexed. Assuming they intended to weigh Hu Che. It was only when he observed Hu Che carrying the fragments that realization dawned upon him. 7, 8 kilograms. 7, 9 kilograms. 8 kilograms. After weighing every part, both men were met with astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. If one were to include the head, which had yet to be located, the total weight of the 10 parts would sum to approximately 80 kilograms, coincidentally the weight of an adult male. No wonder that every time body fragments are discovered, there are always some pieces of flesh. It seems it was all to accumulate the requisite 8 kilograms. Zhou suddenly comprehended this, yet new questions arose in his mind. However, why was it that some weights were slightly less? Was it possible that the murderer did not contemplate such details? It could be that the murderer was compelled by certain factors to result in this discrepancy. Qin Mu smiled, having grasped the crux of the matter. Subsequently, Wang Gang also dissected the stomach. I will take this to the forensic lab for analysis, he declared. The results of the analysis further substantiated Qin Mu's conjecture. Chapter 13. The puzzle of body dissection inside the stomach. There was C17H2014S, as reported by the forensic department. In simpler terms, this substance is olanzapine, a novel atypical antipsychotic. Ingesting it in substantial quantities can induce a deep coma, even more potent than ether. Someone had deliberately caused the victim to lapse into unconsciousness. Zhou quickly sensed the pivotal information. The individual who intentionally induced the victim's coma could only be the murderer. This implies that whoever had recently procured this substance would be under significant suspicion. The information department swiftly relayed the news. The one who purchased olanzapine was none other than the victim, Wang Daqing. It appeared that the deceased had experienced some mental health issues and frequently took olanzapine to stabilize his condition and ensure restful sleep. However, the quantity of olanzapine found in the stomach was far too excessive for the deceased to have ingested on his own. Thus, It could only be concluded that he had been coerced into consuming it or had ingested it unknowingly. The murderer must have had access to the victim, administering the victim's medication to induce a state of unconsciousness and subsequently executing a series of dismemberments. Let us revisit the farmhouse. Perhaps we can uncover such a drug. Zhou Cong made an immediate decision. Coincidentally, Qin Mu also wished to visit the farmhouse. Thus he readily agreed. All right. The trio hurriedly made their way to the farmhouse, accompanied by Zhou Yingying, who had been dispatched by Team Zhao due to a pressing need for personnel. Zhou Yingying, possessing experience in casework, was accustomed to such temporary assignments, having been seconded numerous times before. The farmhouse appeared desolate. The incident involving Wang Daqing had been exposed, leading to the collapse of old Wang's establishment, which now struggled to attract customers and remained under lockdown, preventing any staff from entering. Consequently, the place was in a state of decline. Upon entering, Qin Mu expressed his thoughts. Brother Zhou, let us check the kitchen first. What have you discovered? Zhou Cong's eyes brightened. Although their acquaintance was relatively short, Zhou Cong recognized that Qin Mu was not one to speak without purpose. His words always carried weight. There is something, though I am not entirely certain. Let us go to the kitchen. Certainty will come with observation. The kitchen retained its original state, with knives hanging on one wall and spatulas and ladles neatly arranged nearby. Without sparing these items a glance, Qin Mu proceeded directly to the bone saw and activated the switch. Brother, go to the cold storage and fetch a pig's leg. The words of Qin Mu ignited a spark in Zhou Cong's eyes, as he began to grasp the implications of his conjecture. If this were the case, it was highly probable. With this thought in mind, Zhou Cong hurried to the cold storage and retrieved a pig's leg. Qin Mu placed the leg on the bone-cutting machine. Due to its prolonged freezing, ice shards flew about, but they were merely shards of ice. In no time, the pig's leg was cleaved in two. I understand now, Zhou Yingying exclaimed in epiphany. The perpetrator was frozen before being cut by this machine, which explains the absence of any bloodstains. Moreover, the variation in the weight of the dismembered body parts was elucidated by the melting of the ice, leading to discrepancies in mass. Let's examine the cold storage. Since the deceased had been here, there might be residual evidence left behind. Zhou Cong could hardly contain his smile. This was a significant breakthrough, confirming the manner of the victim's demise, a monumental advancement for their investigation. Inside the cold storage, the three donned layers of padded jackets, meticulously searching the shelves, the floor, and the corners. After an indeterminate amount of time, Zhou Yingying excitedly called out, I found it. Well done. Zhou Cong leaned closer, discovering a dark hair approximately 5 or 6 centimeters in length. The cold storage was filled with poultry and fish. Such black hair could solely belong to a human. Let us take it back for analysis. It could potentially belong to someone else, Qin Mu suggested, exhibiting a more cautious demeanor. This is a cold storage facility where meat is preserved. Others may also come to retrieve ingredients, and if a mix-up occurs, it would be quite embarrassing. Indeed. Zhou Yingying nodded in agreement. To be safe, they searched for a while longer, yet they found nothing further. The three individuals could only return to the police station. After confirmation from the forensic department, it was established that the hair belonged to the deceased. This undoubtedly corroborated Qin Mu's suspicions. Good lad, even in ancient times, you would undoubtedly be a renowned detective, Zhou Cong remarked, patting Qin Mu on the shoulder. He had just reported the matter, after which Zhao Yan had erupted in anger, summoning the group of detectives responsible for the duo's robbery and unleashing a torrent of reprimands upon them. With Zhou Cong as a shining example, Zhao Yan had berated a middle-aged man mercilessly. However, Qin Mu found himself at a loss. The perpetrator remained at large, and the case could not be deemed solved within a mere 2 days. Out of the 3 suspects, Jiang Qi had completely cleared himself of any suspicion. According to his account in the interrogation room, he had a peculiar hobby of providing warmth to underprivileged young women, visiting them almost every night and returning home afterward. His lifestyle was essentially a linear routine, leaving no time for criminal activity. Yet, this revelation slightly exacerbated Jiang Qi's culpability, leading to the successful apprehension of a group of lawbreakers by their department. Thus, their subsequent investigative focus shifted to Zheng Wei and Zhang Fong, who were the prime suspects. Nevertheless, Qin Mu held a different perspective. He recalled Lu Bo's words about maintaining a broader outlook. Such wisdom was certainly not without merit. Lu Bo was not prone to frivolity. Before Qin Mu could ponder further, Zhou Cong set off with the 2 men. This time, they took 2 vehicles, as Zhou Cong intended to bring both individuals back for further investigation at their residences to uncover any potential leads. It was at Zhang Fong's home that they discovered the medication olanzapine. In the interrogation room, Zhou Cong, with a grave expression, faced Zhang Fong and inquired, Zhang Fong, please elucidate your intentions regarding this olanzapine. I don't know. I truly have no idea how such a substance ended up in my home. Officer, you must believe me. I have never encountered this before, Zhang Fong pleaded earnestly. You've never seen it? Have you not witnessed Wang Daqing consume it? Zhou Tsang slammed his hand on the table, causing Zhang Fong to tremble in fear. I have seen it, he stammered. Then why did you claim you had never seen it? At this moment, the likelihood of Zhang Fong being the murderer soared to at least 80%. Just after the discovery of olanzapine in the victim's stomach, it was found in his residence. There was no doubt he was implicated. I truly had no involvement. That was my boss's medication. What does it have to do with me? Besides, it's merely a bottle of medicine. Isn't that rather ordinary? Zhang Fong protested, feeling aggrieved. He could not comprehend why such a fuss was being made over a simple bottle of medication. It utterly bewildered him. The autopsy revealed a significant amount of olanzapine residue in the victim's body, which was the primary reason the victim fell into a coma before being dismembered by the murderer. Qin Mu's words rendered Zhang Fong momentarily speechless. What? How is that possible? Zhang Fong's face was etched with disbelief. He now understood why Zhou Tsang had adopted such a stern demeanor toward him. Without clarifying the origins of this olanzapine, he would be left without any defense. It's impossible. It couldn't have been me. How could I kill my boss? Please believe me. I truly did not do it. Zhang Fong, in a state of panic, continued to ramble incessantly, which only heightened Qin Mu's suspicions. Perhaps this individual is truly not the perpetrator. His evident panic in the face of such circumstances belies any capacity for dismemberment. If he were merely feigning, Qin Mu finds it implausible. Zhang Fong's reaction earlier aligns perfectly with that of someone confronted with an utterly unacceptable reality. Particularly telling are his dilated pupils, which reveal the extent of his shock upon divulging the matter. Now, calm yourself. We shall return shortly to take your statement, Zhou Tsang remarked, closing the folder and exiting the interrogation room without a backward glance. The evidence is indisputable. A bottle of olanzapine suffices to implicate Zhang Fong, unless he can provide a coherent explanation. Within the interrogation chamber, Zhang Fong sat despondently, his mind racing. He could not fathom how a bottle of olanzapine could possibly exist in his home. His employer had never visited, and no one had been there recently. If one were to consider the past month wait, there was one. Suddenly, he recalled a familiar face and shouted, I know who placed the olanzapine in my house. I know. Yet, no one paid him any heed. How infuriating. Was he truly to bear the burden of imprisonment for that individual? Unbeknownst to him, Qin Mu had overheard every word. Regarding the person Zhang Fong mentioned, Qin Mu had formed a hypothesis. No, a certainty. Lu Bo was correct. One must maintain a comprehensive perspective when undertaking matters. He had unraveled the entire case. And now he lacked only the most crucial evidence, sufficient proof to definitively condemn the true culprit. It must be acknowledged that that individual exhibits a remarkable level of caution in his endeavors. This is certainly not his first act of murder, for he possesses an abundance of confidence, leaving no trace behind. In such circumstances, gathering evidence proves to be exceedingly difficult, especially considering that the deceased had been dead for an indeterminate number of days. It is virtually impossible to ascertain the time of death, which constitutes a pivotal aspect of this case. If the time of death could be established, the direction of the investigation would become evident. The victim was initially frozen to death in a cold storage facility, and following dismemberment, endured an additional 7 days. Thus, Qin Mu speculates that the individual was likely placed in the cold storage approximately 10 days prior. Given the nature of the perpetrator, it is reasonable to assume he would have allowed sufficient time for the victim to freeze thoroughly. Furthermore, from the accounts of various employees, it was revealed that the boss had not been present for the past 14 days. Consequently, it can be reasonably concluded that the crime took place during the 4-day interval between the 14 and 10-day marks. Ideally, it would be beneficial for Zhou Yingying to review the surveillance footage once more. However, before Qin Mu could initiate this action, a lead regarding the perpetrator emerged from Zhang Wei. Approximately half a month prior, the second boss had visited the establishment, during which a heated argument ensued between the two bosses, culminating in an unsatisfactory resolution. It was from that day onward that the primary boss ceased to frequent the establishment, claiming a need for respite. Nevertheless, one can empathize, as such a fierce altercation would undoubtedly leave the primary boss seething with anger. Do you recall the details of their quarrel? Qin Mu inquired further. Zhang Wei recollected that the second boss had expressed sentiments along the lines of, "Do you even consider my sacrifices?" To which the primary boss retorted, "I am doing this for your own good," leading to an escalating dispute. Zhang Wei reflected carefully, his memory unwaveringly clear. The atmosphere at that moment was quite overwhelming. With a large crowd gathered to observe, a memory etched clearly in his mind. "Thank you," Qin Mu nodded. "What is the matter, Xiao Qin? Do you suspect Wang Daming is the culprit?" Zhou Tsang expressed his confusion. "After all, it is quite normal for brothers to quarrel. I do harbor such a suspicion," Qin Mu candidly admitted, as it was indeed his belief. Zhang Fong had already been apprehended. It was only a matter of time before he confessed. Zhou Tsang chuckled softly. suggesting that while it is beneficial for the youth to ponder deeply, overthinking can lead one into a dead end. The case, in truth, was rather straightforward, not as convoluted as it seemed. I shall conduct further inquiries, Qin Mu insisted. You may investigate as you wish, but do bear one thing in mind. Understood, Qin Mu replied, turning to depart. Where are you headed, junior brother? Just as he stepped outside, he encountered the eagerly waiting Zhou Yingying. I wish to visit the farmhouse. The victim is still missing their head, and it is highly likely that there are locations we have yet to discover. All body parts were found either at the farmhouse or in its vicinity, indicating that the murderer is likely hiding in various places. I will accompany you, Zhou Yingying volunteered. You too? Indeed, I feel that Zhang Fang does not appear to be the perpetrator. I sense there is another involved. Zhou Yingying spoke in a conspiratorial tone, lowering her voice as if fearing eavesdroppers. What a coincidence, I share the same sentiment. Then it's settled, I shall drive you to the farmhouse. Without further ado, the two set off in the car towards the farmhouse. Before long, they arrived at their destination. The rural homestay, while not vast, certainly presents a complex challenge in the search for the deceased's head. The two individuals remained silent, wholly absorbed in their quest. Time passed incrementally, and dusk gradually enveloped the surroundings, yet their efforts yielded no results. Do you think it's possible the head could be hidden elsewhere? Yu Yingying pondered, her self-doubt beginning to surface. They had practically turned the entire rural homestay upside down, and despite their exhaustive search, they had come up empty-handed and utterly fatigued. Such skepticism was not unwarranted. No, it must be here, Qin Mu replied, scrutinizing the architectural diagram of the building, his brow furrowing in contemplation. He wondered where they might not have searched. Given the passage of several days, there should certainly be an odor present. If the perpetrator had wished to conceal any scent, they would undoubtedly have chosen the most secure hiding spot. Much like before, the locations selected for concealment were meticulously chosen, places seldom traversed by others or areas reeking of foulness, effectively masking the stench of decay. It was evident that the killer had invested considerable thought into this. Had it not been for the dislodged plastic wrap in the water tank, even if they detected an odor emanating from the water, their inspection of the tank would have yielded no discovery. Ultimately, the homestay would have simply replaced the tank, allowing the dismembered remains to be discreetly relocated, eluding all scrutiny. However, fortuitously, they had arrived that day and made their discovery, likely surprising even the murderer with the unexpected turn of events. Could it be? Suddenly, a spark of insight ignited within Qin Mu. I believe I know where the head is concealed. Chapter 15. Conclusion. I believe I know where it is concealed. Where? Where? Zhou Yingying immediately perked up, eagerly pressing for more information. Above, Qin Mu gestured towards the rooftop. The farmhouse was a 3-story tiled building, a distinctive feature of their establishment. However, upon closer inspection from within, one would notice that the roof was remarkably flat, a result of deliberate renovations. This had created a triangular space between the roof and the top floor, which was the only area they had yet to investigate. As the farmhouse lacked a staircase to access the upper level, it was exceedingly difficult to hide anything there, even with the aid of tools. Consequently, they had not considered this possibility at the time, yet Qin Mu was convinced it must be located above. How do we get up there? Zhou Yingying gazed around the empty room, momentarily perplexed. From the outside, Qin Mu offered. This was the only solution he could conceive at the moment. Without tools, how could we climb? Oh well, wait a moment. I'll have someone bring me a drone. Almost forgot. She was indeed a genuine heiress. And operating a drone posed no challenge for her. It'll be ready in about 10 minutes. Impressive. Qin Mu gave a thumbs up. The adage that money can accomplish anything was indeed true. Before long, a middle-aged man arrived driving a car, carrying a brand new drone. Miss, I've delivered the item. I shall take my leave now. Go ahead, I can manage this. Zhou Yingying swiftly assembled the drone and began to pilot it for a leisurely test flight. No problem, we can fly. The image is quite clear. Could you maneuver the drone to lift the tiles? The triangular area above lacks windows and is devoid of anything. We cannot possibly damage the walls. The only option is to see if the drone can displace the tiles, thereby allowing us to inspect further. I'll give it a try. However, Zhou Yingying was uncertain and could only attempt it. Yet, as soon as they reached the rooftop, Zhou Yingying noticed something amiss. A tile appeared to have been moved, and it was not properly placed above. All right, let us descend. The rest is no longer our concern. Qin Mu began to browse through his phone. What are you checking the weather for? It hasn't rained in the past month. What is there to see? Precisely. Qin Mu smiled, feeling confident. The outcome is assured. This matter should come to a close. Capture a photograph of that tile, and come, let us pursue the culprit. Qin Mu exuded confidence. No one anticipated that the final head would be the true key. Do you know who the murderer is? Zhou Yingying was taken aback. Of course. We are heading to Wang Daming's residence. What? Wang Daming is the murderer. In Zhou Yingying's astonished gaze, The two had already entered the car. Soon, they arrived at Wang Daming's home. Knock, knock, knock. Qin Mu rhythmically rapped on the door. Who is it? It's late at night. Can't a person get some sleep? Wang Daming's voice came from within. As soon as he opened the door, his demeanor shifted, and he hurriedly exclaimed, "What brings the two officers to me? Wang Daming, you need to accompany us. You must understand the reason." Zhou Yingying wore a serious expression as she retrieved handcuffs from behind her. This was a specific instruction given to her by Qin Mu during their journey. If she could successfully restrain Wang Daming, it would be ideal to do so immediately. Meanwhile, Qin Mu remained vigilant in the shadows. Should Wang Daming exhibit any unusual behavior, he would intervene without hesitation. Despite his demeanor, Qin Mu was quite adept in close combat, a skill honed thanks to Lu Bo's guidance. "Officers, is it really proper to approach me without a word and attempt to cuff me?" Wang Daming protested, placing his hands behind his back to evade Zhou Yingying's grasp. "Are you attempting an arrest?" Zhou Yingying, somewhat displeased, positioned her hand on her waist, feigning the motion of drawing a firearm. She was no fool. A rational person would not respond this smoothly in such a situation. "Officer, let us speak calmly. Please do not draw your weapon." Wang Daming hesitated for a moment, but then complied, extending his hands. "According to criminal law, I have the right to detain you for 24 hours. Zhou Yingying stated as she swiftly secured Wang Daming in handcuffs. Yes, indeed, officer." Wang Daming nodded vigorously, presenting himself as exceedingly docile. "Shall we proceed to the station?" Qin Mu gradually relaxed his fists, relieved that Zhou Yingying had cleverly deceived Wang Daming with her ruse. Indeed, she did not possess a firearm, being a member of the technical department. Very well, Wang Daming's eyes flickered with a hint of panic, yet with the handcuffs now binding him, any desire to resist was utterly futile. Thus, he had no choice but to obediently accompany the two back to the police station. In the vehicle, Wang Daming, bewildered, inquired, "What, may I ask, is the reason for my arrest?" Qin Mu sat beside Wang Daming and spoke. "You have murdered Wang Daqing. Are you joking? He is my elder brother, my flesh and blood. How could I possibly kill him?" Wang Daming hastily explained. "You concealed the head on the rooftop, which was your best method of hiding, yet simultaneously your sole blunder." Qin Mu's words tightened the knot in Wang Daming's heart. "What are you talking about? I don't quite understand." "Upon seeing this photograph, you should grasp the situation," Qin Mu said as he retrieved a picture from his phone, revealing the tile from the rooftop of the farmhouse. What does this prove?" Wang Daming gritted his teeth, struggling to maintain composure. "It hasn't rained for a month. Your traces remain unmasked. Do you suppose there might be your fingerprints on it, Mr. Dual Bandit?" Suddenly, the car jolted violently and came to an abrupt halt. "Senior, what are you doing?" Qin Mu rubbed his forehead, relieved that he had fastened his seatbelt. Otherwise, this sudden stop could have caused an accident. "You claim he is a dual bandit." Zhou Yingying turned around, her face a mask of disbelief. "Indeed, the dual bandits refer to Wang Daming and Wang Daqing. If my conjecture is accurate, the two quarreled over stolen goods." Qin Mu paused before continuing. "Because Wang Daqing returned the stolen items to the police, you harbored murderous intent, Wang Daming. This is also why the police cannot locate the individual on the motorcycle. Wang Daqing is already deceased, making it impossible to find him." "Exactly. Why should I return what I fought so hard to steal?" He spat. "He sought to ensnare me, attempting to drag me into his predicament, even returning the gold to the police station." Wang Daming was no longer the person he once was. Instead, he had morphed into a menacing figure. "With that gold, you officers would behave like cats drawn to the scent of blood, inevitably coming for me. Given this, I might as well act preemptively and sever this clue entirely." It must be acknowledged that Wang Daming succeeded, though not completely. For the act of transferring resources from one place to another inevitably leaves vulnerabilities, much like the situation at hand. Chapter 16. The Equitable Murderer. Wang Daming confessed. Zhou Tsang closed the folder with a sigh. Not only did Zhou Tsang suspect Zhang Fong as the murderer, but Zhao Yan shared the same conviction, given the irrefutable evidence. Any counterarguments would merely be sophistry. Unexpectedly, at the critical moment, Wang Daming emerged, a figure they had previously overlooked, having excluded him from their list of suspects. Astonishingly, this revelation led to the resolution of two cases at once. Even more surprising was the discovery that the brothers Wang Daming and Wang Daqing were the notorious duo behind the sensational robbery from years ago. It is a mystery how Qin Mu deduced that the Wang brothers were indeed the infamous robbers despite his lack of familiarity with the case. No wonder the motorcyclist had eluded capture. It turned out Wang Daqing had already met his demise, rendering the search futile. Wang Daming's explanation was unequivocal. He dismembered Wang Daqing in the name of fairness and justice. The illicit treasures were the fruits of labor shared by the two brothers. Ultimately, Wang Daqing made the unilateral decision to return the spoils to the police station, a choice that Wang Daming found utterly unacceptable. In response, Wang Daming divided Wang Daqing into 10 parts, each weighing 8 kilograms, and placed them within a rural guest house. From an external perspective, they fortuitously formed the image of a scale. This also elucidated Wang Daming's rationale for concealing a portion of the remains within the water tank. As the tank resided in the basement, serving as an optimal base for the scale, it was absurd that a criminal would concern himself with notions of fairness and justice. Zhou Tsang scoffed derisively, questioning how they could speak of fairness when they had mercilessly slain the couple from the jewelry store, oblivious to the survival of their only daughter. The hypocrisy was laughable. Yet, was it not true that the severed remains varied in weight? Qin Mu chuckled softly, pondering how many of the pieces truly weighed the anticipated 8 kilograms, likely only a fraction, as the rest would differ once the ice melted. Indeed, Zhou Tsang smiled faintly, opting for silence. At that moment, Zhao Yin summoned Qin Mu. Upon his arrival, Qin Mu overheard Zhao Yin extolling his own praises. Thanks to our young Qin. Just look at him, barely a month into the precinct, and he has already cracked 3 major cases, including a long cold one. How embarrassing for you seasoned veterans. If I were in your shoes, I would have long since sought refuge in a hole. Zhao Yin's mood was buoyant, his tone relatively calm, which elicited wry smiles from the others. As Zhao Yin aptly put it, how shameful. After an extensive investigation, it was ultimately a newcomer who resolved the case, leaving the seasoned detectives feeling quite chagrined. Qin Mu stood awkwardly to the side, caught in a dilemma of whether to speak or remain silent, merely scratching his head in embarrassment. In light of Xiao Qin's commendable performance, Zhao Yin proclaimed with grand gestures, "Tonight, we shall all dine out, and I shall cover the bill." Having finally alleviated the burdens that had weighed heavily upon them, they felt entitled to celebrate. "Xiao Qin, we owe you a debt of gratitude," Zhou Tsang remarked, patting Qin Mu on the shoulder. "This miserly Zhao, who rarely treats us, should not be allowed to skimp on expenses tonight." Qin Mu glanced at Zhao Yin, whose expression darkened, and, while subtly signaling Zhou Tsang, hastily interjected, "That might not be entirely appropriate. There is nothing inappropriate about it. This old coot has spent the better part of his life without ever treating us. Tonight, we shall take advantage of him and leave him feeling quite depleted," Zhou Tsang replied, seemingly oblivious to Qin Mu's hints. "Zhou, how can you even say that? When have you ever treated anyone?" It was well known that Zhou Tsang was particularly stingy, a fact that could be understood given his circumstances. He had a son and a daughter, both still pursuing their studies. While the older child had managed to enter university, the younger was just beginning elementary school, a time when expenditures inevitably rise. The couple had devoted their finances entirely to their younger son after previously investing in their daughter's education. Thus, it was clear why Zhou Tsang found himself financially strained. His savings were likely minimal. "I am poor," Zhou Tsang admitted nonchalantly, without a hint of embarrassment. "Never mind, let's change our clothes quickly and gather at the usual place. By the way, let's invite Zhou Yingying. She has contributed her share as well," Zhao Yin exclaimed, his excitement evident as he dashed towards the changing room. "Xiao Qin, you wait here for a moment. We'll be out shortly," Zhou Tsang called out before swiftly entering the changing area. Since Qin Mu was already dressed in casual attire, he had no need to change. Before long, everyone congregated, engaging in lively conversation as they strolled down the street. "Junior, oh dear, are you shy?" Zhou Yingying teased. "Not quite. I prefer tranquility, though I'm not averse to a bit of commotion," Qin Mu responded, a nostalgic smile gracing his face as if recalling a fond memory. "What is there to fear? They are merely a bunch of old fellows. Apart from us too. The combined age of the others could easily rival the history of the Qing dynasty. We are the fresh blood in the bureau, quite precious indeed." Zhou Yingying's words reached the ears of the few individuals ahead. Well, you little girl, how dare you speak ill of us uncles behind our backs?" One of them retorted playfully. However, Zhou Yingying had a point. They truly were the new blood of the bureau, and it would soon be handed over to them. Zhao Yin nodded in agreement, clearly resonating with her statement. The eldest among them was nearing 50, and it wouldn't be long before they transitioned to retirement roles. This old crew would inevitably disperse. "So, do not feel constrained. You are far superior to this group of old-timers," Zhao Yin remarked, gesturing towards the others, excluding himself. "Captain Zhao, you are the oldest here, aren't you?" Someone unhesitatingly called out, exposing Zhao Yan's age. "Little Qin, let me tell you, do not be deceived by the seemingly dapper attire of Captain Zhao. Once he returns home and sheds his garments, he is enveloped in a layer of medicinal plasters. Indeed, this very circumstance has led his wife to bar him from entering their abode due to the overpowering odor. Ah, so you wish to undermine me, do you? Upon my return, I shall present you all with a short film, and each of you will be required to compose a 5,000-word reflection." Zhao Yin feigned anger. The group immediately capitulated, for since their inception into this endeavor, they had been tasked with writing reflections, a burden they had carried until now. Who could endure such torment? "Look, The atmosphere here remains quite delightful, remarked Zhou Yingying. Qin Mu nodded in agreement and said, indeed, it is splendid. You too, come along quickly, Zhao Yan urged. Unbeknownst to them, they had become somewhat disconnected from the front group, led by Zhao Yan. We're coming, Zhou Yingying said, pulling Qin Mu's wrist as they surged forward. Qin Mu closely followed, gradually catching up with Zhao Yan and the others. The crowd continued to engage in light-hearted banter, entirely devoid of the solemnity typically associated with their work. Chapter 1. Lu Bo, is he back? Has he gone to a gathering? Lu Bo scrutinized Qin Mu. His complexion bore a slight flush, yet there was no scent of alcohol. This could only indicate a state of exhilaration. Coupled with the fact that he had returned so late, exuding an aura of festivity, Lu Bo deduced that Qin Mu had indeed attended a gathering. Yes, your keen perception cannot be evaded. The Bureau cracked a case today, and we went out to celebrate. Due to Lu Bo's meticulous observation, Qin Mu had never managed to conceal anything from him throughout his life. This, in turn, had fostered Qin Mu's rapid mental development. In truth, the reason Qin Mu chose to pursue a degree in psychology was largely due to the fact that Lu Bo was also a graduate in the same field. After studying psychology, Qin Mu realized he could not outsmart Lu Bo, proving that experience often trumps youth. Lu Bo, how did you ascertain that the robbery committed by the duo was connected to my case? Qin Mu inquired, voicing his lingering curiosity. Under normal circumstances, no one would link these two matters, as the police had searched extensively without locating the motorcyclist. Lu Bo took a sip of tea and continued. The capabilities of the current police system are beyond question. Any individual who has appeared in the system can be traced, as surveillance is omnipresent in the streets. If someone remains untraceable, there are only two possibilities. One is that the person is deceased, and the second? Qin Mu pressed. The second is, you must discern it for yourself. You will encounter it in due time. Very well. Qin Mu understood Lu Bo's nature. If he did not wish to divulge something, no amount of persuasion would extract it from him. Moreover, Qin Mu did not believe he could outwit Lu Bo. You should rest. Detectives are quite busy. Surely not. We have just solved a case. It cannot be time for another so soon. Although Qin Mu spoke thus, he obediently retired to rest. Lying on the comfortable bed, his fatigue dissipated completely. Indeed, the wisdom of the elderly is invaluable. As Lu Bo's words proved prophetic, the incident occurred. The following morning, Qin Mu was awakened by a phone call, informing him of a new case that required his immediate presence at the precinct. It was confirmed. The two pieces of evidence were indeed human breasts. As Qin Mu stepped through the door, he was greeted by the voice of Zhao Yan. Just in time, little Qin. Please take a seat. I shall now elaborate on this case. Zhao Yan beckoned Qin Mu to sit down. All right. Qin Mu nodded and obediently settled beside Zhou Tsong. There was little he could do. He was not yet familiar with everyone in the police station, save for Zhou Tsong and Zhou Yingying. Everyone, pay close attention, Zhao Yan said, his expression grave as he tapped the photograph on the writing board, commencing his detailed account. The discovery of these breasts was made by a cleaning lady, who often rummages through trash bins in search of valuables. On this occasion, she stumbled upon a black bag containing two pieces of flesh. Upon closer inspection, she realized something was amiss, for these pieces bore nipples and were drenched in blood, a truly horrifying sight. Is it possible to confirm the identity of the deceased? Zhou Tsong inquired, a note of concern in his voice. Alas, no, Zhao Yan shook his head, revealing the most perplexing aspect of their investigation. Only these two pieces of fatty meat remain, leaving us utterly at a loss regarding the progression of the case. Could this be a dismemberment case? Asked a short-haired detective in his 30s, whom Qin Mu recalled was named Lu Baohua. There is indeed that possibility, Zhao Yan acknowledged, urging him to continue. Is it conceivable that there is no deceased at all? Someone posited, plunging the group into deep contemplation. We cannot dismiss such a scenario. After all, they are merely a pair of breasts, which are not fatal. The likelihood of some depraved individual engaging in captivity is also quite plausible. Zhao Yan noted down the details while speaking. We cannot dismiss this possibility. Let us express our thoughts freely and collaborate for collective insight. However, this time, silence reigned among the group, for they genuinely found themselves at a loss regarding any further developments. After years in the profession, they were encountering such a case for the first time, having only discovered the victim's pair of breasts. Beyond establishing the gender, they had no other leads. Since there are none, let us proceed to the scene, he declared. The incident occurred at the Huangmao community. Search for any additional remains and mobilize everyone. With a decisive slap on the table, a flurry of individuals rose simultaneously and hurried outside. With so few clues, they needed to ascertain more. Xiao Qin. It seems we three shall form a team again, Zhou Tsong remarked, detaining Qin Mu. Us three? Qin Mu inquired, bewildered. What? Have you forgotten about me, your senior? Zhou Yingying chimed in from the back. Currently, she functioned as both a technical expert and a criminal investigator, like a versatile brick, adaptable to any necessity. Aren't you from the technical department? Qin Mu glanced at Zhou Yingying. What can I say? My skills are exceptional. Without me, this investigation would likely falter, Zhou Yingying replied, cradling her face with a proud expression. Enough of this idle chatter. We must depart. Zhou Tsang interrupted her self-admiration. Moments later, they arrived at Huangmao Community. The community comprised over a dozen buildings, each soaring more than 30 stories high, housing at least 1,000 families. The prospect of meticulously investigating each unit was daunting, to say the least. Such a commotion naturally could not escape the notice of the residents in the community. The elderly men and women observed with great curiosity as a group of police officers rummaged through trash bins and scoured the underbrush. Qin Mu, too, was not an exception. He commenced his search, hoping to uncover a clue. This was the very spot where the cleaning lady had discovered the breast. Zhou Tsang pointed towards a nearby trash bin. Qin Mu glanced up and realized it was located beneath building number 7, directly beneath Unit 1. After completing their search within the community, they intended to investigate Unit 2 of building number 7 to see if any new revelations awaited them. Zhou Tsang discerned the skepticism in Qin Mu's eyes. They were well aware of the situation, but it was currently working hours, and most residents were not home. Visiting would likely yield little result. It was better to wait a while and see if they could uncover any fresh leads within the community. One should not assume that the breast discarded beneath building No.7 implicates its residents. It is quite possible the perpetrator intended to mislead them. It could only be said that the suspicion surrounding building number 7 was the greatest. Yet other areas should not be overlooked in the investigation. As for Zhao Yin, he was tasked with reviewing the surveillance footage. Each elevator in the buildings was equipped with cameras, which might reveal the individual carrying the black bag. However, Zhao Yin soon found himself disheartened, as many individuals were seen with black garbage bags, rendering it impossible to identify anyone. Thus, the group of detectives spent the entire day under the scorching sun, searching through the community and engaging with the elderly residents in conversation, hoping to uncover something. Yet ultimately, they found nothing. It was at this juncture that they began their household inquiries. Chapter 2. Investigation. Hello. Have you recently noticed any suspicious individuals carrying black garbage bags? Zhou Tsang inquired expressionlessly as he faced a household within the community. No, replied the young man after a moment of contemplation, shaking his head. Thank you for your cooperation. Zhou Tsang responded with a hint of exasperation. This was not the first household they had approached with such inquiries. Their leads were undeniably scarce, forcing them to resort to these questions. However, this method yielded little information. Perhaps we should start with the cleaning staff, suggested Qin Mu, offering his perspective. If we ascertain the timing of when the cleaning lady collects the trash, we could narrow down the approximate time the suspect disposed of the garbage. Zhou Tsang sighed and replied, that indeed holds some merit. But Team Zhao is still investigating and compiling a list of individuals who had left their homes prior to that time frame. I see, Qin Mu acknowledged. It was true. They were seasoned detectives who would not overlook such an elementary detail. However, the prolonged silence from Team Zhao was concerning. This could only imply one thing. The number of individuals involved was substantial, necessitating Team Zhao's continued analysis. As Qin Mu had surmised, the following day brought a turning point. Zhao Yin presented a thick bundle of documents, followed by a stack of additional papers. The latter was significantly smaller in volume but considerably weightier in substance. These materials had been meticulously categorized by Zhao Yin, encompassing residents of Building 7, as well as individuals who could have conveniently disposed of their trash there. They are the prime suspects, thus necessitating an immediate investigation into their backgrounds. I will assign a portion of my team to assist you, while I shall take the others to Liwa. Zhao Yin felt a twinge of headache. The village of Liwa has long-standing conflicts with the neighboring Wangzhuang. Historically, the two villages have clashed over water resources, leading to violent altercations. Recently, due to the ongoing drought, tensions have resurfaced, and it is imperative to visit the site to prevent potential skirmishes from escalating. Should a large-scale conflict erupt, the ramifications would be incalculable. Consequently, upon receiving this information, Zhao Yin prepared to head over with his team. The local police station is understaffed. Should a brawl break out among the villagers, it could become quite fierce, leaving the town with no choice but to seek assistance from Zhao Yin's team. You may proceed with ease. I shall manage things here with Xiao Qin, Zhou Tsang assured him. They were old acquaintances, and certain matters required no elaboration. Furthermore, given Qin Mu's commendable performances in recent endeavors, Zhou Tsang was confident in solving the case. I entrust this to you. I am at ease, Zhao Yin responded, organizing his team as he made his way to Liwa. Time waits for no one. In matters such as these, promptness is of the essence. Xiao Qin, Zhou Yingying. You will accompany me to meet with the individuals pointed out by Captain Zhao. Lu Baohua, take 2 others and attend to that task. Wan Laojiu. You two shall take 2 to manage these matters. With Zhou Tsang's distribution of tasks, a substantial stack of documents was promptly allocated. Let us first examine the cases in building number 7. Zhou Tsang meticulously selected 3 sheets of paper and, accompanied by his 2 companions, made their way back to the Huangmao community. This time is different. They possess a clear objective. The evening atmosphere in the Huangmao community is quite lively, with 3 individuals donning police uniforms, making them quite conspicuous. The police have arrived once more. What could possibly have transpired? An elderly woman, filled with concern, waves her fan anxiously. What do you mean by that, Grandma Zhang? Did the police come earlier? Didn't you know? We've been searching for something all day. I was out shopping and just returned. How do you like my hair? Oh, such an old person still keeping up with trends. One may age, but the spirit remains youthful. The 2 elderly women engage in cheerful conversation, completely oblivious to a figure nearby eavesdropping intently. Have the police arrived? Have they already discovered the truth? Cursed be it. If only I hadn't discarded it in the trash. The shadow mutters a few curses under their breath and hastily departs. Meanwhile, Qin Mu, who has already knocked on the door, remains unaware that they had just brushed past the suspect. Hello, may I ask if this is Mr. Zhang Liang? Qin Mu cross-references the information in his hands, confirming that the person who opened the door is indeed the Zhang Liang they are seeking. Typically, such inquiries are conducted by Zhou Tsang, but Zhou Tsang had intentionally assigned this task to Qin Mu for his training purposes. What brings you here? Zhang Liang, wearing glasses and a pajama set, with a facial mask adorning his face, appears somewhat anxious. Surely, the matter concerning his unlicensed driving has not been uncovered so swiftly. With a clear conscience, he had already passed the 3rd driving test, leaving only the 4th. In just a couple of days, he would obtain his driver's license. However, the unexpected circumstances compelled him to drive, albeit just this once. What do you think? Qin Mu did not respond directly, but instead countered with a question. Sensing Zhang Liang's unease, with a sigh, Zhang Liang realized he could no longer evade the truth and confessed, I admit it, I was driving without a license. Qin Mu raised an eyebrow, considering this an unforeseen revelation. Setting that matter aside, he inquired, earlier this morning, did you leave the house with a black garbage bag? Yes. Zhang Liang replied, somewhat bewildered. Just moments ago, they were discussing his unlicensed driving, and now the focus shifted to a garbage bag. He added, all my garbage bags are black. Is that illegal? What did you have in that garbage bag? Qin Mu pressed, keenly observing Zhang Liang's every movement. Just kitchen waste and some miscellaneous items, nothing else, Zhang Liang answered honestly, secretly pleased. He wondered why the officer was fixated on the garbage bag, as if there were a crackdown on environmental pollution concerning trash bags. We have uncovered a case involving a woman's breast being concealed in a bag similar to yours. Do you have anything to say about that? Qin Mu's statement was deliberately exaggerated to gauge Zhang Liang's reaction, as he had noticed that this individual was prone to revealing more than intended. What? You suspect me? Zhang Liang's complexion suddenly turned ashen. For a man of his humble background, being caught driving without a license was already a grave offense. How could he possibly be accused of murder? I suspect you and possess some evidence, Qin Mu remarked, nodding. Impossible, how could that be? Officer, please don't frighten me. How could I commit such a grotesque act? If you don't believe me, feel free to come to my home. There's nothing there. If you still doubt me, then Zhang Liang stammered, pointing towards his house, lost in his words. Chapter 3, Target locked. Rest assured, Mr. Zhang, we will not make any arrest without evidence, Qin Mu said with a wry smile, attempting to soothe the agitated man. It seemed he had been a bit too forceful, inadvertently scaring him. Really? Zhang Liang looked up, his mask having slipped away to reveal his refined features, still marked by a few glistening traces of anxiety. Indeed, Qin Mu affirmed, which allowed Zhang Liang to regain his composure. He had been envisioning the various abuses he might face in prison. Mr. Zhang, we shall not impose further, Qin Mu stated before turning to leave. That terrified me, Zhang Liang murmured as he stood at the door, watching the group enter the elevator, his heart still racing. He genuinely believed he was on the verge of being taken away. Inside the elevator, Zhou Tsang generously commended, Xiao Qin, well done. The detectives sometimes needed to exaggerate in their statements to dismantle a suspect's psychological defenses, which was essential for solving cases. However, one must exercise caution in maintaining a balance, Zhou Tsang added as a reminder. Understood, Qin Mu nodded. Indeed, one must personally engage in their endeavors to truly comprehend the intricacies involved. Zhou Yingying, you should take this to heart. Who knows, you may eventually transition into the realm of criminal investigation, Zhou Tsang remarked. Presently, Zhou Yingying can be considered a member of the criminal police, while the technical department merely serves as her roots, a place to visit occasionally when needed. Consequently, Zhou Tsang felt it imperative to impart some lessons to Zhou Yingying. The realms of criminal investigation and technical analysis are entirely distinct and cannot be equated. Fear not. With a junior by your side, what case cannot be solved? Zhou Yingying discreetly concealed her notebook. Learning is essential, yet it must not occur in the presence of juniors, as that would undermine her dignity as a senior. The 13th floor has arrived. It's time for you to test your skills. Zhou Tsang glanced at Zhou Yingying. No problem. It's a piece of cake, Zhou Yingying readily replied. Room 1302 belonged to the subject of investigation, a woman named Qin Fong, who was clad in office attire. Perhaps due to her recent departure from work, Qin Fong had yet to change her clothes. Even her shoes remained intact. She was exceedingly cooperative, responding to Zhou Yingying's inquiries without the slightest hint of personal emotion, as if she were a machine. Once the questioning concluded, in the elevator, Zhou Tsang began to provide feedback. Recognizing that different individuals require varied questioning approaches is commendable. Naturally, my intelligence is undeniable, Zhou Yingying boasted, her confidence soaring. However, further refinement is necessary. Zhou Tsang's succinct remarks swiftly grounded Zhou Yingying's exuberance. Very well, from this moment onward, you two will take turns in your inquiries while I provide support, but be mindful of the time. Zhou Tsang glanced at his watch and offered a reminder. Time is indeed a crucial factor. One cannot investigate a handful of individuals until dawn. All right, no problem, Zhou Yingying promptly replied. I have no objections either, Qin Mu remarked. Casting a glance at Zhou Yingying, his senior was invariably brimming with energy and enthusiasm, regardless of the hour. Well then, let's proceed, Zhou Tsang nodded, relinquishing the materials to the two of them. Today, he would merely serve as a backdrop. Subsequently, the duo began to alternate their inquiries, continuing until the late hours of the night. Have you made any progress? Zhou Tsang offered them 2 bottles of water. After a long day of running around, everyone was quite fatigued. No breakthroughs, Zhou Yingying shook her head. They had questioned over a dozen families without any significant findings. The challenge of solving a case with such a lack of leads was formidable. Isn't your yield sufficient? Zhou Tsang chuckled. Nothing ever goes smoothly. To crack a case, one must be willing to run until exhaustion. Those who solve cases merely by glancing at the documents are not detectives, but rather the culprits themselves. Indeed, Zhou Yingying responded, her spirits lifting once more. She felt she had learned a great deal today and encountered a diverse array of individuals, experiences unattainable in the technical department. This was precisely why she often gravitated towards the criminal investigation unit. All right, let us head back and see if the others have made any new discoveries, Zhou Tsang remarked. Checking the time. Get in the car. I'm utterly exhausted. Though, I must say, the victim did have quite an ample chest. Zhou Yingying, now in the passenger seat, recalled the initial photographs. What did you just say? Qin Mu keenly grasped the implications woven within Zhou Yingying's words. Am I utterly exhausted? Is the victim's bosom truly ample? Zhou Yingying reiterated these phrases twice. Indeed, that's it. Zhou Tsang's eyes brightened, realizing where Qin Mu's thoughts had ventured. As men, they were only aware of those 2 fleshy masses, lacking the nuanced understanding that Zhou Yingying possessed regarding women. Initially, Zhou Yingying had not considered that those 2 attributes were indeed excessive. It was only upon boarding the vehicle that she recalled how such proportions could be deemed the epitome of a woman's assets. I comprehend now. Seeking a woman with a generous bosom could serve as a distinctive characteristic, correct? Zhou Yingying suddenly grasped the concept. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Zhou Tsang cast a glance at her. Had it been conveyed earlier, they would not have encountered such arduous efforts. This singular detail could narrow down the scope of potential victims, allowing for a systematic elimination process that would ultimately lead to the identification of the victim. Once the victim's identity was established, they could delve into her social connections, making the resolution of the case imminent. I only just remembered, Zhou Yingying mused, perplexed. Why did I overlook such a pivotal matter? Had it been articulated sooner, their troubles would have been significantly alleviated, she lamented inwardly. This also served as a reminder for her to voice any overlooked details in the future. It's nothing, merely a slight delay. Let us proceed with the investigation, Zhou Tsang declared, waving his hand decisively. They would directly seek out the elderly women and men. These senior citizens, residing within the community, may not be privy to every detail, yet recalling individuals with distinctive traits would undoubtedly be an effortless task. For instance, individuals like the deceased are surely known to these elders. As anticipated, after Zhou Tsang's inquiries, 3 voluptuous women were immediately identified. Subsequently, they only needed to conduct further investigations, which undoubtedly expedited their progress. However, while these elders were aware of the existence of such individuals, they were oblivious to their residences. Nevertheless, with names in hand, the task became significantly simpler. Qin Mu and his companions promptly began to gather information, swiftly uncovering the dwellings of the 3 women. What piqued Qin Mu's interest even more was another individual, Zhang Liang, the beleaguered man. It turned out that his girlfriend was one of the identified women. Providing insight into Zhang Liang's peculiar demeanor, it seemed he had been excessively pampered by the older women. They proceeded to Zhang Liang's residence, where one of the described voluptuous women answered the door. Chapter 4. Identification of the deceased. Whom are you seeking? Su Qin scrutinized the group, her tall stature requiring her to lower her gaze towards Qin Mu. It was surprising to discover that, despite Qin Mu's height of 1.8 meters, this woman was even taller. We are looking for you, but it seems there is nothing amiss, Qin Mu replied, shaking his head. Given that Su Qin was still present and appeared to possess ample belongings, it indicated that the two items of interest were not hers. To spare her feelings, Qin Mu refrained from disclosing the entire truth. That's a relief, Su Qin remarked, attempting to close the door. Oh, and please remind Zhang Liang to clarify the matter of his unlicensed driving with the traffic department. Zhou Yingying unceremoniously revealed Zhang Liang's predicament. What kind of demeanor is that? Displaying such a sour expression? Just because she is a bit taller and has a more ample bosom, what has the fuss about? Very well. Su Qin furrowed her brows and promptly shut the door. Let us move on to another place. Zhou Tsang crossed Su Qin's name off the list and hurried towards the next destination. Similarly, the second woman appeared unscathed before the group. This left only the final individual, Wang Xiaoxiao, the eldest among the three. According to inquiries, Wang Xiaoxiao resided in apartment 2301 of Building 8, seemingly sharing the space with her boyfriend. Ding dong. Qin Mu pressed the doorbell. Who is it at this late hour? Are you trying to disturb my sleep? The response came swiftly, a man's voice, albeit with an effeminate quality. The door creaked open to reveal a disheveled man sporting dark circles beneath his eyes, clad in a white shirt, his long hair evidently neglected for quite some time. Hello, we are looking for Wang Xiaoxiao, Qin Mu stated directly. They could only feel at ease upon seeing Wang Xiaoxiao's figure. What do you want with Xiaoxiao? Jiang Fan inquired, his brow furrowed and his expression turning cold. It's nothing serious, just a matter requiring her confirmation. An incident of murder, Qin Mu replied with utmost seriousness. Murder? Jiang Fan's countenance shifted, and he continued. But Xiaoxiao hasn't been home for several days. What do you mean? Qin Mu pressed for clarity. A few days ago, she and I had a fierce argument, and then she went home. If you're looking for her, you should check her place, Jiang Fan recounted candidly. An argument? What was the cause? Qin Mu produced his portable notebook. I wish to marry her, but her parents disapprove of me, which led to the quarrel, Jiang Fan explained matter-of-factly. In truth, it is not the first or second time Jiang Fan has broached the subject of marriage numerous times. However, Wang Xiaoxiao's parents steadfastly refuse, as they desire a partner with a stable profession, such as a civil servant. Jiang Fan has made several attempts to pass the civil service examination, yet he has consistently met with failure. Even now, he remains undeterred, balancing his studies with work. His job is relatively convenient, allowing him to work from home with a decent income. A man like him, who prefers the comforts of home and shuns the outside world, should be quite appealing to many. Nevertheless, Jiang Fan is resolute. He will marry no one but Wang Xiaoxiao, and thus their situation has remained in a stalemate until now. Having grasped the general situation, we now seek to ascertain the whereabouts of Wang Xiaoxiao's family. After jotting down the details, Qin Mu inquired about the crucial information. They reside in Hongwu Community, Building 11, Apartment 1001. Jiang Fan dutifully relayed the address to the others, grateful for their cooperation and armed with the address. The three wasted no time and hurried to Hongwu Community. Upon arrival, they were met at the door by an elderly couple, both adorned with spectacles and crowned with snowy white hair. The elderly gentleman appeared sprightly, while the matron's visage radiated kindness. Upon seeing Qin Mu and his companions, a slight tension flickered across their faces. Wang Xiaoxiao's father, Wang Jian, broke the silence, inquiring, "What brings you here?" Qin Mu replied candidly, "We are looking for your daughter. May we see her for a moment?" "Xiaoxiao is not at home," Wang Jian responded, momentarily taken aback. He then continued, "It has been over a month since she last returned." Zhou Tsang's pupils constricted as he inquired, "Is Wang Xiaoxiao not at home?" "Not at home, officers." "What has our daughter done?" Wang Jian, upon witnessing the scene, instantly sensed that something was amiss. However, he remained oblivious to the specifics of the situation and could only question Zhou Tsang and his colleagues. An unsettling feeling surged within Wang Jian's heart. Could it be? "Officers, what has happened to my daughter?" Wang Jian's voice erupted in a roar. He had only one daughter, cherished and protected since childhood, as delicate as a petal, and he had doted on her throughout her life. "Please remain calm, Mr. Wang. It is not yet certain that anything has happened to your daughter. We are merely investigating," Zhou Tsang reassured him. Wang Xiaoxiao's mother, Li Shui, wiped her tears and asked, "Is that true?" "Indeed, it is still uncertain, Annie. Please do not worry." Zhou Yingying gently guided Li Shui further inside. "We have only discovered a part of an organization. We cannot confirm whether it involves your daughter," Zhou Tsang continued, rendering Wang Jian momentarily frozen in place. The phrase "a part of an organization" was all too clear to him. implying that his daughter was likely in grave danger. "Officers, you must save my daughter. She is my only child," Wang Jian pleaded almost desperately. "Sir, do not despair. Whether it is indeed Wang Xiaoxiao remains to be seen." Qin Mu offered a comforting word. Yes, I will contact Xiaoxiao immediately," Wang Jian exclaimed, as if clinging to the last thread of hope, swiftly dialing Wang Xiaoxiao's number. However, all that was received was a series of unanswered calls. Time and again, the line remained silent, leaving the elderly man dejectedly slumped into a chair. At this moment, Qin Mu harbored a strong suspicion that the victim was likely Wang Xiaoxiao. The discovery of the breast, followed closely by the report of a missing person, indeed suggested a possibility, albeit a slim one. After providing some comfort to the two elderly individuals, the trio departed from Hongwu community. Of course, they did not return empty-handed. They had obtained a sample. If this sample could be matched with the breast, it would definitively ascertain whether the deceased was indeed Wang Xiaoxiao. Upon returning to the police station, Zhou Yingying took the sample to the technical department. She was quite busy. Qin Mu, observing Zhou Yingying's retreating figure, couldn't help but reflect. She was not only a criminal investigator but also a technical expert, now directly engaging in the field herself. This brought to mind her earlier words, "The criminal investigation team cannot do without me." It certainly appeared to carry some weight now. True to her expertise, Zhou Yingying swiftly returned with the results. Chapter 5. The infatuated Jiang Fan. It was confirmed. It was indeed Wang Xiaoxiao. Zhou Yingying revealed the anticipated answer. This raised significant suspicions regarding Jiang Fan. Such scenarios of love turning into hatred were not uncommon. We should consider how to convey this news to the two elderly individuals, Zhou Yingying reminded. As direct family members, they had the right to be informed. Moreover, if they wished to solve the case, interaction with the two elderly individuals was unavoidable. Qin Mu spoke candidly, stating that it was better to be forthright, for one cannot conceal the truth indefinitely. The day of revelation would inevitably arrive. In light of this, it was wiser to divulge the matter directly. Only time could alleviate the anguish of losing a loved one. Indeed, one cannot maintain a facade forever. Frequent visits would surely lead to inquiries, and the truth would ultimately come to light. Zhou Tsang nodded in agreement, endorsing the notion of transparency. Zhou Yingying, too, found herself devoid of alternative solutions. The following day, the trio made their way to Wang Xiaoxiao's home at dawn. After informing the elder couple of the circumstances, the anticipated wailing did not ensue. Wang Jian sat in a daze upon his chair, lost in thought, while Li Shui wept silently, wiping her tears incessantly. "Officers, I implore you to apprehend the perpetrator." Wang Jian's gaze bore an unwavering intensity, his expression grave. Given that the assailant dared to harm his daughter, he was resolute in ensuring that justice would be served. "That is precisely our purpose for being here," Qin Mu replied, extracting his notebook to document Wang Jian's words. Unbeknownst to him, he had cultivated the habit of meticulous note-taking. "Very well," Wang Jian nodded. "May I inquire if your daughter had any conflicts with individuals or enemies of any sort?" At this juncture, Qin Mu had nearly concluded that Wang Xiaoxiao had met with a tragic fate, rather than simply being kidnapped. Kidnappers typically do not resort to mutilation. Their motives are financial. And the absence of any ransom demand over the past several days contradicted the typical behavior of such criminals. Thus, it was highly plausible that a murder had occurred. The reasoning behind the specific mutilation of the victim remained uncertain. "My daughter possesses a commendable character. It is inconceivable that she would have any adversaries. Furthermore, she refrains from disclosing matters related to her work, fearing it may cause us distress." Wang Jian recounted everything in detail. "She has only a handful of friends, all of whom are admirable individuals," Li Shui added. "Who are her friends?" Qin Mu inquired, adjusting the notebook to jot down notes. Wang Jian reminisced for a moment before divulging a few names. Sun Ru, Wang Lin, and Fei Cni. These were her friends from school, while Fei Cni is her colleague. "Now, what do you know about her boyfriend?" Qin Mu posed the crucial question. The discovery of a breast within the community, particularly at Building 7, cast significant suspicion on Jiang Fan, who happened to pass by the exit when he was descending the stairs. He is indeed the person Qin Mu suspects the most. However, they had reviewed the surveillance footage, which confirmed that Wang Xiaoxiao had indeed rushed out, followed shortly by Jiang Fan, who returned a while later and did not descend again. Yet, he could have taken the stairs rather than the elevator, which is why Qin Mu harbored considerable suspicion towards Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan, humph, merely an insolent lad, yet it is undeniable that he holds a deep affection for Xiaoxiao. In hindsight, I should not have intervened in their relationship, Wang Jian lamented. He had been overly fixated on the idea of finding a civil servant for Xiaoxiao to marry, and due to Jiang Fan's somewhat gloomy demeanor, he resolutely opposed their union. However, he failed to recognize just how much Jiang Fan cherished Wang Xiaoxiao. For the sake of Wang Xiaoxiao, Jiang Fan registered for public service examinations annually, sitting for 3 attempts. While preparing for the exams, he also worked to provide for Xiao Xiao, purchasing her clothes and other necessities. However, he had not realized at the time, and now reflecting on it, Wang Jian must feel regretful. Jiang Fan is undoubtedly heartbroken now. Wang Jian sighed. He is still unaware of this matter, as we have not approached him yet. Zhou Tsong interjected. Perhaps it is for the best. The boy might act unpredictably if he finds out. Wang Jian exhaled in relief. Mr. Wang, do you believe Jiang Fan could possibly have harmed Wang Xiaoxiao? Zhou Tsong inquired further. How could that be? Aside from us, it is likely that Jiang Fan loves Xiaoxiao the most in this world. It is impossible. Jiang Fan could never be the murderer. Wang Jian firmly rejected the notion. Based on his understanding of Jiang Fan, who was overly cautious about Xiaoxiao's well-being, he could never bring harm to his own daughter. I see, Zhou Tsong nodded, noting Wang Jian's conviction. They had gained a preliminary understanding of Jiang Fan. However, it would be prudent to ask Jiang Fan. He may possess insights beyond our own, Wang Jian advised the group. Since Wang Xiaoxiao began her relationship with Jiang Fan, she had left her home to live with him, which filled Wang Jian with both anger and frustration. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that Jiang Fan, residing under the same roof, might understand their daughter better than they did. Very well, we shall inquire with Jiang Fan, Zhou Tsong concluded, closing his notebook in preparation to depart. The matters at hand have been largely inquired about. It would be prudent to question Jiang Fan, the boyfriend, as it stands as the most viable option. Subsequently, we may delve deeper by consulting Wang Xiaoxiao's acquaintances. If any of you possess information, please do notify us. As they were about to depart, Wang Jian grasped Zhou Tsong's hand, speaking incessantly. Rest assured, we shall inform you at the first sign of news, Zhou Tsong assured, nodding profusely. He feared that a lack of affirmation might lead to Wang Jian's unwavering grip. That is well, Wang Jian replied, nodding stiffly, his gaze lingering on the figures entering the elevator, before he sighed and turned back into the room. Inside, only the sound of Li Shui's sobs, Wang Jian's sighs, and the acrid scent of burning tobacco remained. Meanwhile, Qin Mu and his companions hastened towards Jiang Fan's residence. Due to the nature of Jiang Fan's work, he was home even during daylight hours. Upon knocking, Jiang Fan slowly opened the door, revealing a face so dark it appeared as though it might drip with despair, accentuated by 2 prominent dark circles beneath his eyes. Something has happened to Xiaoxiao, hasn't it? Jiang Fan seemed to intuit their purpose. Indeed, Ms. Wang Xiaoxiao is currently. Before Qin Mu could complete his sentence, Jiang Fan suddenly collapsed. Quick, call a doctor. Zhou Tsong reacted swiftly, catching Jiang Fan in his arms and urgently beckoning Qin Mu. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Qin Mu promptly dialed for emergency assistance. In no time, an ambulance arrived, and the 3 of them collaborated with the paramedics to lift Jiang Fan into the elevator, while Zhou Yingying kindly ensured the door was closed behind them. The ambulance departed with its sirens blaring, and Qin Mu and his companions followed closely in their vehicle. Chapter 6. Peculiar behavior. Upon hearing that his girlfriend was in trouble, he immediately fell into a faint. Such a reaction could either stem from profound love or harbor hidden guilt. In the vehicle, Zhou Yingying analyzed the situation earnestly. There was some truth to her reasoning, albeit limited. If he were indeed the perpetrator, he would have undoubtedly been prepared, and feigning unconsciousness would not be so easily executed. Had they not witnessed the doctors earlier, who had resorted to resuscitation efforts? Zhou Tsong glanced at Zhou Yingying, reflecting on the unexpected turn of events. Jiang Fan had collapsed outright, prompting several doctors to rush in to check his pulse, administering CPR while hastily moving him toward the ambulance. If this was all a ruse concocted by Jiang Fan, the stakes were alarmingly high, nearly costing him his own life. Would a true culprit take such a risk? Indeed. Zhou Yingying pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. She then noticed the contemplative expression on Qin Mu's face and inquired, Junior, what are you thinking? Have you discovered something? His dark circle suggested he had been deprived of sleep for quite some time. Qin Mu recalled meticulously. Jiang Fan's overall demeanor exhibited significant distress, far worse than when they had seen him the previous day. Even had they not arrived, it was likely that Jiang Fan would have encountered this predicament today. But why was Jiang Fan so fatigued? Was it due to work or something else? At present, all they could do was speculate, waiting for Jiang Fan to awaken for further inquiries. Brother Zhou, do you think we should search Jiang Fan's room? Qin Mu pressed on. Without a search warrant, we do not possess the authority to investigate Jiang Fan's premises, Zhou Tsong reminded him. It is precisely because they are criminal investigators that they ought to adhere strictly to the law. Moreover, the current circumstances do not meet the statutory conditions, rendering them unable to search Jiang Fan's residence. Indeed, Qin Mu nodded in agreement. With the police car in tow, the ambulance swiftly arrived at the hospital. Several doctors efficiently wheeled Jiang Fan into the emergency room. After approximately an hour, the doctors finally emerged. What is the situation inside? A few officers inquired, their curiosity piqued. The doctor, masked and obscured, revealed little of his facial expressions, yet his tone conveyed a hint of astonishment. The presence of several police officers escorting them only heightened the speculation regarding the identity of the individual within. Zhou shifted the conversation, asking directly, "Let us set that aside for now. Is he in any immediate danger? For the moment, he is stable. However, you should be aware that the young man's mental state is highly concerning. Preliminary assessments suggest he has not slept for several days," the doctor replied, adopting a serious demeanor as if imparting a grave warning. Nevertheless, there are no significant medical issues to be alarmed about. The patient possesses poor physical constitution and harbors numerous hidden ailments, compounded by prolonged periods of sleeplessness, which nearly led to a fatal outcome. Several days without sleep? That is akin to torturing an owl, Zhou Yingying interjected. Under normal circumstances, a person deprived of sleep for 3 consecutive days would enter a state of extreme fatigue, perpetually teetering on the brink of slumber, with mental faculties severely weakened, leaving them susceptible to sudden sleep episodes. Yet, Jiang Fan had managed to remain awake for several days. One must ponder the reasons behind such endurance. It is inconceivable that mere work could justify such a state, for even on a construction site, one would find the inclination to rest. Moreover, Jiang Fan was working from home, surrounded by a bed and a soft sofa, making it rather implausible for such a situation to arise. Unless, of course, Jiang Fan had orchestrated it deliberately. But what could have motivated him to do so? Could it be that he was aware of the incident involving Wang Xiaoxiao from the very beginning? This was the most plausible explanation that Qin Mu could conceive. As it turned out, upon seeing Jiang Fan, he voluntarily broached the matter. "In truth, I had known from the outset that Xiaoxiao was in trouble." Jiang Fan lay weakly on his bed, recounting, "After our argument that day, I returned home and attempted to call Xiaoxiao, yet no matter how many times I dialed, she did not answer. We had never encountered such a situation before." As he spoke, tears began to flow from Jiang Fan's eyes. "You stayed up all night waiting for Xiaoxiao to return?" Zhou Yingying considered a possibility. If that were the case, then Jiang Fan was indeed exceedingly infatuated. Jiang Fan nodded. And in that instant, he succumbed to a breakdown, weeping uncontrollably. Under such circumstances, inquiring further would yield little. Perhaps it was best to leave for now. Zhou sighed. Understanding Jiang Fan's emotions and recognizing that he was not receptive to anyone's words in such a state. Thus, it seemed prudent to revisit the matter at a later time. "I concur," Qin Mu nodded, casting a scrutinizing glance at Jiang Fan. There was something unsettling about him, as if he were concealing further truths. "Jiang Fan, we shall take our leave now. Do take care of your health," Zhou remarked to Jiang Fan. They had other matters to attend to and could not remain by his side indefinitely. Jiang Fan merely responded with a faint acknowledgement, not lifting his head. A few individuals swiftly exited the hospital, beginning to deliberate on how to investigate the case. "That Jiang Fan is excessively infatuated," sighed Zhou Yingying. "Indeed. He has endured several days simply to await Wang Xiaoxiao's return," Zhou replied. Qin Mu meticulously pondered their words, and a sudden hypothesis formed in his mind. "There is something amiss with Jiang Fan," he asserted with conviction. He finally comprehended the peculiar sensation surrounding Jiang Fan. This individual was far too extreme. For instance, if Wang Xiaoxiao had not encountered any misfortune but merely returned home in anger, why would Jiang Fan remain steadfastly waiting after failing to reach her by phone? Logically, a person of his nature would be expected to venture out in search of her. Thus, why did Jiang Fan choose to remain at home? Unless he was aware of Wang Xiaoxiao's whereabouts. "Let us pay another visit to Jiang Fan's residence," Qin Mu proposed, prompting the others to turn back. Zhou inquired, "Do you suspect Jiang Fan?" A lovesick individual, fully aware that his girlfriend was in trouble, how could he refrain from reporting it or searching for her? "Precisely. That aligns with logic." Zhou Yingying nodded vigorously. "Xiao Qin is right. We must investigate Jiang Fan's home." Zhou took a deep breath, resolutely making up his mind. It was unexpected that this old traditionalist would dare to flout the law, yet in pursuit of clarity regarding the case, he decided to take a risk. Zhou Yingying. "Xiao Qin, you two will keep an eye on Jiang Fan at the hospital," Zhou commanded. "Law enforcement personnel face stricter penalties for infractions. These young individuals still possess bright futures, and he could not allow them to jeopardize their prospects. Zhou, let us drive. If my guess is correct, Jiang Fan has already left the hospital and is now seated in a taxi heading home," Qin Mu confidently declared. Just as Qin Mu surmised. Jiang Fan was indeed in a taxi, nearly back at Hongwu Community. Chapter 7. The infatuated Xiaoxiao. "Talk to me for a moment. I will soon be leaving you." In the room, Jiang Fan murmured to Wang Xiaoxiao, who lay in his embrace. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that Wang Xiaoxiao's face was devoid of color, her eyes tightly shut, with 2 faint crimson stains upon her chest. She resembled a sleeping beauty, quietly resting in Jiang Fan's arms. Xiao Xiao, do you remember the place of our first encounter? It was in a cinema, where you wore a blue dress and a red hairpin. From that moment, I fell in love with you. I am fortunate to have won your heart. But why? Why must you leave me? Is it because of your parents? Fear not, I shall rid us of Tan. Then no one shall stand in the way of our love. Yes, let us eliminate them. It is all their fault. Jiang Fan raved, his eyes a terrifying shade of crimson. Yet, Wang Xiao remained utterly still, seemingly oblivious to his words. Suddenly, Jiang Fan's gaze softened as he looked down at Wang Xiao and said, You claim that I do not love you, that I only desire your form. But behold, I shall prove my devotion. Even without your form, my love for you endures. We are undoubtedly destined to remain together, unyielding to any force that might attempt to separate us. Even in death, we shall be united. Jiang Fan seemed to have resolved himself to a certain determination as he gazed at a nearby plastic barrel. The liquid within the barrel was swiftly poured onto the ground, instantly saturating the room with the acrid scent of gasoline. A flicker of flame ignited in Jiang Fan's palm, the lighter's fire dancing ominously, reminiscent of a harbinger from the depths of hell. With a sudden clatter, the lighter fell to the floor, and flames erupted, enveloping both Jiang Fan and Wang Xiao, as if they were destined for a fiery rebirth. At that moment, a voice echoed from the doorway. Oh no, Zhou exclaimed, his expression shifting at the sight of the roaring inferno within the room. The others quickly noticed Jiang Fan at the center of the flames, cradling Wang Xiao in his arms. Zhou swiftly commanded, Ying, call 120 immediately and evacuate the entire building. Xiaoqin, stay here and wait for me. Rolling up his sleeves, Zhou appeared ready to charge into the blaze. Qin Mu immediately grasped Zhou's arm, saying, Brother Zhou, it's not necessary. Rest assured. The fire has only just ignited. The smoke is not yet substantial, and there is a significant chance of escape. Zhou smiled faintly. I mean, for a criminal. For a corpse, it's not worth it. Qin Mu insisted. It is evident that Wang Xiao has already lost all vital signs. To rush in now, amidst such peril, is ill-advised. Those two elderly souls have suffered enough. I owe them an explanation, as much as I owe one to myself. With that, Zhou plunged directly into the heart of the flames. Immersed in his own world, Jiang Fan was oblivious to the sudden intrusion of Zhou. It was unfathomable to him that amidst such a raging inferno, anyone would dare to enter. By the time he regained his senses, Zhou was already standing before him. You wish to tear us apart? Jiang Fan bellowed. How dare you? Zhou retorted, delivering a swift kick to Jiang Fan's face. No, it's impossible. No one can separate us. No one. Jiang Fan clung desperately to Wang Xiao's lifeless body, refusing to let go. Seeing this, Zhou realized that he must incapacitate Jiang Fan. Fortunately, Jiang Fan offered no resistance, allowing Zhou to continue his assault until Jiang Fan finally succumbed to unconsciousness. However, at that moment, the flames surged unexpectedly, and the smoke became suffocating. Zhou understood the urgency of their escape and hastily hoisted Wang Xiao's corpse onto his back. Glancing at the unconscious Jiang Fan on the ground, Zhou gritted his teeth and, with one hand, dragged Jiang Fan towards the exit. The law, not personal vendettas, would judge him. Yet, Zhou had underestimated the rapid spread of the fire. In an instant, the flames intensified further. With the added burden of two bodies, his movements grew increasingly sluggish. Just then, a voice echoed from outside, accompanied by a refreshing breeze. Looking up, he saw Qin Mu wielding a fire hose, water surging into the room. This was the source of the coolness Zhou felt. Brother Zhou, hurry. Qin Mu beckoned, attempting to assist him from within. At last, the two emerged from the room, narrowly escaping disaster. Fortunately, the flames had not spread beyond the confines of the building. Otherwise, they would have had no time to catch their breath. At this moment, Zhou noticed that the fire hose in Qin Mu's hand was indeed the one from the fire cabinet on this floor. It was just that the cabinet was a bit distant, which is why Zhou hadn't noticed it earlier. Xiaoqin, splendid work. Zhou praised without reservation. In such a situation, maintaining composure and seeking out helpful resources demonstrated that this young man was indeed cut out for the role of a detective. I will suppress the flames until the firefighters arrive. Qin Mu glanced at Jiang Fan on the ground and continued to use the hose to control the fire within the room, ensuring it did not spread. Otherwise, the entire building would be at risk. The firefighters arrived swiftly, and recognizing the importance of expertise, Qin Mu handed the hose to one of the firefighters and turned to leave. Before long, the firefighters had successfully extinguished the fire in the room. Fortunately, the discovery had been timely. Otherwise, this floor would have undoubtedly faced serious consequences. Due to the prompt control of the situation, the fire was effectively managed, safeguarding the residents' property and personal safety. thus ensuring the security of their real estate. Aside from one individual sobbing uncontrollably, namely, Jiang Fan's landlord, everyone else remained relatively composed. The apartment rented by Jiang Fan and his companions was now a charred shell, and the landlord, staring into the darkened room, could hardly fathom that such a calamity would befall them. Nevertheless, one could argue that it led to a somewhat favorable conclusion. In the interrogation room of the police station, Jiang Fan confessed to his crimes without hesitation. It was due to Wang Xiaoxiao's realization of his obsession and her desire to break up that Jiang Fan ultimately took her life, transporting her remains back to his home via the staircase. The reason for the severing of Wang Xiaoxiao's breast stemmed from her remark, "You do not love me. You only cherish my bosom." In a bid to validate himself, Jiang Fan proceeded to remove Wang Xiaoxiao's breast and discarded it into the refuse bin. Subsequently, her parents arrived to claim her remains. The elderly couple nearly collapsed in grief, yet summoned the strength to take Wang Xiaoxiao back home. The sorrow of a parent bidding farewell to their child is unparalleled. This act became their sole beacon of hope. Should they be deprived of even the sight of Wang Xiaoxiao's body, their anguish would undoubtedly intensify, potentially leading to unforeseen consequences. With the case finally resolved, a collective sigh of relief was exhaled. Thus, Zhou Yingying proposed once more, "Let us go. I shall treat you all to a meal." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the two darkened. Chapter 8. Mediation of Disputes. Ultimately, the two accompanied Zhou Yingying, yet this time they eschewed quaint farmhouses or restaurants, opting instead for a humble street stall. Such stalls are preferable. While they may lack in hygiene, they offer complete transparency in preparation, a fact they could accept. "Do not be shy. Today, I shall foot the bill. Order whatever your heart's desire," Zhou Yingying declared with an extravagant flourish, embodying a spirit of generosity. "Then I shall not hold back. 5 pounds of the 68-style crayfish," Qin Mu responded with a smile, glancing at the menu. "Just bring a few dishes." "I am of an age where I cannot indulge in overly spicy fare," Zhou Tsang remarked, glancing at the menu and deftly redirecting the question to Zhou Yingying. "Brother Zhou, I understand." Zhou Yingying nodded, then ordered a plethora of spicy dishes, ultimately concluding with a bowl of plain congee for Zhou Tsang. Zhou Tsang gazed at the congee before him, then glanced at the two indulging in their feast, furrowing his brow. Youth truly has its advantages. With a sigh of nostalgia, Zhou Tsang reached for the crayfish. "Brother Zhou, so you're balancing health and indulgence, are you?" Zhou Yingying teased. "No health regimen today, perhaps tomorrow." Zhou Tsang replied without objection. The three concluded their dinner amidst a chorus of merriment. The following day, they resumed their work routine. Upon entering the police station, Qin Mu immediately sensed something amiss. It felt rather empty, with many personnel conspicuously absent. "Brother Zhou, have Captain Zhao and the others not returned yet?" Qin Mu inquired of Zhou Tsang. Indeed, it appeared they had not been back for 2 or 3 days. Zhou Tsang nodded in affirmation. "Is the conflict between Li Hua and Wang Zhuang that severe?" Qin Mu casually asked. It was surprising that, even after several days, the discord had not been fully resolved, particularly with their intervention. No wonder Captain Zhao had taken a contingent of criminal detectives. A mere patrol officer might not have been able to manage those ruffians. The animosity between the two villages had deep roots, reportedly dating back several decades. Zhou Tsang set down his pen and began to reminisce. In those times of scarcity, resources were precious, and water was paramount for farmers. Irrigation was indispensable. The discord between the two villages stemmed from water-related issues. Previously, their clashes had escalated to violence, even resulting in fatalities. Thus, Li Hua and Wang Zhuang had remained focal points of concern. Whenever a hint of conflict arose, the local officers would be notified. Then, team leader Zhao took the initiative to calm the situation. Unfortunately, the police were unable to subdue those ruffians and had to leave it to him. However, 3 days had passed, and Zhao and his team had yet to return, indicating that the situation was far more complicated than before. Just as Zhou Tsang had surmised, Zhao Yan was currently overwhelmed with tasks. The two villages were on the brink of conflict once more, and this time, it was evident that they were prepared for a serious confrontation. The cause was rather straightforward. The residents of Li Hua had dug a ditch that diverted water from Wang Zhuang, which naturally displeased the latter. In retaliation, the people of Wang Zhuang blocked the ditch. This incited further discontent among the residents of Li Hua. And given the long-standing enmity between the two villages, a brawl erupted. Upon Zhao Yan's arrival, he immediately apprehended those who had instigated the violence. However, rather than deterring the villagers, this action exacerbated the tensions, as both sides believed the other had summoned the police and had their villagers detained. Zhao Yan found himself in a difficult position, compelled to mediate the escalating conflict patiently. Nevertheless, the villagers were not naive. They understood that with the criminal police present, violence would be curtailed. They opted to refrain from fighting until the police departed, at which point hostilities would resume. Consequently, Zhao Yan and his team were obliged to remain on-site, for their departure would undoubtedly lead to chaos. This was the reason for their prolonged absence. It was not a matter of choice, but rather one of necessity. Team leader Zhao, what shall we do? We cannot remain here indefinitely, inquired a burly man with a fierce demeanor. Had Qin Mu been present, he would undoubtedly have recognized this individual, named Zhang Yuan, renowned as the most formidable fighter within the criminal police unit. Zhao Yan's decision to bring Zhang Yuan along was certainly influenced by this consideration. Sighing deeply, Zhao Yan pondered his options. What could he do? He could only strive to mediate. If that failed, he would have to leave a few officers behind. It was simply inappropriate for them to remain there indefinitely. Zhao Yan led a group of detectives out of the police station, whose location was deliberately chosen for its strategic significance, adjacent to Wangshuang, allowing for immediate intervention and reporting in the event of a conflict between the two villages. Initially, this police station served as a deterrent to the residents of both villages. However, as time passed, the villagers grew increasingly bold, rendering the officers ineffective in maintaining order. Now, should a clash erupt, they could only report to Zhao Yan, requesting reinforcements. As Zhao Yan entered Wangshuang, he was met with a familiar voice. Humph, those from Liwa used to bully us, and now they dare to provoke us again. They shall not escape unscathed, exclaimed an elderly man leaning on a cane, his tone laced with indignation. A cluster of seniors gathered around him, fervently agreeing and even boasting about how they had dealt with the Liwa residents in their youth. Aunt Wang, you are absolutely right. We ought to teach the Liwa folk a lesson they won't forget, ensuring they steer clear of us Wangshuang folks for the rest of their lives. In my younger days, I single-handedly took on 3 from Wangshuang. Nowadays, these youngsters can barely manage a one-on-one fight. What a disgrace. Had I known back then, I would not have held back, allowing the people of Wangshuang to face extinction. The elders often express such sentiments, which explains the animosity among the younger generation of Wangshuang, particularly among the immature children from both Liwa and Wangshuang. Factions have formed in school, leading to frequent altercations. Over time, this has only deepened their hatred. Calm down, Aunt Wang, Zhao Yan said with a smile, crouching down. He was well acquainted with this elder named Wang Jing, a person of considerable esteem in the village, whose words carried weight. Thus, Zhao Yan sought out Wang Jing first, for persuading her would account for half the battle. Captain Zhao is quite right. Those little rascals dared to tamper with our water. Aren't they simply asking for trouble? Wang Jing exclaimed, punctuating her words by striking the ground thrice with her cane. Zhao Yan continued to reason with her. While that may be true, engaging in collective brawls is a serious offense, especially with so many of you involved. If apprehended, it could lead to several years of imprisonment. Chapter 1. The Dry Well and the White Bones. So Captain Zhao has come to play the mediator. Wang Jing's expression turned cold as she tightened her grip on her cane. Aunt Wang, I am not here to mediate. I am merely seeking to speak the truth. Must we not live our lives peacefully? The events of the past are behind us. We must move forward, Zhao Yan implored earnestly. Captain Zhao, if it weren't for the people of Liwa stealing our village's water back then, how would my parents have perished? Wang Jing's words instantly resonated with the crowd. Indeed, had it not been for the individuals from Liwa, my sister would not have met her tragic fate. Oh, my poor brother. If it were not for those wretched brats from Liwa, how could you have suffered such a dreadful demise? Several elders began to wipe away their tears, reminiscing about the hardships of yesteryears. Zhao Yan, witnessing this, found himself at a loss for words. There was nothing he could do in this situation. Just as he pondered how to break the silence, a child's voice suddenly echoed from a distance. A little one, around 11 or 12 years of age, dashed around the corner, calling out in distress. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Upon spotting Zhao Yan and the others, the child became elated. Police uncle, Zhou has fallen into a well. You must hurry to rescue him. Wang Jing, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback, and after a pause, she implored, Captain Zhao, please save my grandson. Yet, there was no response, for Zhao Yan and his companions had already raced away. Over here, police uncle. The chubby child pointed towards the well. It was an old-fashioned water well, with a large opening and a decrepit winch above, now dry as a bone. Hurry, save him. Zhao Yan immediately instructed his companions. Captain Zhao, the well is not deep. Give me a rope, and I can descend right away. Zhang Yuan peered into the well and spotted a small, unconscious figure at the bottom, with what appeared to be blood seeping around it. We have a rope at home. A nearby household, hearing the commotion, quickly rushed back to fetch a rope. With the rope in hand, Zhang Yuan promptly descended, while the others held the rope tightly. Soon, Zhang Yuan arrived at the bottom of the well. Although it was said to be shallow, it still extended several meters deep, and the child's head was already bleeding, rendering him unconscious. In such dire circumstances, the chances of survival were exceedingly slim. However, Zhang Yuan refused to yield. As long as there remained even a sliver of hope, he would strive for it. Pull me up, Zhang Yuan shouted as he embraced the small child. The detectives above, upon hearing his urgent call, immediately began to pull with all their might. Take it easy, Zhao Yan cautioned, straining against the rope. Don't rush. We don't want to risk causing further injury to those inside. The seasoned detectives, well-versed in their craft, understood the gravity of the situation and avoided making any fundamental errors. Just then, Zhang Yuan's attention was drawn to the sight of bones at the bottom of the well. An experienced detective like him would never mistake it. Those were indeed human rib bones. Before he could ponder further, a group of officers successfully pulled him up. Quickly. To the hospital. Zhao Yan reacted swiftly, checking for the child's breath. There was still a pulse. Thankfully, there was still hope for recovery. Zhao team, leave it to me. One detective stepped forward, taking the child and settling into the police vehicle. My dear Zhou, you must not come to harm. Wang Jing hurriedly climbed into the police car, following the two detectives as they sped toward the town's hospital. At that moment, Zhang Yuan suddenly exclaimed, Zhao team. There is something in the well. What do you mean? Zhao Yan was momentarily taken aback. There are human bones down there. Zhang Yuan's revelation left the detectives in stunned silence, and several villagers nearby displayed expressions of astonishment. Human bones? How is that possible? How could there be bones in the well? Indeed, it is undoubtedly a case of misperception on the part of the police officer. The villagers were adorned with expressions of disbelief. Let us descend and investigate, Zhao Yan resolved decisively. The gravity of human life demanded a thorough inquiry into this matter. As Zhao Yan descended into the well, he immediately caught sight of a pale hue. Upon illuminating his phone, he was confronted with the stark revelation of a skeleton before him. It was not merely one set of remains. Adjacent to it lay an array of smaller bones, marked with numerous bite marks. From this alone, one could deduce that these creatures had likely feasted upon this individual during their lifetimes. Yet how could such animals find their way to the bottom of the well unless it was by someone's deliberate action? This was a premeditated homicide. Zhao Yan swiftly affirmed this conclusion and signaled for assistance to be hoisted back up. As Zhao Yan emerged, Zhang Yuan eagerly inquired, Captain Zhao, did you find bones? Indeed. Inform the bureau and summon personnel, including Shao Qin, Zhao Yan commanded with a grave countenance. The previous day, he had received a report from Zhou Tsang, indicating that their side had already resolved the case, with both the perpetrator and the victim's body having been located. Zhou Tsang had extolled Qin Mu's contributions, making it fortuitous to have him assist. No one questioned Zhao Yan's explicit request for Qin Mu's presence, after all, who remained unaware of Qin Mu's exceptional capabilities following recent cases. Meanwhile, at the police station, Zhou Tsang received a phone call. Let us go, Shao Qin. A case has emerged. I will notify the technical department, Zhou Tsang stated after hanging up. He had long since grown accustomed to the sudden emergence of cases at such times. Understood. Qin Mu set down the book in his hands and nodded slightly. Before long, Zhou Tsang arrived, accompanied by Zhou Yingying and another individual from the technical department, a bespectacled young man with a rather youthful countenance. Is this a newcomer? Zhou Tsang glanced at Zhou Yingying, his inquiry unmistakably clear. Indeed, this is our new recruit, He Chi, from the technical department. I am introducing him to the world. Zhou Yingying affirmed. Zhou Tsang, having nothing further to add, decided to let the technical personnel observe the crime scene, considering it a valuable experience. Greetings, esteemed seniors, He Chi said, a hint of shyness evident in his demeanor as he addressed the two. Esteemed seniors? Qin Mu is also new, just like you. So do not refer to him as such. Zhou Yingying gently patted He Chi on the back. Upon hearing this, He Chi cautiously scrutinized Qin Mu, as if he had seen him somewhere before, though he remained uncertain. All right, let us depart promptly. Team Zhao is quite urgent, Zhou Tsang urged. Qin Mu had no objections. The sooner they arrived at the crime scene, the better. Thus, the four of them squeezed into a single vehicle, hastening towards Wangzhuang, accompanied by forensic experts and others. Meanwhile, within Wangzhuang, are there any more bones inside? Zhao Yan inquired, his brow furrowed as he surveyed the scattered white bones. One skeleton had already been retrieved, but numerous smaller, fragmented bones remained, presenting a considerable challenge. Wait a moment. Zhang Yuan's voice echoed from the depths of the well. Chapter 2. A dense accumulation of bones. Goodness. There are so many bones. Zhang Yuan, having just emerged from the well, was taken aback by the sight of bones strewn across the ground. As he was fishing earlier, he had not yet realized the sheer number of bones present. Now, upon a clearer view, it was nothing short of a visual shock. Even Zhang Yuan, the seasoned detective, found the scene somewhat staggering. What more could be said for the villagers, who had long since retreated to a safe distance? Yet, their curiosity compelled them to glance back in this direction. News traveled swiftly within the village, and it would not take long for this incident to spread throughout the vicinity. We must collect all the bones and await the arrival of Shao Qin and the others, Zhao Yan remarked, glancing at the scattered bones with a frown. It was indeed inappropriate to leave them here. Should they be lost, it would pose a significant dilemma. They could only wait for Zhou Cong and his team to arrive, leaving the forensic experts to grapple with the aftermath. Just as Zhao Yan and his team had returned the skeletal remains to the police station, Zhou Cong arrived. So many bones, Zhou Yingying exclaimed, gazing at the densely clustered remains, her astonishment palpable. The accompanying forensic experts were already busy attending to the task at hand. Unsurprisingly, the forensic team members appeared distressed. They regretted not having brought more personnel. He Qi, witnessing the scene before him, instinctively took a step back, inadvertently stepping on Qin Mu's shoe in the process. My apologies, He Qi repeatedly expressed. It's all right, no need to worry, Qin Mu replied, promptly moving to Zhao Yan's side. Xiao Qin has arrived. You've worked hard, Zhao Yan said, his heart swelling with joy at the sight of the promising young talent from his department. Merely mentioning him was a point of pride. Captain Zhao, what exactly is happening here? Qin Mu inquired, voicing his concern. Meanwhile, He Qi observed the interaction between Qin Mu and Zhao Yan, feeling a complex mix of emotions, his envy palpable. Was he truly a newcomer as well? For a moment, He Qi felt a twinge of doubt. He Qi, stop dawdling and come lend a hand. Help move the bones inside, Zhou Yingying called to him. Oh, coming. He Qi nodded eagerly and followed her. Meanwhile, Qin Mu had finished listening to Zhao Yan's account. This could very well be a premeditated murder. Zhou Cong keenly sensed the implication in Zhao Yan's words. Indeed, that was my thought as well. Although I am unsure of the identity of those small animal remains, the human bones exhibit distinct claw marks and bite marks that do not resemble those made by humans. Zhao Yan articulated his hypothesis. It must be a murder case, Qin Mu interjected. He had already drawn a conclusion. He had observed closely that the claw prints and bite marks on the human bones corresponded perfectly. This suggested that the deceased had been in a deep well, where they were entirely consumed by those small creatures. However, it was evident that such small animals could not exist in the well due to the absence of food. Qin Mu also harbored a vague suspicion regarding those small creatures. In rural areas, the most commonly found small animals that could be easily captured by a murderer were limited to just a few species. Soon, the forensic results were released. Based on the bone age of the deceased, it was estimated that they were between 50 and 55 years old, and the pelvic bones indicated that the individual was likely female. The remains of the small animals were also catalogued, primarily consisting of mice. Upon comparison, the claw marks and bite marks on the human bones matched perfectly with those of the mice, establishing a strong likelihood that the mice had indeed feasted upon the deceased. The cause of death remained indeterminate, as the bones were fragmented and devoid of flesh, leaving no basis for further inference. As for the identity of the deceased, it remains exceedingly difficult to ascertain. Nevertheless, this situation allows us to deduce one certainty. The individual was indeed murdered and has since been gnawed upon by rodents. It is also plausible that the gnawing occurred prior to death. However, in such a scenario, the victim must have been incapable of uttering a word or calling for help. At present, no other items have been discovered within the well, leading us to this conclusion, though further findings may emerge. Naturally, if new evidence surfaces, it would be most welcome. Let us proceed. Perhaps we shall uncover additional insights within the well, Zhao Yan remarked once more. The others nodded in agreement, while several forensic experts prepared to transport the remains for a more thorough examination, in hopes of ascertaining the victim's identity. At the bottom of the well, Qin Mu ran his fingers along the walls. While it is referred to as a well, it resembles more a rainwater collection system. Its depth of merely a few meters is far from adequate for the local groundwater levels. Typically, wells in this area must be bored to a depth of at least 10 meters to yield water, rendering this particular well trivial in comparison to others. What is the matter, Xiao Qin? Any new discoveries? Zhao Yan inquired from above. Not as of yet, Qin Mu replied, calling up before continuing his investigation. The confined space of the well offered little to explore. Despite several rounds of inspection, he found nothing of note. Only a few desiccated, slender leaves, all damaged and devoid of any significant value. The walls of the well revealed no remnants either. Time's relentless passage has obliterated any traces that may have once existed. Having emerged from the well empty-handed, Qin Mu was seized by Zhou Cong, who was clearly anxious about his well-being. There seemed to be no other recourse. Based on the bone age assessment, perhaps inquiring within the village about any missing elderly individuals might yield results. Zhao Yan sighed, acknowledging this as the last resort. The village lacked surveillance, rendering any monitoring efforts futile. Moreover, even if there had been cameras, it was evident that the individuals had long since turned to bones, making any investigation hopeless. A group of detectives immediately sprang into action, canvassing the village door to door. As old partners, Qin Mu and Zhou Yingying accompanied Zhou Cong in this endeavor. Inquiries within the village were relatively straightforward. They simply needed to ask whatever came to mind. Upon concluding his statement, Zhou promptly entered a household. During the daytime, villagers tended to leave their doors open, allowing for easy visibility of the occupants within. Police? What brings you here? Speak your mind. A woman emerged from the kitchen, wielding a spatula. Aunt Lu, may I ask if there have been any missing persons in your village? Zhou inquired, clearly familiar with the locals, as he directly addressed the woman by her surname. Missing? None that I know of, Aunt Lu replied, having resided in the village for over a decade. She had never heard of anyone going missing during that time. Aunt Lu, are you quite sure there are no such cases? Zhou pressed for confirmation. Oh, wait a moment. I just remembered. There was indeed one person who went missing. Aunt Lu exclaimed, slapping her thigh in realization. Aunt Lu, please elaborate. Zhou immediately pulled out his notebook, eager for details. Aunt Lu reminisced for a moment before slowly speaking. I recall, it was a decade ago, back then. Chapter 3. The investigation of the missing person 10 years ago, the matriarch of the Lao Zhou family, known as Aunt Wang, whom you must be acquainted with. Aunt Lu reminded Zhou. In an instant, Zhou recalled a figure, that of Wang Jing. However, Wang Jing currently resided in Haha village. So how could Aunt Lu claim she had gone missing? At that time, Aunt Wang had quarreled with her family. Lao Zhou was still alive then. And after their argument, Aunt Wang returned to her maternal home. The Zhou family believed Aunt Wang had vanished and searched for several days, ultimately locating her at her parents' house. Isn't that amusing? Aunt Lu chuckled to herself after finishing her tale. Zhou paused, then silently crossed out the notes he had just taken. Aunt Lu, I shan't intrude any longer, he said, leading his companions away. As Aunt Lu watched them depart, she shrugged and retreated to her kitchen to resume cooking. Soon, the group approached other households for inquiries, yet the responses remained consistent. No one in the village had gone missing in recent decades. However, looking further back to the time of famine, there were indeed many cases of disappearance. Yet, it was evident that the time of death of the deceased could not have coincided with the famine, as the bones would have long since decomposed, making preservation until now impossible. It was a well, and to put it differently, it contained rainwater, which is known for its corrosive properties. Although this corrosiveness is not particularly strong, prolonged exposure would inevitably accelerate the decomposition of bones. However, the presence of intact remains indicates that the time of death must not be too distant. Approximately 7 to 8 years would seem plausible. This was merely Qin Mu's estimation. The exact timeline awaited confirmation from the Bureau. As dusk gradually enveloped the surroundings, the group of detectives concluded their investigations and returned to the police station. Under Zhao Yan's direction, a brief meeting was convened. This case presents considerable difficulties, Zhang Yuan remarked. The elapsed time is significant, and according to our inquiries, there have been no other disappearances in the village. This undoubtedly renders it a cold case, making it arduous to locate the perpetrator. If no one else has gone missing in this village, could it possibly be related to Liwa? Qin Mu speculated. Please, continue, Zhao Yan urged, his eyes brightening with interest. Of course, this is merely conjecture and not necessarily accurate, Qin Mu prefaced, before elaborating. Wang Zhuang and Liwa have a history of conflict, as everyone is aware. Is it possible that this could be a case of revenge? Zhao Yan nodded, noting this hypothesis. There is a likelihood of such a scenario. Indeed, one might say the possibility is rather substantial. The animosity between the elder generations of the two villages runs deep, and given that many lack education, it is entirely conceivable that irrationality could lead to such an outcome. However, as the situation remains uncertain, we must exercise caution. Nonetheless, it is imperative that we inquire further with Liwa. It would be wise to inquire with the neighboring villages, ensuring clarity in our questions, as this could greatly aid in solving the case. However, given the late hour, it would be prudent to postpone further investigations until tomorrow. After all, they are merely human, not indomitable machines, and require rest, unlike the relentless nature of their work. Due to the limited space at the police station, many detectives find themselves cramped within their vehicles. Yet, this is not the case for Qin Mu and his colleagues, as they have Zhou Yingying accompanying them. It would be somewhat inappropriate for a young woman to be squeezed into the confines of the car, so they decided to let Zhou Yingying seek accommodation with a local family. Given her personality, she would undoubtedly ensure a fair arrangement, while also allowing for a bit more room within the police vehicle. As the long night dragged on, Zhou broke the silence, asking, "This is your first time sleeping in a police car, isn't it?" Indeed, He nodded in response. He had never experienced such a situation before. It's tolerable, Qin Mu remarked with a smile, though it surely pales in comparison to a proper bed. Don't worry, you will both adapt in due time. Zhou reassured them with a light-hearted tone. Such is the life of a detective. In the event of a major criminal case requiring surveillance of suspects, sleeping in a vehicle becomes commonplace. Present circumstances are relatively favorable, while the sleeping arrangements may not be ideal. At least they are provided with 3 meals a day and are spared from the rigors of sleepless nights, making this experience far more comfortable than previous arrests. He glanced at his reflection in the rearview mirror, pondering, why should a technical officer like me need to adapt to this? The night passed in silence, and Qin Mu slumbered until dawn. To his surprise, the seats of the police car were quite different, far more comfortable than he had anticipated. The only issue he faced was a stiff neck, causing him discomfort with each movement. Let us proceed to Liwa and inquire, Zhou Tsang stated directly to the group after they finished breakfast. This had been their plan since the previous day. In addition to Qin Mu and his companions, there were several other criminal police officers, totaling 8 individuals. They traveled in 3 vehicles and soon arrived at Liwa. Upon spotting the police cars, the villagers at the entrance of Liwa immediately darkened their expressions and turned back towards the village. It appeared that Captain Zhao had previously spoken with them. Zhou Tsang quickly deduced what had transpired. It was evident that Zhao Yin had come to negotiate, likely attempting to persuade the villagers of Liwa to stake their claims in the dispute. This was characteristic of Zhao Yin. He believed in clear distinctions between right and wrong. It was undeniable that Liwa's actions were indeed inappropriate, diverting water from Wangzhuang's fields and jeopardizing the livelihoods of the Wangzhuang villagers. Wasn't this tantamount to provoking conflict? Xiao Qin, you take Zhuo Yingying over there, while I will accompany He Qi to inquire from this side. The other side will be handled by them. Zhou Tsang contemplated briefly before allocating the tasks. With his extensive experience guiding the less seasoned, there would be no issues. Qin Mu, despite being a newcomer, was not entirely inexperienced, and Zhuo Yingying, an established criminal officer, required no concern from him. Why am I being led by Qin Mu? Zhuo Yingying questioned in confusion. By age and tenure, I should be the one leading, not being directed by a novice. Because Qin Mu is a criminal officer, while you belong to the technical department. Zhou Tsang explained succinctly. How infuriating. I want to transfer to the criminal division, Zhuo Yingying retorted, though her words were more of a grievance than a true desire. In reality, it was still a collaborative effort between the two. Hopefully, they would yield some fruitful results. Qin Mu composed himself and then entered a farmhouse. Officer, what brings you to our home? A middle-aged man emerged from the room, his dark face marked by suspicion. Greetings. We are conducting an investigation and hope you can assist us, Qin Mu replied with a standard formality. Feel free to ask. I will certainly provide you with answers. The man scratched his head. As long as you're not advising them to block the drainage, I'm open to any inquiries. Have there been any reports of missing persons in your village in recent years? Qin Mu inquired, taking out his notebook to document the man's responses. In recent years, there have been none, the man replied honestly. None in recent years, so that implies there were cases before? Qin Mu's eyes brightened as he pressed on. Yes. About 8 or 9 years ago, an elderly lady indeed went missing, the man admitted. What was her age? Zhou Yingying interjected with curiosity. I wouldn't know, as she wasn't a relative of mine. The man quickly shook his head. Which family did she belong to? Zhou Yingying took over the questioning, allowing Qin Mu ample time to take notes. She was from the Li family, the man answered candidly. Seeing Qin Mu pause in his note-taking, Zhou Yingying continued. Apart from that, were there any other missing individuals? No, I don't know of any others. The man scratched his head again. I usually work out of town, but I returned recently due to some matters, and coincidentally, I happened to be here during the conflict between Li Hua and Wangzhuang. Thank you for your cooperation. Zhou Yingying expressed her gratitude as she led Qin Mu away. The urban dwellers are indeed striking. The men are handsome, and the women are beautiful. Even the police are no exception. The man sighed and retreated back into his room. Meanwhile, Qin Mu and his companion stepped outside and promptly proceeded to the next location. Leaving Li Kun's home for another time, the house remained in place, unable to escape, and it would be prudent to gather more intelligence. Thus, the day's investigation gradually drew to a close. Eventually, the two arrived at Li Kun's residence, coincidentally encountering Zhou Tsang as well. What a coincidence. Have you also uncovered matters regarding Li Kun's household? Zhou Tsang inquired. Qin Mu nodded, indicating that the information within the village was consistent. Let us proceed inside and take a look, Zhou Tsang suggested, leading the group into the house where they were fortunate enough to meet Li Kun. Li Kun, a middle-aged man wearing spectacles, though somewhat aged, exuded an air of scholarly demeanor, and his stern expression rendered him akin to a stern official. Gentlemen, what brings you here? Li Kun asked, his brow furrowing slightly. He had already heard about the police conducting inquiries from house to house during the day, so he was not surprised by their visit. However, he wondered why they had arrived only now. Are you Li Kun? Zhou Tsang inquired. Indeed, I am Li Kun. I have heard that your mother went missing nearly 9 years ago. Zhou Tsang continued questioning. To be precise, it was 9 years ago. Why do you ask? Have you found my mother's remains? Li Kun's demeanor shifted, becoming somewhat agitated. We cannot confirm that. We have come to ascertain the truth. How old was your mother when she disappeared? Zhou Tsang initially denied the claim before proceeding with his inquiry. 52. If my mother had not gone missing, She would now be 61, Li Kun replied candidly. The age aligned with the parameters, and coupled with the certainty of gender. It was highly probable that the deceased was indeed Li Kun's mother. Have you found my mother? Li Kun inquired impatiently. However, it was still premature to draw any definitive conclusions. Zhou Tsang, naturally hesitant, could only respond vaguely, not yet, but we have discovered a set of remains. We cannot ascertain whether it is your mother at this moment. Please, let me see. Can I please see? Li Kun, overwhelmed with emotion, grasped Zhou Tsang's hand tightly. 9 years had passed, and no one could fathom the torment he had endured during that time. A daily agony of searching without any leads. I'm sorry, but that isn't possible at this time. Zhou Tsang firmly declined. How can that be? That is my mother. Why can't I see her? Li Kun's body trembled uncontrollably. Mr. Li, please remain calm. It has not yet been confirmed that it is your mother, Zhou Tsang hurriedly reassured him. Upon hearing this, Li Kun trembled even more, eventually collapsing to the ground, silently sobbing. Mr. Li, we must take our leave now, Zhou Tsang stated, departing with a few others. As they exited, Zhou Yingying remarked, I can understand his emotional state, but he has lost his reason. A set of remains, how could you possibly recognize it? Are we to resort to superstitions? That would be utterly unscientific. That is a valid point. Let us see if there is any news from Old Wang and his group. Zhou Tsang replied. Old Wang is a detective from another team, and they ventured to the northern part of the village for an investigation. However, after only a short distance, they unexpectedly encountered Old Wang and his colleagues. It seems you have already questioned Li Kun, Old Wang remarked with a smile. Indeed, we have. Have you uncovered any additional findings? Zhou Tsang inquired, nodding. There is indeed something noteworthy, Old Wang replied with a mysterious grin, continuing to walk as he spoke. Zhou Tsang's interest was piqued, and Qin Mu leaned in closer. According to Old Wang, there was also a missing elderly woman in the northern part of the village, aged 54, who had disappeared 9 years ago. This revelation muddied the waters, as both cases matched the criteria, making it difficult to ascertain the identity of the remains. Upon returning to the police station, they promptly received another piece of information. The forensic expert at the bureau relayed that, according to their assessment, the remains dated back approximately 8 to 127 years, given the extensive time frame and the erosive effects of rain and other elements. This was the best estimate the forensic team could provide. This finding corroborated Qin Mu's suspicions, which was a positive development. However, the others had found no significant leads. Even in the surrounding villages, cases of missing persons did not fall within the established time frame. Do people not report their missing loved ones? Zhou Yingying interjected nonsensically. Some do, while others do not. Zhou Tsang sighed in response to her. Take Li Kun, for instance. His mother's disappearance went unreported. If we had not inquired in the village, we would have remained unaware of the situation. As for those who did file reports, locating them has proven to be quite challenging. Although modern technology has advanced significantly, it has yet to reach an omnipresent level. Human traffickers share this notion. However, in recent years, such cases have noticeably declined. This leads to the implication that it ultimately involves Li Hua. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yan felt a throbbing headache. If Li Hua were to escalate the situation, a conflict with Wang Zhuang would undoubtedly ensue. Moreover, given the severity of the case, the tension between the two villages would only intensify. Indeed, it would be prudent to devise a means to placate the people of Li Hua. Zhou Tsang concurred. As an elder, Zhou Tsang had been aware of the friction between Li Hua and Wang Zhuang since his involvement began. The discord between the two villages had persisted to the present day, indicating how deeply entrenched it was. At that moment, a police officer rushed in from outside, urgently addressing the crowd. This is bad. Someone from Li Hua has arrived. Chapter 5. Turmoil, let us go. They dare to kill our people, shouted the leader, Li Kun, adjusting his glasses. Stay calm. We are reasonable people. As long as they surrender the murderer, we shall let this matter rest. His singular focus was to find the one responsible for his mother's death, and beyond that, he cared for nothing else. Li Li, a robust man and a diligent farmer, shared the same sentiment. He was also the son of another missing elderly woman. After a brief discussion, Li Kun and Li Li rallied a group of people to head towards Wang Zhuang. In their perspective, the perpetrator was identified as someone from Wang Zhuang, either the mother of Li Kun or that of Li Li, especially given the existing discord between the two villages. Consequently, the residents of Li Hua were incensed. It was Li Li's mother who had been slain today, and they feared that their own mothers might soon be targeted as well. No one wished to lose their mother. Thus a fervent crowd swiftly gathered, driven by self-preservation. The commotion in Li Hua could hardly be concealed from Wang Zhuang, after all. Such a large assembly could not go unnoticed by anyone with their senses intact. Trouble! Trouble! The people from Li Hua are advancing. Someone shouted throughout the village. What? That rabble dares to approach us? Let us show them no mercy. Another exclaimed, enraged. They've already destroyed our ditches. And now they come to attack us. What law is there to uphold? Is there no justice left? Immediately, the residents of Wangzhuang emerged from their homes. Realizing the urgency of the situation, we must act swiftly. If we delay, they will be upon us. Someone urged. Fear not, a voice reassured them. Given the long-standing animosity between the two villages, we surely have our defenses ready. Excellent. The crowd rallied, armed with hoes and hammers, marching determinedly towards the village entrance. Soon, the two factions met. Wangzhuang, hand over the culprit. Li, brandishing his hoe, shouted fiercely at the opposing group. Unyielding, the leader from Wangzhuang, Wang Chang, stepped forward to confront Li, retorting vehemently, You speak nonsense. Who the hell is the murderer here? Are you trying to conceal the truth? Who doesn't know that bones have been discovered in your village? Li exclaimed furiously. This gang from Wang village truly had no redeeming qualities. Even at such a time, they still wished to hide the facts. You ought to be damned. The more Li pondered, the angrier he became. His hands trembling slightly as he gripped the hoe. Don't you dare spin your lies. We have found bones, but do you even know whose they are? The person who emerged bore a resemblance to the child who had fallen into the well. He was Zhou Duwang, the father of Zhou Zhou, one of the few outsiders in Wang village. How dare you insult my mother? Li's anger flared, and he strode directly to Zhou Duwang. What's wrong with cursing you? Not only will I curse you, but I shall also strike you. Zhou Duwang, naturally, did not relent, throwing a punch at Li. You from Wang village have committed murder and still dare to raise a hand against us. Do you really think we, from Liwa, are powerless? Li Kun shouted, rallying the crowd. Come on, let's teach these bastards a lesson. How dare you come to our Wang village and act without conscience? Wang Chang roared. We haven't yet settled the matter of you digging our ditches, and you now have the audacity to come and assault us? You truly overestimate yourselves. Before Wang Chang could utter another word, a throng from Wang village surged forward. Just as the two factions were about to clash, a sudden voice rang out, halting everyone. Stop it. Do you all wish to end up in prison? Zhao Yan hurriedly arrived with a contingent of criminal police, just in time to witness the unfolding scene, prompting him to swiftly intervene. He was acutely aware that if a confrontation were to ensue, it would likely result in serious injuries, if not fatalities. Captain Zhao, your timing is impeccable. This group from Wangzhuang is comprised of heinous criminals. You must apprehend them immediately, Li urgently implored, grasping Zhao Yan's arm. Who informed you that the people of Wangzhuang committed murder? Is there any evidence? Zhao Yan exclaimed, feeling a surge of frustration. It was evident that rumors from previous events had circulated, and coincidentally, two elderly individuals from Liwa had gone missing. However, such details were unknown to outsiders. Presumably, the residents of Liwa had not contemplated the implications, leading them to storm over with a mob. You're talking nonsense. We cannot even ascertain whose bones those are. Your accusations are baseless. Zhou Duwang retorted after a prolonged silence, struggling to voice the term slander. Do you still refuse to admit it? There are no missing persons from Wangzhuang. Yet coincidentally, some from Liwa have vanished. If you did not perpetrate this, then who could have? Li lamented, his voice breaking into sobs. My poor mother. She was barely over 50. How can I possibly endure this loss? Li, I advise you to refrain from making unfounded accusations. The people of Wangzhuang would never engage in such actions. If they were to act, it would be done with honor, Zhou Duwang shouted in exasperation, pointing an accusing finger at Li. Captain Zhao, did you hear that? He has already confessed. It was indeed them. You must take them into custody at once. Li pleaded, gripping Zhao Yan's clothing tightly, his voice a desperate cry. Zhao Yan found himself increasingly troubled by the cacophony of their quarrel. At that moment, Qin Mu spoke up. Without evidence, we cannot arbitrarily apprehend individuals. However, if you can provide proof, we shall proceed with the arrest. Given the nature of their crimes, they would face at least 20 to 30 years of imprisonment. Upon hearing this, Li's eyes glinted with ferocity. Although he could not fully comprehend Qin Mu's lengthy discourse, he caught the mention of imprisonment for 2 to 3 decades and immediately retorted, that is unacceptable. Murderers must pay with their lives, and debts must be repaid. This has been the law since time immemorial. Qin Mu added, of course, should your evidence be substantial, execution could also be a possibility. At this point, Li understood that as long as there was so-called evidence, he could avenge his mother. Junior, if you deceive them, the people of Liwa will hold a grudge against you, Zhou Yinging whispered, aware that Qin Mu was merely fabricating tales to stabilize the situation. Do not worry. If it comes to that, I shall refrain from visiting Liwa in the future, Qin Mu quietly replied. Given the tense atmosphere, he felt compelled to say something to placate the people from Liwa, as conflict could erupt at any moment. Li then declared, very well, I possess evidence. His proclamation instantly rendered both Wangzhuang and Liwa's people silent, all eyes converging upon him. What evidence do you have? Zhao Yan inquired. My mother mentioned she was going to pass through Wangzhuang when she left. I even advised her against it, but she refused to listen, and then she vanished. Lily glared furiously at Zhou Duwang and then declared, "It must be those from Wangzhuang. They saw my mother alone and then ruthlessly attacked her. The entire village is comprised of murderers." Zhao Yan gently rubbed his forehead, having anticipated such an outcome. However, this could not be considered evidence. Precise proof was necessary, photographs, witnesses, and the like. Zhao Yan patiently elucidated the situation. "I am a witness. You must apprehend them immediately," Lily asserted, pounding his chest. Zhao Yan was at a loss for words. Nevertheless, there was a silver lining. The tension between the two factions had lessened considerably. "Lily, you must refrain from making reckless statements. If we from Wangzhuang had indeed killed your mother, why would we not have buried her directly? Why discard her in a well for you to discover?" Zhou Duwang's words rendered the people from Liwa speechless. It seemed there was some logic to his argument. If the villagers of Wangzhuang had committed such an act, they would have simply buried her, saving time and effort without further concern. "You are talking nonsense. It was undoubtedly your people from Wangzhuang who did this deliberately," Lily retorted defiantly, adamant about his claim. "You truly overestimate yourselves. Just a few days ago, your people from Liwa came to dig our ditches, and now you accuse us of being murderers? You have no regard for Wangzhuang at all." Zhou Duwang exploded with anger. "Damn it, a bunch of scoundrels come to our village daily to shout. If it weren't for Captain Zhao's presence, I would ensure you understand what true consequences are." It was indeed the people of Wangzhuang who committed the act, fearing discovery, which is why they disposed of her in the well. "It's entirely reasonable," Li Kun interjected. In his view, it must have been someone from Wangzhuang who committed the act, fearing exposure by others, ultimately disposing of the body in the well. After all, that well had long been abandoned, seldom visited, making it an ideal location for such a grim task. Just as the perpetrator had hoped, the incident remained undiscovered for many years, only to be revealed in the end. "Now, everyone be quiet. This matter is entrusted to us. I shall surely uncover the truth to provide both your villages with an explanation," Zhao Yan asserted, his words proving effective as the villagers fell silent. It was Li Kun who eventually shattered the stillness, stating, "Very well, we trust Captain Zhao, but we kindly request that you expedite the process." Investigate as you please. We, the people of Wangzhuang, stand under the sun and tread upon the earth with utmost integrity and peace of mind," Zhou Duwang scoffed with disdain. "All right, enough of this. Disperse now, and put away your hammers lest you inadvertently harm someone," Zhao Yan remarked, shaking his head at the sight of a group of rough men wielding tools. The villagers had become quite seasoned. If they were detained at the station and subsequently released, the situation would only escalate. Such incidents had occurred before. They would release the individuals, only for them to return to their village and engage in violent confrontations, believing the other party had caused their detention. Rather than reflecting on their actions, their animosity only deepened. This was not the outcome Zhao Yan desired, so his team aimed to avoid arrests, focusing instead on mediation. Of course, those who acted with excessive violence would still face consequences. "Let us depart. Remember this, people of Wangzhuang," he concluded. As Li Kun departed, he couldn't resist leaving behind a harsh remark. "Remember this, you scoundrel," Zhou Duwang retorted effortlessly. One does not yield in battle. Had he chosen to remain silent, one might genuinely believe that we were intimidated by them. "Very well, you may all disperse now," Zhao Yan gestured to the assembly. Once the residents of Wangzhuang witnessed the departure of those from Liwa, they finally returned to their respective homes. "These two villages truly are a nuisance," Zhang Yuan sighed. The detectives were nearing a point of residing in Wangzhuang. Fortunate that no significant cases had arisen recently. Otherwise, they would indeed be in a predicament. "Precisely, it is troublesome. If it were manageable by the local police, why would they summon us?" Zhao Yan glared at Zhang Yuan. In truth, he too felt quite fatigued. "Captain Zhao, let us return for a meal," Qin Mu suggested. They had been dining when interrupted, and now their hunger resurfaced. "Indeed, let us go back," Zhao Yan said, patting his stomach as he led the group back to the precinct. While they were enjoying their meal, Zhao Yan suddenly received a phone call, and his expression visibly darkened. "Zhou Tsang, it seems I must trouble you once more," Zhao Yan directed his gaze at Zhou Tsang. "Should I take a team back?" Zhou Tsang promptly grasped Zhao Yan's implication. "No, you and your team shall remain here to investigate. I will return to apprehend the Hornet." At the mention of this so-called Hornet, fury enveloped Zhao Yan's visage. "The Hornet? Have we acquired any news of that individual?" Zhou Tsang inquired with a serious demeanor. "Indeed, this time we shall surely capture him," Zhao Yan declared, leaving with a contingent of detectives. The once bustling police station now appeared somewhat desolate. Why does it always seem this way? Zhou Yingying reflected momentarily and voiced her frustration. "Who is this who phoned?" Qin Mu inquired of the nearby Zhou Yingying. "He is a deranged murderer, one who kills for the sake of killing. It is said that 10 lives have already succumbed to his hand." Zhou Yingying explained to Qin Mu. Regarding this case, Zhou Yingying was not well informed. She only knew that the methods employed by the deceased were exceedingly brutal and devoid of humanity, but beyond that, she had little knowledge. This is not our concern. Let us focus on the matters at hand, Zhang Yuan remarked to Qin Mu. As a clash was likely to erupt here, Zhao Yan had retained Zhang Yuan, serving to bolster their presence, given the limited number of personnel remaining. Zhang Yuan, being the most skilled in combat within the entire criminal investigation unit, provided an added layer of security to their efforts. Zhang Yuan is right. It is time to commence the investigation, Zhou Tsang responded, then turned to Qin Mu, asking, Little Qin, I intend to start with the two missing elderly individuals. Do you have any better investigative leads? Qin Mu consistently discerned different elements each time, and Zhou Tsang no longer regarded him as a novice, but rather as a true veteran. In the realm of uncovering clues, even he felt somewhat inferior. We can only proceed with the two missing elderly individuals as our primary focus. Qin Mu shook his head. This is a cold case, and given the considerable passage of time, we must methodically investigate step by step. Beyond that, there are no other viable options. The two missing elderly individuals represent the most promising avenue for investigation, indeed, the only avenue available. Aside from that, they had no further leads. Thus, on that very day, Zhou Tsang gathered a group of individuals to commence their investigation. Chapter 7. Valuable information. Shall we proceed along this path? Is driving not an option? Zhou Yingying inquired of Zhou Tsang. This simulates the circumstances of the time. After all, Li Li's mother was indeed the type to venture onto the streets in such a manner, Qin Mu elucidated. They could indeed travel by vehicle. Yet the view within the car would be considerably limited compared to that outside, and if they drove too swiftly, they might miss crucial details. Conversely, if they moved too slowly, walking would be more efficient. Very well, Zhou Yingying acquiesced, acknowledging her reasonable fatigue despite her adequate physical condition. Xiao Qin is correct. Zhou Tsang concurred. It is imperative that we traverse this path, as it allows us to adopt the perspective of the perpetrator, potentially uncovering vital clues. Of course, there is a significant chance that we may discover nothing, given the substantial changes that have transpired over a decade. The former dirt roads have been transformed into concrete ones. As Qin Mu walked along the road, he pondered, if that skeletal remains truly belonged to one of the elderly individuals, and if he were the killer, where would he have struck? Upon reaching the outskirts of the nearby town, Qin Mu finally halted. Zhou Gu, if you were the murderer, would you have committed the act there? Qin Mu suddenly queried. In a more concealed area, one that is seldom traversed, Zhou Tsang replied, stroking his chin. Indeed, I have identified 3 such locations along the way, but relocating the body would be nearly impossible, Qin Mu contemplated in response. Why do you say that? Wang Yingying asked, somewhat perplexed. As you have observed, the road is quite lengthy. At that time, the villagers relied solely on foot to travel. If one were to transport a corpse back to Wangzhuang, it would be more practical to dispose of it on the spot, Qin Mu elucidated. This road runs through the heart of Wangzhuang. During that time, either Li Li's mother or Li Kun's mother would have traversed through the center of Wangzhuang. This is an inevitable occurrence. If a crime were committed in Wangzhuang, it would be even more challenging. A living person, upon sensing something amiss, would surely cry for help. A single shout in the village could summon a multitude. How could the perpetrator possibly take such a great risk? Unless the entire village conspired together, which seems utterly unnecessary. To collude solely to murder an elderly woman, what could they possibly gain from that? Another possibility is that the assailant premeditated the crime. Perhaps even prepared the means to silence the victim before ultimately taking her life. That makes sense. Could it indeed be someone from Wangzhuang? Zhou Tsang nodded in agreement, having noticed the same inference during his journey. Shall we go back to investigate Wangzhuang? Wang Yingying inquired. There's no need to return. We won't uncover anything there. Qin Mu replied, shaking his head. From this angle, it is already quite difficult to pinpoint the murderer. Even if we were to survey Wangzhuang's terrain once more, it would yield no significant insights. Doing so would merely narrow our focus to Wangzhuang itself, without identifying any specific individuals. Based on our previous deductions, this case is highly likely a homicide. Therefore, we should seek out individuals who may harbor animosity towards the 2 missing persons and conduct inquiries accordingly. As for the names of the enemies, Qin Mu and his companions naturally obtained them from Li Kun and Li Li. Most of these individuals hailed from Wang village, which only attests to the deep-seated enmity shared between the 2 parties, with a significant overlap in their adversaries. Aside from that, the enemies of the 2 missing persons were scarce. However, the suspicion fell heavily upon the residents of Wang village, prompting them to initiate their inquiries there. Before long, they located the first enemy of the missing individuals. This was an elderly man named Wang Wei. Are you familiar with a person named Jiang Feng? Zhou Tsang inquired. Jiang Feng was the name of Li Kun's mother. Jiang Feng. That old woman has been missing for quite some time, hasn't she? Wang Wei replied, perplexed by their presence. He was well aware of the gossip circulating in the village and instantly grasped their purpose. Officer, are you suspecting me? No. We are merely here to inquire, Zhou Cong quickly refuted. This was indeed a truthful statement. They were merely seeking information and had not yet formed any suspicions. Rest assured, I am not like those rascals. I am quite easy to converse with, Wang Wei said with a benevolent expression. Sir, could you share what grievances you had? Zhou Yingying stepped forward to ask. What grievances? That old woman refused to marry me. It would have been one thing if she simply declined. But she chose to marry someone from Liwa instead, over such a trivial matter, he explained. Now I understand, Zhou Cong noted as he recorded this information. He then continued. What do you know about Zhang Shufan? Zhang Shufan, that wretched woman. She once kicked me in a most sensitive area. I will remember that for the rest of my life. Upon mentioning Zhang Shufan, Wang Wei's expression darkened, as memories of past events resurfaced. Very well, my lord. Zhou Cong chuckled awkwardly, leading a few individuals away. It was evident that their grievances ran deep. They had pressing matters to attend to and could not afford to linger here any longer. Moreover, they found themselves at an impasse. As the old gentleman appeared to have entirely relinquished the animosity he once held, Wang Wei stared blankly at the departing figures before slowly turning back towards the house. Thus, a group toiled throughout the day, questioning nearly every elder within Wang village. The existence of enmity among them was indisputable. However, this hatred primarily stemmed from the discord between the two villages, ignited by conflicts of yore that subsequently festered into personal grudges. If one were to assert that each individual possessed a motive for wrongdoing, such a claim would indeed hold water. Given the case from nearly a decade past, who could accurately recall the events of that day? This rendered the situation rather complicated. After laboring for the better part of the day, they could only delineate a rough scope of suspects, as there remained several adversaries in the neighboring village. This left Zhou Yingying speechless, as it felt as though they were confronting a veritable assembly of foes, one after another. Let us take a well-deserved rest. We shall continue our investigation tomorrow. Zhou Cong encouraged Zhou Yingying. This young lady, accustomed to a life of comfort, had undoubtedly grown weary after a long day. Yet, Zhou Cong underestimated her vitality. Zhou Yingying, brimming with energy, even wished to explore a bit longer. Alas, it was already late, and despite her eagerness, she could only retreat to bed. When fueled by motivation, endeavors often unfold with greater ease. The very next day, as dawn broke, Qin Mu and his companions made a significant discovery. Zhangzhuang, a village situated in close proximity to Wangzhuang, lies to the left of it, and is also the ancestral home of Zhang Shufan. Based on prior intelligence, it was known that an elderly man named Zhang Jian resided there, harboring a grudge against Zhang Shufan. Upon their arrival, the group was soon met with valuable information. Chapter 8. The confessing murderer you have come, the elderly man remarked, gazing at the visitors with a heavy sigh. His demeanor suggested that their arrival was anticipated. Sir, you are Zhang Jian, correct? Qin Mu inquired, having matched the name provided by their sources. Indeed, I am Zhang Jian. Take me away. The old man trembled as he extended his hand towards them. Sir, what do you mean by that? Qin Mu replied, bewildered by the man's sudden gesture of surrender. They had yet to utter a word, and yet he was already offering himself up. I killed Zhang Fengjiao, Zhang Jian revealed, shocking the group with his confession. Sir, this is no jest, Zhou Cong cautioned. I have long anticipated this day. After enjoying many years of tranquility, I can accept my fate, Zhang Jian sighed, his thoughts drifting back to years gone by. He and Zhang Fengjiao had known each other since childhood. They were cousins and shared a close bond throughout their youth. However, after a certain incident transpired, Zhang Jian's feelings towards Zhang Fengjiao turned to resentment. Given their once amicable relationship, their descendants frequently interacted. Yet, there was an occasion when Zhang Fengjiao's grandson and Zhang Jian's grandson went out to play. Two innocent children, unaware of the dangers surrounding them, ventured to the lakeside to play, leading to an inevitable disaster. Zhang Jian's grandson fell into the lake, while Zhang Fengjiao's grandson, fortunate enough, remained safe. However, Zhang Fengjiao, who was present by the water, astonishingly chose not to rescue the drowning child. Zhang Jian was aware of Zhang Fengjiao's swimming abilities, yet she did not attempt to save his grandson. By the time the boy was retrieved from the water, it was too late. He had already succumbed to the depths. Devastated by the loss of his grandson, Zhang Jian sank into a profound sorrow, his spirit seemingly lost. One day, consumed by a vengeful desire, he contemplated murder, not only to avenge his grandson, but also as a means to alleviate his own burdens, envisioning a prison sentence that would lessen the strain on his family. His plan unfolded successfully. He deceived Zhang Fengjiao and fulfilled his intent by taking her life. Strangely, Lili did not report the incident. At this juncture, Zhang Jian began to experience regret and fear, thus refraining from turning himself in. He reasoned that self-reporting might lead to a reduced sentence. But it was wiser to wait for the police to uncover the truth and arrest him, which would likely result in a harsher penalty. Despite his limited understanding, Zhang Jian grasped this logic, and for 10 years, he found solace in this rationale. Finally, the day arrived when the police knocked on his door. In light of the situation, Zhang Jian promptly confessed. Weary of the burden he carried, he felt a sense of relief in voicing the truth. In that case, you will accompany us, Zhou Tsang stated bluntly, placing handcuffs on Zhang Jian. He had not anticipated that the case would unravel so simply. After Zhang Jian was taken away, the entire village of Zhangzhuang buzzed with activity. Everyone is speculating about what exactly Zhang Jian has done. The residents of Zhangzhuang are not like those from Liwa or Wangzhuang. They still have a profound trust in the police. In the days before the internet was prevalent, any incident occurring in the village could spread to neighboring villages within a day. Now, with the advent of the internet, information travels even faster within a short time. Several nearby villages learned that the police had apprehended someone from Zhangzhuang. The current police truly possess remarkable skills. I buried the person, yet you still managed to find them. Zhang Jian suddenly expressed this sentiment in the police car. What did you say, old man? Qin Mu turned his head to look at Zhang Jian upon hearing this. You are indeed impressive, Zhang Jian replied. Not quite. What is the next line? Zhou Yingying interjected. I buried the person, Zhang Jian reiterated. You buried someone. Zhou Tsang looked at Zhang Jian in disbelief. Yes, didn't you unearth Zhang Fengjiao from Beigo? This revelation left Zhang Jian momentarily stunned. From your words, it appears that the individual you discovered is not the same as the one I disposed of. Am I unwittingly confessing my own actions? Upon arriving at this realization, Zhang Jian could not help but laugh heartily, exclaiming, this is the cycle of cause and effect. Perhaps from the very beginning, such an outcome was predestined. Those who commit no wrongdoing need not fear the knocking of ghosts at their door. Because he had indeed committed a wrongful act, the moment he encountered the police, he divulged everything he had done. Old man, we discovered the remains in a dry well, Zhou Tsang explained with a bitter smile. We thought we had solved the case, only to find ourselves in a convoluted twist, leading to an unexpected turn of events. Who could withstand such a fate? However, at that moment, Zhou Tsang noticed that Qin Mu's expression was one of tranquility, unperturbed as if he had long anticipated this revelation. Brother Zhou, this is indeed a fortuitous development. It allows us to ascertain the identity of the remains, Qin Mu remarked with a smile. With 2 elderly individuals reported missing and 1 case already resolved, the identity of these bones is now all too evident. Sir, where is Jiang Feng's corpse? Inquired Zhou Yingying. The elder seemed amiable enough. Perhaps a simple question would yield answers. Yet, Zhou Yingying's expectations were somewhat naive. Zhang Jian merely shook his head and replied, What Jiang Feng? I am not familiar with that name. If it was me, I would certainly admit to it. However, if it wasn't me, please refrain from making baseless accusations. Qin Mu scrutinized Zhang Jian's demeanor, silently affirming his observations. According to their gathered intelligence, Jiang Feng was also unknown to Zhang Jian. Zhou Yingying's inquiry was merely a tactic to clarify matters. Should Zhang Jian prove to be a serial killer, failing to clarify would only invite trouble. Very well, sir. Zhou Yingying nodded, choosing to remain silent. In that case, please lead us to the northern ditch you mentioned. Zhou Tsang inhaled deeply, addressing Zhang Jian. Certainly. Zhang Jian appeared to have resigned himself to the situation, guiding the group to the northern ditch. The location was situated beside the road connecting Wangzhuang and the town. According to Zhang Jian, he had concealed himself in the ditch by the roadside, waiting for Zhang Fengjiao to arrive before striking her down. He then dragged her body away to bury it. Given the challenge of transporting a corpse over long distances, Zhang Jian opted to find a nearby spot to commence the burial. Due to prior preparations, he dug a pit early in the morning, and after disposing of the body, he simply covered it with earth. At that moment, a few passers-by were present, but Zhang Jian managed to obfuscate the situation with vague remarks. Given the passage of time, those individuals likely forgot this trivial incident. Perhaps only Zhang Jian still recalled it. He merely indicated the general area before commencing the excavation directly. Zhou Tsang and Qin Mu picked up their shovels and began to dig. It was unclear how long they had been at it, but eventually, a sizable pit emerged, and the sun had begun to dip lower in the sky. At last, they unearthed a section of skeletal remains. Be cautious, and try not to damage the bones, Zhou Tsang advised. Subsequently, the two proceeded to carefully excavate the white bones. Chapter 9. Is the deceased Jiang Feng? A skeleton gradually became visible before them. Due to the soil's decomposition, all flesh had disintegrated, leaving behind only a stark white skeleton. Is this Zhang Fengjiao? Zhou Yingying gazed at the remains. At this point, you could claim it was Yang Yuhuan, and I would believe you. Indeed, this is Zhang Fengjiao, Zhang Jian affirmed. He had exerted considerable effort to dig such a deep pit. Very well, Let us transport it back to the station. Zhou Tsang retrieved a body bag from the police vehicle. Fortunately, all necessary equipment was available this time. Otherwise, there would have been no means to contain the remains. Given Zhang Jian's candid confession and the identification of the deceased confirmed by the bracelet on the wrist of the corpse, it was almost certain that the deceased was indeed Zhang Fengjiao. Zhang Jian candidly elucidated the details surrounding the case, leading to the transformation of Zhang Fengjiao's disappearance into a homicide, thereby permitting the case to be classified as closed. "Uncle, how could you be so ruthless? My mother is your cousin," Li Li cried out, his voice hoarse with anguish as he confronted Zhang Jian. "I cannot forget the sight of my grandson's death." Zhang Jian glanced at Li Li and replied with indifference. "For all these years, every time I close my eyes, I see him. Had my grandson lived, he would have reached this age by now. Yet he perished at the tender age of 10. I cannot forget the pallor of my grandson's face. Is it wrong for my mother to seek salvation?" Li Li shouted, his voice a raw scream. He simply could not comprehend why one deceased individual had to be avenged at the expense of another family member. She was innocent. "But if I could turn back time to 8 years ago, I would still have killed her," Zhang Jian declared before turning and departing. "Uncle, your heart is truly merciless." Li Li was left alone, wailing in despair. After a prolonged period of sorrow, Li Li finally gathered the remains of Zhang Fengjiao to return for a proper burial. Leaves must return to their roots. Shortly after Li Li's departure, Li Kun arrived. "Since the officers have confirmed that the remains in the well belong to my mother, may I take her back?" Li Kun pleaded. "Unfortunately, that is not possible at this time, as the perpetrator has yet to be found. And it is not definitively your mother," Qin Mu consoled. "Officer, please do not attempt to comfort me. I understand. After so many years without news, it is evident that something has gone awry. I only wish for my mother to rest in peace. I implore you." Li Kun currently harbors no thoughts other than one: to ensure his mother finds peace. This is the most fundamental duty of a child. Particularly after witnessing Li Li bring his mother home, his desire to reunite with his own mother intensified. "Mr. Li Kun, we completely empathize with your sentiments. Yet your mother's case has yet to make any progress," Zhou Yingying interjected, attempting to offer solace. With Zhou Yingying's comforting words, Li Kun gradually regained his composure. As he departed, he earnestly pleaded with Qin Mu and his companions, "Esteemed friends, it rests upon your shoulders. You must uncover the identity of my mother's murderer." Li Kun never doubted their ability to solve the case. Rather, he held a firm belief in their capabilities. In merely a few days, Qin Mu and his team had identified the perpetrator responsible for Zhang Fengjiao's death and located her remains. This revelation undoubtedly instilled immense confidence in Li Kun. This also elucidated why he was so amenable, while his desire to bring his mother home was palpable. His greater yearning was to discover who had so cruelly taken her life. After bidding farewell to Li Kun, Zhou Tsang invited the others to dine. The following day, they would resume their investigation into Jiang Feng's case. Without a hearty meal, how could they muster the strength to work? The resolution of the Zhang Fengjiao case had eliminated numerous suspects, significantly alleviating their workload, which was indeed a fortunate turn of events. Thus, the next day, they set forth to continue their inquiries, heading directly to Jianggo, the village of Jiang Feng's maternal family, where the majority of the inhabitants bore the surname Jiang. They were in search of an individual named Jiang Qixing. Jiang Qixing, the neighbor of Jiang Fengyang's family, had long-standing animosities with them. Years ago, when Jiang Fengyang's family renovated their house, they inadvertently demolished the wall of Jiang Qixing's residence. This incident exacerbated the tensions between the two families. During a subsequent confrontation, Jiang Feng, accompanied by Li Kun and a group of supporters, rushed to lend assistance. However, this intervention resulted in calamity. Jiang Qixing sustained a broken leg. Despite Jiang Feng compensating him with a substantial sum of money, he was left with lasting repercussions, marking the inception of their enmity. Believing the matter to be settled, they were taken aback when further conflicts arose, prompting Jiang Feng to gather her associates once more. This led to yet another violent encounter with Jiang Qixing. Thus, the feud between the two families was irreparably sealed. From that point onward, their disputes persisted unabated. It was only after Jiang Feng's mysterious disappearance that the families gradually settled into a semblance of peace. Of course, this account is solely from Li Kun's perspective. For a more comprehensive understanding, one must consult Jiang Qixing himself. Knock, knock, knock. Qin Mu rapped at the door. "Who is it?" "Just a moment, I'll be right there." A voice called out from within shortly thereafter. Moments later, a bare-chested man emerged, limping slightly as he walked. "Who are you looking for?" Jiang Qixing inquired, his heart racing with unease at the sight of the officers before him. "We are looking for Jiang Qixing. Is he at home?" Zhou Tsang asked. In truth, Zhou Tsang suspected that this man was indeed Jiang Qixing. However, it was a tactical approach. If Jiang Qixing were to conceal anything, his guilt would be amplified. Furthermore, If this individual is indeed not Jiang Qingsheng, it would conveniently allow him to call for assistance, thereby avoiding unnecessary complications. What do you need from me? Jiang Qingsheng inquired, gazing perplexedly at the group. You know Jiang Feng, don't you? Zhou Tsang pressed on. Oh, how could I not know her? That's true. My leg is in this state because of her. The mere mention of the incident ignited a surge of anger within Jiang Qingsheng. At just over 40 years of age, rendered incapacitated, he felt no different from a mere invalid, unable to find work and merely drifting through life. Then let us discuss this in detail, Zhou Tsang suggested. His interest piqued. One glance at Jiang Qingsheng's demeanor revealed a deep-seated resentment towards Jiang Feng, a fact that warranted their heightened attention. Grandfather, we're going out to play? At that moment, two identical little girls emerged, hand in hand, from within. All right, off you go, but remember not to venture near the water, Jiang Qingsheng replied, his face lighting up at the sight of the two girls. Okay, Grandpa, they chimed in unison and joyfully ran outside. You are truly fortunate, brother, to have such well-behaved granddaughters, Zhou Tsang remarked, a hint of envy in his eyes as he observed Jiang Qingsheng. As long as those two don't cause me trouble, that's already a blessing. Jiang Qingsheng chuckled heartily, inviting the group into his home. Chapter 10. Investigation. The layout of Jiang Qingsheng's residence was rather unremarkable, featuring a few chairs, a table, and a cabinet atop which sat an old-fashioned television, not the sleek, modern wall-mounted type. The chairs resembled long benches, and should someone rise abruptly, it would likely send another tumbling to the floor. Zhou Tsang sat down and remarked candidly, Brother Jiang, are you aware that Jiang Feng has passed away? Many might interpret such inquiries as subtle hints or indirect approaches, yet this was not the case. It often depended on the individual. Zhou Tsang preferred to be forthright, seizing the opportunity to observe whether Jiang Qingsheng exhibited any signs of abnormality. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingsheng trembled uncontrollably, exclaiming with fervor, Good, that scourge deserved to die long ago. If it weren't for Jiang Feng, how would my leg have ended up like this? What good are the compensations received? I have merely become a cripple, despite the substantial sum. Brother, try not to be overly agitated, Zhou Tsang said with a wry smile, jotting down the evident discord between the two men. It was clear that their enmity ran deep. I got a bit too carried away, Jiang Qingsheng admitted, awkwardly scratching his head. His current demeanor was indeed somewhat inappropriate. While it is customary to show respect for the deceased, he could not suppress his exhilaration. Brother, how much do you know about Jiang Feng's disappearance? Zhou Tsang continued to inquire. To be honest, I'm not too well informed about this matter. She vanished many years ago. Jiang Qingsheng pondered momentarily before responding. If they had belonged to the same village, he would certainly have been more knowledgeable, but they were from different communities. Despite their animosity, Jiang Qingsheng had little time to concern himself with Jiang Feng, as he had to attend to his granddaughter. However, it was puzzling why the police had only now begun to investigate after Jiang Feng had been missing for so many years. Zhou Tsang seemed to see through Jiang Qingsheng's thoughts and proactively explained, The remains of Jiang Feng have been discovered. I see. Jiang Qingsheng nodded slightly and continued, If he is dead, then he is dead. Why are you seeking me? As soon as he uttered these words, he suddenly realized the intentions of the visitors and immediately added, Comrades, you don't suspect me, do you? I assure you, I am innocent. He truly panicked. If tasked with slaughtering pigs or chickens, it would be a trivial matter for Jiang Qingsheng, but the thought of being asked to take a life filled him with dread. Indeed, there existed profound animosity between the two, yet it had not escalated to the point of mortal conflict. No, we merely came to inquire and see if there were any new developments, Qin Mu reassured him. Oh, in that case, I can rest easy, Jiang Qingsheng sighed in relief. As long as he was not implicated, all was well. Subsequently, Zhou Tsang posed a couple more questions before departing from Jiang Qingsheng's residence, intending to visit Jiang Qingsheng's maternal home. However, just as they stepped outside, they were met with jubilant cheers emanating from within. Wife, when you go to the market, bring me back 2 pounds of loose liquor and some snacks. What? Why? That crazy woman Jiang Feng is dead. I'm delighted. The group stood in stunned silence, taken aback by the old man's unabashed joy. This gentleman certainly knows how to hold a grudge, Zhou Yingying remarked after a moment of contemplation. Let us head next door. Zhou Tsang nodded, leading the group towards the adjacent dwelling. This was Jiang Feng's maternal home, and the front door stood wide open. Upon entering, they were greeted by a cacophony of barking. Woof, woof. A local dog bared its teeth at the unfamiliar visitors, barking incessantly. Who goes there? A woman emerged from the back room, clutching a handful of sunflower seeds. Upon seeing Qin Mu and the others, Qin Yu hastily called out to the local dog. Stop barking, stop barking. Once it heard its owner's voice, the dog immediately ceased its noise and retreated to its small nook. Please, come inside, esteemed comrades, Qin Yu said promptly, though her heart raced with unease. Why had the police come to her door? This was indeed troubling. Zhou Cong led the two others into Jiang Feng's maternal home. Qin Yu's residence was noticeably more prosperous than that of Jiang Qingsheng, featuring a living room furnished with a sofa and a brand new television. Esteemed comrades, what brings you here? Qin Yu inquired cautiously. Hello. We are here to investigate the Jiang Feng case. What is your relationship with Jiang Feng? Zhou Cong asked. The woman before him appeared to be in her 30s or 40s, clearly from a different generation than Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng. Qin Yu pondered, the name striking a chord of familiarity, yet she could not immediately recall why. Suddenly, it dawned on her. Oh, I am Jiang Feng's niece by marriage. I see. How well do you know Jiang Feng? Zhou Cong nodded. Very well, indeed. My aunt is quite the formidable character. Qin Yu recalled the events from a few years prior when she had just married. At that time, her family was in the midst of rebuilding their home, which had led to a conflict with Jiang Qingsheng's family. She vividly remembered witnessing a plump woman leap and deliver a kick to Jiang Qingsheng's abdomen. That image would likely haunt her for a lifetime. Are you aware of anyone Jiang Feng had conflicts with? Qin Mu interjected, seeking further information. She is kind to her family, yet merciless towards outsiders. If one were to speak of her adversaries, it is likely that she has offended the majority of the villagers. Qin Yu, having married into the community, has heard numerous tales about Jiang Feng and possesses a certain understanding of her circumstances. Qin Mu and the others did not anticipate such an outcome, yet it undeniably attests to Qin Yu's formidable character. To have antagonized an entire village single-handedly is no small feat, to speak candidly. The remains of Jiang Feng have been discovered, leading us to suspect foul play in her demise. Did Jiang Feng harbor any particular enemies in her past? Zhou Cong inquired, as these individuals could be deemed relatives of Jiang Feng, rendering concealment unnecessary. Was she not missing? Qin Yu responded, momentarily taken aback. Years prior, she had merely heard of Jiang Feng's disappearance and never anticipated that she had perished. It was only recently that her remains were uncovered, Zhou Cong remarked. I see. In that case, it must surely point to Jiang Qingsheng from next door, Qin Yu asserted without hesitation, directing her suspicion towards him. This was hardly surprising, given the irreconcilable conflict between Jiang Qingsheng and Jiang Feng. However, they had already approached Jiang Qingsheng, and his demeanor did not suggest that he was a murderer. Are there any others? Zhou Cong pressed further. Jiang Liang at the village entrance also has a grudge against her, though I am unaware of the particulars. As for others, there is Wang Wei from Wangzhuang. I heard that he caused a disturbance at our home some time ago. Whether this is true or not, I cannot say. I only know what the elders have mentioned, suggesting some enmity between them, but beyond that, my knowledge is limited. Hearing Wang Wei's name once again from Qin Yu's lips did not surprise the group. After all, the events of the past were indeed known to some. However, they were unaware of the incident involving Wang Wei causing a disturbance. Chapter 11. Right and wrong, there is no need to see us off. Zhou Cong remarked to Qin Yu, who had accompanied them to the door. The Jiang family's residence was located at the village's entrance, on the opposite side. Qin Yu kindly gestured towards the village head. Thank you. Zhou Cong nodded, leading the group away. Through a few inquiries, they finally located Jiang Liang's home. Jiang Liang was a man in his 60s, hunched and with sparse, graying hair. He sat comfortably on a stone at the entrance, basking in the sun. Excuse me, is this Jiang Liang's residence? Zhou Cong approached to inquire. Jiang Liang, what do you want with me? Jiang Liang straightened up upon noticing Zhou Cong. You are Jiang Liang? Zhou Cong was pleasantly surprised to find the person he sought so readily. Yes, that is I. What brings you here? Jiang Liang tightened his grip on his cane, sensing that they had come for a specific reason. However, he was genuinely puzzled as to what he might have done. Are you acquainted with Jiang Feng? Zhou Cong asked directly. Of course, but isn't she missing? Jiang Liang responded, astonished as he glanced at the group. Jiang Feng has been missing for so many years. Why inquire about her now? Has that madwoman been found? That cannot happen. She must not return. No, she is deceased, Zhou Cong clarified. To this, Jiang Liang displayed no sign of shock, instead merely nodding in acknowledgement. It is only natural that someone presumed missing for so many years would indeed be deceased. While the sentiment holds truth, is it truly appropriate to voice it so candidly? I have heard whispers of discord between you two. Might you elaborate on the nature of this conflict? Qin Mu inquired. It appears that Jiang Feng's demise is shrouded in complexity. The elderly possess wisdom, while the spirits possess cunning. Upon hearing this, Jiang Liang immediately grasped the intentions of the group. They harbored suspicions towards him. Yet, it is understandable, for there undeniably existed irreconcilable differences between him and Jiang Feng. Had she not gone missing, Jiang Liang might have truly contemplated her demise. The discord between us stemmed from her paramour. Jiang Liang began to recount a long-standing tale. In those days, they were both youthful and enamored with the prospect of marriage. Jiang Feng's first suitor was Wang Wei, with whom she shared a mutual affection, and their relationship flourished rapidly, leading them to an engagement. At that juncture, Jiang Liang introduced another suitor, claiming to present a match for Jiang Feng. In all honesty, he was unaware that she had already been courted. The suitor Jiang Liang brought forth was none other than the father of Li Kun. Due to the advantageous circumstances surrounding Li Kun's family, Jiang Feng's parents abruptly dismissed Wang Wei, compelling their daughter to wed Li Kun's father instead. This incited Jiang Feng's ire, prompting her to storm into Jiang Liang's residence, unleashing her fury upon him with fists and kicks. In the midst of this turmoil, Jiang Liang's wife intervened to mediate. At the time, she was with child, and given Jiang Feng's fiery temperament, she was hardly receptive to reason. Consequently, the altercation led to Jiang Liang's wife suffering a miscarriage, accompanied by significant hemorrhaging. Fortunately, timely rescue saved both mother and child. However, the premature birth left the infant frail and lacking vitality, rendering him delicate from a young age. Tragically, due to the severe depletion of her strength during that ordeal, Jiang Liang's wife soon passed away. How could Jiang Liang not feel a surge of anger? Jiang Feng had nearly destroyed his family. From that moment on, Jiang Liang harbored animosity towards Jiang Feng. Aware of his guilt, Jiang Feng would deliberately avoid Jiang Liang, refraining from speaking to him, yet this only fueled Jiang Liang's ire further. With such a significant incident having transpired, did Jiang Feng believe that by evading him, he would forget about it? Truth be told, there was a time when Jiang Liang contemplated ending Jiang Feng's life. His hand trembled slightly around the handle of his cane. Were it not for the presence of his child, he could not bear to let the little one lose both mother and father. Jiang Liang was indeed a devoted father, and under his care, his son gradually began to recover, eventually settling down in the city. In recent years, Jiang Liang had begun to contemplate avenging his wife. Yet Jiang Feng had inexplicably vanished. To Jiang Liang, her sudden disappearance seemed a deliberate attempt to evade him, only to learn later that she had perished. How unfortunate that she did not meet her end at his hands. Jiang Liang sighed, his face etched with regret. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu and the others began to piece together the story. At that moment, Qin Mu inquired, "I heard that Jiang Feng's blind date once caused a scene here?" "Indeed, he did. He even came to my home to create a disturbance." Jiang Liang recalled the events of that year. He acknowledged that he had been in the wrong, believing it better to dismantle 10 temples than to disrupt a single marriage. He accepted this truth. At that time, he merely endured Jiang Feng's verbal and physical abuse, refraining from retorting or retaliating. However, the subsequent events proved to be quite intolerable for Jiang Liang, intensifying the animosity between the two. Yet, one could argue that Jiang Feng had a right to be upset. After all, he owed her that much. Jiang Liang sighed deeply, burdened by guilt toward Wang Wei. Had it not been for his unwarranted interference, such turmoil might have been averted, and his wife may not have found herself embroiled in such troubles. Strangely, at some point, these former lovers had a sudden falling out. They had a falling out? Qin Mu pondered this revelation. Wang Wei had never mentioned this incident to them, suggesting that he had concealed certain truths. "Esteemed guests, it is getting late. Shall we partake in a midday meal?" Jiang Liang observed the sky, where the sun hung high and bright, indicating it was indeed time to eat. "No need to trouble you further. We must continue our investigation. Elder, do you know if Jiang Feng has any other enemies?" Zhou Tsang waved his hand in refusal. "There are plenty of adversaries, but those who would go so far as to take a life are few. Only I and Jiang Qingsheng have contemplated such extremes. Oh, and there is also Kong Daming." "Kong Daming? Who is that?" Qin Mu inquired. "A man who once nearly took Jiang Feng's life," Jiang Liang recounted, revealing an astonishing piece of history. This too was a tale from long ago. Kong Daming had moved to their village generations prior and had maintained a relatively harmonious relationship with the locals. Yet, being an outsider, the villagers inevitably prioritized the Jiang family in various matters. Upon this, the Kong family would undoubtedly endure grievances. However, they were well aware of the circumstances. In the past, they had always chosen to suffer in silence. Yet, with the advent of Kong Daming's generation, circumstances began to shift. The discord between the Jiang family and that of Kong Daming originated from the division of land. The specifics remained unclear to Jiang Liang, necessitating that Zhou Tsang and his companions inquire further. "Thank you, we understand," Zhou Tsang nodded, leading several individuals directly to the residence of Kong Daming. The truth of the matter could only be ascertained through thorough inquiry. Chapter 12. Suspicions at the Kong Daming residence. Qin Mu rapped on the door, but a prolonged silence ensued without a response. "Are they not home?" Zhou Yingying inquired. Just then, the door creaked open, revealing a disheveled young man who emerged from within. "Who are you looking for?" The man appeared to be in his 20s or 30s, clad in a rather grimy outfit. Upon noticing the police uniforms worn by Qin Mu and his companions, he seemed momentarily taken aback. "Is Kong Daming home?" Qin Mu asked. "My father is at home." "What is the matter?" Kong Hao replied, a hint of nervousness in his tone. "There's no need to be anxious. We are merely here to ask a few questions. Zhou interjected. Oh, I see. Please, go inside to find my father. I must return to work, Kong Hao said hurriedly. Currently employed by a construction crew. He had dressed in such a disheveled manner due to the nature of his work, as there was no necessity to be pristine when laboring. With that, he hurried off. And the group finally encountered Kong Daming. Kong Daming is an elderly man brimming with vigor, his countenance stern, and upon seeing a few individuals, his brow furrows even deeper. What brings you here, comrades? He inquires with evident perplexity. Do you know Jiang Feng? Zhou interjects. Of course I know. Hasn't that woman been missing for quite some time? Kong Daming replies. Indeed, she has vanished. It is said there were some conflicts between you. Might you elaborate? Zhou probes further. Well, I suppose I can. Kong Daming concedes, albeit with a furrowed brow. It is rather peculiar that the police are seeking Jiang Feng after all these years. Is it truly possible to locate her? As Kong Daming recounts his tale, Qin Mu and the others discern the underlying conflict between him and Jiang Feng. To be precise, it stems from a land dispute. The village is limited in size, comprising both superior and inferior plots. Originally, Kong Daming's family was allocated a prime piece of land, yet through some unknown means, Jiang Feng managed to claim that very parcel for her family. Naturally, Kong Daming was incensed and sought her out. In response, Jiang Feng doused him with a bucket of filth, marking the beginning of their enmity. Having been humiliated, Kong Daming felt compelled to reclaim his dignity, leading him to physically confront Jiang Feng. She, possessing a fiery temperament, was not one to back down, and a scuffle ensued. However, being a man of considerable stature, Kong Daming found himself at a disadvantage against Jiang Feng, resulting in his severe beating. Enraged, Jiang Feng seized the opportunity to retaliate by cutting down the unripe rice in Kong Daming's field. By the time Kong Daming realized the situation, the second crop of rice in the fields had already sprouted. After conducting several investigations, Kong Daming discovered that it was Jiang Feng who had instigated the trouble, prompting him to confront her. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Feng was currently on a blind date, and the suitor was Wang Wei. Seizing the opportunity to impress his beloved, Wang Wei did not hesitate to intervene, resulting in a confrontation where both he and Jiang Feng ended up beating Kong Daming. While Jiang Feng felt a sense of vindication, Kong Daming was undoubtedly seething with anger. Not only had they cut down his rice, but they had also assaulted him. Was this how one treats another? That very day, Kong Daming sought retribution, retaliating against both individuals. Yet, his fury remained unquenched as he hung Jiang Feng from a tree. This incident brought Jiang Feng infamy, further deepening her animosity towards Kong Daming. From that point onward, their feud became irreconcilable. The escalating conflict might have culminated in a dramatic showdown had Jiang Feng not left to marry someone else. Kong Daming's greatest grievance was the blow to his lineage, which rendered him unable to procreate easily. After years of toil, he finally had Kong Hao. Thus, the situation unfolded. Zhou paused his writing and inquired further, "What do you know about Wang Wei?" "Who is Wang Wei?" Kong Daming responded, somewhat perplexed. "He was the one on the blind date with Jiang Feng," Zhou Ying clarified. "Oh, that one. I'm not particularly informed about him, but I later learned that Jiang Feng and that fellow had a falling out, leading him to create a scene at her home. When Wang Wei came to stir trouble, the commotion was quite significant, and the older generation was well aware of it. At that time, Kong Daming was still berating Jiang Feng for bringing misfortune upon himself. Little did they expect that Wang Wei's disturbance would be short-lived, and soon after, the noise subsided. Thank you for your cooperation." Zhou realized that he could no longer glean any information from Kong Daming, so he prepared to leave. A few others took their leave as well. After sending them off, Kong Daming returned to his inner quarters and promptly fell asleep. There was one matter he had yet to disclose. He had once nearly been killed by Jiang Feng. It was during the incident when Wang Wei and Jiang Feng conspired to assault Kong Daming, throwing him into the lake. Unable to swim, Kong Daming nearly drowned. It was only when his father came searching for him that he discovered his son floundering in the water and rescued him. Thanks to Jiang Feng, Kong Daming learned to swim after that harrowing experience. The reason Kong Daming chose to keep this incident to himself was that he sensed trouble had befallen Jiang Feng. Otherwise, the police would not have specifically sought him out, and the rationale was simple. He had previously had a conflict with Jiang Feng. He had been categorized as a suspect. And in such circumstances, how could Kong Daming dare to reveal anything that would deepen Qin Mu and the other's suspicions of him? After much contemplation, Kong Daming resolved to remain silent. Few were privy to this information, and he was not concerned about it being uncovered. Meanwhile, as the group settled into the police car, Qin Mu spoke up. That individual was still concealing something. He had observed carefully and noted a particular detail. As they were departing, Kong Daming stood up even before them, seemingly eager to see them off. This behavior suggests that Kong Daming had matters he preferred not to disclose, thereby warranting his actions. It appears that he must be regarded as a primary suspect. Upon hearing this, Zhou nodded and circled the name Kong Daming in his notebook. Indeed, there seems to be concealment at play, and given the animosity between the two parties, a potential vendetta looms. Zhou Yingying nodded earnestly in agreement. Let us not rush. We should investigate Wang Wei further, Qin Mu advised the duo. Compared to Kong Daming, it is likely that Wang Wei harbors even more secrets, many of which he has yet to reveal to them. Let us proceed to see, Zhou concurred, starting the car as they headed directly to Wang Zhuang. Chapter 13. Wang Wei's Anomaly. Wang Zhuang. The group returned to Wang Wei's residence once more. Wang Wei maintained his spirited demeanor, leaning on his cane, basking in the sunlight at his doorstep. Brother Wang, the sun is quite radiant today, Zhou greeted him as he ascended the hill. You must have come from Jiang Feng's home. It seems you have learned of the matters I chose not to disclose, Wang Wei remarked, casting a glance at the group and promptly addressing the previous events. It appears that the elder brother was already aware of their visit to Jiangzhuang. Zhou inquired with a smile, raising his eyebrows. Behind him, Qin Mu's expression tightened slightly. This elder exuded a sense of confidence, as if he anticipated their return to seek him out. If he had known that the situation would come to light, why did he not speak up sooner? Instead, it was only when they sought him out again that he finally spoke. Was it mere luck? Qin Mu did not share that sentiment. Even for himself, certain matters were difficult to articulate. In his youth, he had been naive, and to voice such things now would be utterly embarrassing. Wang Wei, as he spoke, tapped his cane twice. The recollection of past events filled him with profound regret. He had nearly taken a life for the sake of a woman, a revelation that had come to him later, but it did not alleviate the guilt that resided within him. To be candid, had he known that Kong Daming could not swim, he would never have thrown him into the river. His intention was merely to teach Kong Daming a lesson, yet he had nearly ended the man's life. Fortunately, Kong Daming had emerged unscathed, otherwise, Wang Wei would surely have faced arrest. Reflecting on this, Wang Wei felt a surge of anger directed at Jiang Feng, that wretched woman. Had it not been for her, he would never have acted so recklessly. Subsequently, he had sought out Jiang Feng to confront her, partly driven by his indignation. However, he was taken aback when she turned on him, dismissing him without a second thought. So it was. Nonetheless, we still wish to discuss matters with the elder brother, especially now that it was nearly confirmed that the remains indeed belonged to Jiang Feng. Zhou nodded and continued to inquire. Certainly, Wang Wei responded eagerly, answering all questions posed by Zhou. In a short while, it was entirely corroborated that Wang Wei had indeed committed those acts and that there was genuine discord between him and Jiang Feng. The tensions were considerable, and coupled with the animosity between Li Hua and Wang Zhuang, Wang Wei's dissatisfaction with Jiang Feng's marriage to Li Hua only exacerbated their conflict. In Zhou perspective, Wang Wei's motive for murder is entirely justified. Consequently, they have effectively narrowed down the suspects to 3 individuals: Kong Daming, Wang Wei, and Jiang Liang. Each of these men possesses a motive, and if this were 8 or 9 years ago, eliminating Jiang Feng would have posed no challenge. However, Wang Wei stands out as the prime suspect, as he resides in Wangzhuang. Disposing of the body in the well undoubtedly places Wang Wei at a significant advantage. Furthermore, if Kong Daming and Jiang Liang were to enter Wangzhuang, it would not only draw attention but also hinder their mobility with such a large corpse, easily leading to misunderstandings. Thus, Zhou believes that Wang Wei is the most likely perpetrator. Nevertheless, lacking evidence, they cannot act hastily. They must confirm one more detail before determining whether Wang Wei is indeed guilty. After bidding farewell to Wang Wei, the group returned to the police station. To their astonishment, an unexpected figure awaited them at the station. Wang Jing stood at the entrance, and upon seeing them approach, she immediately rushed forward in excitement. Comrades, I cannot thank you enough. If it weren't for you, my grandson's fate would still be uncertain, she exclaimed, attempting to kneel. Qin Mu, quick on his feet, hurriedly supported Wang Jing, stating, Auntie, please, that is not necessary. Allowing this elderly woman, over 60, to kneel would indeed render them lower than swine. Indeed, Auntie, we cannot accept such a gesture, Zhou quickly interjected, worried she might attempt to kneel again. If it weren't for your comrades, my grandson would certainly be in peril. Wang Jing continued, expressing her profound relief. The situation at that time was quite urgent. Had it not been for the timely delivery to the hospital, Wang Jing's grandson would surely have perished. The doctors at the hospital remarked that it was fortunate he was brought in promptly. Otherwise, the safety of the patient's life would have been difficult to guarantee. This was all thanks to the police. And how could Wang Jing not feel immense gratitude? If her grandson were not still lying in bed, she would undoubtedly have pulled him over to express her appreciation to these individuals in a more tangible manner. As Zhou assisted Wang Jing, he remarked on their good fortune in having the police's help. Wang Jing looked at the group with heartfelt gratitude. After a considerable time, Qin Mu and Zhou finally managed to soothe Wang Jing. Once her emotions had calmed, she insisted on inviting them to her home for a meal, eager to properly host them. Given the ongoing case, they politely declined. Nevertheless, Wang Jing insisted on leaving behind 2 baskets of eggs and 2 free-range chickens. She hurriedly dropped off the items, fearing they would refuse, and Zhou felt hesitant to pursue her. What if he chased after her and she stumbled? What should we do now, Brother Zhou? Qin Mu inquired, gesturing towards the eggs. Let us leave them here for the time being. We can return them to her when the opportunity arises, Zhou replied with a wry smile. This lady is truly enthusiastic, Zhou Yingying chuckled. Before long, Zhang Yuan and the others returned, and they began to share intelligence, checking if there was anything they were unaware of. However, it was destined to be a disappointment. The information Zhang Yuan and his team brought back was neither as detailed nor as extensive as that of Qin Mu and his group. So, you have locked your sights on Wang Wei as your target? Zhang Yuan discerned their intentions immediately after reviewing the materials. Indeed, at present, Wang Wei appears to be the individual most likely to act with impunity. Zhou nodded in agreement. Have you ever pondered why Wang Wei chose to dispose of the body in the well? Zhang Yuan set aside the documents in his hand and continued. If I were Wang Wei, I would surely bury the body on site, much like Zhang Jian did previously. Zhang Yuan's words plunged the group into deep contemplation. His reasoning was sound. Unless there existed undisclosed circumstances between Wang Wei and Jiang Feng, the presence of Jiang Feng's corpse at the bottom of the well remained inexplicable. As for the multitude of rats, their presence could be easily rationalized. It was plausible that Wang Wei, fearing the decomposition of the body would emit a foul odor, had introduced the rats to consume the corpse, thereby concealing the evidence. You make a valid point. We are equally perplexed by this aspect. Zhou remarked with a wry smile. There is also another possibility, unless Wang Wei acted within Wang Zhuang. Qin Mu pondered for a moment before offering his insight. The others nodded in agreement, yet soon shook their heads in dissent. The relationship between Li Hua and Wang Zhuang is akin to fire and water. The inhabitants of the 2 villages do not engage with one another. Jiang Feng would only venture into Wang Zhuang under dire circumstances. Chapter 14, Possibilities. Qin Mu's explanation seemed to be the most plausible. We must pursue this avenue, as it is conceivable that Jiang Feng truly visited Wang Zhuang several years ago. Zhou shook his head in frustration. The primary challenge of this case lies in the time frame, a case from 8 or 9 years ago, where even those privy to the details have passed away, poses significant difficulties for their investigation. Indeed, apart from this, I have no other explanations. Zhang Yuan concurred with a nod. Suddenly, Zhou Yingying interjected, inquiring if there existed a certain possibility. The crowd turned their attention toward her, and Zhou asked, what possibility? The kind that suggests an enduring connection, Zhou Yingying responded earnestly. This answer had clearly been contemplated deeply by her. They had previously discussed how, in the past, Jiang Feng and Wang Wei shared a close relationship, one that had progressed to the point of marriage discussions. Ultimately, they were forced apart due to issues within Jiang Feng's family. If they indeed maintained some form of connection, everything would become much clearer. Wang Wei could simply make a phone call to summon Jiang Feng. However, this line of reasoning would undermine Wang Wei's motive for murder, as their relationship was not as outwardly portrayed. Zhou Yingying's perspective indeed offered a plausible direction. Zhou nodded in agreement, acknowledging the likelihood of such a scenario, that perhaps their relationship had been of that nature, but something unforeseen transpired, leading Wang Wei to commit the heinous act against Jiang Feng. Yet, this would complicate their investigation further. The secrecy surrounding their relationship was evident, given that no one had perceived it, highlighting the depth of their concealment and the tragedy known only to them. Of course, this was merely one perspective and could very well be inaccurate. Nearby, Qin Mu nodded slightly, and after Zhou Yingying's prompt, he too recognized this as the most plausible hypothesis. In truth, Qin Mu harbored another conjecture, albeit one with minimal probability, which he chose to withhold. Well, let us rest properly. We shall continue our investigation tomorrow, Zhou remarked, glancing at the dimming sky with a hint of resignation. This case has become increasingly intricate, fraught with apprehension over the possibility of a scenario where the suspect is nearly identified, yet no evidence exists to substantiate this claim. The methodology of the crime remains elusive, a crucial detail that hinders any attempts at deduction or investigation. Presently, the investigators are bereft of knowledge, save for a handful of individuals who harbored grievances against the deceased. After a night of silence, the following morning, the group set forth once more. Their primary focus for inquiry was Jiang Feng's son and the elders of Wang Zhuang, seeking any insights they might possess regarding the events in question or whether they had seen Jiang Feng arrive in Wang Zhuang. However, they held little hope for the latter, thus centering their efforts on questioning Li Kun. Zhang Yuan and his colleagues were tasked with interrogating the elders of Wang Zhuang. while Qin Mu and his team sought to engage Li Kun. After several inquiries, they arrived at Li Kun's residence. Li Kun greeted them with warmth, persistently asking, "Comrades, do you have any leads on the murderer of my mother?" For years, Li Kun had relentlessly pursued Jiang Feng, refusing to abandon the search. With his child now grown and self-sufficient, he tended to a few acres of land, ensuring his own survival, and devoted his time outside of the agricultural seasons to seeking out Jiang Feng, never faltering in his quest. However, upon recently learning of the potential demise of Jiang Feng, Li Kun initially struggled to accept the news, which soon morphed into a deep-seated resentment. Thus, he felt compelled to exact vengeance upon the perpetrator, yet remained oblivious to their identity, placing all his hopes in the hands of Zhou Tsang and his associates. However, Li Kun was not entirely idle. He spent his days at home engrossed in detective novels and television shows, endeavoring to learn the art of investigation. He had tentatively identified several suspects, yet further inquiry was essential. Zhou Tsang did not conceal anything. He empathized with Li Kun's sentiments and acknowledged that the family had the right to be informed. To err on the side of caution, Zhou Tsang refrained from disclosing the identities of the suspects to Li Kun. Upon hearing this, Li Kun began to tremble. His voice tinged with a hint of sobbing as he implored, "Comrades, you must hurry to solve the case. My mother's remains have been in that well for such a long time." The mere mention of the matter brought tears to his eyes. Despite being in his 30s or 40s, Li Kun was visibly overcome with emotion, revealing the depth of his filial piety toward Jiang Feng. Indeed, prior to her disappearance, he was renowned for his devotion to her, celebrated far and wide for his filial respect. "Rest assured, we will resolve this matter swiftly," Zhou Yingying reassured him. "Thank you. Thank you all." Li Kun expressed his heartfelt gratitude to the group. "We have come to inquire about your mother." Zhou Tsang redirected the conversation to its original topic. This was their true purpose for visiting, and they could not afford to stray from it. "Please, ask away," Li Kun responded eagerly, thumping his chest in assurance. He was confident that he possessed more knowledge about his mother than anyone else. Yet, there were matters he was unaware of, such as the fact that he nearly bore the surname Wang. Such an ancient tale, even if Li Kun were to inquire, Jiang Feng would likely only allude to it vaguely. Jiang Feng could hardly divulge the incident where she nearly took a life to Li Kun. "By the way, does your mother have any particular habits when she goes out?" Zhou Tsang inquired. Indeed, there was something worth noting. After a brief moment of contemplation, Li Kun provided an answer. If memory served him right, Jiang Feng would venture out to the streets every few days, not to shop, but merely to stroll. As she aged, Li Kun had wished to accompany Jiang Feng on these outings, yet she declined, asserting that she was not yet at that stage of life. Nonetheless, Li Kun remained unsettled and urged Jiang Feng repeatedly. After considerable deliberation, she finally acquiesced. To this day, Li Kun vividly recalls the expression on Jiang Feng's face, one resembling relief. Subsequently, Jiang Feng embarked on another outing, claiming it would be her last. However, it was during this very excursion that she vanished. Consequently, Li Kun spent years searching for her, only to ultimately discover that Jiang Feng had perished. Deep down, Li Kun had long contemplated such an outcome, yet he was reluctant to accept it. "Does that mean your mother always went shopping alone?" Zhou Yingying queried, her brow furrowing in concern. Shopping alone without purchasing anything seemed rather pointless. If there were no ulterior motives, Zhou Yingying found it hard to believe. It appeared she was indeed onto something, as there might be a lingering connection between Wang Wei and Jiang Feng. If that were the case, then Wang Wei's act of murder could be executed with ease. The crux of the matter lay in Li Kun's prior account, wherein Jiang Feng stated it would be her final outing. After uttering those words, she met her untimely demise. Such coincidences are seldom found in this world. It was evident that Wang Wei could not bear the situation, thus resorting to violence. Chapter 15. The search. Not every outing was undertaken alone, Li Kun responded. If Jiang Feng were to venture out to purchase something substantial, she would undoubtedly call upon a few acquaintances. Typically, she would stroll through the streets with several friends, but after a few days, she would often find herself wandering alone. As Qin Mu listened, he pondered the implications of Li Kun's words, which suggested a potential inappropriate relationship between Wang Wei and Jiang Feng. This raised another question. If this were indeed the case, it was highly likely that the two would not meet at Wangzhuang, opting instead for a secluded location to avoid detection. Even if Wang Wei invited Jiang Feng to Wangzhuang, she would likely be reluctant to go, fully aware of the disdain she faced there. Upon entering Wangzhuang, she would inevitably attract attention, which could lead to trouble, unless Wang Wei had a compelling reason. It seemed improbable that he could summon Jiang Feng to Wangzhuang. Subsequently, Zhou Tsang posed additional inquiries, and it was not until midday that they departed. Li Kun, observing the police car receding into the distance, fell into deep contemplation. He was no fool. He grasped the implications of their conversation. Upon reflection, He recognized the possibility of such a scenario, especially considering his mother's periodic outings to the market, which now seemed quite suspicious. Previously, he had not considered this angle, as his father had passed away early, leaving Jiang Feng to raise him single-handedly. His train of thought had diverged, making it natural for him to overlook this detail. However, things had changed. After the probing questions from his companions, Li Kun began to entertain these unsettling thoughts. With a sigh, he eventually returned to the confines of his home. May it not be the kind of situation he fears, for if that were the case, even if the perpetrator were found, his mother's reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Meanwhile, in Wangzhuang, Zhang Yuan and his companions had nearly questioned every elder in the village but gleaned not a shred of useful information. Ultimately, Zhang Yuan resolved to inquire with Wang Wei's family, as, according to Zhou Yingying's deductions, the movements of the two individuals were likely to intersect. However, he would not approach Wang Wei directly, for at this juncture, the credibility of Wang Wei's words would be virtually non-existent. Thus, he sought the insights of Wang Wei's family instead. The group swiftly arrived at Wang Wei's residence, where Wang Wei was, as usual, basking in the sun at the doorway. Zhang Yuan cast a glance, exchanged a brief greeting, and then departed. Since it was inappropriate to question Wang Wei at home, they would have to await a more opportune moment. Unbeknownst to them, Wang Wei observed their retreating figures, a knowing smile gracing his lips. To his surprise, they had indeed traced their way back to him. This was not supposed to be the case. Why had they come? Clenching his cane tighter, his frustration mounted. Why suspect him? Why? Was it merely because of the bones found in the well? He was bewildered, consumed by anger. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan and his companions were unaware of Wang Wei's inner turmoil and had located his son, Wang Liang. Wang Liang was a simple-hearted man, wielding a hoe and carrying a sprayer on his back, likely just returned from the fields. Initially curious about the reason for their visit, he soon relaxed upon hearing their inquiries regarding his father, and he candidly answered their questions in full detail. After inquiring for a while, Zhang Yuan took his leave. It was peculiar. Why would they ask about my father? Wang Liang, a straightforward man, did not dwell on it further, merely finding it odd. Nonetheless, he paid it no mind and headed home with the medicine barrel. Upon reaching the doorstep, Wang Wei spotted him and immediately inquired, "Did those comrades look for you just now?" Indeed, it was quite strange. Wang Liang scratched the back of his head, intending to elaborate, but was interrupted by Wang Wei. "Go on, hurry, and put your things away. Tonight, let Xiao Hui prepare a few dishes, and we shall enjoy a fine meal together." Wang Wei waved his hand dismissively. "All right then." Wang Liang's eyes brightened, and he readily agreed. With the elder's encouragement, he felt assured that no one would prevent him from enjoying a drink. As Wang Liang merrily set off to find his wife, on the other side, Qin Mu and the others returned to the police station. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Yuan also brought his team back to the precinct. This indicated that Wang Wei had frequently ventured out alone at intervals in the past. Zhou Tsang chuckled at Zhang Yuan's words. This essentially confirmed that there were indeed issues between the two individuals. Is Jiang Feng similar? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan immediately grasped the implication. At last, a decisive breakthrough had been made. However, this was still insufficient, as it merely suggested an affair, and Wang Wei was likely to deny it. Qin Mu pointed out a detail that had been overlooked by the others. They possessed virtually no substantial evidence. Everything thus far was mere speculation and inference. These were all deniable, and in their line of work, they relied on evidence, not conjecture. While this was a valid point, finding evidence would prove challenging. Zhang Yuan's words plunged the group back into despondency. Indeed, they possessed no evidence. Their discussions were merely conjecture. Nevertheless, this represented a significant breakthrough, and the next step would be to seek out tangible proof. Zhou Tsang encouraged the others, emphasizing that they had already clarified the general situation. It was inconceivable that they would lose their resolve over a lack of evidence. Brother Zhou was correct. Their current knowledge was far superior to the ignorance they had at the outset. Qin Mu smiled faintly. The group quickly regained their composure and began deliberating their subsequent strategy. The primary suspect could now reasonably be identified as Wang Wei, allowing them to set aside other individuals for the time being. The urgent task was to formulate a plan to uncover incriminating evidence against Wang Wei. Given that nearly a decade had passed since the incident, Wang Wei would likely have lowered his guard. If they persisted in their search, they would easily uncover some clues. I suggest we search Wang Wei's residence. We might uncover personal belongings of Jiang Feng, perhaps her mobile phone, Zhang Yuan proposed. In the depths of the well, they had found nothing but bones. Yet Jiang Feng undoubtedly possessed a mobile phone and money. This had been corroborated by Li Kun, who had treated Jiang Feng exceptionally well, ensuring she lacked neither phone nor funds, and even wore a bracelet. Let us apply for a search warrant, Zhou Tsang contemplated, recognizing the absence of alternative strategies and resolved to proceed as Zhang Yuan suggested. However, Qin Mu harbored an inexplicable feeling that Zhou Tsang would find nothing. It was as if Wang Wei had anticipated this very scenario. The adage about the cunning of old men and the cleverness of spirits was not mere folklore. Qin Mu now harbored suspicions that Wang Wei was already aware of their investigation into him. Shaking his head, he dismissed all distractions. Embarking on a direct search was unequivocally the best course of action. Consequently, that very day, Zhou Tsang applied for a search warrant. And Zhao Yin proved to be quite cooperative, granting the request by the following day. Thus, armed with the search warrant, they proceeded to Wang Wei's residence. Chapter 16. The True Culprit? You have arrived. Wang Wei remained seated at the entrance, basking in the sunlight, seemingly unfazed by the arrival of Qin Mu and his companions. Perhaps he had anticipated this very situation. You seem to know us quite well, Zhou Tsang remarked, his eyes narrowing. What had once been mere suspicion in Zhou Tsang's mind had now solidified into certainty. Wang Wei was indeed the perpetrator. You will not find anything, Wang Wei stated nonchalantly. Leaning on his cane, time has a way of erasing all traces, and he had long since disposed of any incriminating evidence. Are you so certain? Zhou Yingying interjected. Her brow furrowed as she stepped forward. She was deeply dissatisfied with Wang Wei's demeanor. This man had clearly committed murder yet displayed such an unconcerned attitude. Did he truly regard them as fools? I am quite certain, for I intend to turn myself in, Wang Wei replied with a faint smile. His words rendered everyone speechless. You wish to surrender? Zhou Tsang asked, regarding Wang Wei with renewed scrutiny. Will you let me go? Wang Wei inquired, still maintaining his calm demeanor. At this point, Zhou Tsang and his team had established that he was indeed the killer, albeit lacking concrete evidence. He could choose to deny it, but that would only subject him to a daily existence of anxiety, for Zhou Tsang and his team were determined not to let him escape justice. This was an inevitable occurrence, and given his age, it would be wiser for him to surrender. Now, please accompany us back, one officer suggested. Zhou Tsang shook his head and presented Wang Wei with a pair of handcuffs. Several officers escorted Wang Wei to the police vehicle, heading directly to the station. With the perpetrator now in custody, there was no longer any reason for their presence at the scene. News of Wang Wei's arrest spread like wildfire between the two villages, intensifying the already simmering conflict between Wang Zhuang and Li Hua. The residents of Li Hua vehemently accused those from Wang Zhuang of foul play, while the latter retorted that the demise of Li Hua's individuals was well-deserved. This escalation prompted Zhou Tsang and his companions, who were en route, to return and mediate the dispute, ensuring that Zhang Yuan and a few others remained behind for added precaution. Meanwhile, Qin Mu and his team escorted Wang Wei back to the station. Along the way, they engaged in conversation, initiated by Wang Wei, while Qin Mu attentively listened. According to Wang Wei's account, much aligned with their earlier speculations, he and Jiang Feng indeed had an intricate connection. Initially, there had been no contact between them. Their relationship soured, and as tensions escalated between the two villages, their discord deepened. The conflicts Wang Wei had previously mentioned were indeed genuine. However, everything changed after Jiang Feng's husband passed away. Perhaps motivated by ill intent or compassion, Wang Wei reached out to Jiang Feng and offered her assistance on multiple occasions. Over time, their relationship gradually mended, blossoming anew, yet the lingering animosity between the two villages cast a shadow over their rekindled bond. Moreover, given that Wang Wei has a family, their encounters were conducted in secrecy. This clandestine relationship endured for an extended period, as Wang Wei was exceedingly cautious. And the locations of their meetings were indeed well concealed, allowing them to evade detection for quite some time. Their bond persisted for many years until one day Jiang Feng confronted him, demanding a resolution. The rationale behind her insistence was that they were no longer young. Both had spouses, and it would be unwise to let such matters tarnish their reputations for the remainder of their lives. Initially, Wang Wei pondered this and agreed. However, he was utterly enraged by what Jiang Feng revealed next. She inadvertently disclosed her experience of having an abortion. This occurred before their marriages, during the time they were still together. Had Jiang Feng not terminated the pregnancy, they would likely have married, and their circumstances would not have deteriorated to such an extent. Upon hearing this revelation, Wang Wei was consumed by fury. He found it impossible to contain his anger, and in the midst of a heated argument with Jiang Feng, he accidentally took her life. Why did you drag Jiang Feng into the deep well? Zhou Yingying inquired with curiosity. At that moment, Wang Wei laughed, a resounding, robust laugh that belied the demeanor of a man in his 60s. After an extended bout of laughter, he remarked, "Who says I dragged Jiang Feng into the well?" Qin Mu turned slightly, casting a glance at Wang Wei, sensing the emergence of a troubling situation. It appeared that this young man had begun to piece things together. Wang Wei observed the expression on Qin Mu's face. To his astonishment, someone had indeed taken notice. "Qin Mu, what is it?" Zhou Yingying inquired. Instead of responding, Qin Mu posed a question of his own. "Old man, do enlighten us. Where did you bury Jiang Feng? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yingying instantly grasped the entirety of the situation. Could it be that the remains in the well were not those of Jiang Feng? Indeed, Qin Mu nodded in affirmation. From the very outset, he had contemplated this possibility. After all, it seemed rather unseemly for Wang Wei to have disposed of Jiang Feng's body in Wang Village. Moreover, upon listening to Wang Wei's account, Qin Mu became increasingly convinced of the improbability of the scenario. It was evident that Wang Wei had not committed murder with intent. How could he allow rodents to feast upon Jiang Feng's remains? He had numerous alternatives at his disposal, and discarding the body into a well was undoubtedly a subpar choice. Anyone with a modicum of intellect would not have acted thus. Consequently, Qin Mu understood a troubling possibility. The bones did not belong to Jiang Feng. This was undoubtedly the most vexing outcome, leading them in circles, yet ultimately returning to square one. However, it was precisely this complexity that invigorated Qin Mu, filling him with excitement. So that's the case. Zhou Tsang's expression visibly darkened. He had initially believed he had apprehended the perpetrator, only to discover it was an offender from a different case altogether. Wait a moment. Didn't Zhang Jian also find himself in a similar predicament? It seemed that after all their efforts over the past few days, they had made no progress on the original case, yet had inadvertently resolved 2 others. At this juncture, Zhou Tsang couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Perhaps this was a silver lining, for at least they had solved 2 missing persons cases. Meanwhile, as Wang Wei continued speaking, he became increasingly despondent, seemingly having exposed himself solely because of the remains found in the well. When the skeletal remains were discovered, he was merely a bystander, unwittingly drawing attention to himself. Please disclose the location where you concealed the body, Qin Mu inquired, not having forgotten the matter at hand, and needing to ascertain the authenticity of the remains. Wang Wei, with no hesitation, divulged the location to Qin Mu. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tsang promptly contacted Zhang Yuan and his team to commence excavation. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan and his group had just persuaded the villagers from 2 nearby villages to return home and were now hastening towards the site indicated by Zhou Tsang. The group acted swiftly. Armed with shovels, they began to dig. Chapter 17. Retracing steps. Yuan Go, Wei struck something. In a short span, the shovel hit a hard object. Upon clearing away some dirt, they uncovered stark, white bones. We must retrieve them first. How do we notify Zhou Tsang? Zhang Yuan's brow furrowed. Though he was not privy to all the details, he sensed an unsettling implication. It appeared this case was far from resolved. On the other side, Qin Mu and his team received Zhang Yuan's update. This revelation unequivocally confirmed the veracity of Wang Wei's claims, leaving no room for doubt. It also indicated that the remains belonged to someone else entirely. The investigation had come full circle, leaving Zhou Tsang troubled. Qin Mu remained contemplative, pondering the mystery surrounding the remains found in the well. What is to fear? Although the case remains unsolved, we have already uncovered 2 significant cases, which is a commendable achievement, Zhou Yingying remarked with a smile. Indeed, Zhou Tsang's furrowed brow began to smooth. While the other 2 cases were not the primary focus, they were nevertheless homicides, cold cases that had long evaded resolution, making their breakthroughs all the more commendable. Let us have Brother Yuan retrieve the remains. We should pay Wang Village another visit, suggested Qin Mu. To untie the bell, one must first tie it, and since the bones were discovered in Wang Village, it is imperative that we examine it once more. Alternatively, they could simulate the crime scene to ascertain if any clues could be uncovered. Zhou Tsang nodded slightly and remarked, I will speak with Captain Zhao. Wang Wei had already made their instructions abundantly clear. There was no need to squander time on Wang Wei when they could instead revisit Wang Village. Nevertheless, it was essential to inform Zhao Yan, for one cannot simply disregard him and venture off on their own, leaving Zhao Yan in the dark. If they were to lose track of them, it would indeed lead to considerable trouble. Zhao Yan was also a straightforward individual. Upon hearing Zhou Tsang's words, he promptly sent the group back to Wang Village. The group hastily returned to Wang Village, just as nightfall enveloped the surroundings. Brother Zhou, should we simulate the crime scene? Qin Mu expressed his thoughts. Given the number of people in Wang Village, someone should have witnessed if a body was disposed of in the well. Following the trail and delving deeper should lead them to the perpetrator. Certainly, Zhou Tsang affirmed. They had contemplated this notion previously, but as new leads emerged, it was temporarily set aside. It was unexpected that by pursuing those leads, they ended up capturing 2 individuals unrelated to the case. Now, the timing was quite appropriate. With the night deepening, if someone were to discard a body, this would undoubtedly be the chosen hour. At this hour, few souls remain awake. Save for a handful of elderly individuals with brief slumbers, even the slightest disturbance would surely awaken them. These elders are the very subjects of their investigation, and the question lies in whether they can perceive the unfolding events. Should they remain oblivious, all efforts would be in vain. Nonetheless, it is worth a try. as unexpected discoveries may yet arise. Soon, Zhou prepared a large box, removed his police uniform, and stealthily began to circle around Wang village with the box in tow. Uncertain of the killer's point of departure towards the well, they could only proceed with trial and error. This was a task demanding physical exertion, although the box was empty. It was far from light. After traversing a considerable distance around Wang village, Zhou finally arrived at the well's edge. After surveying the surroundings and confirming the absence of onlookers, Zhou cautiously approached the well. To an uninformed observer, he would undoubtedly appear as a nefarious character, for his disguise was remarkably convincing. Even Zhou Yingying, standing nearby, began to question whether this figure was indeed Zhou or someone else entirely. He seemed a different person from the Zhou she once knew. Surprisingly, none of the others noticed his peculiar behavior, which was to be expected, considering most should be fast asleep. At the mouth of the well, Zhou gazed into the depths of the dry pit, steeled himself, and unceremoniously cast the box into the abyss. Regardless of whether it contained a corpse, it would undoubtedly produce a sound, albeit one distinct from the expected clatter. If this act failed to attract attention, Zhou would be left with no recourse. However, after a span of 2 minutes, still no one noticed anything amiss. It appeared that their efforts were in vain. Zhou let out a sigh and slowly pulled the box up from within. At that moment, a sudden roar echoed through the night. Who is it, disturbing the peace at such an hour? An elderly man, stooped and leaning on a cane, angrily emerged from a nearby home. Before Zhou could utter a word, the old man barked again. What do you want? Zhou expression brightened, and he quickly approached to inquire. Elder, your hearing is quite sharp. Indeed, you ought to inquire around. In this area, everyone knows that I possess the keenest ears. You don't appear to be from our village. What brings you here? The old man scrutinized Zhou with suspicion, stepping back a couple of paces, ready to shout for help should anything seem amiss. Elder, have you ever witnessed anyone throwing things into a well? Zhou pressed on. And who are you to ask me such questions? The old man frowned and continued. You better leave my village at once. If you do not, I shall call for assistance. Elder, do not be afraid. I am no villain, Zhou hastily explained. Well, of course, a wicked person would never admit to being one. The old man retorted, waving his cane to shoo Zhou away. Just then, Qin Mu and Zhou Yingying came running from a distance. Upon seeing the commotion, Qin Mu quickly interjected, Elder, we are police officers, do not be alarmed. Upon noticing the police uniform adorning Qin Mu, the old man finally relaxed with a long sigh. My apologies, comrades. You simply bear an uncanny resemblance to a wrongdoer. The old man said apologetically, glancing at Zhou. It's nothing, Elder. Have you ever encountered such a thing before? Zhou waved his hand and continued to inquire. The old man pondered carefully before responding. Now that you mention it, there indeed seems to be something. 8 or 9 years ago, when he was still relatively young, merely in his mid-60s, the peculiar events of that time remained vividly etched in his memory. It was a night, he faintly recalled, during the summer. On that particular evening, he had risen to use the restroom when he suddenly heard a dull thud. The sound was heavy and distinctly different from today's. Out of curiosity, the old man stepped outside to investigate. However, he saw nothing except for a hurried figure retreating towards the northern edge of the village. At the time, he thought little of it, assuming the individual had merely slipped on the dark, slick ground. Qin Mu quickly noted down this incident, for it undoubtedly brought them good news. At the very least, they now knew that the perpetrator was likely situated to the north of the village, thus providing them a clearer direction for their subsequent search. Shortly thereafter, the old man offered another clue. Chapter 18. The northern edge of the village, if I recall correctly, that fellow was pulling a cart. The cart referred to as a flatbed cart, though the villagers in Wangzhuang preferred to call it a rack cart. This clue was of even greater significance to Qin Mu and his companions. The necessity of using a cart to transport the deceased indicated that the individual was likely an elderly person, perhaps one who was frail and had difficulty moving. This undoubtedly narrowed the scope of their investigation further. Thank you, Elder. Please refrain from discussing today's events for the time being. Qin Mu advised after a moment of contemplation. At present, the murderer remains oblivious to this matter. If we maintain secrecy and reveal it unexpectedly during the investigation, it could catch him off guard. Should the old man divulge this information, the murderer would have already heard of it and be prepared, thus nullifying any such advantage. Rest assured, I am renowned for my discretion, the old man assured with a pat on his chest. It is getting late. You should return to rest. Zhou suggested to the old man. Certainly, you all should retire early as well. Comrades, the old man waved his hand and returned to his dwelling. Let us also take a moment to rest and resume our inquiries tomorrow, Zhou remarked to the others. In the dead of night, even if one wished to investigate, finding someone would be a challenge, thus it would have to wait until the morrow. The two had no objections and made their way back to the police station, preparing to settle in for the night. The following day, several individuals set out early towards the northern part of the village. The farmers tended to rise late. Although it was just past 7, some had already ventured into the fields, seeking the coolness of the morning. Early in the day, a group of elderly men gathered at the village entrance, engaging in casual conversation. In their advanced years, they could only chat idly, had it been in times past. When farming was not as convenient, they too would have worked the fields. However, times have changed. With machines now tilling the soil, there is little to worry about, aside from the occasional application of pesticides or weeding. Perhaps if the land were parched, they might water it, but that is the extent of their labor now. The few men had heard of the village's intelligence agency, yet their knowledge was limited to mere hearsay. However, when Zhou accompanied Qin Mu to inquire, Qin Mu realized just how formidable these individuals truly were. They possessed an intimate knowledge of every significant and trivial matter in the village, even being aware of which family so had recently given birth. Thanks to the assistance of these remarkable individuals, Qin Mu and his companions swiftly identified their target for investigation. Among this group was an elderly man, distinguished by his sparse white hair standing upright and his hands clasped behind his back as he leaned against a banyan tree, occasionally letting out heavy breaths that betrayed his frail health. My home is at the northern edge of the village. What do you seek? Wang Yongkong inquired. The group provided vague details, merely stating they were looking to speak with some elderly residents to gather information, cautious not to implicate anyone directly involved. We are here to gather information regarding an ongoing case, Zhou replied with a smile. Oh, I see. Please proceed with your questions. I will answer if I know. Wang Yongkong, a man of straightforward nature, responded candidly. This left Zhou somewhat at a loss, as he could not simply state that he was there to ascertain whether they were suspects in a crime. Sir, does your household possess a cart? We wish to use it to transport some items, Qin Mu inquired. We do not have one. Over a decade ago, we switched to a tractor, and at that time, our cart was already broken, so we dismantled it for firewood, Wang Yongkong replied, dismissively waving his hand. It was no jest. His family had long since replaced their cart with a tractor, rendering the cart obsolete. A group of elderly gentlemen and ladies began to voice their thoughts, recounting how they had long abandoned the use of carts. Yet, some households retained them, anticipating a future need. As the conversation unfolded, the elders delved into a nostalgic debate about which family was the first to acquire a tractor. Do you know who possesses a cart? Qin Mu inquired. Yes. The Wang family has one. They reside on the southern edge of the village. You should pay them a visit, Wang Yongkong replied without hesitation, divulging the information in detail. Thank you very much, sir, Qin Mu smiled, refraining from further questions. The Wang family had transitioned to a tractor a decade prior, at a time when carts had all but vanished. Thus, it was unlikely that this elderly gentleman was the one they sought. There was no need for them to pursue the matter further. Qin Mu initially considered inquiring about who in the northern area still utilized carts, but to his surprise, the elder promptly directed him to someone in the south. He hesitated to directly ask about the northern household with a cart, knowing that these astute seniors would likely see through any pretense. The adage old people are cunning and ghosts are clever was not merely a saying. The group soon departed, heading straight to the northern part of the village. Following the directions provided by the village office, they swiftly arrived at a household belonging to the Zhang family, one of the few families with a different surname in Wang village. Good fellows, what brings you to me? Zhang Wang, a shrewd elder sporting glasses, inquired. Unlike the other villagers, he exuded a distinct aura. It was said that Zhang Guang was an educated man. In that era, such individuals were rare, and he remained in the village out of a sense of nostalgia. We shall investigate the case of the dried bones in the well once more. Zhou gaze fell upon the nearby flatbed cart. The wooden boards atop it were notably smooth, with certain areas polished to a sheen, suggesting they had seen considerable use over the years. Regarding that case, was it not said that the perpetrator had already been apprehended? It is quite astonishing that Wang Wei would engage in such acts, Zhang Guang remarked with a sigh. These individuals, of similar age, had known each other since childhood, sharing an intimate understanding of one another, yet it was shocking to discover Wang Wei's capacity for such brutality. To be candid, the victim was another person entirely, unrelated to the dried bones at the bottom of the well, Zhou elucidated. This matter remained unknown outside their police circle, making Zhang Guang's reaction rather understandable. Oh, that explains why you all needed to make another trip, Zhang Guang chuckled, then continued. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I assure you I will speak candidly and comprehensively. The situation is such that we have now nearly confirmed the murderer resides in the northern area. Therefore, older brother, do you happen to know if those individuals might engage in such actions? As Zhou spoke, he scrutinized Zhang Guang's expression. Have you definitively established the northern area? I understand. So you have yet to ascertain the identity of the deceased, only identifying the potential vicinity of the perpetrator's residence, Zhang Guang mused, falling into contemplation. Meanwhile, Qin Mu, positioned nearby, also succumbed to deep thought. Chapter 19. Sun Ping. From mere snippets of conversation, one could sense that this elder was far from ordinary. His discourse was methodical, and he possessed an acute ability to grasp the underlying significance of his words. Indeed, it is precisely so, Zhou nodded in agreement. In other words, it would be prudent for me to provide you with suspects who harbor animosity towards women, Zhang Guang continued to inquire. To be on the safe side, he refrained from specifying gender, for the perpetrator could very well be female as well as male. Do you know, big brother? Zhou expressed curiosity. Given the other party's statement, it was evident they held some knowledge. You should visit Wang Xiangrong's residence. Wang Xiangrong has had a grudge against a woman associated with Sun Gang. The specifics of their enmity are for you to investigate. Zhang Guang mentioned a name. Few were privy to this matter, and Zhang Guang happened to be one of them, acquiring this knowledge by chance. Consequently, he was not well informed about the situation. Only aware that the hatred between the two was profound enough that upon encountering the woman, Wang Xiangrong would resort to lethal force. His awareness stemmed from an incident when Wang Xiangrong intended to strike, and he intervened. Otherwise, Wang Xiangrong would have surely killed the woman. At that moment, Zhou Yingying suddenly inquired, "What is the name of that woman?" "If my memory serves me right, it should be Sun Ping," Zhang Guang replied, recalling with uncertainty. He had only heard the name once. How could he remember it so distinctly? Sun Ping, Zhou Yingying murmured, then swiftly found the name in her notebook. Turning to Zhou to say, "She is one of the missing elderly individuals. It would be wise to verify whether it is indeed Sun Ping," Zhang Guang cautioned. "Thank you, brother. We will confirm this," they responded. Zhou expressed his gratitude before departing with the two individuals, heading straight to Wang Xiangrong's residence. Zhang Guang glanced at the entrance before retreating indoors, dismissing the matter as irrelevant to him. Meanwhile, Qin Mu and his companions arrived at Wang Xiangrong's abode without pause. The residence was a newly constructed two-story house, appearing to be recently built or perhaps refurbished. Upon their arrival, they found only Wang Xiangrong at home. "Comrades, what brings you here?" Wang Xiangrong inquired. He was a man with a square face, scruffy beard, and a serious demeanor, notably marked by a slight limp in his left leg. Zhou wasted no time and asked directly, "Do you know a person named Sun Ping?" At the mere mention of her name, fury flashed across Wang Xiangrong's face. "Of course I know her. Even if she turned to ashes, I would recognize her," he bellowed. Taken aback by Wang Xiangrong's sudden emotional outburst, Zhou quickly attempted to soothe him, saying, "Brother, please calm down. What exactly happened between you two that has caused such animosity?" This inquiry only intensified Wang Xiangrong's ire, accompanied by a hint of embarrassment. "She has rendered me a cripple," he retorted, casting a pointed glance at Zhou trousers. Instantly, Zhou understood, and Qin Mu grasped the implication as well. They quickly realized the depth of Wang Xiangrong's hatred towards Sun Ping. It was a burden that no man could endure. However, Zhou Yingying remained puzzled, wondering what had transpired that led them to such understanding. "Could you elaborate on this matter?" she asked. Zhou cleared his throat softly before inquiring further. Wang Xiangrong let out a deep sigh and began to recount the incident from years past. Initially, Sun Ping and Wang Xiangrong were strangers to one another. However, every year, a temple fair was held in their vicinity, and one year, Wang Xiangrong was taken to the fair by his son. Little did he know that this excursion would lead to calamity. At that time, the cause of the commotion was unknown, and chaos ensued as people began to flee. Wang Xiangrong was knocked to the ground, and in that tumult, Sun Ping inadvertently stepped on him. Unbeknownst to her, she was preoccupied with fleeing and did not pay heed to where she stepped, resulting in severe injury to Wang Xiangrong. The pain he endured was excruciating, leading to his hospitalization and ultimately, the necessity of amputation. Fortunately, Wang Xiangrong had already established a family and had children. Otherwise, his lineage would have come to an end. Nevertheless, this incident could not simply be brushed aside. Sun Ping's family took responsibility for Wang Xiangrong's medical expenses and visited him multiple times in the hospital, genuinely attempting to make amends. Wang Xiangrong recognized their efforts. Yet he could not relinquish the deep-seated resentment that had taken root within him, an emotional burden that would haunt him for a lifetime. Thus, whenever he encountered Sun Ping, his emotions would spiral out of control, and he would feel an overwhelming urge to lash out at her. Aware of the gravity of her actions and her own culpability, Sun Ping deliberately avoided Wang Xiangrong. However, living in the same community made such avoidance difficult, and it was inevitable that they would cross paths, particularly during market days. On one such occasion at the market, Wang Xiangrong again encountered Sun Ping, and his emotions erupted, revealing the profound animosity that existed between them. "Are you aware of the incident concerning Sun Ping's disappearance?" Qin Mu inquired. "Of course I know. To be honest, I was quite pleased back then. But after so many years, that joy has faded." Wang Xiangrong seemed to have come to terms with it. At his age, what else could he do? After all these years, getting angry would only bring discomfort to himself. Yet, if Sun Ping were to stand before him, Wang Xiangrong would undoubtedly still act out. Let us be clear. Although I've reconciled with my feelings, I still desire to strike you. By the way, why are you asking this? Wang Xiangrong finally sensed something amiss. We suspect the bones in the dry well belong to Sun Ping. Qin Mu interjected, seizing the opportunity to observe Wang Xiangrong's expression. At first, Wang Xiangrong appeared overjoyed, but his countenance quickly shifted to one of disbelief. Wait a moment. The bones in the dry well are related to Wang Wei, aren't they? He questioned, perplexed. The victim Wang Wei killed was another individual, not the remains found in the well, Qin Mu clarified. Oh, I see. Are you suggesting that I am a suspect? The sudden realization struck Wang Xiangrong, leaving him visibly distressed. I admit that there were some conflicts between Sun Ping and me, but I would never go so far as to kill her. While I did once entertain such thoughts, I never acted on them. You must believe me. I did not commit murder, Wang Xiangrong hastily explained. Seeing this, Zhou quickly interjected to reassure him. Brother, please remain calm. We are merely suspecting that the body at the bottom of the well might belong to Sun Ping, and I emphasize the word might. With a sigh of relief, Wang Xiangrong patted his chest, expressing his gratitude that he was not to be apprehended. Chapter 20. I didn't do it. Qin Mu, standing nearby, chuckled as he clarified. Without evidence, how could we arrest anyone? However, this statement took on a different connotation for Wang Xiangrong. If they did not arrest without evidence, then surely, with evidence, they would. He was innocent of the allegations, yet the thought of unfavorable evidence haunted him. As an ordinary farmer, all he could grasp was the unsettling possibility of being taken into custody. Comrades, you must believe me. I truly have not engaged in such acts. Wang Xiangrong fervently insisted. Rest assured, we will not make arbitrary arrests. If you possess any other information, please share it with us. Qin Mu seized the opportunity to inquire. At this moment, Wang Xiangrong's fragile state of mind meant he would likely divulge anything. I genuinely do not know of anyone who holds a grudge against Sun Ping, he admitted, shaking his head, failing to name any other suspects immediately. This was a stark contrast to the suspects Zhou had previously encountered, who would typically hastily name others to divert attention from themselves. We have stated that Sun Ping may only be a potential victim, not definitively so. If there are other similar incidents, please inform us, Qin Mu pressed further. Not that I am aware of, surely not. The people of Wangzhuang are quite simple and would not engage in such behavior. Wang Xiangrong continued to shake his head, appearing genuinely oblivious. Beside him, Zhou Yingying tugged at the corner of her mouth. The inhabitants of Wangzhuang appear to be far removed from simplicity, if they possessed even a modicum of sincerity. The annual brawls would cease, and the presence of two murderous villains in their village would be inconceivable. Indeed, it is noteworthy that the previous two murderers hailed from Wangzhuang, suggesting a peculiar enhancement of their fierce local customs. Does this imply that the people of Wangzhuang inherently harbor a brutal disposition? Yet, one must ponder why such a phenomenon is absent in Liwa, or perhaps it is merely that no investigations have unveiled such occurrences. It would be prudent for Liwa to conduct a thorough inquiry. Unexpected revelations may lie in wait. At that moment, a resounding shout echoed from outside, announcing the arrival of Liwa's contingent. Prepare the weapons, let us confront them. A deep voice resonated in the ears of those present. Let us go and see, Zhou Tsang urged, his expression shifting as he hastened forward with two companions. Wang Xiangrong instinctively reached for a nearby shovel, but upon spotting Qin Mu and his group, he reluctantly lowered his hand. Such reactions stemmed from years of brawling, an ingrained reflex that could hardly be faulted. Brother, perhaps it is best for you to remain at home, Zhou Tsang advised, casting a glance at Wang Xiangrong before hastily departing. As soon as they left, Wang Xiangrong touched the shovel once more, sighed deeply, and obediently retreated into the inner room. There would be no conflict. After all, the police would surely intervene, rendering any confrontation futile. The group sprinted forth, making their way to the village entrance. Liwa was indeed led by Li Kun, a formidable crowd surging forward. In contrast, Wangzhuang was spearheaded by Wang Chong, with Zhou Dewang following closely behind. To everyone's astonishment, Zhou Dewang was accompanied by a man who bore an uncanny resemblance to him, a figure they had not encountered during their last visit. However, the crowd was not given the luxury of contemplation, as Zhou Tsang hastily positioned himself between the two factions. What is the meaning of this? What are you attempting to accomplish? In just a few days, how have you managed to resort to violence once more? Zhou Tsang exclaimed, his face betraying his fury. The incessant brawls every few days were enough to test anyone's patience. To be frank, had circumstances permitted, Zhou Tsang would have wished to relocate both villages to distant lands, ensuring they would never cross paths again. Comrades, it is the people of Liwa who have instigated this chaos. We have done nothing, and yet they stormed in. Wang Chong stepped forward to voice his grievance. You from Wangzhuang have slain our people from Liwa, and you dare to claim righteousness? Li Kun retorted, seething with anger. Ever since Zhou Tsang and his companions had arrived, Li Kun had sensed that today, as confrontation would be thwarted. He had hoped that with Zhou Tsang and his team resolving the case, they would return to the precinct, allowing him to vent his frustrations. How could he possibly swallow the indignation of Wangzhuang having murdered his kin? Li shared similar sentiments, and thus the two found common ground. They rallied the people of Liwa, inciting them to retaliate. The inhabitants of Liwa found merit in their words. If they allowed such acts of violence to go unpunished, would they not become easy prey in the future? To avert such a fate, Liwa resolved to strike first. Unexpectedly, several detectives remained in Wangzhuang, which left the people of Liwa feeling both frustrated and powerless. The perpetrator of the murder had already been apprehended and would undoubtedly face justice. This matter had reached its conclusion. Do not use this incident as a pretext for further conflict, Zhou Tsang admonished. Due to the homicide case involving two villages, Zhou Tsang had a vague premonition that something significant might transpire. However, he never anticipated that a crisis would unfold so swiftly. Fortunately, they had not yet departed from Wang village. Otherwise, a bloody conflict would undoubtedly have erupted between the two villages. There was a substantial likelihood of fatalities. And at that point, it would have been a truly monumental event. Upon hearing this, Li was filled with rage and exclaimed, "Nonsense. I refuse to believe that the people from their village are unaware. They are all accomplices." In his view, it was inconceivable for two elderly men to commit murder. They were undoubtedly scapegoats for Wang village, which must have orchestrated the entire affair. Otherwise, how could two frail old men have acted so decisively? Managing to deceive everyone for nearly a decade? Such a notion was absurd. Stop spouting nonsense. I tell you, we must rely on evidence for everything. Zhou Dewang rebuked angrily. While it was true that two murderers had emerged from Wang village, to generalize from that was nothing short of provocation. Moreover, the two of you deserve your fate. Otherwise, why would they target your mother specifically? At that moment, another man beside Zhou Dewang spoke, which further enraged the two. Zhou Daxing, repeat that. Li stormed over, wielding a hoe. I said what I said. What are you going to do about it? Zhou Daxing retorted defiantly, raising his shovel in response. Just then, a resounding slap landed on Zhou Daxing's face. Li Kun glared menacingly at Zhou Daxing and declared, "Your mother is doomed. I will ensure her demise." Anger surged within Li Kun's chest as he tightened his grip on the scythe. Zhou Daxing, incredulous, stared at Li Kun before erupting in fury. "How dare you strike me? I will end you." As the situation escalated uncontrollably, Zhou Tsang stepped in, firmly restraining Li Kun's hand, admonishing, "Enough? Do you truly wish to take a life? Are you prepared to face the consequences?" Chapter 21. Height. His booming voice roused a group of onlookers, awakening Li Kun as well. "Li Kun, put down the scythe. Think of your mother. Would she wish to see you like this?" Zhou Tsang held Li Kun tightly, his reprimands unyielding. Upon hearing this, Li Kun slowly loosened his grip on the scythe, retreating a few steps as he cradled his head and wept bitterly. The impact of this incident was undoubtedly monumental for Li Kun, who had searched for Jiang Feng for many years. This quest had become an obsession, and now, with that hope abruptly severed, the magnitude of his anguish was apparent. In contrast, Li had once sought his mother as well, but, after a fruitless search, he relinquished his pursuit. Thus, he had long anticipated this outcome. After the case was resolved, he found a semblance of joy, for it provided closure regarding his mother's fate. The two men's emotional states were starkly divergent. Li had come to seek clarity, while Li Kun was genuinely prepared to risk everything. The onlookers from Wangzhuang fell into silence, astonished that someone would dare to commit murder. Although they often engaged in brawls with considerable ferocity, there had never been a loss of life among them. As Zhou Tsang managed to stabilize the situation, Qin Mu promptly interjected, "All right, everyone disperse." The individuals from Liwa and Wangzhuang exchanged glances before gradually departing. "Li Kun, make sure to host a proper ceremony for your mother," Li said, patting Li Kun on the shoulder. Nearby, the Zhou brothers merely shrugged, offering no further commentary as they took their leave. Only Wang Chang lingered from Wangzhuang, his lingering presence stemming from unease. Who could predict whether Liwa's men might launch a surprise counterattack, leaving them at a disadvantage? "All right, Li Kun. It's time to head home." Li, ever the loyal friend, remained steadfast. "Home," Li Kun murmured softly, allowing Li to assist him as they departed. Once Li Kun was seen off, Wang Chang finally exhaled a sigh of relief before returning home. "Where have we reached in our investigation?" Zhou Yingying suddenly inquired. The unexpected turn of events had compelled them to hastily abandon their ongoing case. "Let us go meet this Wang gang." Zhou Tsang glanced at the name in his notebook. This exemplified the advantage of diligent note-taking. Even when interrupted by unforeseen incidents, he could seamlessly continue his investigation, minimizing the possibility of error. Upon arriving at Wang Gang's residence, they quickly emerged. As they posed their questions, they discovered Wang Gang speaking fluent Minnan dialect, having recently returned to the village after spending several years in southern Fujian. Now older and nostalgic, he had returned to enjoy his retirement and seek a favorable piece of land for himself. Thus, chronologically, it was impossible for him to have committed the crime. A few individuals posed several questions before ultimately departing, deeming the time wasted and preferring to move on to the next location. However, upon arrival at the subsequent destination, they discovered an elderly individual incapacitated and unable to provide any information. Following this, there were no further leads, which left Wang Xiangrong as the primary suspect. Of course, there was also Zhang Guang, yet his level of suspicion was considerably lower at this juncture, and his motive for the crime remained elusive. The focus would temporarily remain on Wang Xiangrong, in hopes of uncovering a breakthrough. Ideally, a significant revelation would emerge, but if not, that would suffice as well. Brother Zhou, let us proceed to Sun Gang, Qin Mu suggested. The suspicion surrounding Wang Xiangrong primarily hinged on the identity of the remains as belonging to Sun Ping. Should the remains prove to be someone else, Wang's culpability would naturally dissipate. That makes sense, Zhou Tsang nodded in agreement. They had already investigated the suspects, yet no information had surfaced regarding the deceased, making it a rather troublesome situation without clarity. After reaching a decision, the group promptly boarded a vehicle and set off for Sun Gang. Sun Gang, a village along the main road, was not too far from Wangzhuang, and they arrived in a relatively short time. After some inquiries, they finally located Sun Ping's residence. At that moment, a communication from the police station arrived. Thanks to the efforts of the technical department, they had approximately determined the height of the deceased, primarily hindered by the loss of part of the leg bone, which complicated the assessment. It was estimated that the deceased's height ranged between 150 to 160 centimeters. If Sun Ping's height falls within this range, the likelihood of her being the victim undoubtedly increases significantly, as does the possibility that Wang Xiangrong is the murderer. However, reality often defies expectations. Sun Ping's height is approximately over 1.70 meters, which starkly contrasts with the data they had just obtained, leading to her immediate exclusion as the victim. Consequently, Wang Xiangrong's suspicions were alleviated, perhaps to the extent that even he himself could not have anticipated. Let us proceed to the previous villages to inquire further, Zhou Tsang suggested, determined not to overlook any detail. There were still several elderly individuals reported missing from nearby villages, their ages matching the criteria. If they could ascertain the victim's identity based on height, it would be a plausible conclusion. Fortune does not come in pairs, nor do calamities arrive alone. Upon exiting the last missing elder's residence, Zhou Tsang's expression darkened considerably. They had questioned 4 households of the missing, yet none matched the height. It was indeed perplexing. Could it be that the victim's body had materialized from thin air? Zhou Yingying pondered, bewildered. Logically, there should be at least one household that could provide a match, yet not a single one did. Aside from these few families, there were no other reported missing persons in the vicinity. Could it be that the individual was an outsider? Zhou Tsang furrowed his brow and voiced his concern. That is unlikely, Qin Mu replied, shaking his head. If it were an outsider, would a 50-something elderly person travel such a long distance without their family's consent? They would certainly have someone accompany them. Moreover, why would the murderer choose to dispose of the body specifically in Wang Village, which poses considerable risk? Throughout the journey, the murderer had ample opportunities to manipulate the situation, even luring the victim to another location for the act of murder, as outsiders are unfamiliar with the local terrain. Yet, the killer chose to dispose of the body in a well, which suggests a lack of viable alternatives. The well was the only option. Furthermore, inquiries revealed that no strangers had entered Wangzhuang for many years. While there have been passers-by, none were unfamiliar faces within the village. Upon Qin Mu's reminder, Zhou Tsang recognized this peculiar detail, but his frown deepened further. This situation seems bizarre. It cannot be that a corpse simply fell from the sky. The deceased must be from the vicinity, Qin Mu asserted. Yet, we cannot identify the victim, Zhou Yingying interjected, furrowing her brow. It is impossible for someone to appear out of thin air. In that moment, the trio fell into a contemplative silence. Chapter 22. An appearance from nowhere. It is indeed improbable for someone to manifest out of nothing. We should expand our search radius, Zhou Tsang insisted. He made a decisive call to the bureau to initiate a search. However, days passed without any leads. The skeletal remains seemed to have emerged from nowhere, devoid of any traceable evidence. This is quite strange. Could it be that these bones are not human? Zhou Yingying pondered, perplexed. In previous cases, no matter how intricate, they had always been able to identify the victim. Do not speak nonsense. If they are not human, what else could they be? Zhou Tsang retorted, glaring at Zhou Yingying. Meanwhile, Qin Mu remained silent, lost in thought. contemplating whether the identity of the deceased was unknown to all or if someone was deliberately concealing it. If it is the latter, then no matter how they investigate, they will inevitably uncover nothing. Conversely, if it is the former, the situation becomes even more troublesome. With everyone in the dark, where should they begin? Zhou Tsang and his companion remained silent, the meeting room enveloped in stillness. Perhaps a shift in perspective was in order. Suddenly, Qin Mu furrowed his brow, only to gradually relax it. Brother Zhou, let us revisit Wang Village, he proposed. If we cannot ascertain the identity of the victim, we must focus on the perpetrator. The only remaining suspect is Zhang Guang. Thus, pursuing him seems the most prudent course of action. Zhang Guang is astute. Yet even the most meticulous can falter. If he is indeed the culprit, he will eventually reveal a flaw. It must be done, Zhou Tsang conceded with a resigned nod. The group set out once more for Wang Village. Perhaps due to Li Hua's Li Kun and Li Li attending to funeral matters. The two villages had been relatively quiet in recent days. Oh, what brings you comrades here again? Upon their arrival at the village entrance, they were greeted by a familiar voice. Just a minor matter, Zhou Tsang replied with a smile. At that moment, a familiar figure approached them. Comrades, I cannot thank you enough. Without your assistance, my grandson would likely have been lost. The newcomer was Wang Jing. In recent days, her grandson Zhou Zhou had completely escaped the clutches of death and had not suffered any lasting disabilities, which deepened Wang Jing's gratitude towards Zhou Tsang and his companions. What are you saying, Annie? This is simply what we ought to do, Zhou Tsang responded. If, in such circumstances, they still turn a blind eye to suffering, can they truly be considered human? That said, I must express my gratitude to you. Had it not been for your assistance, my grandson would have been left disabled. Wang Jing, filled with emotion, grasped Zhou Tsang's hand and spoke incessantly. Comrades, please do come to my home for a meal today. I shall prepare a chicken for you. Wang Jing insisted on inviting them to dine, her resolve unwavering. Zhou Tsang, despite numerous attempts to decline, ultimately managed to extricate himself from the invitation. Since you all have matters to attend to, it is best to let it be, Wang Jing sighed, turning to depart. She still needed to deliver chicken soup to her grandson at the hospital and had much to attend to. A few elderly villagers at the edge of the village watched her retreating figure, engaging in animated discussion. Wang Jing has certainly made the right move by relocating. Indeed, the old residents at the northern end had poor feng shui. Since moving to the southern side, fortune has turned in their favor. Just look. Her grandson fell into the well, and soon after, comrades arrived to assist. Truly, this is a remarkable reversal of fate. The speakers, unaware of the implications, found their audience engaged. Qin Mu and his companions exchanged smiles, realizing they had overlooked this detail. In their village, there were indeed those who relocated, though most preferred to construct anew atop their old homes, which led them to neglect this matter. They had forgotten that the villagers, especially the older generation, held superstitious beliefs. Any discussion involving feng shui would undoubtedly be taken to heart. Not only would they be willing to move, but they would embrace even the suggestion of relocating graves. Shall we inquire about which families have moved in recent years? Zhou Yingying asked. No need for extensive research. A simple inquiry will suffice, Zhou Tsang replied with a smile. The village is quite small. Even when one is merely constructing a pigsty for sleep, the inhabitants are well aware of it. One need only inquire slightly to uncover all information. As expected, upon a single question from Zhou Tsang, an immediate response ensued. Over the years, the number of families who have relocated from Wang Village has been minimal, with only 3 households making the move. However, only one family has departed from the northern side, which is indeed the Wang Jing family mentioned earlier. Reflecting on prior discussions, Wang Jing is notably frail, being a woman with certain mobility challenges, thus necessitating the use of a flatbed cart for transporting a body. This aligns perfectly with the previous intelligence gathered. Yet, as far as they knew, Wang Jing had no enemies aside from Li Hua, and those associated with Li Hua had either passed away in earlier years or were still alive. Consequently, it appears that Wang Jing's motive for any wrongdoing is rather tenuous. After pondering this for quite some time without arriving at a conclusion, Zhou Tsang finally declared, "Let us proceed to Zhang Guang's residence." Qin Mu nodded slightly, simultaneously contemplating an alternative possibility. If his memory served him correctly, Wang Jing's household. The sudden halt of the vehicle interrupted Qin Mu's thoughts, as several individuals disembarked and immediately spotted Zhang Guang at the entrance. "Gentlemen, back again, I see." Zhang Guang greeted them with a broad smile, as if he had anticipated their arrival and was deliberately waiting for them. Indeed, just moments ago, he had overheard a child exclaiming that the police had arrived, leading him to deduce that Zhou Tsang and his companions were certainly here to seek him out. Previously, he had explicitly pointed out Wang Xiangrong, and logically, they should have continued their inquiries into Wang Xiangrong. However, a few individuals made their way directly towards him, which can only signify one conclusion. It appears that Wang Xiangrong's suspicion has been thoroughly cleared. Zhang Guang continued to observe the group with a cheerful demeanor. My brother indeed possesses keen insight. You must be aware of our purpose for coming here. Zhou Tsang's brow furrowed slightly. The aura emanating from this elder felt increasingly menacing, leading him to suspect that Zhang Guang was highly likely the perpetrator. Even if he were not the murderer, he certainly must be an informant. After all, how could this man be so assured? Come, I have prepared something for you. Zhang Guang beckoned with a smile, inviting them inside. What has my brother prepared? Zhou Tsang, unperturbed, strode boldly through the entrance. Although he was uncertain of Zhang Guang's intentions, his unwavering confidence compelled Zhou Tsang to observe closely. With Zhou Tsang having entered, Qin Mu and the others naturally followed suit without hesitation. Gentlemen, it's not that I wish to trouble you, but I must ensure my own safety. I trust you understand my meaning, Zhang Guang remarked, maintaining his smile as he led them further in. This statement heightened the group's vigilance, any hint of danger, and they would be quick to subdue Zhang Guang. However, as they traversed the courtyard and entered the main hall, a sudden realization dawned upon them. Chapter 23. Evidence. Esteemed guests, based on my inquiries, the death of the victim occurred approximately 8 or 9 years ago, and during those 2 years, I was entrusted with the care of my youngest son, Zhang Guang asserted, picking up a plane ticket from the table and adjusting his glasses. He continued, thus, I believe I had no opportunity to commit the crime, correct? Zhou Tsang released his grip from his waist, having initially thought Zhang Guang intended to take action. Yet, he unexpectedly presented such a scenario. I shall accept these tickets, Qin Mu remarked, gently caressing the tickets in his hand, though they were from many years past. Showing signs of wear, certain identifiers remained distinctly recognizable. Logically, Zhang Guang should have posed no issues. However, the preservation of these tickets over such a lengthy period raised suspicions. Any reasonable individual would surely find this peculiar. Of course, you may investigate as you please or confirm with the airline, Zhang Guang asserted, brimming with confidence. He was assured of the authenticity of these documents, as he had indeed traveled to a distant locale and returned only after 2 years. This was indisputable, and the entire village could attest to his absence during that time. If the validity of those tickets could be established, then this matter would no longer concern him. This conviction fortified Zhang Guang's stance, embodying the principle that those who engage in honest dealings need not fear the specter of guilt. Very well, Qin Mu nodded. Zhang Guang's confident demeanor lent credence to his assertions, yet it remained imperative to ascertain the facts thoroughly. Farewell, gentlemen. I await your positive news, Zhang Guang declared, issuing an implicit dismissal. Zhou Tsang took the tickets, glanced at Zhang Guang, and said, rest assured, I shall return these to you. That would be most excellent. Zhang Guang replied, his delight palpable. Everyone possesses their own cherished belongings, and Zhang Guang has a particular fondness for collecting items such as tickets and boarding passes. However, he exclusively collects those he has personally used, showing no interest in those used by others. This collection represents not merely tickets or boarding passes, but rather the memories of his past. Whenever he gazes upon these pieces, he is transported back to those bygone days. This is also the reason why Zhang Guang has managed to preserve his tickets in such pristine condition. Yet, if he were to articulate this sentiment deliberately, it would likely invite further suspicion, hence his reluctance to clarify his intentions. Qin Mu smiled, having discerned Zhang Guang's passion for these items, which diminished his own suspicions towards him. As anticipated, that very day, the authenticity of the boarding passes was confirmed. Both the outgoing and return tickets were indeed genuine. Furthermore, others from Wangzhuang were able to attest that Zhang Guang had not returned during those 2 years. Even if Zhang Guang had surreptitiously returned, it would be highly improbable for him to commit such a heinous act in a place where acquaintances were most numerous. Consequently, Zhang Guang's motive for murder appeared exceedingly diminished. In essence, his suspicion had been thoroughly dispelled. As Zhang Guang's name was cleared, only one individual remained as a suspect, Wang Jing. A hypothesis that had lingered in Qin Mu's mind suddenly gained greater credence. Brother Zhou, let us inquire about Wang Jing's family, Qin Mu suggested. Do you have a notion? Zhou Tsang inquired, turning his attention to Qin Mu. In the past, whenever Qin Mu spoke in such a manner, it indicated that he had made a significant discovery. Qin Mu nodded and replied, it confirms a certain suspicion. Very well, let us proceed, Zhou Tsang agreed without hesitation. After reaching a firm decision, several individuals returned to Wangzhuang. At this moment, Wang Jing was in the hospital, leaving only her daughter-in-law, Zhang Hui, at home. Aunt, may I inquire about the location of Grandma Wang's maternal family? Qin Mu asked. Zhang Hui replied, a bit sheepishly. As for my mother-in-law's family, I believe they are from Wangang, but I'm not entirely certain. You might want to ask those at the village entrance. They should know. It was not surprising that Zhang Hui was unaware, as Wang Jing's maternal relatives had dwindled over the years, and she had not returned to her hometown in a long time. All right, Qin Mu said, choosing not to elaborate further, and he proceeded directly to the village entrance. At the village's intelligence center, their reputation was well-deserved. They indeed knew the whereabouts of Wang Jing's maternal home. It turned out that her family resided in Zhangdian, a neighboring county rather far from Wangshuang. After a considerable drive, they arrived at Zhangdian just before nightfall. After inquiring along the way, they finally confirmed the location of Wang Jing's family. However, upon arrival, they discovered that the house was abandoned and in disrepair, with few occupants remaining. "What are you doing standing here?" An elderly man, stooped and with graying hair, approached them, leaning on a cane. As he drew closer, the old man exclaimed, "Oh, it's several comrades. What brings you here?" The elder appeared to be in his 70s or 80s, yet he moved about with remarkable agility for his age. "Sir, we are looking for Wang Jing's family," Zhou Yingying said, raising her voice slightly out of concern that the old man might not hear. "Oh dear, I may have trouble with my eyes, but I can still hear just fine. No need to shout," he replied. The elderly man clasped his ears and took a step back, continuing, "This is indeed Wang Jing's home. However, that girl has had quite a misfortune. Her brother moved away long ago, and now she can no longer return to her maternal home. No wonder it appears as though no one has inhabited this place for ages. They have indeed relocated, which clarifies the situation. Do you know where her brother's family has moved to?" Qin Mu pressed on. "Regrettably, I do not know. Perhaps very few in the village are aware. About 8 or 9 years ago, their family departed and never returned. I heard they ventured to a big city to seek opportunities." Upon hearing this, Qin Mu furrowed his brow. This presented a genuine dilemma. If this were indeed the case, they would likely squander a considerable amount of time. He harbored certain suspicions that he needed to validate with Wang Jing's family. The fact that they had moved away 8 or 9 years ago further substantiated the matter. "Why not inquire with me? I surely possess more knowledge than they do," the elderly man stated, thrusting his cane forcefully into the ground twice. It was evident that in his youth, he must have been quite the hot-tempered individual. Nonetheless, he was right. At his age, he could be considered the living history of the village, undoubtedly privy to more information than the average person. Thus, Qin Mu resolutely decided to ask, "I wish to know if Wang Jing has a twin sister." As soon as Qin Mu uttered this inquiry, Zhou Cong and Zhou Yingying turned their heads in disbelief, gazing at him. They instantly grasped the implications of Qin Mu's previous speculations. If that were the case, it indeed became a possibility. However, even if there were twins, there should still be a record of their existence, which was beyond question. They ought to be able to ascertain that someone from Wang Jing's family is missing, unless... A daring thought stirred in the minds of the two, leading them to glance towards the elder. Chapter 24, The Fraternal Twins. Indeed, Wang Jing is a twin, but a pair of a dragon and a phoenix. After a brief moment of recollection, the elder provided his answer. If his memory served him right, this incident had once stirred quite a sensation in their village. After all, fraternal twins are quite rare. A boy and a girl, they had evoked envy among the villagers. During that era of family planning, the Wang family was blessed with 2, a son and a daughter. How delightful that was. Upon receiving this revelation, Zhou Cong furrowed his brow slightly. This directly shattered their previous conjecture. "Thank you, old sir." Qin Mu offered a faint smile, understanding within. "Very well, I shall return home for dinner." The elder glanced at the time, leaning on his cane, and gradually faded from view. "What shall we do next? It seems we have erred in our direction," Zhou Yingying inquired. "No, quite the opposite. We have indeed found the right path." Qin Mu, instead of feeling disheartened, smiled mysteriously. "What do you mean?" Zhou Cong was somewhat perplexed. "Preference for sons over daughters." Qin Mu uttered these 4 words. Zhou Cong's pupils dilated in sudden realization. He seemed to grasp the implication. "Change of children. Let us seek out Wang Jing's brother." Zhou Cong immediately resolved to act. Now, they merely needed to prove one thing, that Wang Jing's brother was not a blood relative, thereby elucidating everything. The group returned to the police station and promptly commenced their investigation. Wang Jing's brother, having relocated his household registration, was relatively easy to locate. Within a single day, Zhou Cong and his companions successfully located Wang Jing's brother, Wang Xiaofeng, currently residing in Deep City, which is quite distant from their location. The cross-provincial nature of the case posed certain inconveniences. Thus, they enlisted the assistance of their colleagues in Deep City to handle the matter. In no time, the colleagues relayed a message indicating they had obtained Wang Xiaofeng's consent and procured a sample of his hair. This development was fortuitous, as it provided them with the necessary material to conduct a paternity test with Wang Jing. Seizing the opportunity, the group proceeded to Wang Jing's residence, where she happened to be at home. "Elder sister, we require a strand of your hair to conduct a paternity test with your brother," Zhou Cong candidly stated their purpose. It was evident that Wang Jing's hand trembled slightly at the revelation. "Very well," she replied after a prolonged silence, finally plucking a hair from her head. "Thank you," Zhou Cong acknowledged, carefully securing the hair sample as he prepared to depart. He had not anticipated such smooth cooperation from Wang Jing. Initially intending to probe her further, he found that she was indeed compliant. As she watched the group's retreating figures, Wang Jing let out a long, resigned sigh. She had not expected to evade this fate. Perhaps, from the very beginning, the outcome had been predestined. She had merely clung to a flicker of hope. Aware that the result was inevitable and beyond her control, she nonetheless refrained from confessing and willingly surrendered her hair. She was cognizant of the possibility of a reduced sentence through confession, yet she was reluctant to be apprehended at that moment, as she wished to spend a little more time with Zhou Zhou. Upon returning to the station, the team immediately commenced the process of verifying the existence of a biological relationship between the two individuals. This task fell once again into the realm of Zhou Yingying's expertise. Zhou Yingying swiftly brought forth the results. It was confirmed that Wang Jing and Wang Xiaofeng do not share any blood relation. The two children, being fraternal twins, possess no genetic connection, which raises numerous questions. This also corroborated the speculations of several individuals. Were they switched at birth, or had one been concealed? Zhou Tsang expressed his uncertainty. If they were indeed switched, the complications would be fewer. However, if the latter were true, the explanation would become evident, and they would naturally be unable to locate the deceased. One of Wang Jing's sisters had been hidden away, while Wang Jing continued to lead a normal life. Ultimately, it appeared that Wang Jing's other sister had murdered her, leading to Wang Jing's demise. The motive for the murder was abundantly clear. Nonetheless, it was imperative to interrogate Wang Jing further. Reflecting on Wang Jing's reaction, Zhou Tsang discerned that she was aware of her exposure. Yet, for reasons undisclosed, she had refrained from confessing. These reasons, undoubtedly, pertained to her grandson, Zhou Zhou. Brother Zhou, let us apprehend Wang Jing, Zhou Yingying suggested. She was astute and understood Wang Jing's intentions. However, if they delayed, Wang Jing might take unforeseen actions, complicating matters. It was crucial to remember that Zhou Zhou's grandmother had already passed, and Wang Jing was merely a substitute. Should Wang Jing choose to vent her frustrations on Zhou Zhou, the consequences would be irrevocable. You are right. Let us proceed, Zhou Tsang declared, waving his hand and leading the two directly to the hospital. If their suspicions held true, Wang Jing would be at the hospital. Indeed, that was the case. Wang Jing sat by Zhou Zhou's bedside, gazing tenderly at him and speaking gently. At that moment, Qin Mu and others entered the room. An elderly woman and a young child were both taken aback by the situation. It was Wang Jing who reacted first, promptly saying, Zhou Zhou, these gentlemen are the police officers who saved you back then. Be sure to thank them. Thank you, Uncle Police. Thank you, Aunt Police. Zhou Zhou obediently greeted the several individuals. However, this left Zhou Yingying momentarily speechless. I'm only in my 20s, and you're calling me aunt. Nevertheless, she decided it was not the time to dwell on that. Sister, you must be aware of our purpose for coming here. Zhou Tsang preferred to keep his words to a minimum in front of Zhou Zhou, as he did not wish to affect the child's disposition. He could only express himself more subtly. If Wang Jing did not cooperate, they would have to resort to other measures. I understand. Wang Jing nodded and then addressed Zhou Zhou. My dear grandson, Grandma needs to accompany the police officers to handle an important matter, so you must behave. Yes, I have always been very well behaved. Zhou Zhou nodded earnestly, admiration shining in his eyes. His grandmother was capable of assisting the police. She must be quite remarkable. Goodbye, my dear grandson, Wang Jing said, and voluntarily stepped out of the hospital room. Once outside, Zhou Tsang placed Wang Jing in handcuffs. Throughout the journey, Wang Jing remained composed and silent, the police car enveloped in an atmosphere of profound quiet. Upon reaching the interrogation room, it was only then that Wang Jing began to recount the events in detail, prompted by Zhou Tsang's inquiries. Should I refer to you as Wang Jing, or something else? Zhou Tsang asked. The deceased should be called Wang Jing. As for the person before you, no one truly knows her name. Perhaps only her parents are aware of it. She replied, You may call me Wang Xian. Wang Xian is her given name, a title she bestowed upon herself. She remains oblivious to much. Save for one undeniable truth. She does not even possess a name, nor does she feel deserving of one. Wang Xian, do elaborate on your methods. Zhou Tsang inquired with a sigh. Although he had garnered a general understanding of the events, the records of the case necessitated utmost detail. Wang Xian complied willingly, recounting the incidents of that year with precision. Chapter 25. The twins in that era, there existed a prevalent preference for sons over daughters. Consequently, various desperate measures were employed, including fleeing or assuming another's household registration. She vaguely recalls that, at the time, some individuals were even subjected to violence. Many families, particularly in rural areas, were fervently obsessed with the desire for male offspring. Wang Xian's parents epitomized this mentality. Initially, the birth of twins was a cause for jubilation. However, the arrival of two daughters darkened her father's countenance instantaneously. Twins counted as a single birth, allowing both children to be registered. During that period, most families relied on midwives rather than hospitals, thereby creating ample opportunity for manipulation. Wang's father, keenly aware of this, seized upon a fortuitous circumstance when he encountered a newborn boy who had recently been abandoned. An immediate spark of desire ignited within him. Though the reasons for the boy's abandonment remained unknown to Wang's father, it felt like divine favor. If the twins could be transformed into a boy and a girl, surely there would be no issue. After all, the outside world would remain oblivious to the true genders of his two children. If he were to bring the boy home, no one would suspect a thing. As Wang's father pondered more deeply, he became increasingly enamored and decided to bring the boy home. That very day, he proclaimed that they had been blessed with a pair of twins, a dragon and a phoenix. Such twins were the envy of many. For not only was there a son, but also a daughter. When the girl grew up and eventually married, she could assist her brother in finding a wife. This was indeed an exceptional outcome. Wang's father named the boy Wang Xiaofeng and the girl Wang Jing, and their 100-day celebration was filled with exuberance and cheer. Amidst the admiration and compliments of the gathered crowd, Wang's father's smile never wavered, stretching so wide it seemed to reach beyond his ears. However, he had forgotten that he had another flesh and blood child, one who had not even been given a name. Due to the striking resemblance between the two girls as dragon and phoenix twins, Wang's father dared not part with the other daughter. Fearing eventual exposure, he resolved to take drastic measures, contemplating the heinous act of ending the life of the unnamed child. Yet, Wang Jing's mother vehemently opposed this notion, crying and protesting on that fateful day. How could he be so cruel to a piece of her very flesh? After a tumultuous scene, Wang's father regained his composure and ultimately refrained from committing the act. He tacitly agreed that Wang Jing's mother would raise the child, intending to cast her out when she grew older. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the two daughters seemed to share an innate bond, as Wang Jing discovered the existence of her sister at a tender age. In that moment, Wang's father realized that his secret could no longer be concealed. But after having shut away that child for so many years, could he truly expect her to harbor no resentment towards him? Wang's father hesitated, gripped by fear. That very night, he resolved to secretly lead the nameless one to a deep ravine with the intention of ending her life. However, fate had other plans. Not only did he fail in his attempt, but he was also discovered by Wang Jing's mother. From that moment forth, the nameless one was confined entirely. This time, it was not within the confines of their home, but rather on a small hill not far from Zhangdian. Time, as it often does, silently erased certain memories, and Wang Jing, being young, gradually forgot the incident. It was not until a few years ago that she unexpectedly recalled that event and ultimately found her old sister on the hill. Driven by guilt, or perhaps sympathy, Wang Jing took her sister, whom she considered either a sister or a younger sibling, out of the mountain for the first time. Simultaneously, the nameless one was granted a name, Wang Xian. Initially, Wang Jing felt trepidation, fearing her family would not accept her sister. Little did she know her sister, having spent so many years on the mountain, had completely lost her sanity. Seizing the opportunity, she murdered Wang Jing and donned her clothing to impersonate her. Perhaps due to their twin nature, no one noticed Wang Xian's peculiar behavior, and tranquility was restored. Subsequently, Wang Xian disposed of the body in a well, and in a fit of vengeance, even placed numerous rats to feast upon Wang Jing's remains. This explains the multitude of rat carcasses discovered at the scene. As for why the body was cast into the well, it was because Wang Xian had committed the act within Wang Jing's home. Fearing her family's rejection of Wang Xian, Wang Jing had secretly brought her sister home, and it was at that moment that Wang Xian struck. After committing murder, Wang Xian immediately placed Wang Jing on a flatbed cart, intending to dispose of her body outside the village. However, as they passed by a well, an impulse seized Wang Xian. Without hesitation, she discarded Wang Jing into the well, subsequently capturing a few rats to throw in as well. This was twofold in purpose. Firstly, as an act of retribution, and secondly, to ensure that the rats would consume the corpse, thus preventing any foul odor from emanating as it decomposed. In the ensuing days, Wang Xian devoted herself to trapping rats through various methods, ultimately eluding discovery. She successfully transformed her identity, completely assuming the persona of Wang Jing. This masquerade persisted for many years. When Zhou fell into the well, a chill ran down Wang Jing's spine, yet a flicker of hope lingered in her heart. It was only yesterday that this hope vanished entirely. By the time Qin Mu and his companions located her, she was already acutely aware of her fate. Her decision not to confess was merely a desire to gaze upon Zhou once more. "Is there anything else you wish to express?" Zhou Tsang inquired after noting every detail. To his astonishment, he realized that the animosity between the two stemmed from their conflicting identities. Having spent so many years imprisoned, one could only imagine the psychological distortions that had ensued. What puzzled Zhou Song most was how Wang Xian had adapted so seamlessly to her current life. Logically, after being isolated for such a prolonged period, she should exhibit some discrepancies from contemporary society. Yet, remarkably, no one had detected anything amiss with her. Indeed, it was understandable, given their identical appearances. However, one might wonder, could two individuals raised in disparate environments truly mirror each other so perfectly? Zhou Song was unaware of this. He was not a geneticist and could only speculate. Perhaps they were identical. Otherwise, how could Wang Xian remain undetected? That was all. After speaking, Wang Xian lowered her head in silence. She was already aware of her impending marriage. At over 60 years of age, her time was limited. Even if she were to enter prison, how many days could she realistically expect to live? Her life, in essence, had already concluded. Though her existence had yet to reach its finality, Zhou Song understood this truth as well, and thus refrained from further words, rising to depart. The prisoner had confessed candidly. The charges were established, and it was now time to return the deceased's body to the family. Although the truth might be unbearable for them, it was unjust to keep them in ignorance for a lifetime. Let us go, Xiao Qin, Zhou Song called to Qin Mu, and the two exited the interrogation room together. Chapter 26. Wang Jing? Wang Xian? This is impossible. How could I mistake my own mother? Wang Zhuang, with disbelief etched on his face, stared at Zhou Song. Just moments ago, Qin Mu and the others had come and provided a rough explanation to Wang Dawang. However, Wang Dawang was resolutely skeptical, dismissing it as inconceivable. I know you may find this hard to accept, but the reality is as such, Zhou Song reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. But my mother has a mole on her arm. How could I possibly be mistaken? Wang Dawang shook his head vehemently. As a son, how could he fail to recognize his own mother? While appearances might deceive, a person's habits, speech, and demeanor were not so easily misrepresented. There was no way he could mistake his own mother. He was no fool. How could he err in such recognition? Perhaps it is mere coincidence, Zhou Song elucidated. Zhou Dawang intended to articulate further, but was interrupted by Zhou Daxing. I have long sensed something amiss. You simply failed to perceive it, Zhou Daxing asserted with conviction. This statement inevitably led Zhou Dawang to question his own judgment. Could it be that he truly erred in recognition? Well, we have already delivered the remains. We have other matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave, Zhou Song concluded, preparing to depart alongside Qin Mu. However, the speaker was oblivious. While the listener was intent, Qin Mu remained absorbed in contemplation regarding Zhou Dawang's earlier remarks. Could there be deeper implications? Yet, before Qin Mu could ponder further, Zhou Song had already ignited the automobile. Zhou Daxing observed the receding vehicle and turned to Zhou Dawang. Some matters need not be articulated. Zhou Daxing patted Zhou Dawang on the shoulder. No, I certainly would not mistake our mother. There is no way I could be mistaken about her, Zhou Dawang insisted obstinately. Shaking his head. Since childhood, he had been most affectionate towards Wang Jing. How could he possibly err? Especially with that birthmark on her arm. How could he be mistaken? He refused to believe that anyone could resemble his mother so perfectly, let alone share the exact placement of that birthmark. That is indeed our mother. You have not erred. Zhou Daxing remarked quietly, uncertain whether he was comforting Zhou Dawang or suggesting something else. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Mu had returned to the police station. As the two entered, they were greeted by Zhao Yan. Well done. Excellent work. Zhao Yan generously praised the pair. This case was not only an old one, but also a perplexing enigma. And the two had not only solved it, but also apprehended two additional murderers. Ordinary individuals certainly cannot manage this. Xiao Qin, indeed. The world shall ultimately belong to the youth. Zhao Yan, with a satisfied expression, patted Qin Mu on the shoulder. This time, they have truly sent a promising talent, surpassing us old-timers. Qin Mu smiled quietly, refraining from comment. You all have been working hard these past few days. Return and rest for a while. Come back the day after tomorrow. Zhao Yan waved his hand, granting the two a day's leave. This is what you said, Captain Zhao. You cannot suddenly call us back. Zhou Song reminded. They always say this, yet something invariably occurs, rendering the holiday void. If there is a case, I will certainly call. Zhao Yan glanced at Zhou Song without hesitation. It's a joke. You are criminal police, not security guards, to simply take leave at will. Hurry back and rest. You are not needed at the moment. Zhao Yan waved his hand at the two. All right. Qin Mu rubbed his waist, responding promptly. After so many days of sleeping in the car, he could finally find rest on a bed. However, from Captain Zhao's words, it seemed there was a case unfolding. A missing person case. For now, you are not required, so please rest. Zhao Yan gestured dismissively. They had hurried back from Wangzhuang precisely because of this missing person case. Despite searching diligently for several days, they had found no clues. Finding someone and solving a case are distinctly different matters. And he noted the dark circles under the eyes of both men, especially Zhou Song. Given their age and the fatigue accumulated over these days, Not allowing them to rest properly could lead to serious consequences. Upon hearing this, the two immediately changed clothes and headed home to sleep. When Qin Mu returned home, it was already late at night. The house was enveloped in silence, and it seemed that Lu Bo had already succumbed to slumber. Without even freshening up, Qin Mu collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep sleep, which lasted until the following evening. Initially, he believed it was still early morning until the sight of the sun sinking in the west illuminated the truth of the late hour. He never anticipated that his day of respite would end so swiftly. As he emerged from his room, Qin Mu encountered Lu Bo, who was still reclining in his chair, his eyes gently closed, bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun. Awake? Lu Bo opened his eyes and turned his gaze toward Qin Mu. Why didn't you wake me? Qin Mu settled onto the sofa, indulging in some fruit. You appeared to be sleeping so soundly. There's lunch in the kitchen. You can heat it up if you wish. Dinner will be ready soon, so a little snack will suffice. He smiled, though in truth, he was reluctant to move, still feeling quite fatigued. What's the matter? Do you no longer wish to be a police officer? Lu Bo discerned Qin Mu's weariness at a glance. Of course not. Qin Mu quickly shook his head in response. You still dwell on past events, Lu Bo sighed. Would you not? Qin Mu retorted, his curiosity piqued. I am much like you. Lu Bo chuckled softly before his expression grew serious. But I do not wish for you to be burdened like this. Lu Bo, you mentioned that my experience is insufficient, Qin Mu countered, shaking his head. He had keenly sensed this truth from the current case. Let us discuss this case, Lu Bo suggested, immediately recognizing the subject at hand. Without hesitation, Qin Mu began to articulate the details of the case meticulously, while Lu Bo listened intently, nodding in agreement. Indeed, there exist issues with your experiences. Upon hearing this, Lu Bo immediately comprehended the predicament Qin Mu currently faced. Were it him, he would have focused his attention on Wang Jing from the very beginning, rather than wholeheartedly concentrating on the child who had fallen into the well. However, he could not assist Qin Mu. The latter had to rely on himself to gradually accumulate wisdom. With a sigh, Qin Mu's thoughts drifted back to his parents. All right, what would you like to eat tonight? I shall prepare it for you. Lu Bo set down the newspaper he was holding. The usual 3 dishes, please. Qin Mu's standard trio consisted of braised pork, stir-fried shredded potatoes, and stir-fried carrots. The shredded potatoes should be as soft as possible, while the carrots ought to retain a crisp texture. Very well. Lu Bo nodded and busied himself in the kitchen. The sounds of sizzling and frying filled the air as Qin Mu reclined on the sofa, allowing himself to completely unwind. It had been quite some time since he had indulged in such leisurely days. Indeed, being a police officer came with a considerable amount of busyness. Yet, all of it was worthwhile. He only hoped to uncover the truth behind the events of years past and discover who the true culprit was. Chapter 1. The Case of the Severed Head and Dog's Corpse. Xiao Qin hurried to the station. The caller was Zhao Yin, his tone indicating a sense of urgency. Qin Mu immediately set off for the police station. Upon arrival, he noticed a palpable shift in the atmosphere. The room felt stifling, with an air of silence enveloping everyone present. It was only when Qin Mu entered that a hint of vitality returned to the space. Junior, you're here. Zhou Yingying whispered, leaning closer to Qin Mu. What has happened? Qin Mu inquired, sensing that in such an atmosphere, it would be implausible for nothing to have occurred. Previously, Team Zhao had returned from Wangzhuang, primarily concerning a case of disappearance. Zhou Yingying elaborated that it initially began as a mere missing persons case, but later, the relatives of the missing individuals reported allegations of abduction, claiming that the kidnappers had even contacted them by phone. This escalated the situation into a kidnapping case. This urgency was the reason Zhao Yin hastily returned with his team. Not long after, they discovered the remains of the missing person, and it has since transformed into a homicide investigation. Junior, I advise you not to lean in too close. I fear you may not be able to handle it. Zhou Yingying remarked, her expression betraying lingering trepidation. It was not merely fear that gripped her, but a sense of revulsion at the existence of such perverse individuals in the world. It's nothing to be concerned about, Qin Mu replied nonchalantly. However, Zhou Yingying's words only heightened his curiosity. Zhao Yin noticed Qin Mu's presence and beckoned him over, saying, Xiao Qin, you've arrived. Come take a look. The sight of the body was not repulsive. Rather, it would serve as a valuable experience for the young man. Nodding, Qin Mu hurriedly followed Zhao Yin into the forensic room. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of a dog lying on the surgical table, its coat still gleaming, indicating it had not been deceased for long. However, he wondered why a dog would be placed on the operating table. Soon, the reason became apparent. Where one would expect a dog's head, there now rested a human head, belonging to a youthful and striking woman, seemingly just in her early 20s, with lustrous black hair and lifeless eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. At first glance, there appeared to be no issue, but the unsettling truth lay in the fact that her body was that of a dog. Although Qin Mu had long suspected that this case was rather complex, he was nonetheless taken aback by the grotesque manner of the victim's demise. What kind of psychological turmoil could drive a perpetrator to commit such an atrocity? From this solitary corpse, one could discern the profound distortion and depravity of the killer's mind. This was the unfortunate victim of the incident. Zhao Yan sighed heavily. After many years in the profession, he encountered a case so absurd for the very first time. After committing murder, the assailant had the audacity to sew the victim's head onto a dog's body. The animosity between the two must have been immense for the murderer to resort to such extremes. Captain Zhao, has the victim's body been discovered? Qin Mu pressed for clarification. No, if it had been found, that would be a different matter, Zhao Yan replied with a sigh. Even if the headless dog had been discovered, it would have been purely by chance. Who would ever imagine that a killer would stitch a human head to a dog's corpse? Furthermore, the discovery of the body occurred in a landfill, unearthed by a group of workers sorting through garbage. By the time they reached the last remnants of refuse, one of them noticed a dog's leg protruding from a bag. Initially, the men felt a sense of relief, pondering whether they might enjoy a meal of dog meat. However, they were prudent enough to check for any signs of illness on the animal, prompting them to extract the carcass, only to be met with the shocking sight of a human head. The grotesque combination of the dog and the head startled them, leading them to immediately contact the authorities. Following this incident, it is likely that these men would never again find the appetite for dog meat. Subsequently, upon further examination, they confirmed that the head belonged to Zhang Lei, the missing girl they had been searching for. At that moment, the forensic expert successfully separated the two entities and remarked, "The suturing technique employed on the corpse is rather peculiar." In what manner is it peculiar? Zhao Yan inquired. Well, it appears somewhat professional, yet simultaneously lacks the finesse of true expertise, the forensic expert replied as he removed his gloves. If we assume that the perpetrator is a medical professional, then the technique employed is rather crude. However, if the assailant is an amateur, the stitching is surprisingly well executed. Can you determine the cause of death? Zhao Yan furrowed his brow, pressing for more information. At present, I cannot. There are no apparent injuries to the head. Death may have resulted from a severed neck or from a fatal injury elsewhere on the body. The forensic expert shook his head. He was merely a forensic specialist, not a clairvoyant. It was impossible to discern everything with just a head. Unless the body were also recovered, he would certainly be able to ascertain the cause of death. What about the approximate time of death? Zhao Yan continued his inquiry. It should be between 2 to 3 days ago, the forensic expert affirmed. Zhao Yan nodded, realizing there was little more to extract from the situation, as they had only a head and perhaps a dog carcass. However, analyzing the dog's remains would yield little value. Nonetheless, the forensic expert would likely examine it for thoroughness. After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Yan stated, "If any further discoveries are made, please contact us immediately." Certainly. The forensic expert nodded, though he held no great hopes for significant findings. Zhao Yan acknowledged this with a nod and signaled to Qin Mu, leading them both to depart. As soon as Zhao Yan stepped outside, he turned to Qin Mu and inquired, "What do you think? Does it not feel as though the world is vast and filled with an abundance of peculiarities? I never anticipated that someone would commit such an act." Qin Mu shook his head. Indeed, there is no limit to absurdity. This adage holds a degree of truth. Enough of that. Let us contemplate how to solve the case. Zhao Yan said, patting Qin Mu on the shoulder. The scene was not particularly gory. A typical person would not exhibit any adverse reactions upon witnessing it. Hence Zhao Yan was not concerned about Qin Mu feeling nauseated. The main issue lay in the head being sewn onto the body of a dog, which was unsettling for many, though it was possible that some remained unaffected. It is simply a testament to the diversity of human reactions. Others are others. And oneself is oneself. Zhao Yan, however, found it intolerable. I understand, Qin Mu nodded. His purpose in viewing the corpse was not to express astonishment, but to grasp the gravity of the situation. If the media were to catch wind of this, they would undoubtedly sensationalize it, showing utter disrespect for the deceased and causing considerable trouble for everyone involved. Thus, Zhao Yan was determined to solve the case swiftly, providing closure for the family while minimizing the repercussions of the incident. The two then proceeded to the conference room, where they commenced their meeting. Though termed a meeting, it was primarily a dissemination of known intelligence to ensure that all parties were informed, thereby preventing further complications. Chapter 2. The technical department is uncommon. The deceased was named Zhang Lei, a 23-year-old female. Due to her family's modest wealth, she led a freelance lifestyle, often resigning from jobs before the 6-month mark, embracing a philosophy of spontaneity. The parents at home were indeed quite indulgent, as they did not lack for income and had never imposed any demands on Zhang Lei. Just prior to the incident, Zhang Lei had resigned from a company. It was after her departure from that establishment that she mysteriously vanished. This company was an online retail firm, where Zhang Lei worked in customer service. After only a few days, she found the incessant phone calls exhausting and chose to quit. It was a week ago that Zhang Lei disappeared, and then, at 5:30 yesterday afternoon, a severed head was discovered among the refuse at a landfill. Regarding the abduction of Zhang Lei, investigators uncovered that 3 days prior, the perpetrator had placed a call to her parents, yet there was no response from the other end of the line. Naturally, it could not be ruled out that the victim had attempted to reach out to her parents for help, though such a possibility seemed exceedingly slim. This constituted the extent of the information that Zhao Yin and his team had gathered. The data was rather incomplete, as they had initially approached the case as a kidnapping, which had now evolved into a homicide, and they had yet to fully commence their investigation. Subsequently, Zhao Yin assigned tasks to the group, urging them to investigate the scene and conduct interviews comprehensively to clarify the situation. Zhou Tsang, Qin Mu, and Zhou Yingying were dispatched to question Zhang Lei's family. The opulence of Zhang Lei's family was immediately evident from the villa they inhabited. As Qin Mu and his companions stepped through the door, a sharp-eyed middle-aged man approached them. His face bore signs of fatigue, and although his hair had been neatly styled, it was apparent that it had not been washed for several days. This man was undoubtedly Zhang Lei's father, Zhang Zhou. "Thank you all for your hard work," Zhang Zhou said, gripping Zhou Tsang's hand with palpable emotion. Since receiving the tragic news, Zhang Zhou has been unable to sleep through the night. Zhang Lei was the only daughter, the family's cherished jewel, and her sudden absence has left Zhang Zhou in unbearable grief. Upon hearing this devastating news, Huang Yu, Zhang Lei's mother, fell gravely ill and has been bedridden. Nevertheless, today Huang Yu mustered the strength to rise from her bed, leaning against the sofa, and weakly inquired, "Have you any news about the perpetrator?" "Not at the moment," Zhou Tsang replied, shaking his head. "While the truth may be difficult for the family to accept, it is imperative to communicate clearly, otherwise, how could they proceed with their inquiries?" Upon hearing this, the visible pallor of Huang Yu's complexion deepened, her arms drooping in fatigue. Zhang Zhou felt no surprise at this outcome. Had the police possessed any information, they would have surely notified them beforehand. Thus, the purpose of the officer's visit was evidently to gather pertinent clues. "Please, feel free to ask whatever you wish," Zhang Zhou stated candidly. As the saying goes, there is an order to knowledge, and each profession has its specialties. As a businessman, he certainly cannot match the investigative prowess of the police. Therefore, it would be wise to cooperate fully. This might aid the authorities in their investigation and expedite the progress of the case. "Then I shall proceed with my inquiry," Zhou Tsang said as he retrieved a portable notebook from his pocket. Sitting face to face with Zhang Zhou, he began to ask the most crucial question: where did Zhang Lei go after finishing work? It was essential to determine whether the crime was committed by an acquaintance or was an impulsive act, thus relying on Zhang Lei's movements to ascertain this information. "My child is quite well behaved. After work, I usually drive home and seldom venture out. In the parlance of today's youth, one might say she is rather homebound." Zhang Zhou sighed. They were perplexed as to how their daughter had developed such a disposition. Had it not been for their insistence on Zhang Lei finding a job, she would likely spend all day at home. If it were a temporary phase, Zhang Zhou would not mind. After all, while they may not be exceedingly wealthy, their family is quite prosperous, and he would willingly support his daughter for a lifetime. However, the thought of her being alone in her room for extended periods troubled Zhang Zhou, as he feared it might adversely affect Zhang Lei's mental health, prompting him to encourage her to seek employment. Not only would this allow her to meet new people, but it would also encourage her to venture outside more frequently. Little did he anticipate that this decision would ultimately cost his daughter her life. Had he known such a tragedy would ensue, he would have undoubtedly prevented Zhang Lei from going out. After jotting down his notes, Zhou Tsang promptly inquired about the friends Zhang Lei had. Zhang Zhou hesitated for a moment, deep in thought. Lei has a friend named Wang Yi, with whom she shares a close bond. Besides that, she mentioned having met some friends online. However, he was not well versed in matters concerning her online acquaintances. "May we examine Zhang Lei's computer or other electronic devices?" Zhou Tsang asked. This was a matter of respect, as they could have directly accessed them. "Of course," Zhang Zhou replied, displaying a sense of openness. Providing clues to the police would certainly aid in expediting the investigation. Due to the password lock on Zhang Lei's computer, Zhou Tsang intended to bring it back to the police station. "There's no need for such trouble. Don't forget, I am from the technical department," Zhou Yingying suddenly interjected. "I almost forgot," Qin Mu blurted out. Zhou Yingying had been accompanying them in their investigation for some time, and it was easy to mistakenly consider her a criminal investigator. Even Zhou Tsang had overlooked this detail. However, he felt a twinge of uncertainty, as he had never witnessed Zhou Yingying handling such electronic devices before. To be cautious, Zhou Tsang confirmed, "Are you truly capable?" "Of course," Zhou Yingying replied, casting a disgruntled glance at Zhou Tsang. She quickly took charge of the operation, and before long, the computer's password lock was successfully bypassed. There was no need for further elaboration, as all of Zhang Lei's software passwords were saved, allowing for automatic logins. Soon, they discovered a person who had been in close contact with Zhang Lei. According to their chat records, the two had likely met through an online game and gradually became acquainted through their shared gaming experiences. What piqued their interest most was that this online acquaintance resided in the city and had actually arranged to meet Zhang Lei. Conveniently, the meeting had occurred 7 days prior. Is there any way to ascertain who this person is and where they are located? Zhou Tsang inquired, furrowing his brow as he looked at Zhou Yingying. Not at the moment. I do not possess such capabilities, Zhou Yingying candidly admitted. She was well aware of her own limitations. Her knowledge of computers was merely superficial. Locating an individual's whereabouts was beyond her current abilities and would require the intervention of the department's personnel, who could utilize network tracking to uncover this individual's information. Zhou Tsang nodded in understanding and promptly relayed the information to Zhao Yan. Chapter 3. The netizen Zhao Yan acted swiftly upon discovering the information. He immediately conveyed it to Zhou Tsang and the others. Chen Shun, this is the name of Zhang Lei's acquaintance, currently residing in the old district of the city. Mr. Zhang, there is no need for you to accompany us. We shall inform you as soon as we have news, Qin Mu advised kindly. Comrades, please do notify us as soon as you learn anything, Zhang Zhou requested. Rest assured, you are the victim's family. We will certainly inform you once we have any updates. Qin Mu reassured him repeatedly, allowing Zhang Zhou to finally feel at ease. The group then boarded their vehicle, heading directly to Chun Chen's residence. As Chun Chen is also a youth with an internet addiction, his primary source of income stems from online activities. One could even categorize him as a homebody. Thus, upon their arrival, they encountered Chun Chen without delay. He was a frail young man, bearing dark circles under his eyes, clearly a result of frequent late nights. And his attire was quite casual. Upon seeing the group, Chun Chen exhibited signs of evident anxiety and confusion. Officers, what brings you to me? He inquired cautiously, appearing bewildered as to why the police were at his doorstep, believing he had committed no wrongdoing. Is your online alias KK? Zhou Tsang asked for confirmation. Ah yes, that's me. What's the matter? Chen Chen's heart raced at the revelation that they had uncovered his online identity. It seemed he was in serious trouble. We are investigating a criminal case and require your cooperation, Zhou Tsang continued. A criminal case? Chen Chen was perplexed. How could he possibly be linked to such a matter when he seldom ventured outside? Are you familiar with the username CC? Qin Mu inquired. Indeed. She's an online acquaintance of mine, and we maintain a fairly good rapport, Chun Chen replied candidly. Did you arrange to meet her previously? Qin Mu pressed further. Yes, officer. Is that illegal? Chun Chen responded, a hint of trepidation evident in his voice. Could it be that his online acquaintance was a minor? That seemed implausible, after all. They were merely friends. Please recount the details of your meeting, which was scheduled 7 days ago, Qin Mu stated, directly addressing the matter at hand. Upon hearing this, Chen Shun was momentarily taken aback, astonished that even their prior arrangement had come to the attention of the police. In light of such circumstances, he felt compelled to divulge everything without reservation. It turned out that they indeed had planned to meet, yet Chen Shun had never encountered Zhang Lei. He had waited at the designated spot for an extended period, but she never arrived. Ultimately, he presumed he had been stood up and chose to leave. Where were you supposed to meet? Qin Mu asked. If the meeting location had been in a public place like a shopping mall with surveillance cameras, it could substantiate Chun Chen's claims and clarify the situation. Consequently, he had refrained from contacting Zhang Lei, feeling that since she had stood him up, he had no reason to reach out. Thus, Chun Chen remained oblivious to Zhang Lei's unforeseen circumstances. I was nearby. She mentioned she would come to find me. So I selected a location that was convenient for me, Chun Chen hastily explained. After a lengthy discussion, Chun Chen began to speculate and inquired, is something amiss with CC? Yes, Zhang Lei is already deceased, Qin Mu replied, nodding while observing Chen Chen's facial expressions. What? Chen Chen gazed at Qin Mu in disbelief, never anticipating that he would learn the true identity of an online acquaintance in such a manner. They had never revealed their real names to one another, opting instead to address each other by their usernames, partly to maintain personal space and partly due to a lack of intention to delve into each other's private lives. Noticing Chen Chen's flustered demeanor, Qin Mu's expression softened. His evident panic and confusion suggested that he was indeed oblivious to the situation, thereby diminishing the likelihood of him being the perpetrator. Nevertheless, further investigation was warranted. Chun Chen willingly accompanied the group outside and led them to their agreed meeting place, which was conveniently located near his home, a small restaurant. Chun Chen thought it reasonable to host them for a meal given their efforts to come over. The absence of surveillance cameras in such establishments rendered Chun Chen's words uncorroborated. However, they could inquire with the owner. I recall this lad waited outside my shop for quite some time, but ultimately left without meeting anyone, the owner confirmed, validating that Chun Chen had indeed waited long. Subsequently, Qin Shun informed the group that upon not encountering anyone, he had returned home and began playing video games, suggesting that they could verify his gaming records. Qin Mu glanced at Chun Chin's gaming history, which displayed timestamps that could be cross-referenced with the approximate time mentioned by the owner. Neighbors have confirmed that Qin Chin has not left his home in recent days, thus solidifying the conclusion that he is not the perpetrator. Thank you for your cooperation. Qin Mu smiled at Qin Shun. It was the least I could do, Chun Chin replied, waving his hand. However, his tone suddenly shifted, and he spoke with gravity. Zhang Lei once confided in me about a disturbing individual who pursued her relentlessly. You might investigate this matter further. For a period, Zhang Lei had confided in Qin Shun, expressing her discomfort with the person, stating that she had clearly rejected him multiple times, yet he continued to harass her. Eventually, Zhang Lei ceased to mention it, but Qin Shin felt compelled to share what he knew, as a final gesture for his friend. Do you know who that person is? Qin Mu inquired, surprised by this unexpected lead. I don't know, but you could ask her former colleagues. They would certainly be aware. As CC mentioned that he had visited their company to find her, Qin Shin replied. If memory serves, after Zhang Lei rejected him once more, he had a dramatic breakdown in the office, leading to her resignation the following day. Subsequently, she joined a company that operated an online store, only to resign again before arranging to meet with Qin Shun. He understood that Zhang Lei intended to share her grievances, and without hesitation, he agreed to meet her, never anticipating that their meeting would never come to fruition, and they would be forever separated. Qin Mu felt a twinge of curiosity. It was perplexing that Zhang Lei had not confided in her parents, yet felt compelled to share with Qin Shun. However, there was little time for Qin Mu to dwell on this thought. It seemed unlikely that Qin Shun would fabricate such a story, as it bore no benefit for her. Thus, Qin Mu and his companions resumed their swift journey to Zhang Lei's former workplace. Chapter 4. Zhang Lei's admirers. Zhang Lei's previous employer was a construction firm where she had applied for the position of receptionist. Given Zhang Lei's striking appearance and statuesque figure, she was undeniably well suited for the role. Moreover, the owner of this company had a cordial relationship with Zhang Zhou, ensuring that Zhang Lei would receive a measure of care. After all, Zhang Zhou would hardly permit his daughter to venture into just any company, having ascended through the ranks himself. He was acutely aware of the intricacies within corporate environments. Without a protective figure, the experience of a newcomer could be quite daunting. The arrival of the group quickly caught the attention of the company's owner. Mr. Qi, a portly man with a bald head, ushered them into his office with a sense of urgency. Upon entering, he eagerly inquired, "What brings you here today?" Without hesitation, Qin Mu addressed him directly. "We are here regarding the matter involving Zhang Lei. We have heard that someone previously caused quite an uproar in the company seeking her out." Upon hearing this, Mr. Qi's brow furrowed momentarily before easing into a sigh. Indeed, such an incident did occur. I had no choice but to instruct the security personnel to expel the individual. This matter stirred considerable uproar at the time, for it was indeed an extraordinary occurrence. Such individuals are remarkably rare in this day and age. As for the specific details, Qi was not particularly well informed, as he was in the office when the incident transpired and had instructed the security personnel to remove anyone who attempted to enter. Qi promptly summoned a somewhat shorter girl. "You may inquire with Fang Yan, as she shares a cordial relationship with Zhang Lei," Qi remarked. Upon hearing this, Fang Yan nodded slightly. Indeed, she had maintained a good rapport with Zhang Lei, but she never anticipated that Zhang Lei would vanish so suddenly. "Are you aware of the identity of the man who saw Zhang Lei?" Qin Mu inquired. Lin Fang, Fang Yan affirmed with certainty. Zhang Lei had mentioned this individual to her on several occasions. There was no way she could be mistaken. She had even asked Zhang Lei why she did not reject Lin Fang, to which Zhang Lei responded that she had already declined him numerous times. Yet Lin Fang persisted like an adhesive plaster, relentlessly pursuing her. Zhang Lei's frequent job changes were also influenced by Lin Fang. Each time Lin Fang engaged in such antics, it became widely known, and given Zhang Lei's inherently introverted nature, she would tend to shy away from the situation. However, with each new company, Lin Fang would invariably locate Zhang Lei and commence his fervent courtship anew. After taking note of this, Qin Mu continued his inquiry. "Do you know where Lin Fang resides, or where he is employed?" Fang Yan pondered for a considerable time before responding. "I have heard that he works at a clothing store, seemingly located within the Cour shopping mall. Zhang Lei had only mentioned this to me once, so I am not entirely certain. How does Zhang Lei typically conduct herself in her interactions with others? Has she ever had any conflicts?" Qin Mu inquired, believing it prudent to seek clarity rather than focus solely on a singular aspect. "She is quite amiable," Fang Yan replied with a sigh. "Zhang Lei often treats us to various delicacies. Everyone in the company knows she is a good person. If it weren't for my role in paying their salaries, I suspect they might have followed Zhang Lei instead." Qi added, reinforcing the notion that Zhang Lei's character is commendable, to which Qin Mu nodded thoughtfully. Committing this information to memory, Human nature is often tinged with jealousy, and Zhang Lei's amiable demeanor might provoke envy in some, potentially leading to dire consequences. Nevertheless, this is not the primary concern. The immediate priority is to investigate Lin Fong. Thank you for your cooperation, Qin Mu stated to the two before exiting the office. As they stepped out of the building, Zhou Tsang remarked, "Let us proceed to the shopping mall." Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the Kutter Mall. After some inquiries, they finally located Lin Fong, as described by Fong Yan. Lin Fong was a somewhat diminutive man, yet he possessed an appealing appearance and exuded an energetic demeanor. His lips perpetually curved in a smile. "Are you Lin Fong?" Qin Mu inquired, taking a seat across from him. "Indeed, I am Lin Fong. What brings you to me?" He responded. To ensure he had found the correct individual, Qin Mu pressed further. "Do you know Zhang Lei?" "Of course, I know her well," Lin Fong affirmed. At the mere mention of Zhang Lei's name, Lin Fong's smile grew ever more pronounced. Suddenly, as if struck by a realization, the smile vanished from his face, and he hastily inquired, "Comrades, has something happened to Zhang Lei?" Zhou Yingying, with a glint of mischief in her eyes, seized the moment to provoke him, saying, "Any incident concerning her should hardly concern you, right? How could it not concern me?" Lin Fong's emotions surged, only to be swiftly followed by a tide of despondency. He came to the disheartening realization that, indeed, his connection with Zhang Lei was tenuous at best. The expressions of those present were etched in their memories. While he exhibited signs of agitation, there was an undeniable undercurrent of concern for Zhang Lei. Returning to the matter at hand, Qin Mu adeptly steered the conversation back on course. "We have come to inquire about certain matters. Of course, feel free to ask. Even if I am unaware of something, I will ensure to clarify it for you," Lin Fong replied without hesitation. Qin Mu nodded and posed the question. "I have heard that you once pursued Zhang Lei." "Indeed, that is no secret. Everyone in this establishment is aware of it," Lin Fong boldly admitted. He felt no remorse, for he had indeed persistently sought Zhang Lei's affection, fully cognizant of the discomfort it caused her. Yet, he believed that everyone has the right to pursue love, and his actions were merely an expression of his feelings for her. Thus he saw no fault in his behavior. At this juncture, Zhou Yingying interjected. "Do you not think your actions are somewhat excessive?" From a woman's perspective, Lin Fong's pursuits seemed less like courtship and more akin to coercion. Those who truly love one another may inadvertently cause disturbances in each other's lives. This statement is universally applicable, regardless of gender. Thus, in Zhou Yingying's eyes, Lin Fong's feelings are not love, but rather a distorted sense of possession. "I perceive no issue with this. If I do not demonstrate the depths of my affection for her, how could she ever consent?" Lin Fong's rationale seemed self-evident. Several listeners furrowed their brows in dismay. It was a collective sentiment that this individual harbored psychological issues. "Very well, Mr. Lin, let us return to the matter at hand. Are you aware of those with whom Zhang Lei is at odds?" Qin Mu coughed lightly, steering the conversation back on track. Given Zhang Lei's amiable disposition and gentle nature, how could it possibly be? Lin Fong's words trailed off abruptly. It appeared that there indeed was something to this. Chapter 5. Another victim, please elaborate. Qin Mu urged, poised to take notes on Lin Fong's account. "I recall a woman who harbored considerable resentment towards Zhang Lei, claiming that she had stolen her boyfriend." Lin Fong recounted a recent incident. The woman had confronted Zhang Lei, weeping and wailing, even attempting to resort to violence. Unable to contain himself, Lin Fong had rushed in, delivering 2 resounding slaps to the woman. He had anticipated that this act of chivalry would win him Zhang Lei's heart. To his utter astonishment, Zhang Lei had recoiled, taking 3 steps back, incredulously regarding Lin Fong, questioning his presence there. Due to her prior wariness of Lin Fong, she had instinctively adopted a defensive stance. For Lin Fong, this was undoubtedly an unacceptable situation, which left him feeling dejected for several days. Thus, the incident remained vividly etched in his memory. Once he regained his composure, Lin Fong promptly set about investigating the woman involved. After considerable inquiry, he discovered that the reason she had spoken as she did was that her boyfriend had fallen head over heels for Zhang Lei, subsequently abandoning the girl. At this point, Lin Fong suddenly exclaimed, "Pa, what is this nonsense about love at first sight? It is merely lust at first glance." The notion of love at first sight, he mused, was nothing more than an allure of beauty, devoid of substance. In contrast, he believed his affection for Zhang Lei had been nurtured over time, having withstood the test of time. "Wait a minute, are you suggesting you followed Zhang Lei?" Qin Mu astutely picked up on Lin Fong's implication. "Do not misinterpret my words. What I did cannot be labeled as stalking. It was a fascination," Lin Fong replied, his face betraying a look of rapture. Beside him, Zhou Yingying was overwhelmed by revulsion at Lin Fong's demeanor. How disgusting. No wonder Zhang Lei would never accept someone like him. If it were me, I certainly could not either. In fact, no one could bear the thought of being with such a person. It is difficult to imagine what life after marriage would be like with him. All right, let us return to the office and clarify this matter, Qin Mu suggested, handing Lin Fong a silver bracelet. To his surprise, there was an unexpected benefit to this encounter. Given the eccentricity of this individual, Qin Mu mused. It was not outside the realm of possibility that he could be the perpetrator of a crime. As Lin Fong obediently donned the silver bracelet, he declared, "You simply do not understand love." "Ah, yes, yes, yes," he added. Zhou Yingying casually remarked that such a lunatic should be sent for a psychiatric evaluation, perhaps even confined to a mental institution with an increased dosage of medication. "With such a lackadaisical attitude, you shall never find true love in your lifetime," she added. Lin Fong merely shrugged, nonchalantly boarding the police vehicle. Infuriated, Zhou Yingying realized that, indeed, in the eyes of the deranged, the entire world seems incompatible with their existence. After escorting Lin Fong back to the precinct, the team diligently followed leads and soon located the girl who had previously clashed with Zhang Lei. They swiftly made their way to her residence. "Younger brother, do you think it's possible that Lin Fong is the culprit?" Zhou Yingying inquired. To her, Lin Fong seemed suspicious. She would not be surprised if he were capable of wrongdoing. Given the earlier case, unrequited love leading to the murder of Zhang Lei seemed entirely plausible. Furthermore, Zhang Lei had been missing for several days before her body was discovered. What might have transpired during that time? If Lin Fong were involved, it would explain everything. Attempting to coerce Zhang Lei into agreement, only to have her steadfastly refuse, ultimately driving Lin Fong to a fit of rage that culminated in her demise. This theory held considerable merit, though it remained merely Zhou Yingying's conjecture. Qin Mu contemplated for a moment before responding. "It is indeed a possibility. Lin Fong is a madman, a stubborn one at that. It is not surprising for someone like him to commit such acts. Considering the current circumstances, Lin Fong undoubtedly stands as the prime suspect. I have already requested Officer Zhao to investigate Lin Fong's residence. Colleagues should be dispatched shortly to conduct the inquiry." Zhou Tsang interjected. This matter had recently been deliberated among the three individuals, yet they were not limited to merely 3 participants. Should any new revelations arise, it would be prudent to enlist the assistance of other detectives for further investigation. A search of Lin Fong's residence could potentially unveil significant leads, thereby circumventing unnecessary detours. Upon arrival, Qin Mu nodded, having reached the happy community. Following the trail of clues, it was discovered that the individual who had previously engaged in a fierce argument with Zhang Lei was named Su Qin, and she resided in this very community. At this hour, it was likely that Su Qin had returned home. Knock, knock, knock. Qin Mu rapped on the door, yet silence enveloped the interior, offering no response. "Is anyone home?" Zhou Yingying inquired, surmising that perhaps no one was present. Qin Mu shook his head. Socializing, dining, and leisure activities seldom prompted an individual to return home immediately after work. It seemed today was simply unfortunate. As they were about to turn away, a sudden ringtone resonated from within the room. The phone rang persistently for a considerable duration before finally falling silent, not due to a successful connection, but rather because the caller had been unable to reach Su Qin and subsequently hung up. Zhou Tsang's expression shifted, and he shouted into the house, "Su Qin, have you encountered some misfortune?" They bore no ill will towards Su Qin, making it implausible that she would deliberately avoid them. The prolonged lack of response to her phone indicated a likely reason. Su Qin might be incapacitated and unable to answer. This seemed the most reasonable explanation at present. "Su Qin, please open the door, or we shall be compelled to force entry." Zhou Tsang shouted once more, swiftly concluding that an emergency might have occurred inside. Zhou Yingying, unlock the door. Zhou Tsang, with a solemn expression, addressed Zhou Yingying. Qin Mu cast a surprised glance at Zhou Yingying. Is everyone in the technical department so versatile now? Can they even pick locks? No problem, Zhou Yingying replied, promptly retrieving a small package and beginning her task. In no time, the door lock was disengaged. You would truly be underappreciated not working as a criminal investigator, Qin Mu remarked to Zhou Yingying. Of course, Zhou Yingying responded, raising an eyebrow, clearly pleased with Qin Mu's compliment. Suddenly, Zhou Tsang's expression shifted dramatically as he opened the door. Something's wrong inside. Qin Mu, upon hearing this, peered into the room and was met with the sight of a corpse hanging ominously in the center. Is this Su Qin? Zhou Tsang hurried towards the body, taking his time to examine it rather than immediately lowering it. The deceased was dressed intact, with no visible signs of injury from the outside, though the face bore a distorted expression. I will take photographs for preservation, Zhou Tsang said, signaling to Qin Mu and the others to remain still. Both understood the gravity of the situation and complied without hesitation. At that moment, Zhou Yingying suddenly caught sight of something and quickly announced her new discovery. Zhou Ge Jr., come look inside. Chapter 6. The corpse of Zhang Lei and the headless cadaver, what is this? Zhou Tsang exclaimed, following the direction of Zhou Yingying's finger and discovering another body. This was a headless corpse. And recalling the earlier mention of Zhang Lei made the connection all the more unsettling. The body was scantily clad, with traces of blood, leaving one to ponder the horrific circumstances the deceased had endured. Having completed the photographs of the discovery of the corpse, Zhou promptly addressed the two individuals. Let us continue our search and see if there are any further revelations. Qin Mu nodded in agreement and immediately set to work. The trio began to meticulously examine every detail within the room, intending to extract fingerprints from the doorknob. Su Qian's residence consisted of a one-bedroom apartment, characterized by a few oversized plush toys in her room, with no other notable features. It must be said that the array of cosmetics was indeed abundant. The vanity table was adorned with an assortment of beauty products, which Qin Mu, unfamiliar with such items, merely glanced at. However, that fleeting glance unveiled a troubling discovery. Within the half-open drawer of the vanity lay a piece of white paper. Qin Mu approached, opened the drawer, and retrieved the folded sheet. The paper had been creased 3 times, and upon unfolding it, elegant handwriting immediately caught his eye. It was a letter of farewell, a suicide note penned by Su Qian. In it, Su Qian confessed to her heinous acts, admitting that out of envy and spite, she had kidnapped Zhang Lei. She subjected Zhang Lei to unspeakable torment before ultimately taking her life, even going so far as to sew Zhang Lei's head onto the corpse of a dog. Yet, upon reflection, Su Qian realized her grave error. Zhang Lei had never seduced her boyfriend, nor did she even know him. He was unaware of his affection for Su Qian. Through a cruel twist of fate, Zhang Lei had lost her vibrant youth and life. Confronted with this truth, Su Qian was consumed by regret and chose to end her own life, leaving behind this poignant letter, which also confirmed that the body belonged to Zhang Lei. "Junior, come quickly." At that moment, Zhou Yingying's voice resonated from the kitchen. Qin Mu hurried over, only to find a dog's head resting peacefully within an open cabinet. The fur of this dog's head was identical to that of the dog carcass previously discovered, leading to a near certainty that this head belonged to that very carcass. Aside from this, the group had made no other significant discoveries. Subsequently, Zhou surmised the approximate time of death of the victim to be last night, although she could not ascertain any further details. The individual who had previously called Su Qian was identified to be from the Human Resources Department of Su Qian's company. Due to Su Qian's unjustified absence from work for an entire day, they had attempted to reach her multiple times without success. Zhou had taken the initiative to return the call, initially met with a tirade from the HR representative, until she interjected with, "I am a police officer," which calmed the other party somewhat. This confirmed that Su Qian had indeed not reported to work today, which strongly suggested she had died the previous night, the same night they had discovered the severed head and dog carcass. The suicide note corroborated this timeline, indicating that fear of police involvement had contributed to Su Qian's decision to take her own life, driven by overwhelming panic. After reviewing the note, Zhou inquired, "What are your thoughts, Xiaoqin?" "Su Qian is not the murderer." Qin Mu immediately shook his head. In truth, this was not even a matter requiring deep contemplation. It was evident that the true perpetrator had orchestrated this scenario deliberately. The statements in Su Qian's suicide note, when juxtaposed with her actual actions, revealed a profound contradiction and conflict. If Su Qian were truly the timid and apprehensive type, how could she possibly sever Zhang Lei's head and then stitch it onto the corpse of a dog? How could she bring both Zhang Lei's body and the dog's head into her home? Conversely, if Su Qian were indeed a bold individual who had taken Zhang Lei's life, she would undoubtedly not resort to suicide. There exists yet another possibility, that of Su Qian committing an impulsive murder, yet this notion raises further questions. In the case of impulsive homicide, the perpetrator typically faces one of 2 outcomes. Either they immediately confess in hopes of leniency, or they endeavor to conceal their criminal evidence. It seems implausible for one to deliberately sever the victim's head, let alone attach it to a dog's carcass. In simpler terms, based on the suicide note, Su Qian's character and actions are incongruent, leading us to conclude that this incident is likely a ploy by the true culprit to evade justice. This implies that whoever Su Qian encountered yesterday may very well be the murderer. I share this sentiment. Su Qian's actions and demeanor are starkly inconsistent. Zhou nodded. "Should we review the surveillance footage?" suggested Zhou Yingying. "There's no need. Even if we were to examine the footage, we surely wouldn't uncover any traces," Qin Mu replied, shaking his head. The true murderer exhibits an audacity and cunning that is remarkable. Upon learning that Zhang Lei's head had been discovered, their immediate thought was not to conceal their crime, but to seek a scapegoat. This alone attests to the fact that this individual is no ordinary criminal. After pondering for a moment, Zhou spoke up, "Let us investigate nonetheless. There may be some clues worth uncovering." Given Zhou insistence, Qin Mu felt compelled to acquiesce. Perhaps they might indeed uncover something of significance. As Zhao Yan, accompanied by a team of detectives, hurried to the scene, Qin Mu and his colleagues swiftly made their way to the surveillance room. Upon noticing the arrival of the police, the security guard, recalling the earlier influx of officers ascending the building, realized that something must have gone awry. Without hesitation, he relinquished his seat to them. After several inquiries, Qin Mu and his team pinpointed the building where Su Qin resided, promptly requesting the surveillance footage from the previous day to the present. The monitors clearly revealed that shortly after 7 o'clock last night, Su Qin had entered the elevator, indicating that she was still alive at that moment. The subsequent footage became crucial as they meticulously scrutinized the recordings. However, after an extensive wait, they found no unfamiliar individuals descending from Su Qin's floor. Any who did exit belonged to that very building, as recognized by the security guard. Having worked in the surveillance room for years, he was well acquainted with the residents of various floors, particularly Su Qin's. Indeed, Xiao Qin's assertion proved correct. The murderer exhibited remarkable caution. Zhou Cong sighed, initially believing that the perpetrator, having left such numerous clues at Su Qin's residence, must be somewhat careless. To his surprise, the individual demonstrated an astute attention to detail. Qin Mu was not taken aback by this outcome. Had the assailant truly been negligent, they would not have devised such a cunning stratagem. Although Qin Mu remained uncertain about the motive behind the perpetrator's seemingly flawed performance, it was evident that they had a backup plan to exonerate themselves from suspicion. Chapter 7. Highly intelligent criminals. It has been confirmed that the headless corpse is indeed that of the first victim, Zhang Lei. Within the precinct, Zhou Cong conveyed the recently acquired information to Qin Mu. After collecting evidence from the crime scene, they had transported the two bodies back, along with the dog's head. Through matching, it was established that the headless body belonged to Zhang Lei, and the dog's head corresponded with the discovered canine remains. It can be reasonably concluded that these identifications are unlikely to be erroneous. The suicide of Su Qin appears rather abnormal. Notably, there were no fingerprints of Su Qin found on either the dog's head or Zhang Lei's corpse. In fact, there was a significant absence of any identifiable prints. Apart from the wound on her neck, Zhang Lei bore no other injuries, and it was evident that her neck wound had been tampered with. The area was charred, resembling the aftermath of a fire. Another disturbing discovery was the mutilated state of Zhang Lei's lower body, a horrific sight that raises questions about the torment she endured in her final moments. Notably, no semen was found, suggesting that the victim was likely subjected to deliberate torture rather than being a victim of promiscuity. The most crucial revelation, however, lies in the presence of another distinct mark on Su Qin's neck. It can be deduced that Su Qin was first strangled before being suspended, indicating that her death was not a suicide, and the previous suicide note was undoubtedly a fabrication. The perpetrator's crude methods raise the question of whether they intended to conceal their actions with such clumsiness, suggesting a lack of intelligence on their part. The pivotal inquiry remains: how did the murderer transport the dog's head and the body to Su Qin's residence? During their review of surveillance footage, there was no indication of anyone carrying large items into the elevator. Could it be that the assailant transported them from the ground floor? Su Qin resided on the 10th floor, a height that is indeed considerable. Carrying a corpse up the stairs would be an insurmountable task for an ordinary person. Moreover, such a sizable body would undoubtedly attract attention while traversing the corridor. Yet, inquiries revealed that no one had any recollection of such an event. Unless the perpetrator possessed extraordinary abilities, it would be inconceivable to transport such a substantial corpse without detection. Could it be that Su Qin was an accomplice, and the body had been concealed in her residence? Perhaps the murderer sensed the impending exposure and thus eliminated Su Qin to safeguard their own anonymity. This theory, however, bears certain flaws. If Su Qin were indeed complicit, her ability to maintain a facade of normalcy while attending work over the past few days would suggest a remarkable psychological fortitude. It seems implausible that someone of her character would allow herself to be slain without resistance. Even if the assailant had strangled her, there would surely be evidence of struggle at the scene, as if she had been murdered in a deep slumber. Suddenly, Qin Mu pondered the possibility of the murderer using ether or a similar substance. Such an agent could incapacitate Su Qin, rendering her unable to fight back, which would explain the absence of any reaction during her demise. However, no traces of drugs were found in Su Qin's bloodstream. Zhou Cong sighed, as this was indeed the source of their greatest frustration. Consequently, the circumstances surrounding Su Qin's death appeared increasingly sinister, with her time of death estimated to be around 8 o'clock. What concept does this entail? Su Qin arrived home around 7:30, indicating that the perpetrator had already been lurking within her residence, poised to strike as soon as she entered. Curiously, there were no signs of resistance from Su Qin. This is indeed perplexing. Even a cockroach, when threatened, instinctively seeks to flee. How could a person, with a hand around their throat, not react? Furthermore, there were no indications of blunt force trauma to Su Qin's head, thus eliminating the possibility of a bludgeoning. Could it be that the assailant possessed the ability to render someone unconscious in an instant? Zhou Yingying's brow furrowed in disbelief. Qin Mu shook his head and replied, "For now, it remains uncertain, but it is evident that the murderer employed a method unknown to us." At this moment, Qin Mu also found himself at a loss regarding the technique utilized by the killer. It is undeniable that the same individual was responsible for the deaths of both Zhang Lei and Su Qin. Thus, the only course of action is to pursue this lead further. Progress on Zhang Lei's case appears stagnant due to her amiable nature, which seldom garnered animosity. At most, she encountered minor conflicts. Su Qin, however, was perhaps the sole individual who had exhibited hostility towards Zhang Lei, yet she too has met her demise. Therefore, the investigation must now focus on Su Qin. Speaking of Su Qin, her issues were significant, as her volatile temperament had led her to offend many. Additionally, her penchant for reporting on her superiors had fostered resentment among her peers. Yet, these matters pale in comparison to a grave incident where Su Qin indirectly caused another's death. A fact known to her ex-boyfriend. Su Qin's former partner, Su Dong, is a seemingly reserved man who currently works as an accountant for a company. It is undoubtedly wise to approach those closest to the deceased. A few individuals hurriedly arrived at Su Dong's company. "What brings you here?" Su Dong asked, his eyes betraying a hint of panic. As an accountant, he was privy to more information than most, and a sense of dread washed over him. Fearing that some financial irregularity within the company had precipitated such a dire situation. "Your ex-girlfriend, Su Qian, has passed away," Qin Mu stated directly. The gravity of the news causing Su Dong's expression to shift dramatically, uncertainty replacing his initial fear. "You can't possibly think I had a hand in her death, can you? I assure you, I am not that kind of person," he exclaimed, suddenly realizing the implications of the inquiry and hastily defending himself. Qin Mu responded calmly, "We are merely here to ascertain the situation, Mr. Su. There is no need for alarm." At this, Su Dong visibly relaxed. Once he regained his composure, Qin Mu inquired, "Mr. Su, are you aware of any unusual behavior exhibited by your ex-girlfriend recently?" "None that I can recall. Since our breakup, I have had no contact with Su Qian," he replied. Su Dong understood the necessity of a clean break. Lingering ties would only invite future complications. Su Qian had sought reconciliation, but he had consistently avoided her, denying her any opportunity to rekindle their relationship. The rationale behind his avoidance stemmed from his understanding of Su Qian's unpredictable nature. She was prone to being unruly, oblivious to decorum. Should she become entangled with him again, he feared she would pursue her desires relentlessly. While loud confrontations were manageable, he dreaded the possibility of her resorting to self-harm, which would jeopardize his career and tarnish his reputation among future colleagues. It was this apprehension that compelled Su Dong to evade any encounters with Su Qian, fearing her tenacity and the chaos that might ensue. Recently, Su Dong was entirely oblivious to the situation concerning Su Qian. Realizing that he could not extract any valuable information from Su Dong, they had no choice but to abandon their efforts. While returning by car, Qin Mu suddenly caught sight of a nearby residential complex and was reminded of something significant. He turned to the driver, Zhou Tsang, and suggested, "Let us pay a visit to Su Qian's neighborhood." Chapter 8. Epiphany on the rooftop. Upon arriving at Su Qian's complex, Qin Mu glanced at the two residential buildings below and resolutely took the elevator. "Brother Zhou, if the rooftops of these two buildings are interconnected, might the perpetrator have transported the body from the adjacent building?" Qin Mu's voice, calm yet resonant, struck Zhou Tsang like a thunderclap. The task of moving heavy objects downward is undoubtedly less arduous than ascending, especially when it involves a corpse, which could simply be maneuvered down the stairs with minimal effort. As this thought struck him, Zhou Tsang's eyes brightened. If this were the case, it would indeed be feasible. Provided that the rooftops were accessible to one another, everything would fall into place. Moments later, they reached the top floor, which was devoid of any doors, save for a single exit. Upon stepping onto the rooftop, they noticed that the adjoining building also featured a similar exit. Hastening over, they discovered that the layout was strikingly similar to that of their own building. It appeared that the assailant had indeed transported the body from the neighboring structure. Zhou Tsang nodded slightly. Qin Mu then suggested, "Let us investigate the surveillance footage from the adjacent building." It was crucial to discern the truth, whether real or fabricated, by examining the elevator's surveillance. If they could identify the culprit, it would be ideal. However, there remained the fear that the perpetrator might have ascended the stairwell, which would yield no clues whatsoever. Facts often emerge unexpectedly. A few individuals successfully captured a fleeting figure in the elevator. Inside the freight lift, a person was wrapped up tightly, accompanied by a large suitcase. Merely this sight was sufficient to draw attention. The heat in this vicinity was quite palpable, devoid of any chill. The tight wrapping suggested an attempt to conceal something. Zhou Yingying glanced once more at the floor indicator of the elevator and remarked to her companions, "He ascended from the basement. Please adjust the surveillance to focus on the basement." Zhou Song gestured towards the security personnel. This is the basement surveillance. Are we looking for this specific time? The guard inquired, pointing to the adjacent screen. Indeed, this time, Qin Mu affirmed with a nod. Soon, the monitor revealed the silhouette of the man, simultaneously capturing the vehicle's license plate number. Zhou Song swiftly noted down the plate number and proceeded to call Zhao Yan. Investigate this license plate number, he instructed succinctly before terminating the call. On the other end, Zhao Yan muttered a few words of exasperation at being abruptly hung up on. However, understanding the urgency of the situation, he promptly initiated an inquiry regarding the license plate number. Before long, the information was retrieved. The vehicle's owner was identified as Fang Yongyuan, a local man aged 38. Previously, Fang Yongyuan had been the proprietor of a construction company. However, due to certain issues uncovered during an investigation, his company had been sealed off, ultimately leading to bankruptcy. Based solely on this information, no clear connection could be established between Fang Yongyuan and Zhang Lei, nor could the two individuals be linked in any discernible manner. Regardless, it was prudent to meet the individual in person before drawing any conclusions. In theory, with identity information in hand, tracing Fang Yongyuan's residence should be a straightforward endeavor. However, to everyone's astonishment, it proved elusive. In this digital age, the inability to locate Fang Yongyuan's address is perplexing. He has managed to obscure his identity, even renting a property directly from the landlord, thereby complicating matters further. Attempts to trace his network signals have yielded no results, and he has ceased using any of his previous social media accounts. This situation can only imply one thing. Fang Yongyuan is deliberately concealing his whereabouts, fully aware that he would be pursued. Within the precinct's conference room, Zhao Yan pointed to a photograph displayed on the screen and declared, from this moment onward, everyone must set aside their current tasks and locate this Fang Yongyuan. He is a prime suspect, warranting designation as the #1 fugitive. With such a dangerous individual at large, the potential for complications is significant. Following Zhao Yan's command, a group swiftly mobilized. The investigation's target became glaringly apparent: the tenants. Given that Fang Yongyuan had not utilized a single cent from his accounts, it can be surmised that he primarily relied on cash. Moreover, his lack of exit records suggests he is likely still within the city. Even if he ventured to the outskirts, he could not have gone far. Indeed, Fang Yongyuan understood that once he took a vehicle to flee the area, he would inevitably expose himself, unless he opted for unlicensed transportation. However, he had never previously used such means and lacked any contacts for illicit transport, let alone the inclination to do so, especially in light of recent events. His acquaintances have distanced themselves from him, making it improbable that they would assist him in this predicament. He now resembles a startled bird, utterly hesitant to confide in anyone regarding his predicament. Simultaneously, Fang Yongyuan's curiosity piqued. How could this have happened? He had buried the evidence so meticulously. How then did the police uncover it? Moreover, he had heard whispers that the victim's head and body had been dismembered. How could that be? He had simply strangled her. Such a scenario seemed implausible. The reason he spoke of hearsay was his profound apprehension of the internet's reach. He was acutely aware that if he went online, his address could easily be traced through the digital web, leading to his utter ruin. He could not comprehend which step in his plan had faltered, allowing the authorities to discover the truth so swiftly. Had they taken a little longer, he would have already fled to another location. It was utterly confounding, impossible to fathom. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door, causing Fang Yongyuan to instinctively shudder. Could it be the police had arrived? Fear gripped him, and he clamped his mouth shut, too terrified to utter a sound. Is anyone there? Boomed a voice from outside, one that struck him as somewhat familiar. It seems there's no one here. Let us go. With that, the voice faded, footsteps trailing off into the distance. A wave of relief washed over Fang Yongyuan as he exhaled deeply. When would this state of perpetual anxiety come to an end? He had to escape, immediately. Resolute in his decision, he began to gather his belongings, determined to flee, even if it meant relying solely on his own two legs. Failure to do so would spell disaster. Just then, a sudden click resonated at the door. Fang Yongyuan swiftly turned his head, only to see the doorknob slowly turning. Apart from him, the only other person with the key to the room was the landlord. Why would the landlord come at this moment? Recalling the earlier events, a sense of dread surged within Fang Yongyuan. In a moment of desperation, he rushed to the window. It was the second floor. Surely, he would not meet his demise. After reassuring himself several times, he leapt down. Oh no, he had jumped. He needed to inform Zhou Song below to stop him. The voice that came from behind jolted Fang Yongyuan into alertness. Jumping down was only part of it. Escaping was the true conclusion. Upon landing, Fang Yongyuan stumbled, disregarding any potential injuries, and began to run swiftly. Chapter 9. Denial, Don't Run. Before Fang Yongyuan could regain his footing, a voice suddenly echoed from behind. Startled, Fong Yongyuan nearly collapsed to the ground. Indeed, a sudden shout could genuinely frighten someone. No wonder Zhou Tsong had to yell. Zhou Tsong was fully aware that Fong Yongyuan would not simply comply, and this shout was intended to startle him, while simultaneously warning others that there was a dangerous individual nearby, so one must not approach carelessly. Sometimes, such loud exclamations are utterly unavoidable. Before Fong Yongyuan could rise and flee, he suddenly felt a weight on his body, followed by a chilling sensation on his wrist. Turning his head, he saw a youthful face appear before him. Xiao Qin, well done. Zhou Tsong praised without reservation upon catching up. He was quite exhausted. It was a perfect opportunity for him to take advantage. Qin Mu smiled as he got up from Fong Yongyuan. Moments ago, Qin Mu witnessed Fong Yongyuan attempting to flee, which was intolerable. Thus, Qin Mu decisively lunged forward and apprehended Fong Yongyuan. Fong Yongyuan, you have proven to be quite elusive, Zhou Tsong remarked without a hint of politeness. For days, the entire bureau had been on the lookout for this individual, leaving everyone utterly exhausted. Is it still possible for me to confess? Fong Yongyuan sighed, his tone laced with resignation. What do you think, little Qin? Take him away. Zhou Tsong shot a stern glance at Fong Yongyuan. Now that he wishes to admit his guilt for leniency, it is too late. In the police station's interrogation room, Fong Yongyuan remained obstinate, refusing to acknowledge his involvement in any crime except for the case of Zhang Lei. When it came to Zhang Lei's case, he shook his head vehemently, repeatedly asserting his innocence. He admitted to having killed Su Qin, but professed ignorance regarding Zhang Lei altogether. With a slight furrow of his brow, Qin Mu inquired, "Are you certain you killed Su Qin?" Initially, he had suspected Fong Yongyuan was fabricating his story. Yet doubt now crept into his mind regarding the authenticity of Fong Yongyuan's claims. Should be, Fong Yongyuan replied. He recounted how he had rushed in to kill Su Qin, and that was the extent of the matter. His original plan was to dispose of Su Qin's body by dismembering it to conceal his crime. However, he was taken aback by the police's swift response, wondering if someone had witnessed his criminal act, ultimately leading to his quick apprehension. He had never anticipated that this case would surface from another investigation. At that moment, Fong Yongyuan wished fervently that Zhang Lei were still alive. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly still be living freely. Explain why you felt compelled to kill Su Qin, Qin Mu pressed further. Having reached this point, Fong Yongyuan realized that escape was no longer an option, and thus he resolved to clarify the situation. The reason for the closure of his construction company was none other than Su Qin. It was Su Qin's report that led to the sealing of Fong Yongyuan's company, ultimately resulting in its bankruptcy. The motive behind Su Qin's actions was quite straightforward. She was aggrieved by Fong Yongyuan's refusal to grant her a salary increase, compounded by the fact that his company was indeed engaged in unlawful activities. Consequently, Su Qin lodged a formal complaint, and it was under her real name that the report was made, leading to the eventual closure of Fong Yongyuan's enterprise. Moreover, Fong Yongyuan found himself burdened with a considerable amount of debt. Fearing that creditors would come knocking at his door, he hastily sent his family back to their hometown, leaving himself behind. In truth, he should have departed with them, yet for reasons unknown, a strange compulsion kept him rooted in place. Eventually, Fong Yongyuan came to the grim realization that Su Qin was the architect of his years of effort being rendered futile. It was a burgeoning resentment that anchored him here. A bold scheme of revenge began to take shape in Fong Yongyuan's mind. Without further ado, after surveying the area and familiarizing himself with the neighborhood, he prepared to invade Su Qin's home for retribution. He first strangled her to death, and then there was no further plan. Initially, he contemplated disposing of the body, but his lack of experience hindered him. At that moment, he did not dwell on the consequences, believing that remaining there would pose no issues. However, upon preparing his tools the following day and heading towards Su Qin's residence, he discovered Qin Mu and others waiting at the door. Panic set in, but fortunately, he did not alert them. He swiftly descended the stairs to evade their notice. It was only upon spotting Qin Mu and his companions that Fong Yongyuan felt compelled to hide. Upon completing his records, Qin Mu inquired, "What did you use to strangle Su Qin?" "A thin rope. Once I was done, I casually discarded it into the trash bin," Fong Yongyuan replied candidly. With this revelation, Qin Mu and his team had no choice but to search through the refuse. Fortunately, given the brief interval since the incident, they swiftly located the rope. Upon comparison, the ligature marks on the victim's neck were found to be in perfect alignment with this very rope, establishing that Fong Yongyuan had indeed murdered Su Qin. However, the case concerning Zhang Lei was far more perplexing. An examination of the individuals' backgrounds revealed no intersection between them. Fong Yongyuan was merely a small-scale proprietor of a construction firm and had no dealings with Zhang Lei's family. He had only heard of Zhang Zhou in passing. Thus, the hypothesis of Zhang Lei being slain by Fong Yongyuan appeared implausible. One might ponder whether Su Qin had indeed taken Zhang Lei's life, leading to Fong Yongyuan's subsequent act against Su Qin, resulting in this unfortunate twist of fate. While such a scenario is conceivable, its likelihood remains diminutive. According to Fang Yongyuan's recollection, upon entering Su Qin's room, he observed no anomalies. Had there been a corpse, it would surely have left an impression on him. Moreover, Zhang Lei's body was conspicuously situated within Su Qin's quarters, easily visible to anyone with sight. Within the kitchen cabinets lay a dog's head, and when Fang Yongyuan sought utensils, he undoubtedly opened the cabinets to inspect, yet he found nothing of consequence. Therefore, Qin Mu formulated a hypothesis centered around the sequence of events. It appears that Fang Yongyuan was the one who first took the life of Su Qin. Subsequently, the murderer entered Su Qin's room with the intention of framing her. However, he was taken aback to find her already deceased. After a moment of contemplation, the assailant devised a scheme to shift the blame for Su Qin's murder onto another. He staged her death to resemble a suicide by hanging and fabricated a false suicide note. Such a clumsy ruse would surely fail to deceive the police, a fact that the perpetrator was keenly aware of. This was, in fact, his intent, to further convince the authorities that the same individual was responsible for both Su Qin's and Zhang Lei's deaths, with irrefutable evidence at hand. Even if Fang Yongyuan were to assert his innocence, no one would likely believe him, thus branding him a serial killer. This would also implicate Fang Yongyuan in Zhang Lei's case, allowing the murderer to continue evading capture. As anticipated by the culprit, he initially believed that the murderer of Zhang Lei was indeed the same as that of Su Qin. However, he likely did not foresee that Fang Yongyuan had no connection to Zhang Lei, rendering the notion of a crime of passion irrelevant in her case. From any perspective, Zhang Lei's demise was clearly an act of revenge, resulting in the gruesome spectacle of severed heads and dog carcasses. Chapter 10. The prime suspect having confessed to his crimes. Fang Yongyuan rendered it unnecessary for Qin Mu and his team to remain. Although the primary breakthrough concerned Su Qin's case, they did not leave empty-handed. For instance, the murderer was evidently someone well acquainted with Zhang Lei's social circle. Otherwise, how could he have deliberately chosen Su Qin as a scapegoat, knowing full well the conflict that existed between Su Qin and Zhang Lei? Consequently, the pool of suspects was significantly narrowed. Those aware of the conflict between Zhang Lei and Su Qin undoubtedly include Su Qin's boyfriend, as well as Lin Fang, or perhaps other employees from their previous company. While there may be others privy to the situation, we shall refrain from mentioning them for now. However, it is worth noting that Zhang Lei was well liked in her former workplace, and even if there were minor disagreements, they were likely trivial in nature, lacking any substantial motive for violence. Thus, attention should be directed towards Su Qin's boyfriend and Lin Fang. Reflecting on Lin Fang, Qin Mu found himself deep in thought for a moment. This individual exhibited a rather neurotic disposition and harbored unreciprocated feelings for Zhang Lei. It was conceivable that such resentment could lead to violent actions. Furthermore, considering Zhang Lei's prolonged absence, Qin Mu deemed Lin Fang to be highly suspicious. Consequently, their primary objective became Lin Fang. Without hesitation, they proceeded directly to Lin Fang's residence. His abode was modest, consisting of a small single room. At the entrance stood a wardrobe, in front lay a bed, and beside it, a diminutive table. Beyond these furnishings, there was little else. The room was of the subdivided type, with thin walls that allowed for sounds from adjacent spaces to be distinctly heard. There were no hidden corners within the room. If Lin Fang had indeed abducted Zhang Lei and concealed her there, any slight noise would likely draw attention. It was confirmed that someone in the building worked night shifts, and during the day, Lin Fang remained at home resting, while his neighbor, an office worker, returned home early, around 7 in the evening. Thus, it could be said that there were always occupants in the building, 24 hours a day. However, following his investigation, none of these individuals reported hearing any unusual sounds. Zhang Lei is a living person. It is inconceivable that she could have made no noise at all, unless Lin Fang had been administering sedatives or similar substances, keeping her in a state of unconsciousness, which could potentially account for her silence over several days. Yet, how did Lin Fang dismember her? The conditions here are utterly inadequate for such an act, and there are no traces of blood remaining, as confirmed by their examination. Furthermore, if Zhang Lei were bound here, it is inevitable that she would have had to eat, drink, and attend to her bodily needs. Yet, no such signs are present. Additionally, according to the testimony of Lin Fang's roommate, Lin Fang returned home empty-handed each day, making it implausible for Zhang Lei to be concealed in this location. She could only be hidden elsewhere, a possibility that Qin Mu certainly contemplated. Thus, he reviewed Lin Fang's work records, noting that he had not missed a single day of work over the past few days and maintained a routine that appeared entirely normal. If Lin Fang had hidden Zhang Lei in another location, how could he have delivered food to her? It is known that Zhang Lei had a phone call with her parents prior, though it yielded no audible sounds. This is sufficient to indicate that the perpetrator was indeed in close proximity to her at that time. Considering this, How could Lin Fong manage to juggle work, abduction, and rest at home simultaneously? Unless he possessed the ability to be in multiple places at once, such a scenario is entirely implausible. Qin Mu halted the whirl of thoughts in his mind and inquired, Lin Fong, may I ask if you are aware of anyone who might have had a conflict with Zhang Lei? Indeed, it pertains to the boyfriend of that woman from before. I have conducted a thorough investigation. Her name is Su Qin, and her boyfriend is named Long. According to Lin Fong, after Long and Su Qin parted ways, he began to pursue Zhang Lei, who resolutely rejected him from the outset. Undeterred, Long embarked on a fervent pursuit, akin to Lin Fong's own experiences. After multiple refusals, Long grew impatient and even contemplated teaching Zhang Lei a lesson, only to find his plans thwarted when she reported him to the police, resulting in his immediate arrest. Consequently, Long ceased his pursuit of Zhang Lei. However, Lin Fong understood that Long had not relinquished his intentions. A simmering resentment lingered within him. Lin Fong articulated his insight, stating that they were of the same ilk. Su Qin is deceased, Qin Mu remarked. While meticulously observing Lin Fong's expression, Lin Fong displayed a look of astonishment, feigning ignorance of the situation, only to be overtaken by sudden elation. Good riddance. That woman had the audacity to stir trouble, unable to keep her boyfriend in check, and instead directing her ire towards Lei. She deserves it. Upon concluding his statement, Lin Fong joyfully extracted a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, savoring the moment as he lit one and inhaled deeply, releasing a puff of smoke in a delicate ring. After indulging in this act, Lin Fong suddenly recalled the gravity of the present circumstances, realizing that it was during a police investigation, which rendered his demeanor somewhat inappropriate. Apologies. I typically do not smile, unless I cannot help myself, Lin Fong remarked hastily, extinguishing the cigarette. Qin Mu waved his hand, indicating that there was no need for concern, and continued to inquire. We are already aware of these two individuals. Do you possess any additional leads? Lin Fong fell into contemplation. After a considerable pause, he finally provided an answer. There is a girl named Qin Lu. She harbors a strong dislike for Lei. The two are like oil and water, yet the specifics behind their animosity elude me. Thank you. Qin Mu noted the name in his notebook. This individual truly exemplified a relentless stalker, possessing knowledge of such private matters. Having taken note, Qin Mu prepared to depart, realizing that no further information could be gleaned here. Officers, if there is anything I can assist you with, please feel free to ask. Lin Fong escorted them to the door before turning back into the room. Zhou Yingying inquired, where shall we head next? Let us investigate that Long. Qin Mu replied without a moment's hesitation. The discovery of rope marks on the deceased indicated a scenario more befitting a pursuer like Long, with no other external injuries present. At that moment, Zhou Tsang interjected. Xiao Qin, what is your perspective on Lin Fong? Given the recent intent to nurture Qin Mu, Zhou Tsang opted to speak sparingly, only occasionally posing questions as a gentle reminder. Qin Mu's expression turned serious as he slowly remarked, although this individual appears to pose no apparent issues, that very fact renders him the most suspicious. Following the earlier inquiries, his doubts regarding Lin Fong not only persisted but had intensified. Chapter 11. No time for the crime. Regardless of the perspective, it appears that Lin Fong indeed lacks the time to commit the crime. Zhou Yingying, in her bewilderment, cannot be blamed. From the current standpoint, Lin Fong truly has no opportunity to perpetrate any wrongdoing. However, the absence of a time frame does not negate the presence of a compelling motive for his actions, much akin to that of Long. As a seasoned admirer, how could Lin Fong possibly adhere to a routine of dutifully attending work for 7 consecutive days? It is true that Zhang Lei has gone missing. Yet if Lin Fong were genuinely enamored with her, it seems implausible that he would maintain his daily life as if nothing had transpired. He would have surely embarked on a quest to locate Zhang Lei, which would align more closely with his character. Moreover, Lin Fong's lack of sorrow and his indifferent demeanor evokes skepticism about the authenticity of his feelings for Zhang Lei, or perhaps he has known the truth all along. Of course, this remains merely Qin Mu's speculation and cannot definitively ascertain the matter. One could only assert that if Lin Fong were indeed the perpetrator, his methods would be extraordinarily adept. Alternatively, it is plausible that Lin Fong harbors no genuine affection for Zhang Lei. In such a case, the intent behind his pursuit of her becomes glaringly evident. As the sole heiress of a wealthy family, a union with her would alleviate any financial concerns for the latter part of his life. Who could possibly remain unmoved by a true paragon of beauty and wealth? This may very well contribute to the incessant stream of suitors vying for Zhang Lei's affection, alongside her own captivating personality. A moment later, the group arrived at the establishment where Long worked. It was a renovation company, and Long served as a design consultant. What brings you all here? Long inquired, somewhat perplexed as he regarded the visitors. He had not engaged in any illicit activities, so why would the police come knocking at his door? Could it be that something had happened to his boss, implicating him as well? This thought made Shilong feel increasingly uneasy. Qin Mu inquired, "Do you know Zhang Lei?" Upon hearing her name, Shilong visibly panicked. "I know her. I once pursued her," he stammered, his throat tightening and voice trembling as he hastily added. "I admit that I caused some harassment issues in the past, but surely it doesn't warrant so many of you coming to apprehend me." He assumed Zhang Lei had reported him again, which only heightened his anxiety. The fact that they had even come to his workplace was mortifying, if word got out. How could he ever face anyone again? Regret washed over him as he recalled his earlier foolishness, realizing he had been blinded by infatuation and had acted excessively in his pursuit. The thought of being arrested over this was truly beyond comprehension. It would be utterly humiliating. Moreover, he had undergone reflection and promised not to repeat his mistakes. Since then, he had not approached Zhang Lei again. Why then were they seeking him out? Was this a form of further admonishment? Qin Mu clarified, "You've misunderstood. Zhang Lei is deceased." "What? She is dead?" Shilong gasped, leaping from his chair. He was no fool. If Zhang Lei had died and they had come to him immediately after, it was evident they harbored suspicions about him. Why else would they be here? Anxiously, he asked, "Are you suspecting me?" "Not at the moment," Qin Mu replied, shaking his head. Shilong's facial expressions were telling. His thoughts were transparent, every emotion etched clearly upon his face. There are two types of individuals, the genuinely pure and those who revel in concealing their true selves. Based on Shilong's past, it is highly likely that he belongs to the latter category. This realization brought a flicker of surprise to Shilong's eyes. No one wishes to entangle themselves with a case, and he is no exception. However, before he could revel in his thoughts, Qin Mu's words abruptly drew him back. "Could you elucidate why you have taken so many days off recently?" According to the information provided by the company, Shilong had requested leave for 4 days within the span of 7 days, simply stating he had matters to attend to without clarifying the nature of those matters. Fortunately, as a seasoned employee, he was granted leave. Otherwise, it might have been impossible to obtain. "Well, I haven't been up to much," Shilong sighed. In truth, he had been grappling with psychological turmoil stemming from a prior incident involving Zhang Lei's report to the police, which led to a visit to the station. Initially, this matter was rather discreet. The police had come to his home to take him away. Yet, for reasons unknown, someone had learned of this incident, and it had spread, leaving him to endure whispers and speculation in recent days. He found himself unable to tolerate the gossip surrounding him. Had it not been for an unfinished project, he would have tendered his resignation long ago. While ordinary projects might be dismissed, the completion of this particular project promised significant financial rewards, making it hard for him to let go. Thus, he sought refuge at home, yearning for tranquility. Little did he anticipate that his absence would arouse Qin Mu's suspicions. What a stroke of misfortune. As Qin Mu listened to Shilong's lament, he nodded in understanding. This point has already been confirmed by him in the bureau. Indeed, Shilong was summoned for ideological education due to this matter. However, the validity of Shilong's leave of absence related to this incident remains to be verified, as it is merely Shilong's account. Furthermore, the timing of Shilong's leave coincides precisely with Zhang Lei's disappearance, which inevitably provokes suspicion. "Indeed, I was brought into the police station because of Zhang Lei's report. But that does not imply I killed her," Shilong insisted, as if sensing the disbelief from Qin Mu and the others. "Rest assured, we will conduct a thorough investigation." Qin Mu replied with a smile and a nod. However, in Shilong's eyes, this sentiment took on a different flavor. He felt as though Qin Mu was subtly indicating that he was already under their scrutiny. This was a manifestation of a guilty conscience, where even the slightest disturbance could instill paranoia. Qin Mu then directly inquired about Shilong's activities on the day of the incident. Shilong stated that he had taken a leave of absence that day and claimed he spent his time at home watching television and dozing off. Due to his recent breakup with Su Qian, he currently lived alone, meaning no one could corroborate his whereabouts that day. This presents a significant doubt. Had Shilong planned ahead, he could have seized the opportunity to commit the crime. His subsequent frequent leaves of absence provide further context as well. Shilong, in an effort to exonerate himself, promptly brought the others to his residence. Shilong's home consists of 2 bedrooms and a living room. Upon inspection, they found nothing out of the ordinary. Yet it must be noted that having 2 rooms makes it quite convenient for concealing someone. Realizing this, Shilong promptly opened the door to another room, remarking as he did so, "Since we moved here, this room has seldom been left unused." Indeed, Qin Mu gently brushed his fingers across the bedside table, where a fine layer of dust had settled. The window showed evident signs of wear, appearing relatively fresh, as if it had recently experienced some form of friction. Chapter 12. Same-sex relations. Overall, Shilong found nothing particularly noteworthy in this area, nor did he discover any definitive leads. Next, they would approach Qin Lu. Qin Lu had once been a colleague of Zhang Lei, albeit from quite some time ago, and she had since resigned. It took considerable effort for them to locate her. The girl standing before them, approximately 1 meter 60 tall and possessing a certain charm, was indeed Qin Lu. Upon receiving the news of Zhang Lei's tragic demise, Qin Lu displayed little emotional upheaval. She simply nodded, as if she had already anticipated this development. The history between them was straightforward. Their relationship had once been quite amicable. The turning point in their story stemmed from Qin Lu's boyfriend, who epitomized a typical scoundrel. He was content with what he had yet yearned for more. He had set his sights on Zhang Lei, but she, of course, would not entertain such an idea, unwilling to betray a close friend. Coincidentally, Qin Lu had witnessed this situation unfold. Thus, a contradiction arose. The relationship between the two individuals encountered issues during that period. However, Qin Lu quickly discerned her boyfriend's true nature, and this minor incident was soon forgotten. The catalyst that irrevocably shattered their bond was Qin Lu's unrequited love. Indeed, Qin Lu harbored feelings for Zhang Lei, and through this experience, she seemed to awaken to something profound, ultimately developing an affection for Zhang Lei. Zhang Lei, being a person of normal disposition, pursued a conventional romantic relationship. Upon realizing this, she began to deliberately distance herself from Qin Lu. Gradually, their relationship deteriorated further. Qin Lu, being obstinate by nature, continued to cling to Zhang Lei, leading Zhang Lei to resign in frustration. Consequently, their relationship became completely frozen. Although they had previously quarreled, it merely stemmed from differing viewpoints, devoid of any profound animosity. Furthermore, it is worth noting that Qin Lu currently has a girlfriend and is leading a fulfilling life, rendering her indifferent to past occurrences. Most crucially, Qin Lu possesses an alibi. She was diligently working overtime at the office on the day of the incident, and the entire staff can attest to this. In the days that followed, it became even less plausible. As Qin Lu spent her time at work and indulging in affectionate moments with her girlfriend, engaging in leisurely activities such as shopping together, which unequivocally attests to Qin Lu's innocence. However, you may wish to investigate an individual named No.1. Qin Lu disclosed a pivotal piece of information to several individuals. According to her, the animosity between No.1 and Zhang Lei cannot be trivialized. In essence, it involves an incident where Zhang Lei collided with No.1's wife while driving. No.1's wife did not perish. However, she was left with a lifelong disability as a result of the incident. This traffic accident remains largely unknown for Zhang Lei's father. Zhang Zhou resorted to bribery to prevent No.1 from pursuing the matter further, thus bringing it to a close. Although this was an unfortunate accident, No.1 harbored suspicions, as he had previously been the superior of Zhang Lei and Qin Lu. He had often exploited the two and would not hesitate to berate them harshly for any perceived shortcomings, rendering his demeanor quite loathsome. In the aftermath of the incident, No.1 was convinced that Zhang Lei had sought revenge, though in reality, Zhang Lei's actions stemmed from her lack of skill. Upon receiving this information, Qin Mu and his companions promptly sought out No.1. Having received a substantial compensation, No.1 had purchased a residence, conveniently located near the scene of the accident. When they arrived at his home, No.1 was present, appearing somewhat listless, a man in his 30s. "What brings you here?" he inquired, visibly anxious upon seeing Qin Mu and the others. The only one to breathe a sigh of relief upon hearing of Zhang Lei's demise was No.1. According to No.1, on the day of the incident, he had merely taken a leisurely stroll before returning home, as he had an injured spouse requiring care. When he mentioned his wife, a flicker of tension crossed his features, though he quickly masked it. However, Qin Mu and his companions made a rather intriguing discovery. On the day of the incident, No.1 had coincidentally been present at the location where the deceased had arranged to meet a netizen. This detail, which No.1 inadvertently revealed, adds an intriguing layer to the narrative. If it were a mistake on No.1's part, he should be feeling anxious now. However, No.1 appears utterly unfazed, responding to inquiries with an expression of indifference. If he intentionally uttered those words to exonerate himself, it seems rather counterproductive, as it would not serve to his advantage. Seemingly realizing he had misspoken, No.1 hastily shifted the topic, which only deepened Qin Mu's confusion. No.1's current demeanor starkly contrasts with the characteristics of the suspected perpetrator he had previously envisioned. While initial questioning may have raised some suspicions, the real issue lay in what Zhou Yingying had uncovered. Zhou Yingying discovered a complete set of women's clothing on the bed in the adjacent room, a sight she had glimpsed through the door's crack. After nudging Qin Mu, he quickly spotted the garments. The vibrant colors and the revealing nature of certain key items suggested a possible connection to No.1's wife. Consequently, Qin Mu redirected the conversation towards her, engaging in a series of polite inquiries that left No.1 visibly uncomfortable. Upon thorough questioning, it became apparent that No.1's wife was an ordinary woman, whose attire was notably modest. The stark contrast between these two elements, coupled with the absence of clothing on the deceased's body, inevitably linked the two in the minds of those present. "So, Mr. Niu, whose clothes are those in the other room?" Qin Mu inquired, gesturing towards the adjacent chamber. At the mention of this, Niu Luo's face paled, and he stammered, unable to articulate a single coherent response. "You killed Zhang Lei?" Qin Mu asserted, his tone unyielding, which only heightened Niu Luo's panic. "No, I haven't. Niu Luo stammered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, utterly at a loss for how to articulate his thoughts. To speak candidly, the garments bore a striking resemblance to those worn by the deceased. Qin Mu was not deceiving Niu Luo. The reality was as he stated. According to the descriptions provided by Zhang Lei's parents, the victim had indeed exited the house clad in such colors. "How could that be? Those clothes were purchased for Shaolin just a few days ago," Niu Luo exclaimed. Unable to contain himself, realizing that he could no longer conceal the truth, he decided to lay everything bare. Shaolin was the younger sister of Niu Luo's wife, and also his clandestine lover. Initially, Niu Luo had resisted such entanglements, yet he found himself overwhelmed by Shaolin's relentless advances, ultimately leading to this predicament. Consequently, he sought to hide this affair, knowing it was hardly a matter of pride. Should his already fragile, health-stricken wife discover this, the consequences would be dire. Chapter 13. The method of the crime. Upon concluding his confession, Niu Luo cautiously glanced toward the master bedroom. His wife was inside, and if she were to overhear, it would undoubtedly lead to a tumultuous divorce. Fortunately, silence reigned within, allowing Niu Luo to breathe a sigh of relief. Qin Mu was taken aback to learn that the secret Niu Luo desperately sought to obscure was this affair. The veracity of the situation could be easily verified. It was unlikely that Niu Luo would fabricate such a story. Nonetheless, to be prudent, Qin Mu decided to investigate further. It was confirmed that indeed, Niu Luo had been embroiled in an improper relationship with his sister-in-law. Although morally questionable, this revelation substantiated Niu Luo's claims. Ultimately, Qin Mu expressed his desire to meet Niu Luo's wife. Niu Luo's wife, Sun Fun, has been afflicted by problems with her legs, resulting in her being bedridden and devoid of hope ever since. Were it not for the substantial compensation provided by Zhang Zhou, their family would undoubtedly have fallen apart. This might also explain why Niu Luo initially signed the letter of understanding. Upon seeing a few individuals, Sun Fun merely cast a bland glance before lapsing into silence. Although she is in her 30s, she appears as if she is in the twilight of life, utterly lifeless. In contrast to Niu Luo, Sun Fun harbors an even greater resentment towards Zhang Lei. Indeed, while Qin Mu had his suspicions regarding Sun Fun, they dissipated upon meeting her in person. A person so engulfed in despair could hardly incite Niu Luo to commit murder. After a few more inquiries, Qin Mu decided to take his leave. Once Qin Mu and his companions departed, Niu Luo leaned over Sun Fun, slowly murmuring something incomprehensible. Meanwhile, outside, Qin Mu continued to ponder. As it stands, after interviewing so many individuals, a suspect remains elusive, which is quite troublesome. Zhang Lei's character inherently prevents her from offending too many people. They have nearly completed their inquiries. Yet it seems they have failed to uncover any suspects. Each person offers a clear alibi, save for Shilong, the only one unable to clarify his activities during that period. Zhou Yingying casually remarked on the unfortunate absence of surveillance around the old neighborhood. For had there been cameras installed, such complications could have been avoided. Suddenly, a thought struck Qin Mu. They may have fallen into a cognitive trap, operating under the assumption that Zhang Lei was apprehended near the designated meeting spot, when it is equally plausible that she was captured en route. Thus, the locations for the crime become numerous. Let us investigate the route Zhang Lei took to the agreed meeting point, Qin Mu suddenly proposed. As Zhang Lei does not drive, she typically relies on taxis for her outings. However, on the day of the incident, she first took a taxi to a nearby area, then entered a large shopping mall to select gifts. After this, her whereabouts vanished entirely. This implies that investigating the suspects who appeared during this time frame may yield significant findings. The discovery was startling. The shopping mall Zhang Lei visited was situated along the route to the agreed location, which conveniently passed through Shilong's neighborhood. At that time, Lin Fong had also stepped out to see Zhang Lei off. After parting ways with her, he returned to work. Indeed, Lin Fong's workplace was located within that very mall. The coincidence was striking, yet the reviewed surveillance footage indicated that Lin Fong had no opportunity to commit the crime. Nevertheless, he had not disclosed this matter to them. Setting aside thoughts of Lin Fong, the immediate priority was to visit Shilong's residence. Upon seeing the group again, Shilong appeared visibly startled and began to frantically conceal something. This was clearly suspicious. Qin Mu promptly questioned, "Mr. Shi, what are you hiding?" In a state of panic, Shilong waved his hands, exclaiming, "Nothing, there's nothing at all." However, the substantial length of rope behind him betrayed his intentions. Were they attempting to destroy evidence? Zhou Yingying furrowed her brow and restrained Shilong. No, this is merely an ordinary piece of jute rope, Shilong protested. Behind him lay a large snakeskin bag, layered with several coverings. What do you intend to do with all these bags? Qin Mu inquired pointedly. Shilong found himself at a loss for words. Faced with such accusations, they could easily take him back for further questioning. In the interrogation room, Shilong persistently proclaimed his innocence, fervently attempting to elucidate the origins of these items. Indeed, Shilong had initially contemplated abducting Zhang Lei, which led him to procure an array of supplies to facilitate a mock kidnapping. Aware of the advanced technology of today, he realized that any misstep would likely result in immediate detection following the incident. His motive for wanting to abduct Zhang Lei was straightforward. He sought to intimidate her as an act of vengeance. Thus, he began to contemplate how he could surreptitiously take Zhang Lei to his home. His numerous requests for leave were not solely due to his inability to endure the office gossip. He also needed time to devise a plan for the abduction. To execute his scheme without arousing suspicion, he needed to circumvent the surveillance cameras in the elevator and the basement. After considerable effort, he finally discerned the layout of the basement's monitoring system. Having established a unique route, Shilong felt confident he could evade detection and turned his attention to the elevator's camera coverage. The rooftops of the two buildings in his complex were not interconnected, leaving the staircase as his only option to avoid surveillance. However, carrying a woman weighing over 90 pounds up 32 flights of stairs posed significant challenges. Not only would his physical capacity be tested, but such an action, if witnessed, would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Why would someone choose to forego the elevator in favor of hauling a heavy load upstairs? If he were to attract attention, the testimonies of those who observed him would undoubtedly become a source of doubt against him. After careful contemplation, Shilong began to devise a method for hoisting several dozen pounds of goods. He soon noticed the seldom used bedroom. The building he resided in was situated towards the back, adjacent to nothing but a heap of earthen mounds, where no one would venture. Perhaps he could pull the items up through the window. The moment this idea struck him, Shilong felt a surge of excitement, for it would undoubtedly go unnoticed. However, the task of hoisting required considerable strength, which led him to contemplate the use of a pulley system. Consequently, he designed a makeshift pulley and initiated an experiment to verify its feasibility. He first procured 100 pounds of pork from the market and acquired several snakeskin bags, anxious that the bags might not withstand the weight and could rupture. He commenced his experiment, successfully evading the surveillance in the basement, and concealed the pork behind the house. After securely fastening it with a rope, he ascended in the elevator as usual. In his room, he merely had to tug gently on the rope to hoist the 100 pounds of pork. He had succeeded without anyone noticing. At that moment, Shilong felt it was time to take action and teach Zhang Lei a lesson. Yet, he had not anticipated. Chapter 14. You continue to compose. However, he was unaware of Zhang Lei's movements. Just then, he noticed Zhang Lei entering a shopping mall. Perceiving this as a fortuitous opportunity to capture her, to his astonishment, Zhang Lei inexplicably vanished into thin air. He toiled for so long, yet ultimately could not find the person he intended to bind. You have woven an intriguing tale. Continue. I am all ears, Zhou Tsang remarked with a smile. Resuming his notes. You have divulged the intricacies of your methods to me. Do you consider me a fool? Even Qin Mu shook his head in disbelief. This technique is indeed plausible, which explains the scuff marks found in that room. However, to facilitate a kidnapping, you contrived an entire pulley system. I am at a loss as to whether to deem you a profound genius or a flagrant scoundrel. Why did you sever the victim's head and then reattach it to the carcass of a dog? Zhou Tsang continued to inquire. Throughout the exchange, Shilong had refrained from mentioning this detail, which only amplified Zhou Tsang's curiosity. I did not. I truly do not know, Shilong pleaded, nearly in tears. Why must the premise of your questioning assume I am the perpetrator? I merely devised a plan. I did not execute it. Furthermore, if I had indeed taken action, would I so readily disclose everything? With a sigh, Zhou Tsang pointed to the 4 prominent characters behind him. Confession brings leniency. With a detailed account of your methods, coupled with the motive, you still refuse to admit your involvement. Shilong glanced at the words severe resistance nearby, rendered speechless. He genuinely had not acted upon his intentions. Why does no one believe me? Regardless of Zhou Tsang's entreaties, Shilong maintained his innocence. Yet it remained true that his home contained an entire set of implements for the crime, which he had yet to dispose of. They have confirmed that using the pulley system devised by Shilong, it is indeed effortless to hoist over 100 pounds from the ground floor. Even a child could accomplish this task. One must concede that Shilong's design possesses merit. The evidence is already comprehensive. If necessary, let the judge decide. Zhou Yingying expressed her confusion, remarking that this individual has detailed his criminal process, yet still refuses to plead guilty. What could possibly be his reasoning? It is the first time she has encountered such a situation, where one openly admits to the facts yet ultimately denies guilt. Why cooperate initially, only to face a longer sentence afterward? Qin Mu gently shook his head. Indeed, Sherlong's method of operation is feasible, but one crucial detail must not be overlooked. They found no pertinent information regarding the victim on the tools used in the crime. While it is plausible that Sherlong had cleaned them, if that were the case, he would not have needed to disclose his method of execution. Such actions by Sherlong are fundamentally contradictory, which is why Qin Mu finds it perplexing. Unless, as Sherlong claims, he merely intended to abduct Zhang Lei without carrying out the act, which would explain this inconsistency. Yet, who would believe such a statement? The answer is undoubtedly no. Qin Mu, however, noticed other suspicious elements. For instance, when Sherlong was pulling Zhang Lei up, in order to prevent her from resisting, he would certainly need to render her unconscious. This would necessitate the use of specific drugs or chemical substances, which, however, were absent from Sherlong's home. Moreover, there exists no record of Sherlong visiting any pharmacy recently, nor has he received any packages. He has either been at home or at his workplace, which happens to be a construction company. It is perplexing how he could have procured such substances. It must be acknowledged that such items do circulate clandestinely, albeit within a limited circle. Without an introduction from a friend or similar assistance, acquiring such materials proves to be exceedingly difficult. Yet, it is evident that Sherlong lacks such connections. Without the aid of these substances, should Zhang Lei struggle, the consequences would undoubtedly be unimaginable. This is the crux of Qin Mu's bewilderment. However, it appears that Sherlong is on the verge of solidifying his guilt. All evidence seems to point towards him. The only question remaining is why Sherlong would sever Zhang Lei's head and affix it to a dog's carcass. Yet, this detail is of little consequence. With motive, evidence, and method established, what more could be required? Clearly, nothing further is necessary. Yet, it is apparent that Sherlong does not intend to confess, vehemently resisting and claiming insufficient evidence. He indeed contemplated such actions, but how can you prove that I committed such an act? Is there any trace of Zhang Lei on the tools I utilized? No, there is not. If there is none, how can you demonstrate that I bound Zhang Lei with these items? Is this scientific? It is not. This is Sherlong's latest testimony, which does possess a semblance of logic. These assertions left Zhou Tsang quite confounded. They indeed discovered only remnants of minced pork in the burlap sack and nothing else. However, Zhou Tsang clearly harbors doubts about Sherlong's words, and the reasoning is quite straightforward, according to Sherlong's own account. There exist numerous methods to eliminate any traces left by the deceased within a snakeskin bag, such as encasing them in a plastic bag. In Zhou Tsang's view, this was merely an excuse devised by Sherlong to exonerate himself. Thus, both parties remained at an impasse. However, at that moment, Sherlong unexpectedly posed a question. Was there any food in Zhang Lei's stomach? The answer was affirmative. Zhou Tsang responded, albeit somewhat perplexed by Sherlong's inquiry. Excellent. Then it is quite simple. You may verify that I have not dined at home recently, nor have I taken any meals to go. Furthermore, my refrigerator is completely devoid of food. Sherlong spoke with great confidence. Since you allege that I have imprisoned Zhang Lei for several days, surely I must have provided her with sustenance. Yet there is nothing edible in my home. This should serve to validate my innocence, should it not? Zhou Tsang chuckled. Indeed. Your refrigerator currently contains no food, but who can attest to what was there prior? You do not require an elevator to dispose of waste. With your pulley system, you could easily manage even a cow. What could possibly elude your disposal? Sherlong was momentarily taken aback. He had never anticipated that the pulley system of his own design would become such compelling evidence. It was indeed true that this contraption appeared capable of resolving many issues. Frustration consumed him. If he were guilty, he would accept it, yet he was innocent. The thought of being unjustly labeled a scapegoat, a mere victim of circumstance, was intolerable. Since you are unwilling to converse with me, perhaps you should speak to the judge, Zhou Tsang declared, closing his folder and exiting. Once in court, this fellow would surely relent. However, it was at this moment that a turning point emerged. Qin Mu suddenly recalled an important detail. Chapter 15. Not the murderer? Qin Mu had an epiphany regarding the sutures on Zhang Lei's decapitated dog corpse. According to the forensic expert at the time, these sutures were rather meticulous, yet not overly professional. Sherlong was not a doctor and had no experience with sewing, as no needles or threads were found in his home. However, several damaged garments were discovered, all neatly packed in a garbage bag. Regardless, it was prudent to investigate further. Upon inquiry, it was confirmed that Sherlong indeed lacked sewing skills, as attested by an employee from his company. This individual was unaware of the Zhang Lei case, lending credibility to their statement. This revelation raised a perplexing question. If Sherlong was incapable of sewing, how could he have affixed Zhang Lei's head to the dog's corpse? This alone rendered Sherlong an unlikely suspect. It could only be said that he harbored the intent to commit the crime, but had not executed it. His actions did not even qualify as attempted murder. The mention of sewing brought to Qin Mu's mind another individual, Lin Fong. This fellow worked in a clothing store, though it remained uncertain whether he possessed any sewing knowledge. After Qin Mu shared his speculation, Zhou Cong and Zhou Yingying nodded in agreement, a realization dawning upon them. Indeed, they had overlooked this detail. According to Shilong, he had seen Zhang Lei enter the department store, after which she inexplicably vanished. It was highly probable that the department store held some secrets. Without further ado, Qin Mu and his companions hurried to the store to review the surveillance footage. The surveillance footage clearly reveals that after Zhang Lei entered the shopping mall, she began to wander about, shortly followed by Shilong's entrance. Subsequently, Shilong failed to notice Zhang Lei ascending to the upper floors. After a prolonged search, he exited the mall and made his way to the basement. There were no abnormal actions in between, had it been before. Zhou Cong might have remarked that this individual had surely studied the mall surveillance system. Given Shilong's extensive experience, it was evident that he had previously familiarized himself with the surveillance cameras in his own community's underground parking lot. With such a history, it was implausible for Zhou Cong not to give it further thought. It is likely that individuals well-versed in the mall surveillance are few and far between, Zhou Yingying murmured. Qin Mu smiled and clarified, no, if one is an insider of the mall, they would only need to pay close attention to discern where the cameras are located. Zhou Yingying immediately recalled someone. Are you referring to Lin Fong? This fellow, if he diligently memorized the locations of the cameras, could easily evade detection. This is merely a mall, and the surveillance is predominantly placed in high-traffic areas to monitor for potential issues. It is impossible for every corner to be under constant watch. While the cameras capture ordinary individuals, they often overlook those with intent. However, they could focus their investigation on Zhang Lei's movements. Thus, the group commenced their examination of the surveillance footage along Zhang Lei's trajectory. Coincidentally, Zhang Lei had also wandered into a blind spot and subsequently vanished. Without hesitation, they proceeded to that location. Upon arrival, they immediately recognized it, having noted that other officers had previously tracked down this area and left behind photographs. Here lies a fire escape, conveniently positioned beyond the reach of surveillance cameras. This raises an intriguing question. Why would Zhang Lei venture to this fire passage unless beckoned by an acquaintance? It is unlikely she would stray in this direction of her own volition. However, individuals like Lin Fong are precisely those whom Zhang Lei despises. If they were to call out to her, it stands to reason that she would not oblige. This aligns with the principles of logical reasoning. Qin Mu then suggested, let us follow and see where this leads. If someone vanished from this spot, they must have reappeared elsewhere. The fire escape lacked surveillance, yet as they descended, nothing particularly remarkable caught their attention. The exit naturally led to the first floor, and upon their emergence from the fire passage, no anomalies were detected. Lin Fong should not be the culprit, Zhou Yingying interjected. Traversing such a lengthy staircase would consume a considerable amount of time. Had Lin Fong been the murderer, his manager would surely have noticed. Furthermore, if Lin Fong had abducted someone, he would need to conceal them, yet hiding them in his own home would be impractical. After all, having previously visited Lin Fong's residence, it was merely a small studio, far too cramped to harbor anyone. Should he choose to hide the victim externally, Lin Fong would inevitably need to check on Zhang Lei, rendering him unable to maintain a regular work schedule. In any scenario, contradictions abound, leading Zhou Yingying to conclude that Lin Fong could not possibly be the perpetrator. Perhaps, Qin Mu nodded in agreement. After concluding their investigation of the mall, the group made their way back to the subterranean parking garage. Is the parking garage located on the second underground level? Qin Mu inquired suddenly, glancing at the buttons in the elevator. Indeed, it is on the second underground level. What of it? Zhou Yingying was somewhat perplexed. What purpose did the first and third underground levels serve? The first underground level was also a shopping area, while the third seemed to be a storage space for various merchants. After a moment of reflection, Zhou Yingying spoke. Suddenly, Qin Mu seemed to have an epiphany. Perhaps Zhang Lei had never truly left the entire shopping complex, particularly the third underground level. Upon this realization, Qin Mu and his companions promptly made their way to the third underground level. Upon arrival, they encountered a series of small compartments, followed by numerous larger rooms, each adorned with the names of different merchants. Without any hindrance, they located the room of the shop where Lin Fong worked. Coincidentally, Lin Fong was indeed present, and he was alone. The room was filled with an abundance of neatly stacked clothing, organized in boxes. The garments occupied half of the space, leaving ample room, suggesting that it was more than sufficient for someone to conceal themselves within. Qin Mu inquired of Lin Fong, have you always been in charge of this place? Lin Fong waved his hand dismissively, replying, how could that be? If I were solely responsible for this area, I would surely become a source of grievances. They were merely employees of the clothing store, not warehouse managers. The store manager, aiming to cut costs, had delegated this task to a few individuals. thereby offering them an additional 100 in wages. Consequently, the replenishment of stock was a task rotated among several staff members, each taking turns for a day. Today just happened to be Lin Fang's turn for restocking. Understanding dawned upon Qin Mu, who nodded while inwardly contemplating the implications. If this place were solely under the purview of Lin Fang, it could be deemed his personal domain, allowing him the liberty to abduct Zhang Lei and conceal her here. However, given that they operate on a shift basis, such a scenario is rendered implausible. Nonetheless, there are other rooms they may explore at their leisure. Qin Mu did not inquire further and departed promptly. As Lin Fang observed the retreating figures of the others, his gaze gradually turned icy, and his fists clenched tightly. Chapter 16. Where she was hidden. Every room here is occupied by various shops. The basement space is inherently limited, and with so many merchants above, it is improbable that any area remains unutilized. Indeed, there are several small, separately enclosed rooms. Yet confining someone within them would make it exceedingly easy for them to be discovered. These small chambers lack doors, allowing for a clear view inside from the adjacent pathways, thereby making concealment impossible. Consequently, Qin Mu was left without any leads. At this juncture, the situation had reached a complete stalemate. Although Lin Fang lacked a definitive alibi, the conditions of his circumstances rendered him incapable of committing the crime. If Lin Fang had hidden Zhang Lei in a location along his commute, it would have delayed his return home. However, the information at hand indicates he did not linger on his way back. This suggests that Lin Fang is unlikely to be the perpetrator. They have thoroughly investigated all individuals associated with Zhang Lei, yet have not uncovered any suspicious candidates. In this light, the possibility of Shilong emerges as the most plausible, although he lacks any sewing skills or similar expertise. Zhou Yingying suddenly had a whimsical idea and inquired, could it be that Shilong secretly learned to sew or acquire some similar skills? This notion seemed plausible, as the irregularities in the stitching could indeed provide an explanation. With a spirit of experimentation, the group began to probe Shilong. Unfortunately, it became evident that Shilong lacked even the basic ability to thread a needle. His technique was entirely that of a novice. While it was possible that Shilong was merely pretending, they had no evidence beyond the testimonies to substantiate that he possessed any sewing skills. This lack of proof led to Shilong becoming increasingly agitated, clamoring to leave the premises. Captain Zhao, where are you headed? Upon returning to the police station, the group noticed Zhao Yin preparing to head out with several colleagues. There's a case I need to attend to. I trust you all to manage the current one diligently, Zhao Yin stated candidly. The ongoing case could be entrusted to Zhou Tsang and his team, as the pressing matter lay with a new investigation. Zhao Yin moved swiftly, indicating the urgency of the situation. Naturally, Zhou Tsang and his team shared a similar sense of urgency. Qin Mu, however, maintained a calmer demeanor, methodically unraveling the complexities of the case, piece by piece. He understood that matters are resolved gradually, not in haste. After a prolonged period of tension, they collectively decided to return home and rest, hoping that a moment of relaxation might spark a revelation. I'll drive you all, Zhou Yingying proclaimed with generosity as she summoned her car. Qin Mu accepted her kind offer without hesitation, and they both climbed into the vehicle. Zhou Yingying, have you purchased another new car? Zhou Tsang gazed at the brand new automobile before him, filled with profound emotion. The disparity between individuals is truly vast. He must toil his entire life for a mere vehicle or a house, while such possessions are effortlessly attainable for others. It's not mine. It's my dad's new car, and I'm just getting a taste of it, Zhou Yingying remarked casually. As soon as he settled into the seat, Zhou Tsang felt an overwhelming drowsiness wash over him. Who knows how little rest he had managed to secure in recent days. One thing was certain, he was deprived of sleep. Otherwise, he wouldn't be inclined to slumber the moment he touched the seat. Zhou Yingying, perceptively noticing this, stated directly, Zhou Gu, I'll fold up the back seat. You should recline and take a nap. All right, I must say, this car truly offers ample space, Zhou Tsang remarked. Blissfully reclining. The co-pilot, Qin Mu, furrowed his brow upon hearing this, deep in thought. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. If a car's space can be compacted, could the space within a house also be manipulated in such a manner? For instance, consider Lin Fang's bed at home. If the interior were excavated, would that not create additional space? The upper section could accommodate a person while the lower section could naturally conceal another. Furthermore, regarding the storage room, while there seemed to be no place to hide anyone, one might ponder the existence of hidden compartments. He had placed excessive faith in his own observations, neglecting the truth that appearances can be deceiving. Qin Mu swiftly articulated his conjecture to the others, and armed with a search warrant, they hastened to Lin Fang's residence. Coincidentally, Lin Fang was at home, watching an alarm as they began to shift his bed. Lin Fang hurriedly said, Gentlemen, please be gentle. If anything gets damaged, the landlord will refuse to return my deposit. Rest assured, any losses will be borne by us, Qin Mu replied with a cheerful smile. Soon, after Zhou Song's inspection, no abnormalities were found with the bed. Having restored the bed to its original position, Zhou Song addressed Lin Fong. We still need to visit that warehouse. Conveniently. You have the key, so let us go together. After much hesitation, Lin Fong reluctantly agreed, saying, all right. He could not fathom why these officers, having already conducted a search, were now initiating another one. Had they uncovered something? No, that seemed implausible. If they had indeed found something, they would have arrested him outright instead of returning for another search. It was clear they had not discovered anything substantial, but were merely speculating, seeking further clues. With this realization, Lin Fong felt a wave of calm wash over him, standing firm in his confidence. Gentlemen, is all this effort truly worth it? Lin Fong quipped as he entered the police car. Going back and forth for a mere sum of money, is it really worth the struggle? Absolutely, Zhou Yingying affirmed. This only served to further convince Qin Mu that Lin Fong was indeed the culprit. His brazen demeanor seemed to proclaim, I am the murderer. Yet you have no evidence against me. What can you possibly do? Qin Mu merely cast a glance in Lin Fong's direction, choosing not to respond, but rather delving into his thoughts. The other party's unwavering confidence suggested that the hidden truths were certainly not simple. Indeed, it was just as stated. Qin Mu and his companions searched the room for an extended period, ultimately finding nothing. They even removed all the clothing products from the premises. Gazing at the desolate storage room, Qin Mu furrowed his brow slightly. Zhou Song, with a frown, diligently explored the walls in hopes of uncovering some clue. However, it was evident that Zhou Song had found nothing. He grimaced and shook his head at Qin Mu. Could it be above? Zhou Yingying suggested, only to regret her words immediately. The upper level was the basement. How could anything be concealed there? She had momentarily forgotten that detail, influenced by previous events. Upon hearing her, Qin Mu nodded thoughtfully. If the upper level was not feasible, perhaps the lower one could hold possibilities. Yet, the warehouse was equipped with a concrete floor. How could someone hide there? Unless... Chapter 17. Inside the models, a sudden bold hypothesis struck Qin Mu. Zhou, take a look at those mannequins. He said decisively. The only potential hiding places within this space appeared to be the mannequins. If Zhang Lei could disguise herself as one, it might serve as a viable solution. However, Qin Mu's conjecture was not so straightforward. The mannequins were quite tall, and some were already damaged. Could a person truly be concealed among them? He had seen the deceased's body, slender and delicate. A girl of such build could be hidden among the mannequins and secured in place, making it difficult for others to notice. All right. Zhou Song nodded and quickly began to inspect the mannequins. Lin Fong remained silent, standing quietly in place. However, it was evident to all that Lin Fong no longer exuded the same confidence he had moments ago. The mannequin had been dissected. Zhou Song swiftly identified the problematic mannequin, which was rather rotund, effectively concealing a person within it, an entirely feasible scenario. Let us examine whether there are any remnants of the deceased, such as hair, Zhou Song remarked as he began his search. Logically, if the deceased were indeed hidden within, there would have been some struggle, leaving traces behind. As Zhou Song had anticipated, he soon discovered a strand of hair. Lin Fong, accompany us back, Zhou Yingying commanded, promptly handcuffing him. She had long harbored disdain for Lin Fong, who, despite having committed murder, displayed an audacious demeanor. Did he truly believe he could evade detection? Although concealing himself within the mannequin had caught Zhou Yingying off guard, someone had indeed pieced it together, which sufficed. Moreover, Qin Mu was a police officer, and so was she. By extension, it meant she had uncovered a significant issue. Lin Fong gazed despondently at his wrist, pondering if he was destined to spend the remainder of his life in prison. This was unacceptable. No way could he resign himself to such a fate. Observing Zhou Yingying's retreating figure ignited a bold notion within him. Hostage-taking. His body began to move, raising his hands high. The handcuffs that bound him simultaneously became his most potent weapon. Zhou Yingying, be careful, Zhou Song shouted. Qin Mu rushed toward Lin Fong, but did not wait for Qin Mu to close the distance. As Zhou Yingying firmly grasped Lin Fong's arm, she executed a powerful shoulder throw. Hiss! Lin Fong writhed on the ground in pain, baring his teeth. How could this woman possess such formidable skills? Before he could comprehend the situation, Qin Mu had already subdued Lin Fong. I was the champion of a fighting competition. How dare you attempt to ambush me? Zhou Yingying remarked, her expression one of disappointment. She had anticipated facing a fierce criminal, only to discover he was such a lackluster opponent. She had hoped for a chance to showcase her abilities. Yet it had concluded so effortlessly. Be compliant. Zhou Song also rushed forward to restrain Lin Fong. Qin Mu cast a surprised glance at Zhou Yingying and inquired, the champion of the community fighting competition? What nonsense. Zhou Yingying rolled her eyes before adding, of course, it was in middle school. Lin Fong, having resigned himself, became entirely docile as they escorted him back to the police station. They proceeded directly to take his statement. Following examination, it was confirmed that the hair belonged to Zhang Lei. "Do you have anything to say?" Zhou Tsang asked, sitting across from Lin Fong as he produced the test results. "I confess," Lin Fong said, lowering his head in admission of guilt. At this point, he had nothing left to defend. The evidence was irrefutable. Failing to cooperate would only worsen his situation. "So, your motive for murdering the victim was their refusal to engage in a relationship with you?" Zhou Tsang pressed further. This was the only connection between the two. If all went as expected, it had to be due to this trivial matter. Lin Fong shook his head and began to recount the events in detail. His circumstances were quite straightforward. He hailed from a rural background, possessed a modest education, and could only engage in menial jobs. However, Lin Fong was unwilling to resign himself to mediocrity. He aspired to rise above his current station and attain wealth. He was acutely aware that, relying solely on his own efforts, he was destined to remain an ordinary individual throughout his life. To achieve affluence, one must possess cunning and strategy. It was during this pivotal moment that Zhang Lei entered the shop. That day marked the beginning of Lin Fong's acquaintance with her. Initially, he was merely struck by Zhang Lei's beauty and her youth, coupled with her evident wealth. He had encountered many women of her ilk before, most of whom were supported by affluent benefactors. While he held a disdain for such arrangements, he could not help but feel a pang of jealousy. Why was it that he lacked such unearned opportunities? As time progressed, Lin Fong learned that Zhang Lei came from a wealthy family, reputedly owning a company. Her father's connections in the city were extensive, and as the only child, she stood to inherit a significant fortune. This realization stirred something within Lin Fong. If he could successfully forge a relationship with Zhang Lei, he could seamlessly inherit her family's vast wealth and transform himself into a genuine affluent individual. Once her parents passed, he could indulge in his desires without restraint. He reasoned that enduring a little longer was a trivial sacrifice. After all, he was young and could afford to wait. Yet, he overlooked a crucial detail, the most vital question of all. Would Zhang Lei ever be interested in him? The answer was painfully evident. Zhang Lei did not harbor any affection for him. Initially, Lin Fong's pursuit of Zhang Lei was rather reserved. But as she repeatedly rebuffed his advances, his actions grew increasingly desperate. It was during this tumultuous period that Lin Fong began to change, resorting to unscrupulous means to win Zhang Lei's heart. He even contemplated taking decisive action, but upon reflection, he realized that this was not the ancient times when a woman's honor, once tarnished, left her with no recourse. The thought of facing imprisonment due to this incident, especially if Zhang Lei's father sought retribution, filled him with dread. His remaining rationality urged him to remain composed, and thus, a more audacious idea began to take shape in his mind. The reason Zhang Lei did not harbor any affection for him must be rooted in her lack of understanding. Indeed, it is only natural that one cannot develop feelings for someone they do not know. However, Zhang Lei and he were not colleagues, and it was increasingly difficult for him to strike up a conversation with her. She regarded him with the same disdain one might reserve for venomous creatures. Consequently, Lin Fong decided to take matters into his own hands. If they could not find themselves alone together, he would create the opportunity. That day, he fortuitously spotted Zhang Lei at the mall. Unlike her usual self, she was dressed exquisitely, clearly preparing for an important outing. Yet, when he noticed her light makeup, an unsettling premonition surged within him. Was she perhaps meeting a boyfriend? This thought further unsettled Lin Fong's already tumultuous emotions. It was this very concern that propelled him to act decisively. Chapter 18. Conclusion. Since Lin Fong's decision was somewhat impulsive, he needed to devise a plan to lure Zhang Lei to a secluded corner. He had thoroughly examined the mall's surveillance camera layout and was well aware of the blind spots. Next, he required a plausible excuse. Otherwise, it would be nearly impossible to deceive someone as wary as Zhang Lei. However, Lin Fong was acutely aware of Zhang Lei's nature. She was exceptionally kind-hearted and tender, and he had cleverly exploited this trait. Initially, he feigned a desperate cry in the hallway to capture her attention. Once Zhang Lei entered to investigate, Lin Fong seized the opportunity, rendering her unconscious with ether. Coincidentally, it was the day he planned to retrieve goods from the basement, which allowed him to conveniently push a cart. This resolved the logistical challenge of transporting Zhang Lei. He placed her in the cart and, as if nothing were amiss, ascended the freight elevator to the third basement level. Lin Fong had already contemplated where to conceal Zhang Lei. He had even prepared a bulky mannequin specifically to facilitate her concealment. After all, Zhang Lei was a living person, and stashing her in the warehouse could easily arouse the suspicions of his colleagues. If he were to request a shift change, the police would undoubtedly notice his peculiar behavior when they arrived. After much deliberation, Lin Fong decided to hide Zhang Lei amidst the cargo to minimize the likelihood of discovery. Indeed, this strategy proved successful. This also explained Lin Fong's routine attendance at work, as Zhang Lei had been hidden during his working hours. In an effort to nurture their connection, Lin Fong discreetly made a copy of the key. During the midday break, he would quietly descend to chat with Zhang Lei and bring her food. He believed that everything was progressing favorably. However, at that moment, he broached the subject of a relationship. Undoubtedly, Zhang Lei declined his advances, albeit her response was relatively gentle. Ultimately, Zhang Lei understood that her very existence was entirely in Lin Fong's grasp, rendering her reluctant to speak carelessly. She confessed to him that she had someone she cherished. Upon receiving this revelation, Lin Fong initially felt a profound sense of desolation. Had he chosen to disregard the situation at that moment, he might have released Zhang Lei from his hold. However, just then, he overheard his colleagues' disparaging remarks about him. They referred to him as a sycophant, a mere lapdog. These words pierced Lin Fong's pride deeply. Consequently, a shift occurred within him. After all the time and money he had invested, how could a mere casual declaration of "I have someone I like" upend everything he had worked for? No. He resolved that she must repay him for all he had sacrificed. Once this thought took root in Lin Fong's mind, it burgeoned uncontrollably, compelling him to act. He confronted Zhang Lei, demanding recompense for all his efforts. Naturally, she acquiesced, recognizing the wisdom in the notion that financial loss could avert disaster. Yet, as Lin Fong listened to her, he felt that what he had painstakingly earned was regarded as nothing in Zhang Lei's eyes. A blaze of fury ignited within him. In that moment, he took Zhang Lei's life. Since everyone branded him a sycophant, he resolved that this contemptible woman should experience the degradation of being a lapdog herself. Lin Fong severed Zhang Lei's head and affixed it to the body of a dog, creating a macabre semblance of his twisted vengeance. Moreover, the body was discarded in a conspicuous location, intended for discovery, thereby ensuring that everyone would recognize Zhang Lei as the true villain, while he himself would be absolved. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yingying frowned deeply. Were it not for her current attire, she would have relished the opportunity to slap Lin Fong across the face twice. From beginning to end, it was he alone who pursued Zhang Lei. She had distinctly rejected his advances, demonstrating that her demeanor was not one of coyness. This individual harbored no genuine feelings for Zhang Lei. He was merely enamored with her family's wealth. To speak so sanctimoniously is truly contemptible. Nonetheless, this case has finally reached its conclusion. Yet, Qin Mu remained puzzled, particularly regarding the dismemberment of the body by Lin Fong. The warehouse bore no traces of blood, nor did his residents possess the means for such a gruesome act. Their investigation revealed no evidence of bloodshed anywhere. Where, then, did he commit this atrocity? Qin Mu pressed. Where did you dismember the body? Ah, of course, it was on the rooftop, Lin Fong replied with a sinister chuckle, revealing the location of his grisly deed. Zhou Tsang immediately dispatched personnel to investigate, and indeed, some bloodstains were discovered on the rooftop of the mall, albeit scant. If Zhou Tsang's account was to be believed, having severed Zhang Lei's entire head, how could there be so little blood? However, the blood present was undoubtedly Zhang Lei's. Furthermore, dismembering a body on the rooftop carries a significant risk of being witnessed. This mall is adjacent to a residential complex, and given the relatively low height of the building, it is highly probable that residents could observe Lin Fong's actions through their windows. Previously, Lin Fong had meticulously contemplated many aspects of his plan. Why then was he so audacious regarding the dismemberment? However, aside from that, there were no further explanations. The subsequent matters were no longer the concern of Lin Fong and his associates. Sentencing and the like were solely the domain of the judges. Their next task was to relay the news of the apprehension of the murderer to Zhang Zhou, and to request that he retrieve the remains. After the forensic expert's meticulous suturing, the head and body of the deceased were rejoined. It must be said, the skill of the forensic expert in stitching was indeed far superior to that of Lin Fong. When Zhang Zhou and his wife came to claim the body, they were immediately overcome with grief, weeping uncontrollably. This was their only daughter, tragically lost due to the actions of a deranged individual. Regret consumed Zhang Zhou. Despite his immense wealth, all he desired at that moment was for his daughter to be alive and well. He pondered whether, had he assigned a few individuals to accompany Zhang Lei, such a calamity might have been averted. The couple's reflections only deepened their remorse, lamenting their past decisions. Ultimately, they took Zhang Lei's remains, and it was evident that it would take them a considerable time to heal, if they ever could at all. Simultaneously, this fueled a greater fury within Zhou Yingying. The once harmonious family of Zhang Lei had been shattered by the vile actions of Lin Fong. In contrast, Zhou Tsang exhibited a remarkable calmness. Having lived a long life and witnessed much, his heart had long since turned to ice. The verdict for Lin Fong was swiftly delivered: kidnapping, intentional homicide, and disruption of public order. Faced with multiple charges, the final sentence was life imprisonment. Henceforth, Lin Fong would undoubtedly spend the rest of his days in prison. May he find solace in sincere repentance during his confinement. Chapter 19. Commemoration. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon Qin Mu's face. With the case resolved, he felt a sense of relief wash over him, allowing him to finally indulge in a restful slumber. To Qin Mu, this sleep was remarkably soothing. Yet, if not for the pressing matters of the day, it would have been even more delightful. Regrettably, he had certain obligations to attend to. The 13th of September was a date forever etched in his memory. Rising from his repose, he prepared to break his fast. Lu Bo's voice echoed from outside. "I'll be ready shortly," Qin Mu replied while donning his attire. Lu Bo's culinary skills were commendable, and by the time Qin Mu took his seat at the table, it was adorned with an array of dishes, fried eggs, crispy dough sticks, pancakes, and more, an endless variety. As delectable as ever, yet if given the choice, Qin Mu would prefer to forego Lu Bo's breakfast. He appreciated Lu Bo's kindness, yet his heart longed for his parents. How wonderful it would be if they were still here. Taking a deep breath, Qin Mu gathered his thoughts and began to relish his meal. Both he and Lu Bo preferred silence during breakfast, lending an air of tranquility to the occasion, which passed swiftly. Once the meal was concluded, Qin Mu returned to his room, meticulously arranging his attire to present a polished and composed appearance. Surely, no parent would wish to see their child in a state of despondency. He was determined to showcase his best self to them. Shortly thereafter, Lu Bo handed him a box filled with items. These are the belongings that Qin Mu is to take with him, all of which have been prepared for him by Lu Bo over the years. In Qin Mu's childhood, Lu Bo would accompany him, but now that Qin Mu has grown, he makes the journey on his own. This is the final occasion. Lu Bo uttered a cryptic remark before continuing. "This is the last time I will prepare these for you. From now on, you must rely on yourself." "What do you mean by that, Lu Bo?" Qin Mu felt an unsettling pang in his heart. With a face full of kindness, Lu Bo remarked, "I am getting older and shall not be able to accompany you for much longer." He was over 50, having crossed the threshold of 60, and it was uncertain when he might depart. Such responsibilities would eventually fall upon Qin Mu. Thus, it would be prudent for him to begin taking charge sooner rather than later, sparing him the turmoil of scrambling in Lu Bo's absence. "Lu Bo, what are you saying? You are still in great health. Surely, you will live a long life," Qin Mu replied, though his heart gradually sank. As a rational individual, he recognized the truth in Lu Bo's words. Life cannot be eternal. Yet Qin Mu held a fervent wish for Lu Bo's longevity, for he had no one else remaining. Tomorrow and unforeseen events are always unpredictable. Lu Bo patted Qin Mu on the shoulder. Observing Qin Mu's somber mood, Lu Bo gave him a reassuring pat on the back and encouraged, "Lift your spirits. Let your parents see just how remarkable you have become." Upon hearing this, Qin Mu nodded slowly and replied, "All right. Certain matters, once articulated, may initially be difficult to accept. However, when anticipated, they inevitably usher in transformation." Qin Mu found himself at a loss for how he had boarded the taxi, only regaining his senses when the driver inquired about their destination. Upon relaying the address, he cast a glance at the adjacent box, resting his hand on his forehead, lost in contemplation. It was not until they arrived at the cemetery that Qin Mu summoned the energy to engage with his surroundings. The cemetery, though somewhat antiquated, boasted a pristine and orderly flagstone pathway, indicative of diligent maintenance. Rows of gravestones stood in meticulous alignment as Qin Mu approached the familiar markers, gradually recalibrating his emotions. In September, the weather in this city had cooled, with leaves rustling as if eagerly anticipating the arrival of autumn. A gentle breeze wafted through the air, imparting a refreshing chill. The crisp sound of his footsteps resonated vividly in the stillness of the cemetery. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The rhythmic sound, reminiscent of a clock, echoed, challenging one's grasp on reality. Slowly, Qin Mu reached the front of the gravestones. The left stone bore the name Qin Fun, while the right one was inscribed with Lu Zi. The images on both markers depicted individuals in their youth, seemingly no older than their 20s. Notably, Lu Zi appeared even younger than Qin Mu. In the photographs, both wore smiles that seemed to acknowledge Qin Mu's presence, their gazes filled with warmth as they watched over him. From the box, Qin Mu retrieved an array of items, methodically arranging them before the gravestones, and softly uttered, "Mom. Dad, I have returned. Your son has become a detective." Qin Mu pulled out an identification card from his pocket, displaying it in a boastful manner before the two gravestones. Of course, the gravestones cannot speak, yet Qin Mu always felt as if they were conversing with him. "Furthermore, look at me now. I've grown so tall. If you were alive, Father, I am certain I would surpass your height." Time smooths over all memories. Qin Mu could no longer recall his father's stature. He was very young then, only remembering his father as a towering figure, requiring him to tilt his head to glimpse his father's visage. But now, it must be that I am taller, for I have inherited not only my father's fine genes, but also my mother's. Mom and Dad, rest assured, though the work of a detective can be taxing, I truly relish it. It seemed as though Qin Mu was responding to someone as he began to recount his thoughts. No worries. How could there be any danger? Detectives carry guns. Who can rival that? Alas, I did not wear my uniform today. Otherwise, I would have shown you how I look in it. The hour hand ticked away, and the stream flowed gently. The breeze had, unbeknownst to him, paused to listen to Qin Mu's narrative. The rustling leaves, too, ceased their mischief, attentively absorbing the adult's conversation. The cemetery was imbued with a harmonious blend of sounds, a balance that filled the air with hope. Time indeed passes swiftly. Qin Mu glanced at the crimson sky and then at his watch, realizing that an unexpectedly long time had slipped away. The hour grows late, and with the prospect of work tomorrow, I shall take my leave. Qin Mu waved his hand, akin to a child reluctantly departing for school. There was a hint of reluctance mingled with his usual impatience. He refrained from mentioning the pursuit of the murderer. Speaking of it would surely invite reproach. His son had matured, and it was entirely normal for him to harbor a few secrets. Thus, do not lay blame upon me. Chapter 20. The gruesome case. With a soft patter, footsteps began to echo in the stillness. A seemingly affable middle-aged man entered the cemetery, carrying a bag. The first person Qin Mu had encountered who wore a smile within such somber surroundings. At that moment, Qin Mu approached, and their eyes met. As he passed the man, Qin Mu offered a friendly nod in greeting, which was reciprocated. However, just as Qin Mu took a few steps forward, the man called out to him, "Young brother, I am Yang Yi." He introduced himself, before inquiring about whom Qin Mu was visiting in the cemetery. Qin Mu furrowed his brow and replied, "My parents. Are they direct relatives?" Yang Yi murmured, realizing that Qin Mu looked at him in confusion. He quickly added, "I assure you, I am not a malicious person. I merely observed that your demeanor seemed lighter as you exited. Is that so?" "I was unaware," Qin Mu admitted, though he found little relevance in the man's observations. "Young brother, when did you arrive?" Yang Yi asked, his curiosity unabated. "This morning," Qin Mu replied, increasingly perplexed by Yang Yi's persistent inquiries, which struck him as utterly bewildering. The passage of time is indeed considerable. After expressing his thoughts, Yang Yi lifted the bag and strode onward. Qin Mu discerned a sudden shadow of sorrow across Yang Yi's face. Such an emotion was not unexpected in a cemetery. At that moment, Qin Mu noticed a glimmer of golden hair protruding from the bag. This sight propelled him into action, for he wondered if this individual intended to bury something in the graveyard. "Brother, something has fallen from your bag," Qin Mu remarked as he hastened to Yang Yi's side. To ensure safety, he refrained from directly reaching for the item, choosing instead to voice his concern. Upon seeing the golden hair, Yang Yi promptly tucked it back into the bag, expressing his gratitude profusely. Thank you. This is my daughter's favorite doll. If it were to get lost, she would surely be upset with me." As Yang Yi organized the contents of the bag, Qin Mu could clearly see that it indeed contained a doll. However, its packaging appeared damaged, which had caused the hair to escape. Qin Mu felt a sense of relief and responded, "Your daughter must truly cherish it." "Indeed, she certainly does," Yang Yi replied, his expression darkening with a renewed wave of sadness. Realizing the weight of the moment, Qin Mu understood that he was here to honor the memory of his daughter. "My daughter, she just passed away a few days ago, and I..." Yang Yi's emotions became increasingly difficult to contain, his face contorting as tears welled in his eyes. The wind began to stir once more, causing the leaves to rustle softly in the somber atmosphere. In such moments, no matter what Qin Mu uttered, it bore no weight. Ultimately, he could only muster a couple of mournful syllables. The figure of Yang Yi before him evoked thoughts of Zhang Zhou. It was likely that the man's current sentiment mirrored that of Yang Yi. "I'm fine. I didn't mean to disturb you. I'll take my leave now," Yang Yi remarked before grasping his bag and promptly entering the cemetery. Qin Mu gazed at Yang Yi for a brief moment before departing. One less soul in the cemetery. Yet one more had appeared. Time flowed swiftly. The following morning, as Qin Mu arrived at the police station, he was immediately struck by the somber atmosphere within. Zhou Yingying approached him and stated, "There's a major case." Qin Mu inquired, "What kind of major case?" Zhou Yingying began to elucidate the situation. This case was exceptionally peculiar, a true major incident. It all began with Zhao Yan, previously, during the Zhonglei case. They had been compelled to leave midway due to another case that required their attention. The reason for their departure was that someone had reported a missing family member. However, despite Zhao Yan and his team's exhaustive search efforts, they uncovered no leads. At that critical juncture, a homicide was discovered. When they arrived at the crime scene, all were rendered speechless by the haunting sight before them. By the riverbank lay a disfigured corpse, abandoned on the shore. The body was beyond recognition, mangled and bloodied, with limbs broken and fingers and toes utterly rotted away. Moreover, it bore signs of corrosion. It was unfathomable to conceive the torment the deceased had endured in life. Yet it was undeniable that they had suffered inhuman cruelty. Upon forensic examination, it was revealed that the victim's epidermal tissue had been entirely stripped away. a gruesome act commonly referred to as skinning. While there were no signs of convulsions, it appeared as though the perpetrator had attempted to induce them. However, the effort resulted in a broken limb, leading to a cessation of the torture. It is also plausible that the victim had succumbed to death by that point, prompting the assailant to abandon the endeavor. Through comparisons, the identity of the deceased was confirmed as the previously missing Hu Wei, indicating that after his disappearance, he must have fallen into the hands of the murderer and subsequently endured torment. The troubling aspect lies in the fact that Hu Wei had been missing for merely 7 days, during which time the assailant inflicted such extreme suffering, underscoring the depravity of the perpetrator. Additionally, the forensic expert discovered administered hormones and injected adrenaline within the victim's body, seemingly intended to prolong Hu Wei's consciousness. This raises profound questions regarding the extent of animosity between the victim and the murderer, warranting such heinous actions. Zhao Yan swiftly exited his office, leading a group to convene in the conference room. He primarily elaborated on certain details and disclosed a crucial piece of information. Another individual had gone missing, named Zhao Meng. Had this case not unfolded, Zhao Yan would have categorically treated it as a mere missing persons report. However, the timing of these events, discovering one corpse only to have another person vanish, inevitably provoked suspicion. The records indicated that there was no prior connection between the two individuals. Furthermore, it was noted that Hu Wei's body was discovered 3 days ago, coinciding with the timeline of Zhao Meng's disappearance. According to the previous pace of the killer, if Zhao Meng were indeed captured, it is likely that his lifeless body would be discovered by tomorrow. I sincerely hope that such a scenario does not unfold. Otherwise, this case would become exceedingly convoluted. Given the horrific condition of Hu Wei's corpse, the public's attention towards this matter is currently heightened. Should a similar incident occur again, the online discourse would undoubtedly escalate further. Consequently, Zhao Yan finds himself under immense pressure, torn between the hope for Zhao Meng's survival and the desire for the online scrutiny to diminish. However, fate is often unkind, and at this very moment, an alarm was raised. It was reported that another corpse had been found by the riverside, though not at the location where Hu Wei was discovered, but rather elsewhere. Zhao Yan promptly led his team to the scene. Chapter 1. The gruesome scene by the riverbank, the uneven terrain, exacerbated by the nearby rubble, created a jagged landscape. A chilling sight awaited. A long streak of blood marred the ground, and at its terminus lay a grotesque mass of flesh. The crimson lump was so mangled that distinguishing any human features was nearly impossible. Only a protrusion and some remnants of hair could suggest that this was once a human head. The limbs were contorted, resembling tattered rags. If one were to lift the body, it would sway like a wind chime in the breeze. Fortunately, this macabre scene went unseen, for had it been witnessed, it would surely have elicited blood-curdling screams. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the air. A woman, in disbelief, gazed at the grotesque mass by the river. Were it not for the strands of hair atop the head, she would have struggled to recognize what the lump truly was. In a state of panic, the woman promptly called the police. Before long, the officers arrived, led by Zhao Yan, with Qin Mu and others following closely behind. Faced with the grotesquely mutilated corpse before them, they found themselves at a loss for words. Upon examination, the bloodstains on the ground measured over 2 meters in length. The deceased must have been dead at that time. Even if not deceased, the extent of their torment rendered any possibility of crawling utterly impossible. Thus, the conclusion became evident. The perpetrator had dragged the victim an additional 2 meters. This revelation raised perplexing questions. It was apparent that the assailant possessed the strength to carry the victim to this location. The blood trail, spanning 2 meters, lay solely upon the gravel by the riverbank, with only a few scattered blood droplets remaining in the vicinity. This suggests that the murderer initially transported the victim to the riverbank before placing them on the ground and gradually dragging them to their current position. What could have been the assailant's motive? Every act of murder is invariably driven by some form of impetus. Even in cases of impulsive killings, a rationale exists. Such inexplicable actions likely indicate the perpetrator's peculiar predilections. Moreover, the circumstances surrounding these 2 cases unequivocally incite suspicion that the murderer is an exceedingly disturbed individual, deriving pleasure from the torment of others. This is beyond doubt. The corpse remained in a horrifying state, with both hands and feet broken, fingers and toes severed or mutilated. The scalp showed severe hair loss, the entire facial skin had been flayed away, and the nose was missing. Additionally, there was a circular wound at the throat, which appeared to have healed. Moreover, the corpse exhibited severe signs of decomposition. Could it be that the murderer submerged the body in concentrated sulfuric acid? Zhou Yingying murmured. Such extensive corrosion is challenging to achieve without immersion. Yet, if the perpetrator had indeed immersed the deceased, why not completely dissolve the body instead of resorting to the act of disposing it? After having submerged the corpse, it would have been relatively easy to dispose of it. Why then cast the body aside by the riverside? This action only heightens the likelihood of exposure. Or perhaps, the murderer derives pleasure from this sensation. Qin Mu found it difficult to discern. Should the latter be the case, it is unequivocal that this case shall not conclude until the culprit is apprehended, bringing a definitive resolution. This is a provocation, a direct affront to our police force, Zhao Yin exclaimed, stamping his foot in frustration. Such a brazen act of body disposal, coupled with the extreme torment inflicted upon the corpse, is nothing short of a challenge to their authority. It is akin to an individual presenting their face and taunting. Go on, strike me. While lying incapacitated on a hospital bed, utterly unable to satisfy this individual's perverse desires, Qin Mu, however, did not perceive it as a provocation. If it were indeed a challenge from the murderer, why not discard the body near the police station? It is worth noting that there are blind spots around the precinct. If one wished to throw something into the station, it would certainly be feasible. That would be a far greater provocation. Yet presently, the murderer merely displayed a boldness in body disposal. Nonetheless, they remain entirely in the dark about the perpetrator's identity. In his fury, Zhao Yin immediately ordered that the corpse be taken back to the police station, while simultaneously beginning to investigate the locations where the body had been discovered on 2 separate occasions. Though both bodies were found within the same river, the distance between them was considerable, revealing a significant discrepancy. Regrettably, had the corpses been situated closer to one another, the method of triangulation might have allowed for the establishment of a rough area of interest. As it stands, the investigation must proceed meticulously, examining whether any connection exists between the 2 deceased individuals. Upon confirmation, it was established that one of the bodies belonged to Zhao Meng. The next logical step would be to delve into the backgrounds of both victims. An examination of their basic profiles revealed no intersection between their lives. Hu Wei was an office worker, whereas Zhao Meng served as the head of security for a residential community. Moreover, they did not reside within the same neighborhood. It was as if they were 2 parallel lines, destined never to converge in this lifetime, unless, of course, fate had orchestrated their untimely demise. The lack of any apparent connection between the 2 was perplexing. It seemed implausible that a murderer would choose to target precisely these 2 individuals on the street. Perhaps there were factors unnoticed, elements of their lives yet to be uncovered. Regardless, it was imperative to investigate their histories further. There might have been previous encounters, however fleeting. Shao Qin, gather your things. We are preparing to depart, Zhou Tsong instructed, his expression grave as he held a file bag. Qin Mu was aware of its contents, the basic information of the 2 victims and the results of their autopsies. Understood, Qin Mu replied with a nod. The trio quickly set off, while Zhou Yingying sat in the back seat, diligently recalling the events that had transpired moments earlier. Zhou Yingying, are you all right? Zhou Tsong seemed to sense the unusual demeanor of Zhou Yingying and inquired. As the sole female detective, witnessing such a harrowing scene would undoubtedly evoke discomfort. It's nothing. Merely a feeling that the 2 deceased might share some connection, Zhou Yingying replied, shaking her head. The nature of this connection eluded her for the moment. It was simply a vague sensation lingering in her mind. Zhou Tsong then turned his attention to the front passenger seat where Qin Mu sat. Shao Qin, do you have any impressions? As a newcomer who had only recently embarked on his career, encountering such an event was indeed significant. Being the senior member of the team, Zhou Tsong felt it was his responsibility to ensure the young recruit wasn't left with any psychological scars. To Zhou Tsong's surprise, Qin Mu shook his head, his expression unperturbed as he replied, none. While others might find the scene somewhat gruesome, Qin Mu himself felt little impact. Chapter 2. The deceased show no anomalies. Hu Wei was a departmental manager at a company, possessing a modest amount of wealth, which afforded him his own residence. Upon their arrival at Hu Wei's home, they found his wife, Zhang Jing, wiping away tears. As she opened the door, traces of her sorrow were still visible on her face. Hello, she greeted, ushering them inside. Hu Wei's home was spacious, featuring 4 rooms and 2 living areas, with an elegantly arranged interior that spoke to his discerning taste. Zhou Tsong promptly extended his condolences regarding the deceased's passing before steering the conversation towards the matter at hand. Are you aware of any places the deceased frequented during his lifetime? Zhou Tsong inquired. Given the circumstances, the likelihood of a vendetta seemed minimal. If it were merely Hu Wei, there would be a significant possibility of vendetta. However, the current deceased include not only Hu Wei but also Zhao Meng. The 2 individuals had no intersecting points, which eliminates the notion that they might have simultaneously offended someone. In the case of personal vengeance, it is likely that both would have incurred the wrath of the same individual, or perhaps several. Yet, there is an utter absence of such connections, allowing us to largely dismiss the likelihood of a grudge-fueled killing. My husband bears substantial work-related stress, simply commuting to and from his job. Zhang Jing collected her thoughts and responded. Their family is blessed with a child, who is now 6 years old, and has begun attending kindergarten. At this stage, children can be quite costly. While their household is relatively well off, they cannot afford to spend without earning. Thus, Hu Wei leads a rather frugal life, primarily revolving around a routine of home and work. Occasionally, he may partake in social engagements, which could result in him returning home a bit later. Has he visited any particular places? Zhou Cong inquired further. Does the hospital count? Zhang Jing hesitated. That was indeed a place her husband had frequented recently. The hospital? Which hospital? Zhou Cong picked up his pen, recognizing the significance of this information. The second hospital, Zhang Jing answered in detail. It was also due to the demands of socializing that Hu Wei's health had deteriorated. Despite being in his 30s, he had developed gout. This was the reason for his visits to the hospital. While gout is not life-threatening, the pain it inflicts can be excruciating. Moreover, it is a condition that cannot be cured, only managed through medication. When flare-ups occur, it can sometimes render him unable to walk. Thus, Hu Wei frequently sought medical checkups and prescriptions to alleviate his discomfort. Zhou Cong hastily noted this down, recognizing the value of such information. How does your husband usually commute to work? Qin Mu interjected. This was a rather serious question. Given Hu Wei's current routine, if he drove, the time and location of the perpetrator's actions would certainly be constrained. Conversely, if he walked or took public transportation, there would be considerably more opportunities for maneuver. Zhang Jing replied, my husband typically rides an electric bike to work. Although Hu Wei's workplace is not far from home, my commute is much longer, so I usually drive while he rides his bike. Through Zhang Jing's narration, Qin Mu learned that Hu Wei's workplace was located in a technology park approximately 2 kilometers away. After consulting the map, Zhang Jing pointed out Hu Wei's commuting route, which the others diligently noted down. If they could ascertain Zhao Meng's commuting path, they might uncover discrepancies. Ultimately, to be prudent, it was essential to inquire whether the deceased had any enemies. Although the likelihood of a vendetta seemed slim, it was crucial to clarify, as dismissing it due to mere possibility would be unwise. There shouldn't be anyone with a grudge against my husband, at most a few minor disputes. But nothing that would lead to murder, Zhang Jing stated, maintaining her composure despite her sorrow. She understood her husband's character well. He was straightforward and often spoke without thinking, which could inadvertently irritate others. This statement may undoubtedly offend some, yet such trivial matters in conversation should not lead to fatal consequences. Qin Mu elucidated, you may be mistaken. The diversity of species pales in comparison to the intricacies of human nature. Some extreme individuals might harbor murderous intent over mere words. Zhang Jing nodded, seemingly grasping the situation, and proceeded to recount the individuals whom Hu Wei might have unintentionally offended. Without a doubt, most of them were ordinary people, but the neighbor next door drew particular attention. The issue arose when the neighbor produced a cacophony for an extended period, prompting Hu Wei to confront him and subsequently report him to the property management. Upon their arrival, property management discovered that the neighbor was dismantling a load-bearing wall. They promptly intervened, leading to an irreconcilable conflict between Hu Wei and the neighbor. However, due to Hu Wei's imposing stature, the neighbor did not dare to escalate the situation. Yet, the thought of a future without Hu Wei troubled Zhang Jing. Their lives would undoubtedly become more challenging. Let us investigate, suggested Zhou Cong, glancing over before heading next door. The neighbor appeared to belong to the category of individuals lacking common sense or intelligence. The ignorant are often fearless. One can never predict the actions such a person might take. Zhou Cong swiftly led the two to the neighbor's doorstep. Qin Mu pressed the doorbell, and a response quickly followed. Who is it? A lean man emerged from within. It was no wonder he refrained from provoking trouble, with a physique like his. A single punch from Hu Wei would likely compel him to beg for mercy. Upon noticing the police uniforms worn by the group, the man's demeanor clearly shifted to one of panic. Recently, he has not committed any offenses, yet the police have come knocking at his door. Moreover, the leading officer is someone he recognizes. Zhou Ge, what brings you here? The man displays an obsequious demeanor, akin to a mouse encountering a cat. Do you reside here? Zhou Cong evidently knows this man, his brow furrowing momentarily before gradually easing. It seems that this fellow's penchant for breaching load-bearing walls is hardly surprising. Subsequently, Zhou Cong begins to introduce the situation regarding the man before him to Qin Mu. Li Feng, a habitual petty thief. His visits to the station are as routine as a family meal. However, due to the minor sums involved, merely dozens or hundreds, he has perpetually cycled in and out of custody. It appears he has mastered the art of evasion, consistently avoiding larger sums of money, which results in his mere detention for a few days before he is released once more. Zhou Ge, you jest. I have turned over a new leaf. I shall never engage in such activities again. Li Feng scratches his head, chuckling sheepishly. He is no longer the same as before. He lacks for nothing. Truly lacking for nothing. Suddenly, Zhou Cong senses something amiss, his expression darkening as he inquires. Have you once again picked the lock of someone else's home and taken up residence there? Chapter 3. Everything is normal. Indeed, in the past, Li Feng had engaged in such antics, seizing the opportunity when the homeowner was away on vacation, breaking in, and then audaciously settling in. Once inside, however, he maintained a perfectly normal routine. He even assisted the homeowner in tidying up the house, aside from consuming some leftovers from the refrigerator. He did not engage in any other activities. When the homeowner returned, he was utterly astonished. Was this truly his house? How could it be so immaculate? It was only upon seeing Li Feng emerge from the bathroom that the homeowner promptly called the police. However, after a meticulous inspection, he discovered that none of his valuables were missing. Only a small quantity of meat from the refrigerator, which amounted to a negligible sum. The homeowner remarked, "Brother, with your skills, why not work as a cleaner? I would certainly hire you." Ultimately, due to the minor nature of the incident and the lack of financial loss, coupled with the homeowner's decision not to pursue the matter further, it was left unresolved. "Well, this is my home now," Li Feng said, tugging at the non-existent collar of his shirt, his expression brimming with pride. Zhou Cong then inquired, "Your home? So, you intended to demolish a load-bearing wall?" "Oh, that was indeed my intention." "Who knew that it was a load-bearing wall?" "It was only when the neighbor mentioned it that I began to believe him," Li Feng recounted. "It was only after the property management arrived that he realized it truly was a load-bearing wall. Once he understood this, he refrained from any further demolition. Fortunately, he had only struck it once. Otherwise, he would have been too afraid to reside in the house." "All right, I do not wish to hear you lament about your foolishness. Let us discuss the issues regarding this house." Zhou Cong glared at Li Feng. Although Li Feng was a habitual offender, he was remarkably forthright in his confessions, lending a degree of credibility to his words. "Hee, I have acquired a godmother." Li Feng scratched his head and smiled shyly. At that moment, an energetic elder emerged from within. What trouble has Li Feng gotten himself into? Upon seeing the elder, Zhou Cong's expression brightened. He was aware of Li Feng's circumstances. The boy was an orphan, having been alone since childhood. This was also the reason for Li Feng's frail appearance, as he had suffered from malnutrition. It would indeed be a wonder if he managed to grow tall. The elder's name was Zhong Ping. She had lost her child many years ago due to certain unfortunate events. Now, she found herself a lonely widow who fortuitously encountered Li Feng. Recognizing the boy's commendable character, she decided to adopt him as her godson. Since Li Feng's arrival, her quality of life had noticeably improved. Although this lad had never attended school, he was adept at various tasks, from cooking to household chores. Due to his slight build, he was often overlooked, relying on dubious means to survive. Now, having recognized Zhong Ping as his godmother, he had found a suitable place to belong. Zhong Ping intended to nourish Li Feng back to health for a while before leveraging her connections to secure him employment. Through Zhong Ping's account, it was indeed verifiable that Li Feng had remained at home recently, never venturing outside. The reason he sometimes gazed towards the neighboring house was that he wished to apologize but felt intimidated by Hu Wei, thus refraining from initiating conversation. After understanding the situation, Zhou Cong glanced at Li Feng and remarked, "You ought to treat your godmother with respect and refrain from causing any more trouble." "Brother Zhou, rest assured, I had no options before, but now I aspire to lead a better life." Li Feng smiled. "Well, it's good to have this intention," he remarked. Zhou Cong nodded in agreement. At that moment, Li Feng suddenly said, "Brother Zhou, in the future, I will also see you off." Zhou Cong had taken care of Li Feng before, and he had always kept that in mind. However, uttering such words at this time felt somewhat inappropriate, as Zhou Cong was only in his 40s, still in the prime of his life. "Get lost, you rascal," Zhou Cong scolded with a stern face before hastily departing. They had pressing matters to attend to, including a visit to Zhao Meng's home, and could not afford to idle away with Li Feng. Zhao Meng's residence was somewhat distant from Hu Wei's neighborhood, situated in an older complex. The highest floor of the old building reached only 6 stories, and after some investigation, they easily located Zhao Meng's home. In comparison to Hu Wei's abode, Zhao Meng's felt considerably more cramped. Upon entering, one was greeted by a narrow corridor stretching just a few steps, with a bathroom adjacent to it. Proceeding further led into a modest living room, which contained only a small table. Following that were 3 bedrooms, closely situated next to one another. The household was inhabited solely by an elderly man, Zhao Chong, who was Zhao Meng's father. Zhao Meng's wife had gone to work, and their child was out playing. Their financial situation was already precarious, leaving Zhao Meng's wife with no time for sorrow. Without her job, the family would face hunger, placing the entire burden upon her shoulders. "Police officers, you must find the murderer," Zhao Chong implored, his emotions running high. The anguish of losing a child is a sentiment that few can truly understand. "Rest assured, elder brother, we will certainly uncover the culprit," came the reassuring response. Zhou Cong offered a comforting word. Once Zhao Chong had managed to compose himself after a while, they finally delved into the main topic. Zhao Meng's workplace was somewhat distant from their home. He served as the head of security in an office building. The company was a full 10 kilometers away, necessitating that Zhao Ming relied on public transportation, such as buses and subways, for his daily commute. Consequently, he departed early and returned late, and during night shifts, his schedule would flip entirely. However, being the head of security afforded Zhao Ming certain privileges, rendering his job relatively manageable. This, however, posed a conundrum. As per Zhao Chang's instructions, Zhao Ming's bus and subway routes bore no connection to Hu Wei's movements. The two paths were, indeed, mere parallels with no intersections. In contrast, the lifestyles of Zhao Ming and Hu Wei were markedly dissimilar. Hu Wei led a rather monotonous routine, while Zhao Ming preferred to wander aimlessly. He was a restless spirit, often finding joy in strolling about without concern for purchases, simply indulging in the act of wandering. As a result, Zhao Ming's movements appeared somewhat erratic, though they predominantly revolved around familiar locales, primarily around home or near the office. After jotting down his notes, Zhou Tsang inquired, "Has Zhao Ming visited any unusual places lately, or perhaps somewhere he typically would not go?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Chang furrowed his brow in deep thought. And after a moment's reflection, he replied, "Now that you mention it, there is indeed something that comes to mind." Chapter 4. Intersection of Paths. As he pondered Zhou Tsang's prompt, a particular incident sprang to Zhao Chang's mind. Recently, Zhao Ming visited the hospital due to a rheumatic condition. This ailment is fundamentally incurable and can only be alleviated through medication, which is why Zhao Ming frequently seeks prescriptions. Qin Mu keenly discerned a crucial point. If he had not misheard, this account had also been mentioned by Hu Wei's wife, Zhang Jing. Furthermore, both individuals shared a commonality. They suffered from joint-related disorders. It stands to reason that, upon registration, they would be assigned to the same department. Thus, a connection emerged between them, transforming previously parallel lines into intersecting ones. The intersection point serves as the crux of the matter. However, prior to that, it is essential to ascertain whether both patients consulted the same hospital. If they did not, the preceding conjecture would collapse, reverting the lines back to their parallel state. If memory serves me correctly, it should be the second hospital. Zhao Chang provided this information, prompting Qin Mu to glance at Zhou Tsang, who nodded in affirmation. It appears they must visit the second hospital to investigate further. If they can locate the medical records of the two individuals, it would be most advantageous. Naturally, before proceeding, it is imperative to inquire whether Zhao Ming had any personal vendettas. The answer is a resounding yes. Zhao Ming indeed harbors numerous enemies, a consequence of his profession. It is well known that the position of security team leader is relatively relaxed, yet when incidents occur, it becomes anything but easy. The subordinate security personnel, eager to avoid trouble, invariably shift the burden onto the team leader. It is undeniable that if matters are not handled properly, the higher-ups will undoubtedly reprimand the head of security. Consequently, Zhao Ming will inevitably find himself at odds with certain individuals. Given that Zhao Ming has been in his position for several years, such conflicts have become increasingly frequent. Over time, this has led to a growing number of adversarial relationships. As for Zhao Chang, he remains oblivious to these developments, as Zhao Ming refrains from disclosing work-related matters to him to spare him any worries. Should Qin Mu and his companions wish to delve deeper, they would need to approach Zhao Ming's colleagues. However, at present, Qin Mu and his group have no intention of seeking out Zhao Ming's associates. Instead, they must make their way to the second hospital. This establishment is renowned in the area and boasts a considerable footprint. Their destination is the orthopedics department. Based on information provided by Zhao Chang, who mentioned that Zhao Ming had previously consulted there, the department is known for a prominent physician. A recommendation from some of Zhao Chang's old friends. Coincidentally, Hu Wei is also registered with the orthopedics department. Such numerous coincidences are bound to provoke speculation. Upon seeing the group, a nurse at the station promptly rose from her seat, inquiring, "Excuse me, what brings you here?" The young nurse, evidently new to the job, appeared somewhat flustered, suggesting that she seldom engages in conversation. Qin Mu stepped forward to ask, "Could you direct us to the orthopedics department? Follow this corridor to the end. Then take a left," she replied, indicating the way. The petite nurse replied meticulously, then seemed to recall something, adding, "However, there appears to be quite a number of orthopedic patients at the moment. Would you like me to assist in pausing the appointments?" She glanced at the waiting area, filled to capacity with patients. Her implication was clear. If urgency dictated, they could request the patients to wait a little longer. The individuals present were not in critical condition. Those with severe ailments would certainly not be seated there. "No need. We can manage on our own." Qin Mu declined the nurse's kind offer. With so many patients, it would be inappropriate for them to take up additional time. A slight delay for themselves would suffice, and there was no necessity to waste the patient's time. Moreover, with numerous doctors available, they could easily consult one before proceeding to another. Zhou Tsang suddenly inquired, "By the way, do you know which doctor is responsible for the patients, Zhao Ming and Hu Wei?" I can help you look it up. The nurse swiftly began to search on the computer. Their hospital had an independent medical system that recorded patients' conditions and information established for convenient future reference. Before long, the nurse provided the answer. It is Dr. Yang Yi. Upon hearing this name, Qin Mu's brow furrowed slightly. It sounded oddly familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Zhou Tsang continued, could you assist us in scheduling an appointment with this doctor? Certainly. I will give Dr. Yang a call. The nurse responded, dialing the number. After explaining the situation on their end, a prompt response came from the other side of the line. Of course, that can be arranged. A few moments later, the nurse explained, Dr. Yang is quite renowned, so there may be a considerable number of patients. You might have to wait a bit. Yang Yi has become a prominent figure in orthopedics, attracting countless patients daily. Several individuals had already entered the consultation room, and it seemed they would have to wait until Yang Yi had finished attending to this batch of patients before they could see him. Naturally, Qin Mu had no objections to this arrangement. Very well, we shall wait. He nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the nurse guided them to Dr. Yang's consultation area. Although Yang Yi worked in the orthopedics department, he set himself apart from his colleagues due to his exceptional talent. Thus, he enjoyed certain privileges, including his own office and consultation room. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by the sight of a dozen patients queued up. The patients appeared somewhat surprised at the presence of the newcomers. This is a hospital. Why are the police here? Has someone committed a crime? Or is it that an officer has been injured? Speculations ran rampant until the nurse clarified. Once this batch of patients has been seen, you may enter directly. Dr. Yang has already granted permission. Thank you. Zhou Tsang replied with a smile. You're welcome. Please, continue with your work. I shall return to the station. Should you have any questions, feel free to approach me at the nurse's station, the nurse said before departing. The patients, now unconcerned, resumed their wait for their names to be called. Of course, some had indeed become noticeably more courteous. The three of them settled onto a nearby bench, patiently awaiting the gradual progression of the consultations. Time ticked on. Only one patient remained at the entrance. As the last individual entered, a few people perked up, preparing to meet Dr. Yang. After approximately 4 or 5 minutes, the patient emerged from within. Zhou Tsang took the lead, standing up swiftly and making his way to the consultation room, where he knocked on the door. Chapter 5. Acquaintances, please come in. A gentle voice resonated from within the consultation room. The space was modest, containing only a desk accompanied by a bookshelf, which held not books, but an array of various accolades and certificates. A few chairs were positioned in front of the desk, where a kind-looking man sat opposite. Upon seeing Qin Mu, the man appeared momentarily taken aback and remarked, Young man, I never anticipated you were a police officer. Qin Mu recognized the individual before him as the man he had encountered the previous day at the cemetery. I didn't expect you to be a doctor. Qin Mu responded with a smile. You two know each other? Zhou Yingying inquired, somewhat surprised. We crossed paths by chance yesterday, Qin Mu clarified. They were not well acquainted, merely having met once. We only encountered each other at the cemetery yesterday. Yang Yi also took the initiative to explain. The cemetery? Zhou Yingying noted this in her mind. Not out of suspicion regarding Qin Mu's visit there, but out of simple curiosity. Dr. Yang, we have come to discuss a matter with you, Zhou Tsang interjected, clearing his throat to steer the conversation back on track and began to outline their purpose. Although Yang Yi encounters numerous patients on a daily basis, it is quite plausible that he does not recognize Zhao Meng or Hu Wei. However, he must possess some vague recollection of them. You mentioned their names, but I truly do not know them, Yang Yi replied, shaking his head. The sheer exhaustion from diagnosing patients leaves him no room to remember their names. Yet, if one were to describe a patient's appearance, he might just have some inkling. Hu Wei, for instance, is a rather refined-looking individual who visited for gout and sported a pair of black-framed glasses. Zhou Yingying swiftly detailed Hu Wei's physical characteristics. Ah, that person. I have a slight impression, Yang Yi mused. Upon hearing gout, he recalled such a patient. Their hospital indeed has a rheumatology and immunology department, where one could directly register for ailments like gout. While a visit to orthopedics is also possible, it is entirely unnecessary. He initially recommended that young man seek the rheumatology department, but it appears he did not heed that advice. Nevertheless, that is of little consequence, as he is capable of treatment. However, the young man disregarded medical guidance entirely. Despite being instructed to avoid alcohol and seafood, he indulged without restraint, thus exacerbating his gout condition, demonstrating a rather defiant stance against his affliction. But why do you inquire about him? Yang Yi questioned, somewhat perplexed. Such patients, although somewhat unique, are not rare. Hu Wei is merely one among many. His vivid recollection of Hu Wei stems from the latter's non-compliance with medical advice. Hu Wei has passed away, Zhou Tsang announced. Deceased? That explains much, Yang Yi replied, nodding thoughtfully. They were not surprised by Yang Yi's reaction. Frankly speaking, doctors have encountered more deceased individuals than they have seen living ones. The older the physician, the more desensitized they become to death. It is entirely inevitable for a doctor of Yang Yi's age to respond in such a manner upon hearing about mortality. Upon hearing Yang Yi's remark, Zhou promptly inquired, "What do you mean, Dr. Yang? Do you have any clues?" While he had no specific leads, he did note that the patient, Hu Wei, had not come for his medication recently. Yang Yi elaborated that Hu Wei would typically visit for consultations every so often, and due to the exacerbation of his condition, Yang Yi would adjust his medication dosage accordingly. Over time, Yang Yi had discerned a pattern. The young man would make an appearance every 7 to 10 days. However, it had now been over 10 days since Hu Wei last visited, raising Yang Yi's suspicions about a potential issue. Zhou inquiry led to a sudden realization. "How much do you know about this Hu Wei?" Zhou asked, jotting down notes and pressing for more information. Yang Yi shook his head. He was merely a doctor, not a detective, and could hardly be expected to know such details. Furthermore, patients seldom disclose their home situations during consultations. With no other option, Zhou shifted his focus to another deceased individual, Zhao Meng. In contrast to Hu Wei, Zhao Meng's characteristics were far more pronounced. True to his name, he was robust and brawny, resembling the legendary figure Li Kuei. Anyone who caught a glimpse of him would not soon forget. Indeed, Yang Yi recalled Zhao Meng, though his knowledge about him was even more limited. Zhao Meng's visits to the doctor were not regular. At times, he would only rush to the hospital when he felt his condition worsening. Typically, he sought treatment at a small clinic, primarily to save on expenses. A choice Yang Yi could comprehend. Moreover, ailments such as rheumatic bone diseases are notoriously difficult to cure. One could only find solace in moments of relief. Was it possible that this individual had also succumbed? Yang Yi quickly grasped the implication. It was evident that the inquiry into the deceased was not without purpose. They must have traced the investigation back to him. Indeed, Zhao Meng had passed away, and initial suspicions pointed to the same perpetrator. Zhou provided a brief explanation before posing a question. "Do you happen to know if there was any interaction between the two?" The commonality between the two deceased was this very hospital, making it the primary suspect, with the likelihood that the culprit was affiliated with the institution. To identify the perpetrator, one could only narrow down the possibilities gradually. If Yang Yi were privy to such information, he would undoubtedly be of great assistance. Naturally, he indicated himself. He had treated both individuals, which was the sole connection he was aware of. However, beyond that, he had no further knowledge, as his working hours were predominantly fixed. He spent his time either in the consultation room or in the restroom. Those were his two main locations. Occasionally, during meetings held in the hospital, he might be included. Yang Yi had a strong aversion to such meetings. Thus, he often opted out of tedious gatherings, attending only those that were absolutely unavoidable or specifically related to medical matters. This, of course, was well understood. The question remained, aside from you, were there any others? Zhou reiterated once more. They were undoubtedly aware of the connection between the two. Otherwise, they would not have sought out Yang Yi. However, observing Yang Yi's demeanor, Zhou felt that the likelihood of him being the perpetrator was quite low. His appearance exuded a benevolent aura, and coupled with Yang Yi's daily busyness, it seemed implausible that he could find the time to commit such a crime. Hence, Zhou considered Yang Yi to be relatively unremarkable in terms of suspicion. "I cannot say," Yang Yi replied, shaking his head. If he had known, he would have disclosed it earlier rather than keeping it to himself until now. At that moment, Qin Mu, who had remained silent for quite some time, suddenly inquired, "By the way, Dr. Yang, forgive my impertinence, but how did your daughter pass away?" Upon hearing daughter, Yang Yi's demeanor visibly darkened. A glimmer of tears welled in the corners of his eyes, while Qin Mu patiently awaited Yang Yi's response. "She succumbed to leukemia." Yang Yi slowly revealed the truth. His daughter had been afflicted with leukemia from birth, and despite his numerous attempts, he had failed to save her. As a physician, he could not rescue his patient. As a father, he could not save his daughter. At times, he even regretted choosing to study orthopedics, pondering whether things might have been different had he pursued a specialty in hematology. After sharing his thoughts, Yang Yi's emotional turmoil became palpable, reflecting the profound love he harbored for his daughter. The consultation room fell into a deep silence until Qin Mu finally spoke. "I apologize for my insensitivity." His earlier inquiry was merely to ascertain whether Yang Yi's mindset would drastically change due to his daughter's situation. It now appears that Yang Yi's mental state is, in fact, rather unstable. Had this matter not been mentioned previously, there would have been no significant issue. However, the situation has now escalated considerably. To be candid, Qin Mu does not believe that Yang Yi possesses the necessary conditions to treat patients at this moment, as he himself is akin to a patient burdened by profound psychological distress. If he does not receive proper guidance, he may remain ensnared in a web of self-reproach for the entirety of his life, ultimately leading to his complete downfall. "Dr. Yang, I understand that losing a daughter is an excruciating ordeal, My condolences, Zhou remarked as he rose. At this juncture, any words of comfort would be futile, merely shackles devoid of significance. It's all right. I recognize that it is an immutable reality, yet emotions are mine to wield. If I do not express them, would that not be a loss? Yang Yi said, wiping away his tears with a hint of humor. Shortly thereafter, they exited the consultation room. Yang Yi retrieved a photograph from his drawer, caressed it gently before placing it back, and then dialed the nurse's station, stating, "We can proceed with the next diagnosis." Perhaps due to the guilt of being unable to save his daughter, Yang Yi has transformed into a workaholic, relentlessly attending to patients as if curing them would somehow alleviate his daughter's condition. Although this is not the case, it may serve as a form of psychological solace for him. Meanwhile, Qin Mu and the others had no intention of leaving the hospital. Instead, they began to investigate whether the two deceased had interacted with anyone else. This was the only lead available, and they could only pursue it further. However, the second hospital was overwhelmingly vast, with an innumerable flow of people each day. Zhao Meng and Hu Wei were merely two among the throngs. How many could possibly remember them? After much effort, they found themselves with no concrete clues. Ultimately, they had to concede defeat. To be frank, they had not anticipated such an outcome. Could it be that Yang Yi was the murderer? Qin Mu found himself pondering this unsettling possibility. Yet, what motive could Yang Yi have for such a heinous act? There had been no conflict between him and the two deceased. Their relationship was simply that of doctor and patient. They were even oblivious to each other's family backgrounds. Under such circumstances, how could Yang Yi possibly be the perpetrator? Unless it were a crime of passion, but such a violent act would not align with the senseless torment inflicted upon the victims. It was illogical, to say the least. The absence of any issues presented a considerable dilemma. Zhou Yingying wore a look of deep concern. The lack of a problem was the most significant problem of all. They could not even identify where the issue lay. This situation left them unable to pinpoint a suspect, which was perplexing. It seemed they would have no choice but to focus their attention on Yang Yi. Zhou remarked. As the only common link between the two deceased, scrutinizing Yang Yi had become an inevitable course of action. I personally believe that Dr. Yang would not engage in such behavior, Zhou Yingying countered. Yang Yi appeared benevolent and kind-hearted, with an excellent reputation within the hospital. In fact, the nurses and doctors alike often praised him. It is said that during the time when Yang Yi's daughter fell ill, he frequently took the opportunity to be by her side, demonstrating his dedication to family. Such a man, who exemplifies propriety both in his professional life and at home, seems incapable of engaging in dubious conduct. Although his demeanor does not suggest otherwise, one must not rely solely on appearances. One should also observe his actions. Zhou remarked upon Zhou Yingying, noting that an individual can masquerade effectively, and over time, they may come to believe in their own facade. When such a person confronts you, they will exhibit no telltale signs of their true nature. Hence, skepticism is warranted, which reflects Zhou perspective. Qin Mu shares a similar viewpoint, albeit with a touch more rationality. While Yang Yi presents himself in a particular manner, who can ascertain what he conceals beneath the surface? To truly grasp a person's character, it is essential to inquire among those in their circle. Consequently, they ventured to Yang Yi's residential community. After conducting some inquiries, they ultimately concluded that Yang Yi is indeed a person of integrity, consistent in both appearance and reality. In the community, whenever Yang Yi's name is mentioned, it is invariably accompanied by descriptors such as a good person or an honest man. Throughout his residence there, he has never been involved in any conflicts. The neighborhood is home to numerous stray cats and dogs, and for many years, Yang Yi has made it a point to provide them with sustenance daily. If this behavior is merely an act, it would imply that Yang Yi's deception runs extraordinarily deep. They could only accept this possibility. To maintain such a facade for decades requires an immense amount of willpower, a testament to the gravity of the situation. Regardless, Zhou and his companions did not perceive Yang Yi as being insincere. He was simply that kind of person, unable to delve any deeper into the investigation. They had no choice but to abandon it. Thus, they returned directly to the police station, intending to share the intelligence they had gathered. However, upon their arrival, they were summoned by Zhao Yan. Zhou, what is your perspective on this case? Zhao Yan, with disheveled hair and bloodshot eyes, exhibited a somewhat irritable demeanor. Look with your own eyes, Zhou retorted. Stop wasting time with nonsense, and get to the point. You were the one rambling first, Zhou remarked, casting a glance at Zhao Yan before seating himself. What a ridiculous notion. He was a police officer, not a clairvoyant. Given the limited time frame, how could he possibly deduce anything? Even if he dared to voice a theory, would anyone believe him? Therefore, Zhou chose to remain silent. Alas, public opinion is rampant. Zhao Yan sighed, plopping down on the ground. Due to the heightened attention from the citizens, their superiors demanded a swift resolution to the case. In such a brief period, how many calls had he received from higher-ups? It was understandable that Zhao Yin was on edge. Chapter 7. Investigating Yang Yi. The dissemination of public opinion was swift, primarily fueled not only by the gruesome nature of the victim's demise but also by the audacity of the location where the body was disposed of. These were predominantly areas with heavy foot traffic, making the discovery of the corpse inevitable. In such circumstances, even attempts at managing public sentiment proved futile. Fortunately, Zhou Tsang returned with some encouraging news for Zhao Yin. Otherwise, Zhao Yin would surely have gone mad. The singular connection that was Yang Yi had directly aroused Zhao Yin's suspicion. Both deceased individuals had visited the same hospital and consulted the same physician. Such coincidences are exceedingly rare. As the attending physician for both patients, the doctor certainly held a distinct impression of them. It would be hard for Zhao Yin to believe that there were no issues at play here. Although both victims were quite recognizable, the clarity of the physician's recollection seemed excessive. To be frank, even Zhao Yin himself might struggle to remember the faces of past criminals, and they, as law enforcement officers, were trained to retain such details. It is even more improbable for a physician, who encounters a multitude of patients daily, to have a vivid memory of every individual. Any impression they might have could only be vague, and perhaps only recalled with external prompts. It is unlikely they would remember so distinctly. Therefore, Zhao Yin harbored significant suspicions towards Yang Yi and believed they should proceed directly to investigate him. Qin Mu shared this sentiment, recognizing that while Yang Yi may not outwardly appear to be the perpetrator, one must never judge solely by appearances. Further inquiry was essential. Consequently, Zhou Tsang and his companions made their way to Yang Yi's residence, hoping to uncover new insights. According to Yang Yi, his home was currently occupied by his wife, a homemaker who devoted her time to caring for their daughter. With their daughter now deceased, Yang Yi's wife spent her days in sorrow, rarely leaving the house. The trio soon arrived at Yang Yi's doorstep. After ringing the doorbell several times, a faint voice finally emerged from within, asking who was there. The tone suggested its owner was evidently weakened. The door was opened by a middle-aged woman clad in a robe, tears still glistening on her cheeks, her hair in disarray, clearly neglected for quite some time. This was Lu Feng, the wife of Yang Yi. Upon seeing the visitors, a momentary shock enveloped her. Why would the police come knocking at their door? Could it be that something had happened to Yang Yi? The mere thought of such a possibility nearly sent Lu Feng into a faint. Fortunately, Zhou Yingying was quick to react, supporting Lu Feng as she swayed. It was evident that Lu Feng was suffering from hypoglycemia, a condition undoubtedly triggered by the tragic loss of her daughter. At a glance, one could sense that Lu Feng appeared somewhat malnourished. Did Yang Yi not care? In truth, Yang Yi was indeed concerned, but his efforts were in vain. He had to work and could not spend every day by Lu Feng's side. During their shared meals, he would gently attempt to console her, yet to no avail. The ailment of the heart requires the remedy of the heart, and it would be best for Lu Feng to seek the expertise of a psychologist. As Yang Yi was out of his depth in this regard, Zhou Yingying guided Lu Feng back to the sofa, where it was clear the living room was cluttered with dolls, and a photograph lay among them. The sofa bore a distinct indentation, indicating that this woman had only recently occupied that spot. One could envision the scene, Lu Feng seated on the sofa, gazing at the dolls before her and the photograph nestled among them. The picture depicted a girl of 7 or 8, her smile radiating innocence and joy, accompanied by Yang Yi, who looked at the girl with a tender, adoring gaze. The couple had showered their little daughter with boundless love and affection. After Lu Feng took a sip of water, she visibly felt much better and expressed her gratitude to Zhou Yingying. Following that, Lu Feng began to inquire about the matter at hand, specifically asking what Qin Mu and the others were there for. What brings you to seek me? Lu Feng inhaled deeply, as if steeling herself for what was to come. Qin Mu directly posed the question, has there been anything unusual with your husband lately? This was the primary reason for their visit. If they could ascertain any abnormalities concerning Yang Yi, they would be able to follow the leads further. Initially, they had intended to conduct a thorough investigation at the hospital, especially since the deceased had been injected with a substance that, given Yang Yi's profession as a doctor, should have been easily accessible to him. They did pursue this line of inquiry, but the records of the drugs dispensing were meticulously documented, and Yang Yi had no involvement in the matter. Consequently, they had no choice but to abandon that line of investigation and return to the police station empty-handed. Unusual? Lu Feng shook her head. How could there possibly be anything unusual? My mental state has not been good these past few days. And even when Yang Yi does come home, I hardly pay attention to him. Why do you ask about this? Lu Feng sensed something amiss in Qin Mu's tone. The fact that the police had come knocking and immediately inquired about abnormalities could only lead her to one conclusion. She was being treated as a suspect. Zhou Tsang interjected. We are currently suspecting that your husband may be connected to a homicide case. Meanwhile, Qin Mu scrutinized Lu Feng's facial expressions. However, his expectations were soon dashed. Lu Feng first exhibited a moment of shock, followed by an expression of disbelief. "It is impossible. You must be mistaken," Lu Fang firmly rejected. The entire community is well aware of how remarkable Yang Yi is. It was precisely because of his virtuous character that she willingly married him. After years of companionship, no one understands Yang Yi better than she does. He is undoubtedly a good person, incapable of committing any unlawful acts. Qin Mu furrowed his brow, recalling the residents' opinions of Yang Yi. If even his closest confidant speaks so highly of him, then it is highly probable that Yang Yi is indeed a genuine, good-natured individual. Could it be that this matter truly has no connection to him? At that moment, Lu Fang's demeanor suddenly shifted to one of agitation. After a brief contemplation, Qin Mu spoke soothingly. "We too do not believe that Dr. Yang is at fault. However, the issue at hand is that all evidence points towards him. Madam, I implore you to cooperate fully, as this is the only way to clear Dr. Yang's name." Upon hearing this, Lu Fang's emotions settled considerably. She nodded and replied, "You are right. The innocent will clear their name, while the guilty will reveal themselves. I am certain that Yang Yi would never engage in any illegal activities. You may ask me anything. Thank you for your cooperation, Ms. Lu. Given this, could you recall the times when Dr. Yang returned home and when he left for work in the mornings?" Chapter 8. The clock. Lu Fang's expression tightened upon hearing this, and she began to reflect carefully. Although she could not pinpoint the exact times, she was still able to provide a general time frame. In recent days, Yang Yi has maintained his routine, rising promptly at 7 in the morning and returning home around 9 in the evening. There is no doubt about this. It is a fact that cannot be disputed. Qin Mu took note of this, which indicated that even if Yang Yi retired for the night at 11, he would still enjoy a substantial 8 hours of rest. This is undoubtedly sufficient, especially considering Yang Yi's advancing age. It is well known that as one ages, the need for sleep diminishes, which explains why many elderly individuals manage with only a few hours of slumber each night. After noting this, Qin Mu probed further. "Are you aware of Dr. Yang's recent visits to the cemetery?" This question harkens back to Qin Mu's initial encounter with Yang Yi, laden with implications that are readily apparent. Logically, such matters ought not to be concealed from Lu Fang. However, she merely shook her head, stifling sobs as she lamented. "Why didn't Yi take me along?" Observing Lu Fang's demeanor, Qin Mu comprehended why Yang Yi would refrain from including her. It is no wonder that Yang Yi chose to keep this from her. Even Qin Mu would have acted similarly. The possibility of Lu Fang becoming overwhelmed with emotion upon encountering their daughter's gravestone, leading to uncontrollable grief, would undoubtedly be a devastating blow for her at this juncture. Or rather, a profoundly serious issue. Yang Yi must have been acutely aware of this, thus rendering his decision not to involve Lu Fang entirely understandable. Frankly, this situation has left Qin Mu somewhat perplexed. Every action Yang Yi undertakes is both logical and justified. They are unable to pinpoint his time of action, location, or method. It is inconceivable that Yang Yi's residence could serve as the scene of the crime, as there exists no place within it to inflict torment upon the deceased. Frankly speaking, Yang Yi's home is rather modest, comprising a small 3-bedroom apartment. He and his wife occupy one room, while their daughter has another, and the third room belongs to their elder son, who, being of age, works away from home and only returns a few times a year, making him currently unavailable to Qin Mu and the others. To return to the main point, according to Lu Fang, Yang Yi maintains a regular schedule, and investigations have shown that the journey from Yang Yi's home to the hospital, under normal driving conditions, would require at least 30 to 40 minutes. Mornings are particularly congested, so it is entirely reasonable for Yang Yi to leave early to arrive at the second hospital by the start of his shift at 8:30. For chief physicians like Yang Yi, the second hospital adopts a relatively lenient approach, thus allowing for such a departure time. After finishing his duties at the second hospital around 8:30 in the evening, Yang Yi would return home around 9 o'clock, which is entirely plausible. Consequently, it is implausible that he would have had the opportunity to commit the crime. Furthermore, their home could not possibly be the crime scene. This implies that should Yang Yi have intended to carry out such an act, he would have needed to secure the victim in a specific location, invest time in their torment, and ultimately execute them before disposing of the body. Selecting their home as the site for such a heinous act would undoubtedly be imprudent, as the mere sound of screams would suffice to alert the neighbors, rendering concealment impossible. Additionally, regarding the motive for the crime, there has been a conspicuous absence of any discernible motive on Yang Yi's part throughout the entirety of the investigation. Both deceased individuals were patients of Dr. Yang Yi, yet there appeared to be no conflict between them. In fact, apart from seeking medical attention, there was no connection among the three. How could this possibly give rise to a motive for murder? It was evident that Zhou Tsang had also contemplated this, furrowing his brow in deep thought before they decided to leave. As it stands, Dr. Yang Yi should not be considered the perpetrator. Suddenly, a ringing sound echoed through the room. Lu Fang returned, silencing the alarm clock, and addressed the group. I apologize for the disturbance. The alarm went off. Due to the urgency of the situation, Lu Fang still clutched the clock in her hand. Qin Mu waved his hand dismissively and remarked, "We have intruded, Doctor. Yang has been cleared of suspicion." After bidding farewell to the others, Lu Fang closed the door and placed the alarm clock back in its original position. Tick-tock, the rhythmic ticking of the clock reverberated through the silent house, as if this sound was the sole remnant of life within its walls. In the elevator, Zhou Yingying commented, "I can't believe Dr. Yang still uses a battery-operated analog clock." This notion resonated with her, as she too cherished such timepieces. The sound of the ticking hands reminded her of the passage of time, whereas the digital displays of smartphones and electronic clocks presented merely a cold sequence of numbers that, in her eyes, held no significance. Unbeknownst to them, their lives had become a mere string of digits. Thus, she occasionally yearned for that vibrant sensation of time's movement. Naturally, a clock was the finest choice, without question. "Do you also use such a clock?" Qin Mu raised an eyebrow and inquired. "Of course," Zhou Yingying replied without hesitation. Then continued, "Don't you find the sound of the ticking clock beside your ear to be a rather romantic notion?" Qin Mu shook his head, then nodded. This left Zhou Yingying somewhat perplexed. She wondered what his mixed signals meant. However, it was evident that Qin Mu had no intention of elaborating further. As the elevator doors opened, several individuals stepped out. Unbeknownst to them, night had quietly fallen. Shortly after their departure, a familiar figure appeared in the underground parking lot. It was Yang Yi. At that moment, Yang Yi had discarded his white coat and donned an all-black ensemble. Breathing heavily with beads of sweat covering his forehead, one could only speculate what had exhausted this doctor to such an extent. After securing his car, Yang Yi inspected the area twice before straightening his attire, wiping the sweat from his brow, and taking a deep breath to steady his breathing as he headed towards the elevator. Upon returning home, Lu Fang had prepared 2 small dishes. Although she felt somewhat out of sorts, she still made dinner for Yang Yi, understanding that he was her husband. Having toiled throughout the day, it would be unfair for Yang Yi to return home to an empty kitchen. Expecting him to prepare a meal would only add to his fatigue. While Yang Yi may not voice his discomfort, Lu Fang would feel uneasy herself. The two sat across from each other at the dining table, with Lu Fang's mood remaining somewhat subdued. However, Yang Yi discerned a hint of something amiss. Lu Fang's emotions today seemed to be tinged with an undercurrent. At that moment, Lu Fang set down her chopsticks and inquired, "When did you last visit the cemetery?" Chapter 9. Another deceased. Upon hearing this question, Yang Yi was momentarily taken aback. Perplexed by the source of the leak, reflecting on the situation, he soon realized that the police must have visited their home today. It made sense, after all. He was the sole link between the two deceased, and it was only natural for them to investigate him. Maintaining his composure, Yang Yi asked, "Did the police come by?" "Let that aside for now. Why did you not take me with you to the cemetery?" Lu Fang's voice was rife with reproach. She too wished to visit her daughter. "I'm concerned about your condition," Yang Yi explained. He understood Lu Fang's deep yearning for her daughter, but given her recent poor health, he feared that a visit to the cemetery might lead to unforeseen consequences. He had already lost his daughter. He could not bear to lose his wife as well. "My condition." Lu Fang's voice faltered. She was not the type of woman to be unreasonable. Indeed, one could say she was rather rational. She was acutely aware of her own health. "Eat more and take care of yourself, and I will take you when you are better," Yang Yi said softly, as if soothing a child. Despite having endured a long and tiring day, he remained patient in his words. It was evident that Yang Yi possessed a gentle disposition. "You mustn't deceive me." Lu Fang picked up her chopsticks and took a few bites of rice. She was aware that she could no longer continue down this path. She could not allow her family to worry about her, as it would only lead to more trouble. It was time to return to the right track. While eating, Lu Fang inquired, "What exactly is going on with the police matter?" Initially, Qin Mu and the others had only asked questions without divulging much information, leaving Lu Fang largely in the dark about the entire situation. Yang Yi, realizing he could no longer conceal the truth, promptly recounted the entire sequence of events to Lu Fang. Due to her recent emotional turmoil, she was unaware of the uproar surrounding this case, and upon hearing the details, she grasped the terrifying nature of the incident. In a moment of unexpected impulse, Lu Fang asked, "You wouldn't be involved in something like this, would you?" Although she did not believe Yang Yi would engage in such actions, the question slipped out nonetheless. "No," Yang Yi replied, shaking his head. Lu Fang tightened her grip on the chopsticks and nodded. The remainder of the meal lapsed back into silence. The night was perpetually tranquil, and as the starlight filtered through the window, the room was bathed in a dazzling glow. Lying in bed, Lu Fang glanced outside the window before turning her gaze to Yang Yi beside her. The following day, Qin Mu hurriedly arrived at the police station. His urgency stemmed from a call he received from Zhao Yan, urging him to come as soon as possible. Upon arriving, Hu Che immediately sensed the oppressive atmosphere within the precinct. In the conference room, Zhao Yin wore a grim expression as he addressed the assembled officers. Delivering the grave news, another person had gone missing. If it were merely a case of disappearance, it would not necessitate such a grand mobilization. However, in light of recent events, it is challenging to avoid drawing connections between the two. The missing individual, named Chen Quan, is an employee of an electronic communications company. Just a couple of days ago, he was diligently at work, yet he has since failed to appear for 2 consecutive days, raising suspicions within the company. Upon inquiring with his family, they discovered that Chen Quan had not returned home, and attempts to contact him proved futile, prompting the company to notify the authorities. Thus, a report was filed. For the time being, they decided to set aside their current cases and focus on locating this individual. Zhao Yin was clearly suppressing his frustration. Many outside were speculating that Chen Quan had been abducted by a perpetrator, even conjecturing on the manner of his demise. The higher-ups were directly pressuring Zhao Yin to locate Chen Quan to quell these rumors, which further fueled his ire. Zhang Qi, you were tasked with investigating Chen Quan's company to determine when he was last seen there. Lao Chen, take a couple of individuals to Chen Quan's residence and inquire with his neighbors about when they last saw him. Zhao Yin methodically delegated tasks, and soon it was Qin Mu's turn. Their assignment was straightforward: to visit the second hospital and ascertain whether the deceased had been a patient there. It appeared that Zhao Yin also harbored suspicions that Chen Quan had been abducted, otherwise, he would not have ordered such an investigation. If it turned out that Chen Quan was indeed a patient at the second hospital, or perhaps a patient of Yang Yi, the implications could be significant. After receiving the photographs of Chen Quan, the group swiftly made their way to the second hospital. Upon arriving at the nurse's station, they were met by the same young nurse, who appeared somewhat taken aback by their presence. Qin Mu directly inquired, "Could you assist us in locating a patient by the name of Chen Quan?" The young nurse hesitated. Previously, when she had assisted Qin Mu and his companions in searching for a patient, she had been reprimanded harshly by her superiors for not following protocol, which mandated that such inquiries be reported to higher authorities to allow them to prepare accordingly. Upon reflection, she recognized the validity of this concern. Not surprised by her response, Qin Mu suggested that she consult with the hospital's administration. Shortly thereafter, the hospital provided guidance, instructing the nurse to cooperate with Qin Mu and his team without delay, emphasizing that such matters should no longer require prior consultation. Feeling somewhat aggrieved, the nurse pondered the inconsistency in the administration's stance. Previously, she had been advised to report matters diligently. Yet now it was deemed a trivial issue. As she suppressed her frustration, she began searching the hospital's medical system for patients named Chen Quan. In no time, a list appeared, revealing 13 patients bearing that name, 3 of whom were female and could be easily disregarded. Qin Mu handed the nurse Chen Quan's photograph, asking her to compare it against the records to ascertain if any matched. The process of verifying an individual's information was indeed quite straightforward. Moments later, the nurse delivered the disappointing news: there was no match. The Chen Quan within their medical system bore no resemblance whatsoever to this particular Chen Quan, which took several individuals by surprise. Could it truly be nothing more than a straightforward missing persons case? Upon relaying this information to Zhao Yin, a palpable sense of relief washed over him, prompting him to instruct the others to persist in their investigation. In comparison to a mere missing persons case, this incident appeared to hold far greater significance, with ramifications too vast to ignore. Only by thoroughly unraveling this case could the tumultuous online discourse be quelled. Qin Mu and his companions wasted no time and commenced their inquiries within the hospital, eager to uncover any additional leads. Chapter 10. Another suspect. 2 days elapsed. Yet Qin Mu and his team unearthed scant evidence within the hospital, merely managing to identify another suspect. This individual was none other than Dr. Kong Xiang, an orthopedic surgeon. Dr. Kong embodied a stark contrast to Yang Yi, possessing a rather volatile temperament and a penchant for assertiveness. Their paths had crossed due to an earlier conflict with Zhao Meng. The situation unfolded as follows. When Zhao Meng first arrived at the second hospital, he initially sought to consult Yang Yi, but due to Yang Yi's overwhelming popularity, he ended up securing an appointment with another doctor, none other than Dr. Kong. As if the consultation were not enough, Zhao Meng audaciously inquired of Dr. Kong, "Between you and Dr. Yang, whose medical skills are superior?" This query immediately unsettled Dr. Kong, darkening his expression. "Are you looking for trouble?" were Dr. Kong's exact words. Who does not know that Yang Yi is the hallmark of the orthopedics department at the second hospital? He is acutely aware that his medical skills do not rival those of Yang Yi, yet your blatant provocation is utterly excessive. Thus, Zhao Meng found himself incensed. "I merely inquired. What gives you the right to treat me this way?" The two parted ways in a state of discontent, leaving matters unresolved. When several others became aware of the incident, they sensed the gravity of the situation and promptly sought out Kong Xiang. After a thorough inquiry, Kong Xiang was provisionally designated as the second suspect, albeit with insufficient motive to substantiate the claim. Just as they contemplated further investigation, a sudden call from Zhao Yin urged them to hasten to the riverbank. It was the same river. Upon hearing this, they realized something had gone awry. True to their fears, upon arrival, they discovered a lifeless body lying on the embankment. The corpse, mangled and bloodied, still oozed fresh blood, its pale eyeballs vacant. Severed toes and fingers, shattered limbs. This familiar method and brutal technique unmistakably indicated one thing. The murderer had struck again. One could only hope that this individual was not the previously sought Qin Quan, for that would spell significant trouble. You arrived just in time. Take a look around for anything unusual in the vicinity, Zhao Yin said, his expression grim as he approached the group. 3 times now, bodies had been disposed of at this riverbank. While the locations varied, all were along the banks of this river. It is hard not to suspect that the killer may be lurking nearby. Alternatively, the crime scene may lie in close proximity, which could explain why Zhao Yin summoned several individuals to investigate potential locations for the act. Both banks of the river are flanked by residential complexes and public squares, resulting in a substantial flow of pedestrians. Even during the night, numerous vendors populate the area, making it exceedingly difficult to dispose of a body without detection. The perpetrator's actions suggest that they possess alternative methods. Otherwise, it would be nearly impossible to evade the notice of so many. At that moment, Qin Mu observed a notable detail. The riverbank was exceptionally elevated. The embankment comprised 2 distinct tiers, the first being where they currently stood, while the second towered several meters above the first. However, the river's surface was several meters below the first tier. This indicated that the highest point of the river was still lower than the embankment's first tier. Thus, one might wonder why such an elevated embankment was constructed. Then, Qin Mu noticed a peculiar phenomenon. The second tier of the embankment and the first tier were separated by a stark contrast in color, resembling a fine line that divided the 2 sections. The upper part appeared somewhat soiled, while the lower section remained pristine, with water stains visible on the embankment above and beneath their feet. Qin Mu inquired of Zhou Tsang, "Is there a possibility that water is occasionally released here?" They were situated inland, making tidal fluctuations unlikely. However, since this river is a tributary of the Yellow River, if water is occasionally released from upstream, it could create a semblance of tidal behavior. There is a hydroelectric power station upstream. Were you not aware? Zhou Tsang explained. Let us proceed upstream and investigate further, Qin Mu suggested. Zhou Tsang was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped Qin Mu's implication. However, he harbored some reservations. The discovered corpses bore no signs of water stains. It could even be asserted that, aside from the blood on their bodies, there was no trace of moisture whatsoever. If the bodies had indeed been disposed of upstream, gradually carried downstream, it would be implausible for them to be devoid of any water markings. Thus, Zhou Tsang was not in agreement with this hypothesis. Perhaps there existed a substance that could entirely prevent the accumulation of water stains. Qin Mu chuckled softly, as this reminded him of a particular material, superhydrophobic material, which, even when water contacts its surface, leaves no trace. In fact, droplets resting on it would coalesce rather than disperse, due to its remarkable water-repellent properties. Such an outcome is entirely feasible. Qin Mu had previously delved into the intricacies of this material. Its principle is relatively straightforward. It is akin to a surface that securely traps a layer of gas, allowing liquid to float above this gaseous layer, thus exhibiting a repulsion to water. Another possibility could be that, rather than gas, the liquid is in intimate contact with the surface but is constrained or adhered above it. Should the perpetrator possess such a material and employed it on the corpse with subtlety, it would undoubtedly yield the observed condition. Hence, Qin Mu contemplated a visit upstream. Although this material is challenging to procure, it is not particularly extraordinary for those with intent. What perplexed Qin Mu, however, was how the assailant managed to shield the bodies from the formidable impact of water. It is well known that everything has its limits, and this material is no exception. If a dam were breached, the overwhelming force of the water would surely overwhelm it. At that time, the corpses would inevitably be stained with water. Moreover, a particularly significant point arises. How did these bodies precisely land on both sides of the riverbank? If 3 consecutive corpses exhibit the same pattern, it inevitably invites speculation. The perpetrator possesses the capability to cast the bodies into the river, allowing them to be swept away by the rushing waters, thereby achieving a discreet concealment. However, why would the assailant deliberately expose such a situation? The intent behind this choice remains shrouded in mystery. Zhou Tsang nodded repeatedly, and the group set off upstream. In stark contrast to the downstream area, the upstream region appeared considerably desolate. The banks were overgrown with weeds, devoid of any habitation, and even lay beyond the urban confines. A notable feature was the presence of an abandoned factory nearby. If this were to be considered as a crime scene, it would be most fitting. Firstly, there were no nearby inhabitants. Secondly, It allowed for the convenient disposal of bodies into the river. Thus, without a second thought, the group made their way to the derelict factory. Chapter 11. The disposal site. The interior of the abandoned factory was remarkably dilapidated. The crumbling buildings, the weed-choked courtyard, and the rusted pipes all exuded a sense of age. From the main entrance, it was evident that there were no traces of human activity within. Zhou Tsang led the way into the factory, carving a path ahead, with Qin Mu and the others following closely behind, finding it considerably easier to navigate. Once inside the factory, conditions improved significantly. The weeds were less prevalent, allowing the group to move with greater freedom. The factory comprised 3 large workshops, an employee cafeteria, and an office building, with little else to be found. The 3 factories stood empty, devoid of any belongings. The employee cafeteria still bore remnants of tables and benches that had not been removed, yet their dilapidated condition rendered them unusable. The office building appeared somewhat excessive in its number of rooms, comprising 3 floors, each containing approximately a dozen chambers. Among them, there was even a medical room, which contributed to the overall comprehensiveness of the facility. Upon completing their examination of the factory, they found no significant discoveries. Each room was cloaked in a thick layer of dust, suggesting that if anyone had visited this factory, traces would surely remain. However, none were present. The medical room, situated on the ground floor, had become overrun with weeds. After a meticulous search, the group found no points of suspicion, and thus they had no choice but to abandon their inquiry. There were no signs of human presence, let alone any murder weapon. Without hesitation, they exited the factory. This case had lingered long enough, and the perpetrator, driven by some ulterior motive, had expedited the demise of the victim. Originally, a person who went missing would typically have their body discovered after 7 days. Yet now, it had only taken 3 days, a significant reduction of time by half. Should the murderer continue to compress the timeline, the number of victims could increase exponentially. This reality compelled Qin Mu and the others to act swiftly. Consequently, they hastened away from the factory, making their way towards the upstream river. The banks of the river upstream were notably higher, and standing beside them while gazing down at the flowing waters was enough to induce a sense of trepidation. At that moment, Qin Mu noticed a faint mark of friction on the riverbed and promptly summoned Zhou and the others to join him. The traces of friction upon the riverbed are remarkably subtle, yet they are distinctly observable due to the stark contrast in color between the marks and their surroundings. These abrasions resemble the result of an object having grazed the surface. The scratches are rather slender, measuring merely 1 or 2 centimeters in width. For a moment, they could not fathom the source of such marks. Ultimately, Zhou Tsang captured a couple of photographs before proceeding to examine other areas. To his astonishment, he discovered that these minuscule scratches were ubiquitous around the vicinity. At regular intervals, similar marks appeared, including on the opposite bank of the river, where a clear correspondence could be discerned. The scratches on both sides of the riverbank aligned perfectly, akin to a rope connecting both banks, subjected to some weight that pressed down forcefully, resulting in these abrasions. The distance between each scratch was approximately 10 centimeters, with numerous analogous marks present. The cumulative height of these marks was comparable to that of an average person. Notably, the abrasions at the 2 edges were relatively faint. This could be easily explained, as among the group, Chen Quan was somewhat shorter, thereby reducing the number of ropes involved. Perhaps the perpetrator employed this technique to secure the body to something akin to a delicate line. Then, when the dam was opened and the water level gradually rose, the body would float upwards, eventually detaching from the fine line. Ultimately, it would drift downstream along the river's current, appearing alongside the riverbank. This method is relatively straightforward to execute, and the perpetrator need not devote time specifically to dispose of the body. Instead, after the victim is slain, they can simply secure the corpse above and await the release of water from the dam, allowing the body to drift away naturally. Subsequently, the assailant need only retract the fine thread, thereby crafting an alibi for themselves. It can be asserted that this criminal exhibits a remarkable intellect, for one would not conceive of such a scheme without considerable cunning. Upon gathering the collected clues, the group hastened back to the precinct. Upon receiving this intelligence, Zhao Yan's countenance darkened immediately, and he promptly mobilized personnel to surveil the area, hoping to uncover the murderer. Of course, this scenario represents the worst outcome. The mere presence of the assailant there would imply yet another victim has fallen prey. Their utmost priority remains capturing the criminal to prevent further harm to the residents. However, they must also prepare for contingencies. Hence, Zhao Yan felt compelled to dispatch individuals to monitor the location. Just as they deliberated on investigative strategies, another incident transpired. Yet another individual had gone missing, this time a man. Given the recent uproar surrounding these events, any report of a disappearance swiftly results in an alert to the authorities. While others reporting the incident is undoubtedly advantageous, it provides them with an additional avenue for criminal investigation. Zhou, you should head out, Zhao Yan addressed the group, noting the department's current personnel shortage due to the cases demanding attention. Certainly, Zhou nodded, as even he now suspected that the assailant had resumed their nefarious activities. The perpetrator seems to possess an uncanny awareness of their affairs. Just as they uncovered a glimmer of evidence, he brazenly resumed his heinous activities. This also illuminated a significant truth. The assailant's motive is overwhelmingly potent. Otherwise, he would not dare to strike again at such a precarious moment. Logically, one would expect that upon the discovery of evidence by the authorities, a criminal would retreat to alleviate suspicion, a common tactic known as laying low. Yet this particular murderer, as if driven to madness, unleashed a frenzied wave of violence upon his victims, raising acute suspicions about his intentions. Regardless of his motives, their immediate priority remained to investigate the matter of the missing individual. Consequently, the group hurriedly made their way to the location of the reporter. The reporter was the girlfriend of the missing person. Dressed in a soft shade of yellow, the young woman appeared visibly distressed. Upon seeing Qin Mu and his companions, a semblance of relief washed over her. "Hello, everyone," Huang Jing greeted them. Invited into the dwelling, Qin Mu promptly inquired, "May I ask when you first noticed your boyfriend was missing?" Taking a deep breath, Huang Jing began to recount the events. Chapter 12. Yang Yi takes leave. Last night, Huang Jing's boyfriend did not return home. Huang Jing knew him well, having been together for several years. Wang Lei, Huang Jing's boyfriend, was a simple and honest man. Their relationship began in university, and after graduation, they cohabitated while pursuing their respective careers. The reason for their separation in work was that both individuals chose to pursue careers aligned with their personal interests. Initially, Wang Lei contemplated working alongside Huang Jing. Yet she persuaded him otherwise. She did not want her presence to compel him into a profession devoid of his passion. Such a scenario would be unjust to Wang Lei. Moreover, they could still converse about their daily experiences upon returning home each evening. If they were to work in the same company, what would they have left to discuss at home? However, it was precisely this steadfast individual who suddenly vanished without a trace. There were no forewarnings. Wang Lei abstained from alcohol and smoking, and even during gatherings, he would always message Huang Jing. Yet, last night, he sent a message stating, "I will be home shortly. I have a surprise for you," only to subsequently disappear entirely. Indeed, he was missing. Huang Jing inundated him with a flurry of messages, yet received no response. Moreover, her phone calls went unanswered, and most alarmingly, Wang Lei did not return home that night. This situation could only signify one thing. Something had befallen Wang Lei. In light of recent incidents involving murder and body disposal, Huang Jing did not hesitate to report the matter to the authorities. Qin Mu took Huang Jing's phone and scrutinized the messages. It was evident that she had sent Wang Lei 70 or 80 messages without receiving a single reply. After attempting to call him over a dozen times, with no connection established, Qin Mu inquired, "May I attempt to call your boyfriend?" Huang Jing replied, "You may," but his phone appears to be turned off. As he made the final few calls, the voicemail prompt changed. Qin Mu nodded and proceeded to dial the number. Upon hearing the voice on the phone stating, "Hello, the user you have dialed is temporarily unavailable," Qin Mu immediately comprehended that something must have befallen Wang Lei. "Do you know the last location where your boyfriend went missing?" Qin Mu inquired, his expression growing increasingly grave. He feared that this individual had been abducted by a perpetrator. Should this be the case, Wang Lei's situation would likely be dire. In Qin Mu's estimation, the likelihood of such an event was alarmingly high. As an adult male, Wang Lei was not the type of person that human traffickers would typically target, nor would they engage in kidnapping for ransom, given their modest living conditions. Despite their comfortable lifestyle, they were not affluent enough to warrant such criminal attention. Aside from the recent, widely publicized murder case, Qin Mu believed that other possibilities were rather slim. Aware of the significance of this information, Huang Jing was diligently pondering the matter. However, she truly could not recall where Wang Lei had been before the incident occurred. After all, he had sent her a message prior to his disappearance, which did not disclose his location, leaving her at a loss. Upon receiving this answer, Qin Mu was not surprised. He then began to inquire about Wang Lei's usual commuting route. According to Huang Jing, it was likely that Wang Lei had been abducted on his way home after work, suggesting that the incident might have transpired during his commute. Furthermore, it was probable that this occurred in a relatively secluded area, providing the assailant with an opportunity to act. Huang Jing was well acquainted with Wang Lei's route home and swiftly began to describe it to the others. Soon, Qin Mu identified a concern. Wang Lei's path home unexpectedly led him near the vicinity of the second hospital. The second hospital is situated to the left of an intersection, while Wang Lei's company lies to the right. Following Wang Lei's route home, he would arrive at the vicinity of the intersection, cross it, pass the second hospital, and then turn left at the next junction. Upon realizing this, Qin Mu inquired, "Has Wang Lei ever visited the second hospital?" "Indeed. There was an occasion when Wang Lei had to go there due to a fracture. Our location is the nearest to the second hospital, so it was only natural for him to seek treatment there." Huang Jing felt a bit perplexed, unsure of the relevance of Qin Mu's question. However, the expressions of Zhou Tsang and Zhou Yingying nearby instantly turned grave. Various clues pointed towards the second hospital, particularly its orthopedics department. If they could ascertain whether Wang Lei's attending physician was named Yang Yi, then the perpetrator would surely be close at hand. "Is his attending physician named Yang Yi?" Qin Mu pressed further. "I truly do not know, but Wang Lei has a medical record. It should be noted there." "Let me check," Huang Jing replied. As she grasped the significance of the inquiry, she swiftly rummaged through drawers in a frantic search. After approximately 5 minutes, Huang Jing finally unearthed Wang Lei's medical record from a cabinet. The attending physician's name was clearly inscribed as Yang Yi. The three of them exchanged glances, each witnessing the gravity reflected in the other's eyes. At this juncture, it was abundantly clear that Yang Yi was the assailant. His methods were simply more sophisticated than they had previously realized. "Police officers, you must help me find Wang Lei," Huang Jing implored, sensing the urgency of the situation. "Rest assured, we will certainly locate Wang Lei as swiftly as possible," Zhou Tsang assured, his expression becoming serious. Huang Jing, upon hearing this, found her turbulent emotions somewhat soothed. Without further delay, the group departed. Zhou Tsang promptly contacted Zhao Yan, providing a detailed account of the situation at hand. Upon learning of the matter, Zhao Yan immediately instructed the trio to proceed to the second hospital to ascertain whether Yang Yi was present there, while he himself headed straight to Yang Yi's residence in hopes of uncovering some clues. Qin Mu and the others hurriedly made their way to the second hospital. Swiftly arriving at the nurse's station, they were quite familiar with the place. Even the petite nurse at the station greeted them as if their presence was a common occurrence. "You're back again," she remarked. Qin Mu directly inquired, "Is Dr. Yang Yi here?" "Dr. Yang Yi? Just a moment. Let me check," the nurse replied, clearly uncertain of Yang Yi's whereabouts. She then turned to an older nurse at the station, asking, "Sister Fang, is Dr. Yang here?" Sister Fang quickly emerged, bearing unfortunate news. After checking the records, she addressed them. "I'm afraid Dr. Yang is on leave today." "On leave? Since when?" Qin Mu's brow furrowed, sensing something amiss. "Since yesterday," Sister Fang replied, providing the information candidly. Chapter 13. The disappearance of Yang Yi. Yesterday's timeline coincided precisely with the moment of Wang Lei's disappearance. If one were to attribute such occurrences to mere coincidence, it is likely that few would be inclined to believe it. "Contact your institution. We must investigate the surveillance records of your facility." Zhou Tsang's tone was exceedingly grave, leaving the two nurses momentarily taken aback. They promptly began to escalate the matter through the appropriate channels. Lacking the authority to directly reach the higher echelons, such as the hospital director, they could only report to their superiors step by step. This process, though not lengthy, lasting merely 2 or 3 minutes, felt interminable to Qin Mu and his companions as they awaited eagerly. "Hello, I am Director Zhang Hongwei," came a deep and resonant voice from the other end of the line. "I have been informed of the situation, and I would like to inquire about the purpose of your request to review the surveillance footage." For Zhang Hongwei, it was imperative to ascertain some information, otherwise, he would be uncomfortably allowing access to the footage without understanding the implications. Qin Mu responded directly, "We are investigating a fugitive suspect." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hongwei immediately acquiesced. "Feel free to proceed. I shall not interfere." He certainly did not wish to be implicated in any form of collusion with the suspect. Thanks to the director's cooperation, their efforts progressed remarkably smoothly, leading them directly to the surveillance room. They were aware that Yang Yi owned a vehicle, and their intent was to scrutinize this very car, tracing its exit records from the city. In no time, they uncovered the information they sought, but concurrently, they stumbled upon an intriguing anomaly. It appeared that Yang Yi had visited the parking lot on 3 separate occasions. He first drove out, returned, and then headed back to the hospital. Approximately 30 minutes later, he re-entered his vehicle once more. The timing of Yang Yi's return coincides closely with Wang Lei's disappearance, leading to the conclusion that Yang Yi likely apprehended Wang Lei, subsequently returned to the hospital to procure certain medications, and then departed with Wang Lei in tow. Shortly thereafter, Qin Mu promptly relayed Yang Yi's license plate number to Zhao Yan, urging him to investigate the vehicle associated with it. The inquiry swiftly bore fruit. Yang Yi's car was found parked beneath his residence. The group hastened to Yang Yi's abode, initially intended to be accompanied by Zhao Yan and others. However, for reasons unknown, Zhao Yan suddenly instructed them to proceed without him, claiming he had other matters to attend to. Consequently, they had no choice but to comply. Upon arriving at the basement of Yang Yi's home, they immediately spotted his vehicle. Qin Mu approached to examine it closely. The tires bore traces of mud. According to Zhao Yan's earlier investigations, Yang Yi had initially driven out of the city, after which his whereabouts became elusive. Approximately 2 hours later, he returned to the city, parked his vehicle beneath his residence, and it had remained stationary since. The residual mud on the tires indicated that Yang Yi had likely traversed a dirt road. However, the surrounding area predominantly features asphalt roads, with dirt paths being a rarity, thereby providing a basis for narrowing their investigative scope. At that moment, Qin Mu also noticed some stray grass entangled in the wheel treads. It appeared that Yang Yi must have taken a secluded route, as such vegetation would not have been present otherwise. After meticulously noting these observations, Qin Mu and his companions made their way directly to Yang Yi's residence. To speak candidly, Qin Mu did not believe that Yang Yi would be at home. Yang Yi's actions were evidently influenced by an acute awareness of his circumstances, which drove him to act in such a frenzied manner, swiftly abducting Wang Lei. This unabashed method of operation clearly reflected Yang Yi's mental state, suggesting he was likely placing all his bets on this desperate gamble. However, this only piqued Qin Mu's curiosity further. What could Yang Yi possibly aim to achieve with such reckless abandon? Did he not realize that this course of action would inevitably lead to one outcome? Capture. Such audacity was akin to strapping a ticking time bomb to oneself. Once the timer reached 0, it would signal the moment of apprehension. Moreover, it was evident that Yang Yi had no intention of fleeing. Otherwise, a discreet escape would have served him better. The nature of Yang Yi's conduct evoked in Qin Mu a sensation reminiscent of a cornered creature, frantically lashing out in its final moments. Before Qin Mu could delve deeper into his thoughts, the group arrived at Yang Yi's doorstep. The door was slightly ajar, revealing a narrow gap. A sense of foreboding washed over them as they hastily entered. Upon crossing the threshold, they were greeted by the voice of Yang Yi's wife. "You're here." Lu Fang was seated on the sofa. The toys that once surrounded her now entirely cleared away, and the photographs of the little girl had vanished without a trace. Lu Fang stared blankly at the television screen, as if she had anticipated the arrival of the group. Perhaps since that fateful night, she had foreseen such events unfolding, though she had not expected them to arrive so swiftly. Observing the scene, Qin Mu felt a wave of relief wash over him. The partially ajar door had, on several occasions, led him to believe that something untoward was occurring within. Now, upon seeing Lu Fang safe and sound, Qin Mu naturally breathed a sigh of relief. "You were aware of Yang Yi's murderous intentions all along?" he inquired as he took a seat, directing his gaze towards Lu Fang. Her tone made it difficult for Qin Mu not to speculate in that direction. Lu Fang glanced at the others present before nodding in affirmation. When did she first perceive the anomaly? Initially, she had noticed nothing amiss until that fateful day when Qin Mu and his companions came to visit. It was then that she sensed something was off. Perhaps it was precisely because of this visit that she became attuned to the discrepancies. That very night, she observed something peculiar. Yang Yi was adjusting his alarm clock. This particular clock, with its movable hands, allowed for arbitrary changes to the time, which in turn altered the set ringing time accordingly. On that day, Yang Yi left the house at 4 o'clock, yet when the alarm rang, the hands indicated 7 o'clock. From that moment onward, Lu Fang was aware that something was fundamentally wrong with Yang Yi. Shortly thereafter, Yang Yi abruptly informed her that he needed to be away for a while. Lu Fang understood then that he was hastening to take action. She had attempted to dissuade him, but he paid her no heed. This behavior was entirely at odds with the Yang Yi she had previously known. Nevertheless, his demeanor remained as placid as ever, leaving Lu Fang uncertain of his true intentions. Ultimately, Yang Yi merely left her with the cryptic remark, "You will understand in due time," before departing, never to return. After listening to her account, Qin Mu found the situation increasingly clear. Though he suspected that Lu Fang was unaware of Yang Yi's whereabouts, he still asked, "Where's Yang Yi now?" Just to be certain. As expected by Qin Mu, Lu Fang was entirely oblivious to the situation. Yang Yi had seemingly evaporated from existence, leaving behind only a single phrase before vanishing completely. Chapter 14. Yang Yi is the murderer. Even that very night, Lu Fang remained unaware, only discovering the next day that Yang Yi had left. She understood that this was Yang Yi's final gamble. Simultaneously, she was acutely aware that Qin Mu and his companions would undoubtedly come knocking, and the reason was simple. Yang Yi's actions had been too conspicuous. Such behavior was impossible for Qin Mu and the others to overlook. Indeed, as she had anticipated, it did not take long before they arrived at her doorstep. Their intentions were crystal clear. Lu Fang had long been psychologically prepared for this eventuality, even leaving the door ajar for them. "Do you know why Yang Yi has suddenly changed like this?" Qin Mu inquired, voicing the curiosity that lingered in his mind. According to previous information they had gathered, Yang Yi was undoubtedly a genuinely good man, gentle, refined, and kind-hearted. Yet now, he had inexplicably transformed into a murderer, and there must be a reason behind such a drastic change. Qin Mu could not fathom how a person could undergo such a profound transformation without cause. Lu Feng shook her head, admitting her ignorance regarding the metamorphosis of Yang Yi. However, she was certain of one thing. He could not continue down this path. That was why she awaited Qin Mu and his companions. Perhaps she could not offer much assistance, but she could only implore them to apprehend Yang Yi as swiftly as possible. Based on her understanding of him, Yang Yi was a stubborn individual, and his actions would undoubtedly follow a certain trajectory. If this continued, the crimes he committed would only escalate, and she did not wish for her husband to become a heartless demon who killed without a second thought. Having clarified their inquiries, Qin Mu and his companions chose not to linger any longer and proceeded to search for Yang Yi. Although Yang Yi had left without a vehicle, his distinct characteristics might offer some clues to his whereabouts. Their first destination was the community surveillance room, hoping to ascertain the exact moment Yang Yi had departed his residence. Upon investigation, they discovered that Yang Yi had exited his home at 2 o'clock in the morning. He had taken the elevator down, and as it halted on the ground floor, he had looked up at the elevator's camera, as if he had foreseen the current circumstances. The footage portrayed a rather enigmatic Yang Yi, starkly different from his usual self, clad in a thick overcoat that enveloped his entire being. The confirmation of the time facilitated their subsequent actions. By reviewing surveillance from various street intersections, they could trace Yang Yi's movements. Qin Mu expressed his gratitude to the security personnel before the group hastened out of the surveillance room. Inside the community, a few middle-aged individuals were engaged in conversation with several young men. One of the middle-aged men, upon noticing Qin Mu and his companions, quickly tugged at the sleeve of his fellow associate. The group of middle-aged men cast a lingering glance at Qin Mu and his friends before turning away to leave. Their peculiar behavior immediately drew the trio's attention. In unison, they quickened their pace to pursue them. Wait a moment. Upon hearing these words, the middle-aged man accelerated his steps, vanishing from sight in an instant. The group chased after them for a short while, but soon lost track of the individuals entirely. It appears that they are indeed locals, well acquainted with the vicinity, though it remains a mystery where they have hidden themselves. The group, returning without success, encountered the same young individuals they had met earlier, the very ones addressed by the middle-aged man. "Young men, please wait a moment," Zhou Tsang called out to them. Upon seeing the police approach, the young men displayed a hint of confusion. When Zhou Tsang inquired about the earlier middle-aged individuals, a young man with thinning hair and glasses hastily replied, "I had already mentioned that they did not seem like respectable individuals." The others nodded in agreement, echoing his sentiment. Subsequently, they recounted the events in detail. The middle-aged men were engaged in preaching, though the specifics of their teachings eluded the young men. They merely suggested a visit to their church, presumably of a Christian nature. Naturally, the young fellows were disinterested in such matters and intended to refuse. However, upon hearing their rejection, the middle-aged men not only persisted but fervently extolled the virtues of their congregation. This left the young men exasperated yet powerless, as resorting to physical confrontation was not an option. Nevertheless, their patience was indeed wearing thin, and it was at this critical juncture that Qin Mu and his companions intervened. Had they not arrived in time, a brawl might have ensued, as the spirited young men were unlikely to tolerate the middle-aged men any longer. After listening to the young men's accounts, Zhou Tsang furrowed his brow, sensing that the church of those middle-aged individuals was far from benevolent. Regrettably, the young men were unaware of the origins of the middle-aged men, indicating they were not acquaintances. As for the location of the church, they were even more in the dark. Ultimately, they could only advise the youth to be vigilant in the future. Should they encounter those individuals, immediate notification was imperative. It was not that Zhou Tsang harbored suspicions against them, but rather their behavior compelled such doubts. If one were innocent, why would they flee upon sighting them? This could only signify one conclusion. Those individuals were engaged in clandestine activities, prompting their swift retreat upon recognition. "We must prioritize finding Yang Yi," Qin Mu suggested. The urgency lay in locating Yang Yi, especially knowing that Wang Lei was still in his grasp. Given Yang Yi's historical modus operandi, Wang Lei's life was undoubtedly hanging by a thread and warranted serious attention. Zhou Tsang nodded, jotting down the pertinent details in a small notebook for thorough examination later. Qin Mu and the others tirelessly began to retrieve surveillance footage from the nearby intersections, hoping to trace Yang Yi's movements through any available clues. Yang Yi had not taken special measures to conceal his whereabouts. Instead, he boldly appeared within the camera's view. They clearly observed him entering a taxi, which then sped away. By enlarging the images, they were able to ascertain the taxi's license plate number from multiple shared angles. They subsequently located the vehicle's owner, a man in his 30s with stubble, a pockmarked face, and a square jaw that exuded a sense of uprightness. The car owner, Li Feng, looked at Qin Mu and his companions with confusion. Even if he had committed a traffic violation, it seemed excessive for 3 police officers to come seeking him. "What do you want from me?" he inquired. Did this person ride in your car last night? Qin Mu retrieved a photograph of Yang Yi from his pocket. Li Feng glanced at it briefly and confirmed, yes, I remember him clearly. In the dead of night, when there were so few customers, it was impossible for him to forget someone so distinctive. Chapter 15. Xiao Fenpo. Upon receiving Li Feng's affirmation, Qin Mu promptly pressed him further. What was his destination? Sensing Qin Mu's serious demeanor, Li Feng quickly replied, Xiao Fenpo. Xiao Fenpo was nearly outside the city, which further solidified Li Feng's memory. It was indeed unusual for someone to venture out there alone at such an hour. The distance from here to Xiao Fenpo was not trivial, spanning a considerable 40 to 50 kilometers across the entire urban area. After obtaining the address of Xiao Fenpo, the group began inquiring about its precise geographical location, seeking details on any notable landmarks or specific roads. Li Feng could not recall much, only able to provide a rough idea. Once they clarified their inquiries, the group hastily drove off, heading straight for Xiao Fenpo. The name Xiao Fenpo originated from its history as a mass graveyard. Originally called Xiao Fenpo, it was said to have been a place where numerous bodies were buried, which led to its name. Over time, it was renamed Xiao Fenpo, and now it merely refers to a higher elevated area. Upon arriving at Xia Fenpo, several individuals stood near where Yang Yi had disembarked, meticulously surveying their surroundings. Being in the outskirts, the houses lining the streets were sparse, and there existed even a patch of desolate land. One could observe construction sites, either underway or abandoned. Was it possible that Yang Yi had conducted his torment within these forsaken sites? This seemed plausible, and the likelihood was substantial. The area was inherently devoid of population, and combined with the deserted construction sites, it ensured that no one would intrude upon his actions. For Yang Yi, this locale was indeed a perfect sanctuary, where any sound would go unheard. The group refrained from any superfluous movements and commenced their search around the nearby construction sites. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, Yang Yi cast a large pair of pliers into the water, the blood staining the tool gradually seeping into the liquid. Before him lay an operating table, upon which rested a man. The man possessed a robust physique, and upon closer inspection, it became evident that 3 toes were missing from his right foot, the very feature that identified the previously discovered corpse. Undoubtedly, Yang Yi was the perpetrator, and the man on the table was Wang Lei. At this moment, Wang Lei lay in a profound state of unconsciousness, completely unresponsive to any external harm. This was a result of the excessive dosage of drugs administered by Yang Yi, which had prolonged Wang Lei's state of oblivion. Whether it was the overwhelming pain or the effects of the drug, at that moment, Wang Lei stirred slightly, awakening to a piercing agony emanating from his foot. Wang Lei gasped in shock, followed swiftly by a cry of pain. The agony was palpable. Yang Yi maintained a serene expression as he retrieved a pair of large pliers from a basin, methodically positioning them upon Wang Lei's left big toe. No, please, no. Wang Lei's eyes widened in terror as he gazed at Yang Yi, bewildered as to when he had incurred such wrath. Why was Yang Yi inflicting this torment upon him? He yearned to resist, yet his entire body was ensnared tightly by nylon straps, rendering any escape utterly impossible. My strength may not suffice. I might need a bit of assistance. Do not fear, it will soon come to an end, Yang Yi assured him. After securing the pliers to Wang Lei's toe, he produced a device resembling a ratchet. With a decisive click, a searing pain erupted from Wang Lei's foot, followed by a simultaneous ache in all 10 toes. As the adage goes, when one finger is hurt, all 10 fingers feel the pain. This torment was merely the beginning. Wang Lei's foot instinctively tightened, almost causing him to faint. Yet, this was just the onset. Unmoved, Yang Yi cleaned the pliers and fastened them again to the last remaining toe. Please, let me go. I beg you, spare me. Wang Lei's voice rose in a desperate wail. The intense agony even caused the entire surgical table to tremble beneath him. At that moment, a sudden crack echoed in the stillness. Yang Yi paused, pressing a small knife against Wang Lei's neck, signaling for silence with a finger to his lips. Wang Lei felt the chilling cold against his skin, causing his body to shudder involuntarily. The crack resounded once more, its echo piercing through the silence of the room. Many times, Wang Lei opened his mouth, only to completely abandon the thought upon feeling the chilling sensation in his throat. He understood that if he uttered a sound, it would surely lead to his demise. Given this reality, he deemed it wiser to await discovery by others, although this process might be exceedingly protracted, and there was a possibility that no one would ever notice him. It was certainly preferable to losing his life at that moment. With this in mind, Wang Lei tightly sealed his lips. Time ticked away, and the creaking sound ceased to echo. Yet, Yang Yi continued to press the knife against Wang Lei's throat. This was the final moment. No errors could be afforded. The speed with which the police had arrived was indeed surprising, yet he could not allow for any unforeseen occurrences. After a considerable time had passed, Yang Yi finally felt a sense of relief and turned his gaze back to Wang Lei. Wang Lei, confronted by Yang Yi's malevolent glare, felt his heart plummet. Hurry up, he silently implored, fervently wishing for someone to discover him, even if it were just a random passerby. Anyone capable of rescuing him would become his benefactor from that day forth. Meanwhile, Qin Mu and his companions emerged from an abandoned construction site. They hastened their pace. Zhou Cang's expression was somewhat grim. Having just located a derelict site had already consumed so much time, and if they did not expedite their efforts, Wang Lei would be in peril. However, as soon as they settled into the vehicle, disheartening news arrived. The police car had run out of fuel. After an entire day of relentless operation, the vehicle's reserves had been depleted. They needed to contact the bureau and request a replacement vehicle to be dispatched promptly while leaving this one behind. Zhou Cang promptly initiated contact with the bureau. The vast urban area encompasses numerous police stations, each responsible for different locales. Zhou Cang reached out to Zhao Yan, hoping he could liaise with the nearest police station to secure a police vehicle for their use. As for this vehicle, it would merely require the officers at the station to exert a little extra effort, refueling it before they returned it. Zhao Yan readily acquiesced and directly contacted the closest police station. Meanwhile, Zhou Cang and his companions could not afford to remain idle. He led them to inspect the next abandoned construction site. Suddenly, Qin Mu glanced at the police car, deep in thought, and spoke, "Brother Zhou, there's no need to search any further. I already know Yang Yi's whereabouts." Chapter 16. The Hidden Secrets of the Abandoned Factory. Brother Zhou, there's no need to search any further. I know Yang Yi's location. Upon hearing this, Zhou Cang's expression brightened noticeably as he inquired, "Where?" "The abandoned factory." Qin Mu revealed succinctly. It was indeed the very same derelict factory they had previously considered. If they could exchange vehicles, so could Yang Yi. The audacity with which Yang Yi drew their attention was merely a ruse to provide cover for the abandoned factory. If this were merely Qin Mu's conjecture, then the earlier findings would serve as conclusive evidence. The subtle marks along the riverbank had already indicated the location of the body disposal, pinpointing that very area. Had Yang Yi been driving a vehicle, Qin Mu would not have speculated about the abandoned factory. However, the current predicament was that Yang Yi was without a car. Without a vehicle, how could Yang Yi possibly transport the corpse from this location to the designated site for disposal? The group, devoid of any heavy burdens, would encounter significant difficulties without a car. It is inconceivable for someone like Yang Yi, who intends to dispose of a body, to manage such a task without transportation, unless he resides in close proximity to the disposal site. The reason for Qin Mu's unwavering certainty that Yang Yi is indeed discarding the body there is rather straightforward. In the previous 3 cases, Yang Yi had consistently chosen that very location for disposal. Perhaps he was compelled by some ulterior motive to dispose of the body there. Or perhaps he had a personal agenda that necessitated such an action in that specific area. Regardless of the circumstances, it unequivocally implies that Yang Yi would be discarding the body upstream. Thus, the question arises once more. How could Yang Yi possibly transport a corpse to the disposal site upstream without any means of transportation? Therefore, Qin Mu can be confident that Yang Yi is within the confines of the abandoned factory upstream. It is certain that within that derelict factory lie areas previously unseen by them. Although there are observers at the disposal site, Yang Yi's presence there would signify that Wang Lei has already met his demise. This is not the outcome that Qin Mu and his companions wish to witness. Upon hearing this, Zhou Cang immediately contacted several officers monitoring the disposal site, instructing them to allocate half of their personnel to investigate the abandoned factory as swiftly as possible. Just after Zhou Cang completed this call, they received disheartening news. The vehicle from the nearby police station had been involved in an accident the previous day and was currently undergoing repairs. The police station near Xiafenpo is rather small, equipped with merely 2 patrol cars. One was involved in an accident while the other was dispatched by another officer to address a civil dispute, rendering them unable to return in a timely manner. At that moment, Zhou Yingying stepped forward, suggesting, "Let me make a call." After dialing a number and exchanging a few words, a middle-aged man driving a car soon arrived, with some fuel in his trunk. After a series of twists and turns, the patrol car was finally operational again, and the 3 of them set off without delay towards the abandoned factory. The distance from Xiafenpo to the factory was not considerable, approximately 15 or 16 kilometers. They took the elevated road, moving at a brisk pace, especially since they were in the outskirts and it was not during rush hour. Within a matter of minutes, they reached the derelict factory. "You've arrived. Are you certain the perpetrator is here?" Zhang Yuan greeted them. Upon receiving the news, he had hastened to the scene. Subsequently, they scoured the entire abandoned factory, yet found nothing of significance. "There may still be concealed areas within this factory," Qin Mu remarked. Their previous visit had yielded no discoveries. Yet that did not imply the absence of issues. On the contrary, after arriving, Qin Mu felt even more convinced of something amiss. He had observed the weeds on Yang Yi's tires. These particular weeds were not uncommon, but he had not encountered them in Xiafenpo, Here, however, they were abundant. Thus, he was certain that Yang Yi was in close proximity. It seems the effort required to locate him may be substantial. Zhang Yuan furrowed his brow. The abandoned factory is quite expansive. With only a few individuals, it seems unlikely they could thoroughly explore the premises before dusk. However, there are no signs of anyone having entered here. Zhou Yingying suddenly interjected. If Yang Yi were truly present, he would surely leave some traces behind. Yet, apart from the footprints of their own entries and exits, there are no signs of human activity. Unless Yang Yi could somehow fly in, which is even more improbable. At that moment, several children scaled the courtyard wall. Aren't you all in danger? Zhou Cong reprimanded them sternly after catching a few of the kids. We were wrong. The children stammered, nearly brought to tears by the sight of several police officers staring at them. Do you often come here? Qin Mu inquired, sensing something unusual. Yes, but we usually don't climb over the wall, one child quickly defended. However, this remark piqued the interest of the adults. If they hadn't scaled the wall, how did they enter without traversing the overgrown grass at the entrance? The children soon provided an explanation. They crawled through the sewer. The factory's sewer system is quite vast, allowing even adults to enter and exit freely. Moreover, the sewer network is extensive, permeating the entire factory and leading to various locations. This explanation completely clarified how Yang Yi could have accessed the factory without leaving any evidence. After Zhou Cong's admonition, the children hurriedly scurried home. Zhang Yuan asked, "What should we do now? Shall we search along the sewer?" "No need." Qin Mu shook his head. Yang Yi was quite familiar with this factory, which indicated that he had previously spent time here. Considering Yang Yi's identity, it became evident that he was the factory's physician. Consequently, his current location was rather apparent, the medical room. The reason for Qin Mu's certainty was simple. Yang Yi's temperament had dramatically altered only after the death of his daughter, thereby ruling out any possibility of his reconnaissance. Under such circumstances, Yang Yi would undoubtedly opt for a place he knew well, yet remained somewhat concealed. Hence his choice of this factory. The most familiar area within the factory, naturally, was the medical room where Yang Yi had once resided. The group swiftly made their way to the medical room. The sound of footsteps echoed in Yang Yi's ears. It seemed time was of the essence. Yang Yi murmured to himself, drawing out a knife as he slowly approached Wang Lei. With time constraints preventing elaborate actions, he decided to bypass the preliminary steps and proceed directly to the final act. At that moment, a voice rang out. They had discovered a secret passage to a basement. Chapter 17, The Culprit Brought to Justice. A blinding light illuminated the long-sealed basement once more. The dazzling radiance flooded the entire space, thoroughly revealing its contents. Within the basement stood an operating table, surrounded by an array of instruments. Most striking were the bloodstains beside the operating table. The stains were chaotic and plentiful, while the bloodied pliers nearby were particularly horrifying. One can clearly see clusters of shredded flesh scattered across the ground. Nearby lies a bathtub brimming with concentrated sulfuric acid, still bearing remnants of blood and tissue that have not been completely dissolved. The entire basement is a harrowing sight, resembling a torture chamber. Yet, the figures of Yang Yi and Wang Lei are conspicuously absent. This is alarming. Yang Yi must have sensed their presence and fled in advance. His singular objective is undoubtedly to dispose of a body, specifically at the riverbank. Indeed, this is the case. Upon noticing the movements of the others, Yang Yi immediately began to transfer Wang Lei. After enduring torment, Wang Lei is barely clinging to life, incapable of resisting, yet he remains alive. At this moment, however, Yang Yi can no longer afford to concern himself with anything else. If he can dispose of this individual, he will obtain everything he desires. Therefore, it is imperative that he discards the body at the designated location. Only then can he achieve success. As dictated by that person, not a single step can falter, lest all efforts be in vain. In pursuit of this goal, Yang Yi is willing to risk everything. In the expansive sewer, he pulls a cart, dragging the incapacitated Wang Lei as he progresses steadily. Meanwhile, in the infirmary, Qin Mu and his companions have also discovered the entrance to the sewer. Yang Yi must have utilized this very access point to infiltrate the abandoned factory, evading detection. They cannot afford to hesitate. They plunge into the sewer, directly pursuing Yang Yi ahead. Simultaneously, they instruct their colleagues by the riverbank to be prepared, ensuring that Yang Yi is not granted any opportunity. With both sides on high alert, Qin Mu is resolute in his belief that Yang Yi will not succeed. Ultimately, it was a matter of Yang Yi's advancing age, or perhaps Wang Lei's sheer robustness. As Yang Yi emerged from the sewer, he was swiftly apprehended by Qin Mu and his companions. Zhou Cong had already taken the precaution of calling an ambulance, ensuring that Wang Lei was promptly transported to the hospital. Despairing, Yang Yi gazed at the assembled crowd and lamented, "Why couldn't you have arrived a little later? I would have turned myself in afterward." Indeed, from the very beginning, Yang Yi had no intention of evasion. Once he had completed his deeds, he would naturally surrender. This was the conclusion he had reached after profound contemplation. A little later, would you then commit another murder? Zhou Yingying shot him a glare. What a farce. Had they not arrived in the nick of time, Wang Lei would undoubtedly have faced grave peril. This man had the audacity to suggest they delay their arrival, proclaiming his intent to confess. Absurd. To claim he would turn himself in after taking a life merely reflects his supposed remorse, as if attempting to mitigate his sentence. Given the exceptional nature of this case, with its severe implications and brutal methods, leniency was out of the question. Death was the only fitting sentence. Upon hearing this, Yang Yi sank to the ground in a daze, allowing the others to bind him without a hint of resistance. Even upon arriving at the police station, he remained silent, uttering not a single word. In the interrogation room, Yang Yi confessed to his actions without reservation. Indeed, he had killed several individuals. His modus operandi was straightforward. He lured them in under false pretenses and seized the opportunity to inject the victims with anesthetics, thereby incapacitating them. Thanks to the anesthetic's efficacy, he evaded detection. Moreover, given Yang Yi's position as their physician, Zhao Ming and the others naturally harbored no suspicions, which ultimately led to their tragic demise. As for how Yang Yi deceived Lu Feng, it became increasingly evident. Aware of Lu Feng's deteriorating mental state, he discreetly adjusted the alarm clock's time. Each day, upon returning home, he would sleep for merely an hour before the alarm would ring, enabling him to leave without suspicion. Before departing, he would reset the alarm clock to its normal time. The subsequent actions were straightforward. He would drive to an abandoned factory in the dead of night, subjecting his victim to unspeakable torment. When the time was right, he would proceed to work, appearing no different from any ordinary individual. Understanding that using his own vehicle would lead to discovery, Yang Yi arranged for several acquaintances to lend him different cars each night, which contributed to his elusiveness. After inflicting fatal suffering upon his victim, he would submerge the body in concentrated sulfuric acid, allowing the acid to erode the surface wounds before commencing the gruesome task of skinning and dismembering. Once he had completed all these heinous acts, Yang Yi executed the disposal of the remains as Qin Mu had previously surmised. He first inquired about the schedule for the sluice gates and strategically placed the body on a fine net in the waterway. Thus, when the tide rose, the body would be carried downstream, drifting away without a trace. Even if someone were to discover evidence at the site later on, they could only speculate about the general details, never suspecting him. This method was one that anyone could potentially replicate, not a feat solely achievable by him. Such was the entirety of Yang Yi's murderous process, which, until the first case was uncovered, bore no particular distinction, culminating in a sensational uproar. This shift in attention from others was primarily due to Yang Yi's conspicuous actions. Had he not been so overt in his approach, or had he acted in a more subdued manner, perhaps no one would have noticed. He would have remained the amiable doctor and kind-hearted individual known to the neighborhood. This peculiarity raised suspicions among Qin Mu and his companions. They questioned the sudden aggression Yang Yi exhibited towards the deceased. From their perspective, he possessed no discernible motive for murder. They could have accepted the notion of Yang Yi as a disturbed individual. Yet his demeanor did not align with that of a person plagued by mental illness. What compelled you to take their lives? Qin Mu posed the pivotal question. Why did I kill them? You ought to be aware of that, Yang Yi replied, gradually lifting his gaze to meet Qin Mu's. Before continuing, I can divulge the truth, but only to you. He gestured towards Zhou Tsang and Zhou Yingying. Zhou Tsang's brow furrowed deeply as he slammed his hand on the table. What scheme are you attempting to orchestrate? Chapter 18. The circumstances unveiled. Zhou Tsang fixed a penetrating stare on Yang Yi, harboring disbelief towards his reasoning. Since earlier, Zhou Tsang had sensed that Yang Yi was attempting to shift the focus onto Qin Mu, an unsettling impression that lingered. It is akin to a parasite seeking a host, which rendered Zhou Tsang defenseless. I merely wished to converse with him privately, Yang Yi gently expressed as he shook the handcuffs on his wrist. Brother Zhou, allow me to have a word with him. Qin Mu suddenly interjected, appearing to have discerned Yang Yi's intentions. Are you certain? Zhou Tsang inquired, glancing at Qin Mu, his tone laced with skepticism. To be honest, he did not regard this as a favorable development. Even Zhou Yingying disapproved of the matter. Nevertheless, Yang Yi was adamant, solely desiring to engage in a private discussion with Qin Mu. Ultimately, it was Qin Mu who permitted the two to proceed to the monitoring room, where they departed. At Yang Yi's request, the recording devices were turned off, leaving only the visual feed. The monitoring room could observe solely through images, which sufficed. Yang Yi exhaled slowly, then relaxed into the chair. Without needing to be prompted by Qin Mu, he began recounting his story in detail. 6 years prior, his daughter was born. At that time, he was already in his 40s. Lu Feng was considered an advanced maternal age, and they had expended considerable effort to bring this child into the world. From the very beginning, he showered Lu Feng with meticulous care, and fortunately, the child was born safely. A joyous occasion, a girl. This brought immense delight to Yang Yi. His eldest son had ventured out into the world, and now he had a little daughter. The exhilaration and emotion he felt were likely unfathomable to outsiders. Moreover, Yang Yi had always yearned for a daughter, but for various reasons, it was only now that they welcomed a second child, which was indeed the most pivotal reason. Thus, a cherished little princess was born, and Yang Yi bestowed upon her the name Yang Xian. Though simple, the name is melodious. As Yang Xian gradually grew, Yang Yi and his family never neglected her education, focusing not on formal classes, but on the principles of being a good person. Consequently, Yang Xian was always well behaved, which brought immense joy to Yang Yi. What parent would not be delighted by such a daughter? However, fate is often unkind. When Yang Xian turned 5, she suddenly fell into a coma. Upon being rushed to the hospital, she was diagnosed with leukemia. As a physician, Yang Yi understood the grave nature of this illness. Recognizing that modern medicine could not conquer leukemia without a suitable bone marrow transplant to save Yang Xian's life. Yet, finding a compatible match proved to be an insurmountable challenge. Not a single family member was a match. This led them to search externally, but healthy individuals are unlikely to donate, and patients are even less inclined. Thus, the chances of finding a suitable donor were exceedingly slim, perhaps 1 in a million. After a year of waiting in vain, Yang Xian succumbed to the illness. To this day, Yang Yi cannot erase the haunting image of her expression as she passed away before him. In the hospital room, Yang Xian weakly attempted to communicate with them, but her voice was too faint to be understood. In her final moments, she merely smiled before closing her eyes forever. These haunting memories linger in Yang Yi's mind. While Lu Feng fell into despair, Yang Yi's sorrow ran even deeper. It was during this dark time that someone approached Yang Yi. It is unclear how that person became aware of Yang Yi's family matters. The very first question he posed was, "Do you wish to hear your daughter's voice once more?" Upon hearing these words, Yang Yi was utterly taken aback. How could he not desire such a thing? He yearned to hear Yang Xian call him dad, even in his dreams. Each time this thought crossed his mind, Yang Yi felt a deep-seated resentment, lamenting why he had not matched with Yang Xian in the past. At that time, he admitted to feeling a stirring in his heart. However, as a doctor, he was acutely aware of the irreversible nature of death. Furthermore, he identified as a staunch atheist, disbelieving in deities or divine beings. In that moment, Yang Yi's expression hardened, and he admonished, "Get out of here, do not jest about my daughter." It is evident how furious he was for such words to escape the lips of this otherwise kind-hearted man. The individual merely chuckled, stating, "I shall return to seek you out," before taking his leave. Back in bed, Yang Yi found himself sleepless through the night, the stranger's words echoing incessantly in his mind. Perhaps it was worth a try. What if it truly succeeded? The sudden emergence of this thought startled him. How could he entertain such an idea, placing trust in someone who appeared so dubious? The following day, the man arrived punctually, as if he had calculated the time perfectly. This time, Yang Yi was moved. He inquired about the man's methods. The response he received was chilling in its nature. To kill, to torment, to let them suffer in agony until death claimed them. Ultimately, the deceased would be cast into the river, offered as a sacrifice, and in return, one could attain whatever was desired. The man spoke, and, regardless of whether Yang Yi would believe him, walked away without a second thought. Coming to his senses, Yang Yi erupted in anger, exclaiming, "Madman! How could such a method possibly exist? It's utterly impossible." He had already discerned the man's identity and secretly resolved that the next time he encountered him, he would certainly report him to the authorities and have this lunatic apprehended. However, before he could confront the man, he unexpectedly ran into Zhao Meng, who happened to collide with him at that moment. Yang Yi casually remarked, "You seem quite exhausted. Would you care for a cup of tea in the lounge?" To his surprise, Zhao Meng accepted the invitation. Thus, Yang Yi found himself escorting Zhao Meng to the lounge. Zhao Meng expressed his gratitude, but Yang Yi's gaze fell upon the sedatives in the room. Driven by some inexplicable urge, he injected the sedative into Zhao Meng's body. When Yang Yi finally regained his composure, he discovered that Zhao Meng had fallen into a deep slumber. "What am I doing?" he thought, staring incredulously at his own hands. After a moment of hesitation, Yang Yi placed Zhao Meng into his car. For precaution, he administered an anesthetic as well. Naturally, his thoughts turned to the secluded abandoned factory, a place certain to attract no attention. Additionally, the infirmary contained a basement that had once housed various medical instruments, and it likely still held remnants of those tools. Once he had securely bound Zhao Meng to the operating table, Yang Yi finally returned home. This was his first venture into such actions, and he felt a tumult of panic within him. However, upon seeing a photograph of his daughter in the living room, a sense of tranquility washed over him. Thus, The gentle doctor vanished. Chapter 19. Understanding you. Do you think I would comprehend you? Qin Mu, after listening, turned to Yang Yi. No, mutual understanding between individuals is perpetually elusive. I merely wish to offer you a caution. I am a testament to that. Yang Yi chuckled lightly, exuding an air of nonchalance. He was acutely aware of the nature of his actions. Simultaneously, he discerned that Qin Mu bore a striking resemblance to him. Were the opportunity to present itself, perhaps Qin Mu would exhibit even greater recklessness than he himself had. Thus, Yang Yi felt compelled to issue a warning to Qin Mu. His unwavering certainty stemmed from a simple truth. Since their encounter in the cemetery, Yang Yi had penetrated the depths of Qin Mu's soul and comprehended everything. Thank you for your concern, but I shall not tread the path of illegality, Qin Mu replied, his expression serene and measured. I hope you maintain that perspective. Yang Yi concluded, closing his eyes. His words had been spoken, perhaps from the very outset. He never truly believed he could hear his daughter's voice through such means. Only a flicker of hope lingered. Perhaps after my demise, I shall reunite with my daughter. I fervently wish that the spirit world truly exists. In the past, Yang Yi had been indifferent to the beliefs in deities or the afterlife, yet now, he grasped it with slightly more clarity. Qin Mu cast a deep glance at Yang Yi before exiting the interrogation room. In the adjacent chamber, Zhou Cong and his companions soon emerged, directly inquiring of Qin Mu what Yang Yi had divulged. Qin Mu did not conceal the truth, recounting the events in their entirety. Aside from Yang Yi's cautionary words, that man is not normal, Zhou Cong concluded immediately after hearing the account. Indeed, this case is entirely the handiwork of Yang Yi. However, that man evidently played a significant role in inciting the actions. One might even go so far as to say he instigated murder. Zhou Yingying pondered for a moment and suddenly recalled several middle-aged men from the neighborhood. Could those men possibly be connected to that individual? This notion served as a wake-up call for both of them. Those middle-aged men had clearly exhibited suspicious behavior, fleeing at the mere sight of them. It was evident that they harbored a fear of Qin Mu and his companions. But what could they possibly be afraid of? They must have engaged in some illicit activities, actions that flouted the law. If not, why would they have abruptly fled? Moreover, their swift escape suggested that they had meticulously mapped out their surroundings and devised an escape route in advance. Coupled with Yang Yi's case, it was difficult for Qin Mu and his team not to harbor suspicions about the existence of some unlawful organization in the vicinity of the neighborhood. Without hesitation, the group promptly relayed this matter to Zhao Yan. Is this true? Zhao Yan furrowed his brow. If it were indeed factual, the situation would undoubtedly escalate into a significant problem. They must act swiftly to eradicate it, or else dire consequences would surely follow. However, this was all first-hand knowledge witnessed by Qin Mu and his team, along with Yang Yi's testimony, which sufficiently substantiated the truth of the matter. Upon confirming these facts, Zhao Yan immediately began mobilizing personnel to seek out the culprits. That very day, with a substantial police presence deployed, they quickly identified the gathering point of the unlawful organization. Among them were individuals who had been coerced into joining, yet remained firmly under the control of the criminals. They successfully apprehended over 30 members of the illegal organization and rescued a dozen victims who had been deceived. The police vehicles, in a grand procession, transported everyone back. As Qin Mu prepared to board the police car, he suddenly felt an unsettling sensation and instinctively glanced back. However, he found nothing behind him. There were no people, not even a trace of life. Xiaoqin, what's wrong? Zhou Cong inquired, leaning in. It's nothing, Qin Mu replied, shaking his head before entering the vehicle. Once all the police cars had departed, a figure gradually emerged from the darkness. Had Zhang Yi been present, he would have instantly recognized this man, the very individual who had sought him out previously. The man observed the departing police vehicles, nodding thoughtfully before vanishing into the night. Throughout that night, the entire police station was engulfed in a flurry of activity. They interrogated the suspects and arranged for the victims to return home, a task that consumed the entirety of the night. The relentless pace of work over the past day and night had taken its toll on Zhou Cong's weary bones. Fortunately, Zhao Yan waved his hand, granting everyone permission to return home for rest. Upon arriving home, Qin Mu found himself having breakfast. Lu Bo, looking at Qin Mu, remarked, "The case has been solved." His tone was filled with certainty. Just a few days prior, Qin Mu had been entangled in the case. And now he had returned early in the morning, which could only mean one thing. The case was resolved, allowing him the time to rest. I can't hide it from you. Indeed, it has been solved, Qin Mu admitted directly. There was no need for concealment with Lu Bo. Perhaps the morning news would feature the arrest of Yang Yi. All right, make sure to rest well, Lu Bo said, refraining from further inquiries as he noticed Qin Mu's less than optimal state of mind. Qin Mu readily agreed, lying down in bed and sleeping the entire day away. Upon awakening, the night had already enveloped the outside world, with the flickering glow of street lamps casting a faint light that, while somewhat illuminating, felt woefully inadequate amidst the surrounding darkness. Regardless of the perspective, this meager brightness appeared disjointed in the vast expanse of night. At the dining table, Qin Mu conveyed the details of Yang Yi's predicament to Lu Bo. A particular matter perplexed him. Yang Yi was a fundamentally rational individual. So how could he possibly subscribe to such a clumsy fabrication? The immutable truth remains that death is irreversible. It has been an unchanging law throughout history, and there has never been an instance of the deceased returning to life. As for the existence of spirits and deities, one may choose to believe or not. Yet Qin Mu found himself inclined toward skepticism. If supernatural beings truly existed, the chaos of the world would not be so pronounced. You raise a valid point. Yet you overlook a crucial aspect, Lu Bo interjected, nodding contemplatively before shaking his head. What aspect is that? Qin Mu inquired. The perpetrator, no matter how rational, is still fundamentally human, Lu Bo replied. As long as one is human, their emotions and desires, along with their character, are intrinsic elements of their being. To possess only rationality is not to be human at all. Those deemed exceedingly rational, when confronted with certain circumstances, may well exhibit even more obsession and madness than an ordinary person. This is an inevitable outcome. They habitually suppress their emotions and feelings, and over time, this repression accumulates significantly. When it eventually erupts, it is all the more forceful, a certainty beyond question. It is akin to a spring. The more forcefully it is compressed, the greater the rebound it will exert. Such dynamics can even lead to self-harm, an objective factor that cannot be overlooked. Yang Yi is indeed like this. Having been suppressed for too long, he yearns for a glimmer of hope, a means to fulfill his obsessive thoughts. Thus arises this situation, where that man certainly played a catalytic role. However, even in the absence of that man, Yang Yi would still face two extreme outcomes. Chapter 1. The Cement Corpse Case. Both of Yang Yi's possible outcomes are quite radical, either self-destruction or the destruction of others. This is an inevitable conclusion, unavoidable in its nature. No matter how a catalyst influences, it cannot refrain from reacting with gold and silver. A catalyst is termed as such precisely because it can only accelerate the process of a chemical reaction, not alter its essence. Qin Mu silently nodded. Is this the reason Yang Yi spoke of back then? Yet, why did he not seem to harbor much feeling of repression? Perhaps it was merely concealed deep within his heart. Unable to fathom further, Qin Mu chose not to dwell on it, for fatigue washed over him. Having slept the entire day, he felt exceedingly weary. This sense of relentless toil is indeed intoxicating. The night is serene, the dawn heavy. An elderly man, wearing a hat, leisurely approaches the riverbank, diligently searching for a suitable fishing spot. This old man is named Zhang Qingfeng. He possesses no other hobbies but fishing. However, his wife generally imposes strict control at home, forbidding him from indulging in this pastime. Recently, with his wife away at their son's house to assist with the grandchildren, Zhang Qingfeng seized the opportunity, setting out early in the morning with his gear to fish to his heart's content. This is the consequence of prolonged suppression, resulting in Zhang Qingfeng's unusual exuberance. In his excitement, he overlooked one crucial detail. He forgot to bring his chair. This is indeed a significant matter. Had I known he intended to fish all day today, I would have planned accordingly. The distance from the city is considerable, and a round trip would certainly consume the entire morning. Zhang Qingfeng was reluctant to squander such precious time. However, the absence of a chair posed a considerable dilemma. He could hardly stand for an entire day. After much effort, he discovered this wild lake, where fishing spots are free and the waters teem with fish. Moreover, fishing is permitted, rendering this place a veritable paradise in Zhang Qingfeng's eyes. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a concrete block by the lakeside. It was perfectly square, and if placed horizontally, it would serve as a suitable seat. It felt as though fortune smiled upon him, offering a helping hand. With a sense of delight, Zhang Qingfeng moved the concrete block over and unceremoniously sat down upon it. He then began to arrange his fishing gear, and once everything was in order, he forcefully cast his bait, which landed steadily in the midst of the lake. Next, he skillfully retrieved some food from another small bag. For this fishing expedition, he had even rushed over in the morning without brushing his teeth, neglecting breakfast entirely. Nonetheless, he had brought some provisions, as he intended to spend the entire day here. Truly, it was a wild lake. Zhang Qingfeng watched as the fish float bobbed twice, and in a surge of excitement, he tossed aside the chicken leg he was holding. His eyes locked onto the fish float in the middle of the lake, which began to sink and tremble violently. Even the fishing rod began to bend slightly. In a moment of urgency, Zhang Qingfeng grasped the rod and pulled upward with all his might. A tremendous force surged through the rod, and as he reeled in the line, a smile spread across his face. What a splendid start! Zhang Qingfeng beamed with joy, but in a moment of distraction, a fish nearly pulled him into the water. Suddenly, An overwhelming surge of energy coursed through him. He firmly planted his left foot on the concrete block and engaged in a fierce struggle with the fish. After several minutes, it seemed the larger fish had grown weary, its struggles gradually diminishing. At last, Zhang Qingfeng succeeded in hauling it up. It was a substantial crucian carp, its length surpassing that of Zhang's forearm. No wonder it had fought so vigorously. Even upon reaching the shore, the carp continued to thrash about, desperately attempting to return to the lake. Just wait until those old fellows see this, Zhang Qingfeng exclaimed excitedly as he retrieved his phone to capture a picture of the fish. However, at that moment, he noticed something amiss. The concrete block had begun to crack, revealing a hint of black hair within. Before he could react, the entire surface of the block suddenly gave way, unveiling a face before him. It was a man, his eyes wide with terror, fixated on Zhang Qingfeng as if witnessing something unfathomable. A distinct line of blood marred his neck. Good heavens! Zhang Qingfeng yelped, stumbling back. He retreated into the lake, still unaware that he had been sitting atop a decaying corpse. The realization sent a chill down his spine, leaving him feeling unsettled and dizzy. After a considerable pause, he finally managed to regain his composure. In a flurry of anxiety, he hastily retrieved his mobile phone and dialed the emergency number. The fleeting joy he had managed to grasp dissipated entirely in an instant. Zhang Qingfeng now felt as though something were gnawing at him, an incessant itch that unsettled his mind. Had he known better, he would have summoned others to join him. It is far less daunting to face fear in numbers than to endure it alone. Fortunately, Zhang Qingfeng's trepidation did not linger for long, as Qin Mu and his companions soon arrived. Finally, you are here, officers, he exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he grasped Zhou Tsang's hand tightly. Zhou Tsang, glancing between the elderly man and himself, noted the irony of their appearances. Did he truly appear older than this man? Nevertheless, Zhou Tsang chose not to dwell on such thoughts and began his examination. Upon removing the concrete debris, a severed human head was indeed revealed. The head was remarkably intact, yet it bore the evident marks of a brutal assault, with a distinct indentation on the forehead suggesting a bludgeoning. The deceased's eyes remained wide open, hinting at the torment suffered in life. The phenomenon of unclosed eyes post-mortem occurs when the brain ceases to function, resulting in a loss of neural responses and an inability of the muscles to contract, thus creating this unsettling sight. It was clear that the corpse had been lifeless for over 3 hours, its rigidity having set in. In such a state, even if one were to close the deceased's eyes, they would inevitably reopen, akin to a semblance of resurrection. This occurrence is attributed to the fixation of the ocular muscles, a scientifically explicable natural phenomenon, devoid of any cause for alarm. However, Qin Mu and his companions discovered a distinct malevolence within. To prevent such occurrences, it is customary for folk to place an object over the eyes of the deceased to keep them closed. In ancient times, this was often a copper coin, while in modernity, it has been substituted with a coin. Consequently, the deceased would not awaken. Yet, the head in question remained wide-eyed, which altered the implications entirely. It is well understood that the density of cement is substantial, thus its effect in keeping the eyes shut should be markedly pronounced. Logically, the eyes of this head ought to be closed. However, they are indeed open. Chapter 2. The deceased take precedence when the individual met their demise. They were not immediately sealed in cement, a fact that is beyond dispute. Hence, the muscles of the deceased's head maintained their state, leaving the eyes perpetually open. During the cement pouring, it is evident that the perpetrator must have directly smeared the cement over the head, which not only failed to serve its intended purpose of closure, but instead created an effect that pried the eyes open, resulting in the current situation. Yet, one peculiar detail emerges. There are no traces of cement upon the eyes of the corpse. According to the previous deduction, there should indeed be remnants of cement upon the eyes. However, there are none at all. This anomaly raises incredulity. Could it be that the murderer meticulously crafted a small cement box and placed the head of the deceased inside? Yet, the cement on the other sides is remarkably solid, adhering firmly to the cranium. Is it possible that only this particular side exhibits such a peculiarity? Qin Mu approached, crouched down, and grasped a chunk of cement from the ground. After comparing the cement block that had just been disassembled, Qin Mu arrived at a conclusion. The cement surface directly facing the head was relatively thin, or one might say it merely served as a cover. This raises a perplexing question. What could have motivated the murderer to act in such a manner? If Qin Mu were the perpetrator, he would likely opt for a more straightforward method of disposal, encasing the entire body in cement and subsequently submerging it in a lake or similar body of water. Clearly, the murderer was aware that cement does not effectively mask the stench of decay, which explains the decision to dispose of the body elsewhere. Indeed, cement cannot completely contain the odor of decomposition. Even if one were to envelop the corpse in something, such as cling film, it would still prove ineffective. The pores within the cement are relatively large, and as the body decomposes, gaps will inevitably form between it and the cement. Once these gaps appear, the foul odor of decay will seep through the cement. This realization left Qin Mu puzzled, as the murderer evidently understood this principle. Thus, the murderer likely chose to first encapsulate the body in cement before discarding it, thereby avoiding attracting attention. The efficacy of this method was substantiated, for when Zhang Qingfeng first encountered the cement block, he did not suspect that it contained a human head. He even sat on it briefly. Had it not been for the unusually large crucian carp, which caused Zhang Qingfeng to exert excessive force, he might never have uncovered this case. Subsequently, Zhou and others discovered additional parts of the deceased nearby: the thighs, calves, arms, and torso, yet one part was notably absent: the left hand. Specifically the palm of the left hand. This area is not extensive, and with a search for smaller cement fragments, it should be possible to locate it. However, Zhou and his companions searched the area multiple times, shattering all the cement blocks by the lakeside, yet they could not ascertain the whereabouts of the left hand. "Officers, may I leave now?" Zhang Qingfeng inquired of the group. Given his age, standing there for an extended period was arduous, especially as he had to observe Qin Mu and his team as they collected the various remains of the deceased. This situation caused Zhang Qingfeng considerable discomfort. He longed to escape from this place immediately. "Elder, please head to the police car for now. We will take you back to the station shortly to record your statement," Zhou Ying said while assisting Zhang Qingfeng into the police vehicle. Qin Mu and his team did not linger either, and after searching the vicinity a couple more times and confirming the absence of any cement blocks, they ultimately returned to the police station. At the station, Zhang Qingfeng recounted everything he had witnessed with great clarity. He expressed enthusiasm when discussing the moment they retrieved the body. Yet this excitement was soon overshadowed by the haunting visage of the deceased. After documenting Zhang Qingfeng's testimony, Qin Mu saw him off. Next, they awaited the findings from the forensic team. Determining the time of death proved relatively straightforward. The victim had likely died between noon and 2 o'clock the previous day. Furthermore, undigested food was found in the victim's abdomen, suggesting that they had eaten shortly before their demise. The cause of death was evident: a blunt force trauma to the forehead. Severe impact marks were present on the back of the victim's head, indicating that the individual had sustained a significant blow to the forehead, followed by a heavy strike to the occipital region, resulting in brain death. The assailant's 2 strikes were executed with utmost ferocity, leading to the conclusion that the perpetrator is likely a deliberate killer, perhaps seasoned in their craft. It is conceivable that this individual has never taken a life before, yet they undoubtedly possess a profound understanding of how to commit murder. The sequence of events unfolded with the victim first rendered incapacitated, followed by a direct and fatal blow. Such a method is beyond the capabilities of even the most skilled, such as Qin Mu. The victim's photograph was successfully matched within the police department's database, identifying him as a man from Zhangwang village, near the lake. The deceased was named Zhang Jin, aged 45. He had a son and a daughter. The son had grown up and moved away, while the daughter was attending school in another city. Zhang Jin also had a wife, and together they tended to their chickens and cultivated their land to support their daughter's education. However, the fact that Zhang Jin's wife had not reported his disappearance after such a lengthy period is rather perplexing. Does she not care for him at all? Without hesitation, the group made their way to Zhangwang village. After several inquiries, they arrived at the door of Zhang Jin's home. Zhou regarded the closed door before knocking. Thud, thud, thud. No one responded. Thud, thud, thud. Zhou knocked again, yet still, there was no reply. At that moment, a neighbor emerged from the side. "Comrades, please stop knocking. The family hasn't been seen since yesterday. They must have gone somewhere." "What? They haven't been seen since yesterday?" Qin Mu inquired, turning his attention to the neighbor. "Indeed, they left early in the morning, and I have no idea where they went," the neighbor clarified. Qin Mu pressed further. "Do you know where they went?" The neighbor shrugged. "I'm not sure. Perhaps they are expecting a grandchild." They were merely neighbors, not brothers, and it was not their habit to pry into each other's affairs. After Qin Mu posed several more questions, the neighbor remained utterly oblivious. Zhou, gazing at the door before him, seemed to have made a resolute decision, stating, "Let's go inside and take a look." Upon hearing this, Zhou Ying adeptly approached and unlocked the door. Moments later, the entrance creaked open, revealing an empty courtyard devoid of any presence. The trio proceeded directly into the main hall, which was equally desolate. They searched several rooms, yet the wife of the deceased was nowhere to be found. Just then, Qin Mu's attention was suddenly drawn to a disturbing sight within the hall. Chapter 3. Bloodstains in the hall. To his astonishment, there were indeed bloodstains in the hall. Although scant, and located at the corner of the table, Qin Mu spotted them immediately. The corner faced the entrance, allowing him a direct view upon turning around. He hurriedly approached to examine the stains, which were already beginning to coagulate, indicating that some time had elapsed since their appearance. Based on the estimated time of death, these stains likely dated back to the previous day. However, the quantity of blood was alarmingly minimal, leaving him perplexed. If a struggle had occurred, resulting in impacts that ruptured the victim's bodily tissues, one would expect far more evidence of violence. If the cause were something else, Qin Mu found himself at a loss for explanation. Regardless of the circumstances, it is imperative to collect samples for a thorough analysis at the Bureau to ascertain the root of the issue. This investigation has yielded astonishing results. The bloodstains found are not those of the deceased. Furthermore, the blood sample from the deceased's wife, retained at the hospital, does not match either. This implies that the bloodstains do not belong to either Zhang Jin or his spouse, suggesting the likelihood of the presence of the perpetrator. Moreover, the whereabouts of Zhang Jin's wife remain unknown, leaving open the possibility of her demise. In pursuit of Zhang Jin's wife, a search was conducted in the lake, yet no clues emerged. This is understandable, considering the lake's vastness and depth, making it virtually impossible to uncover anything through manual dredging. Even if one were to drain the lake entirely, the challenges would be insurmountable. The mere act of water removal presents a significant obstacle. Additionally, other remnants may exist within, and it is likely that numerous remains have long since accumulated, rendering any such effort futile. This expansive lake undoubtedly claims several lives annually, a fact beyond dispute. However, Zhang Jin's wife possesses a distinctive characteristic, that of being encased in concrete blocks, similar to the deceased Zhang Jin. Yet, one must refrain from making absolute statements, as the unpredictability of events remains. At that moment, an individual reported to the authorities, claiming the discovery of a corpse within the concrete blocks. The location of this find was at Zhougang, not far from Zhongwangzhuang. Without hesitation, Qin Mu and his companions proceeded directly to Zhongwangzhuang. Upon arrival, Qin Mu gazed at the concrete blocks before him, lost in contemplation. The forensic expert accompanying them determined that the deceased was indeed Zhang Jin's wife, who had first succumbed to unconsciousness before suffering a fatal cut to her artery, leading to her demise. Subsequently, the perpetrator cruelly dismembered her body. The time of death closely coincided with that of Zhang Jin, both occurring around noon yesterday. This implies that the two individuals likely met their tragic fates simultaneously. Furthermore, it is highly probable that the crime was committed by someone familiar to them, as neighbors reported that the couple had left their home early in the morning, presumably to meet someone, which may have precipitated this unfortunate event. If they could ascertain whom the couple was meeting, resolving the case would become considerably easier. Consequently, Qin Mu and his companions proceeded to Zhang Jin's neighbor's house. Do you know who Zhang Jin and his wife went to meet early this morning? Upon Qin Mu's arrival, he found the entire family gathered at home. Everyone encircled him, and he refrained from saying much. In fact, this was precisely what Qin Mu wished to witness. Collective strength could potentially unveil the activities of Zhang Jin and his wife. Neighbor Zhang Feng, upon hearing the question, decisively shook his head, admitting that they truly did not know. However, one detail remained vividly etched in Zhang Feng's memory. He had indeed encountered the couple that morning. He had greeted them, inquiring, "Up so early today? What is the matter? Are the crops infested?" Farmers have always risen early, a practice that remains pertinent today. Part of the reason for this early start is to avoid the heat that ensues once the sun rises. It is far more prudent to complete their tasks early and return home sooner. This has become the norm in Zhongwang village. However, Zhang Jin and his spouse exchanged furtive glances and hurriedly departed. This was the first time Zhang Feng had witnessed such urgency from the couple, as if they were eager to evade something. At that moment, Zhang Feng had no time to inquire further, for Zhang Jin and his partner had already vanished into the distance. Early in the morning, they left in such a clandestine manner, seemingly fearful of something. Under such circumstances, anyone would likely feel suspicious, and thus, Zhang Feng noted this peculiarity. After recording his observations, Qin Mu nodded discreetly. It appeared that they were trying to avoid something, suggesting that the Zhang family harbored some obscure secrets. Do you recall the direction in which they headed? Qin Mu inquired further. Zhang Feng pondered for quite some time before recalling. If I am not mistaken, they proceeded towards the north. To the north of Zhongwang village lies Tan village, while Zhougang is situated to the south. The two locations are quite unrelated. However, Zhang Jin's wife was seen in Zhougang, while Zhang Jin's corpse was discovered near a lake in Zhongwang village. What could have compelled the perpetrator to act in such a manner? Reflecting on the site where Zhang Jin's wife was found, it was a shallow ditch. The scant water within prompted someone to attempt moving a concrete block to irrigate the crops. Yet, in the process, a mishap occurred. The block fell, creating a noise, and subsequently shattered, revealing a ghastly pale visage. Those who made the discovery were utterly horrified, and by the time Qin Mu and his companions arrived, the discoverers appeared in a daze. It is evident that the events of that time left an indelible psychological impact on the discoverer. To return to the matter at hand, the location where the perpetrator discarded the body reveals a clear intent to conceal the crime. However, the initial attempt at disposing of the body was patently unsuccessful. The body was left at the water's edge, yet not cast into the lake itself. This raises further suspicions. Indeed, had the body been submerged in the waters, it is highly probable that the incident would have gone unnoticed. Ultimately, it was the neighbors who detected the anomaly, prompting them to report the matter. However, by that time, several days had already elapsed, rendering the pursuit of justice all the more arduous. Frankly, Qin Mu found the situation somewhat perplexing. Nevertheless, certain tasks must be undertaken. After gathering information from the neighbors, Qin Mu and his team promptly commenced their investigation based on the clues surrounding the cement. Cement is indeed not difficult to procure. Yet it is unlikely that anyone would have such materials readily available at home, as not everyone is engaged in construction. Aside from those who have recently undertaken renovations and retained leftover cement, it is uncommon for an ordinary household to possess such items. Their objective was to thoroughly search all 3 villages to delineate a more precise area of interest. Chapter 4. Commencing the investigation when questioned about the cement, Zhang Feng appeared momentarily taken aback before gesturing towards the corner of his home. This was left over from the reconstruction of their house, which they were reluctant to discard. Being farmers, they lead rather frugal lives. Such materials might prove useful at some point, hence their decision to retain it, despite the reality that it would likely remain unused. Qin Mu glanced at the half bag of cement, choosing not to elaborate further. Zhang Feng could certainly not be the perpetrator. Even a full bag of cement would struggle to bind 2 individuals together, let alone the mere half bag that remains. According to Zhang Feng, after the renovations at his home, only a half bag was left. Qin Mu glanced at the area where the cement was stored and discerned that Zhang Feng was not being deceitful. Cement, being a dry substance with considerable dust, would leave deep impressions on the ground if left undisturbed for an extended period. Indeed, there were similar markings present, but only indicative of a single bag of cement, suggesting that this particular bag had been stored for a significant duration. If any other cement had been kept in this location, it would undoubtedly have left its own marks. Even if Zhang Feng had tidied up, some remnants would persist unless thoroughly washed away with water. However, under such circumstances, the bag of cement before him could not possibly leave such deep impressions. Thus, a contradiction arises, rendering the notion implausible. It can be nearly concluded that Zhang Feng is innocent, entirely exonerated. Qin Mu proceeded to inquire, "Do you know if anyone in the village or the surrounding areas possesses cement?" Due to the lack of a clear suspect, they were compelled to conduct a thorough search to ascertain the identity of the culprit. Beyond this method, no alternative existed. Zhang Feng, however, was at a loss. Nearly every household in their village had undergone reconstruction, and regarding the remaining cement, who would deem such trivial matters worthy of discussion? Could it be that one spends all day soliciting others, proclaiming, "We have half a bag of leftover cement from our house construction, and we have no use for it. If anyone needs it, feel free to come to us"? How absurd. It would seem as if one were to imply that someone is in dire need of such a trivial amount of cement. In the past, such a statement might have held weight, but now it reeks of condescension. Who would still engage in such behavior? Realizing that he could glean no valuable information from Zhang Feng, Qin Mu had no choice but to depart. As he stepped outside, Zhou spoke gravely. "Xiaoqin, notify the bureau. A comprehensive search requires not just manpower, but the involvement of the entire department. If the 3 of them were to handle the investigation alone, the perpetrator would likely have vanished without a trace. Thus, it was imperative to mobilize the entire precinct." Qin Mu nodded, acknowledging that this indeed was the most prudent course of action. Upon receiving the news, Zhao Yin from the police station wasted no time and promptly dispatched Zhang Yuan and others to several villages to conduct thorough inquiries. Following the visits and investigations conducted by the 20-plus members of Zhang Yuan and Qin Mu's team, which consumed an entire day, they finally identified a few households that exhibited peculiarities. As Zhang Feng had indicated, many families in Zhangwang village possess cement, albeit in small quantities and having been stored for quite some time. Consequently, they swiftly eliminated these households from consideration, leaving only one family of interest, the Zhang family's neighbor, Zhang Yaqi. According to Zhang Yaqi, he recently intended to construct a pig pen to raise piglets, planning to fatten them up for the New Year feast. Thus, he had purchased a substantial amount of cement to facilitate this endeavor. Next, we arrive at the residence of Zhou Liang and Zhou Gang. Zhou Liang, driven by the desire to demolish and rebuild, purchased a substantial quantity of cement, a fact that is indisputable. Lastly, there is Tan Feng from Tanzhuang, who claimed he needed some cement to renovate the toilet in his yard. Upon careful consideration, it became evident that only these 3 households exhibited a significant flow of cement, and they were the only ones fitting this scenario. Thus, Qin Mu naturally directed his attention toward these 3 families. In truth, Qin Mu favored Tan Feng from Tanzhuang and Zhou Liang from Zhougang. According to Zhang Feng, Zhang Jin and his spouse had gone out to meet acquaintances. If it were the backyard where Zhang Yaqi and others were, the couple would not have needed to go through such trouble. Even if they were up to something nefarious, they could have simply slipped into Zhang Yaqi's home under the cover of night. Therefore, the suspicion surrounding Zhang Yaqi was considerably diminished, though not entirely eliminated. They decided to investigate directly, for the truth would soon reveal itself. When they arrived, Zhang Yaqi was in the midst of building a wall. The courtyard wall stood only waist-high and lacked any distinctive adornments, with several wooden stakes firmly driven into the ground, connected at the top by a circle of steel bars forming a roof-like structure. Scattered about were some colored steel tiles, suggesting an intention to use them as roofing. Zhang Yaqi appeared well prepared, evidently intent on constructing a pig pen. "Officers, what brings you here?" Zhang Yaqi exclaimed upon noticing them, promptly extinguishing the cigarette in his hand before rushing inside to fetch a few small stools for the visitors. The temperature is quite pleasant now, and a few individuals are seated in the courtyard, enjoying the comfort of the moment. There is no need for haste. We have merely come to pose a few inquiries, after which we shall take our leave. Upon noticing Zhang Yaqi's intention to pour more water, Qin Mu quickly gestured for her to refrain. Having been here for some time, a brief pause suffices. They are not guests, and it is unnecessary to trouble Zhang Yaqi further. However, Zhang Yaqi appeared oblivious to his gesture, continuing to serve tea to the group. "Comrades of the police, you have come regarding the matter of Zhang Jin, have you not?" she inquired cheerfully, as she placed the tea before them and settled into a chair facing them. This incident had already stirred considerable commotion throughout the village. It was common knowledge, known by all. Zhang Yaqi was well aware of this, which prompted her question. Qin Mu nodded and asked, "Have you noticed any peculiarities concerning Zhang Jin's household?" Simultaneously, he scrutinized the smile upon Zhang Yaqi's face. Strangely enough, she had maintained her cheerful demeanor since their arrival, as if the demise of Zhang Jin and his spouse brought her joy. Indeed, this was the case. Zhang Yaqi was genuinely elated, for her rival, Zhang Jin, was no more. Their relationship had been fraught with discord, stemming from their similar ages and frequent disputes over trivial matters in their shared surroundings. An unfortunate incident had exacerbated their enmity, culminating in a complete rupture of their relationship, which explained Zhang Yaqi's current exuberance. Chapter 5. Adherence to law and discipline. Regarding the incident in question, it was, in truth, not an extraordinary matter. It merely involved a dispute between two families over the use of land. When the Zhang family undertook their reconstruction, the concept of land allocation had not yet been established, and they simply wished to build a larger home for the comfort of their family. However, while some found comfort, others inevitably experienced discomfort. And this discomfort was felt acutely by Zhang Yaqi. Zhang Jin assumed that his neighbors were closely packed, leaving little room for movement, and thus contemplated extending his property. This extension would, naturally, encroach upon the space between their homes, leading to Zhang Yaqi's discontent. Had Zhang Jin been aware of the limited distance separating their two households, he might have reconsidered his plan. Should he proceed with the extension, the pathway between their homes would diminish, rendering it impossible for even a tractor to enter his property. Under such circumstances, how could Zhang Yaqi possibly acquiesce? After some contemplation, Zhang Jin recognized the validity of these concerns and decided to slightly adjust his plans. Nevertheless, Zhang Yaqi remained opposed. They believed that even a minor adjustment would still hinder their access, especially since they had aspirations of purchasing a vehicle in the future. What would they do if it became scratched or damaged? The tables turned when Zhang Jin and his family refused to concede any further. They argued that they had already made compromises, yet Zhang Yaqi's family remained ungrateful. Was it their intention to bully them? This stalemate persisted, with one party forbidding any construction while the other insisted upon it. Initially, tensions escalated to the point of potential physical confrontation, but it was only with the intervention of the village chief that the matter was eventually mediated. However, the relationship between the two families was irreparably fractured, leading to a complete severance of ties. Qin Mu and his companions returned to check on Zhang Yaqi precisely because they were aware of this incident. One should not assume that Zhang Yaqi would refrain from taking drastic measures over such trivial matters. Many motives for homicide stem from seemingly insignificant issues. One must not gauge the malevolence of others through the lens of one's own benevolence. After suppressing her laughter with great effort, Zhang Yaqi finally spoke. "I apologize, everyone, but I truly find it hard to contain myself." Although her mirth might be deemed unethical, it is unapologetically true that Zhang Yaqi wished to laugh. She had no desire to stifle her amusement, especially when that selfish individual was better off dead. Yet, amidst her laughter, Zhang Yaqi did indeed bring forth an intriguing revelation. Zhang Jin's son might not be his biological offspring. This was information Zhang Yaqi had inadvertently overheard during a quarrel between Zhang Jin and his wife, as she happened to pass by their door at that moment. What of it if the son is not his biological child? He has grown so much. Furthermore, if you had not mentioned it, who would have known? You should be ashamed to say that, if it weren't for you, back then. Such exchanges echoed continuously. However, since several years had passed, Zhang Yaqi struggled to recall the precise details. In her view, it appeared that Zhang Jin's wife had been unfaithful, resulting in their eldest son not being Zhang Jin's biological child. After raising the child to his university years, it was only then that Zhang Jin discovered the shocking truth, prompting the ensuing turmoil. At that time, Zhang Yaqi disseminated this information, leading to a period where Zhang Jin's family was fervently engaged in damage control. After much inquiry, Zhang Jin and his spouse discovered that the rumors were spread by Zhang Yaqi, leading them to confront him directly. The couple caused quite a scene at Zhang Yaqi's doorstep. Yet the matter eventually faded into obscurity, with no one in the village daring to mention it again. Moreover, Zhang Jin and his spouse continued to treat their son as they always had, which led others to dismiss the rumors, believing them to be mere retaliatory fabrications by Zhang Yaqi against Zhang Jin. However, Zhang Yaqi was acutely aware that the allegations were far from fictitious. He had overheard the couple arguing extensively about the issue. It was impossible for it to be untrue. The extreme reactions from Zhang Jin and his wife were merely attempts to preserve their family's reputation. This was Zhang Yaqi's perspective. He also understood that even if the story were to resurface, it would likely be met with skepticism. Thus, he chose to remain silent about it. Gradually, everyone forgot, except for Zhang Yaqi. Qin Mu and his companions documented the incident, and Qin Mu reiterated, "Are you certain about the veracity of this matter?" It was not unwarranted for Qin Mu to inquire again, as this issue might be intricately linked to the case at hand. They needed to clarify every detail regarding the deceased. Otherwise, any oversight could prevent them from uncovering the culprit. "I am absolutely certain. I heard everything," Zhang Yaqi insisted, fearing disbelief from the others as he swore fervently. It appeared that his words held a degree of credibility. "By the way, if you have seen Zhang Jin's son, you would undoubtedly recognize the truth of my statement. Their son bears no resemblance to Zhang Jin whatsoever." Upon hearing this, Qin Mu felt a wave of doubt wash over him. If this is the case, it is highly likely that what Zhang Yaqi said is true. After all, from a genetic perspective, there must be some similarities to a greater or lesser extent. Of course, one cannot entirely dismiss the possibility of dissimilarities, but such instances are merely exceptions. After recording this matter, the group departed directly from Zhang Yaqi's residence, simultaneously marking an end to their inquiries concerning her. Zhang Yaqi is not the murderer. She is merely an ordinary villager, incapable of concealing her emotions. Furthermore, given her temperament, it is evident that she is somewhat impulsive and quick-tempered. When Qin Mu posed a single question, she was quick to swear an oath, indicating that she is hardly a person of calm disposition. If this were all an act on Zhang Yaqi's part, it would be implausible for her to maintain such a faade for so many years, especially considering the villagers' remarkably unanimous opinion of her. They believe that in ancient times, Zhang Yaqi would undoubtedly have been a brash and reckless individual. Thus, the three did not perceive Zhang Yaqi as possessing the ability to mask her emotions. Having established that Zhang Yaqi could not be the murderer, they proceeded to seek out Zhou Liang from Zhou Gang. Zhou Liang appeared to be a middle-aged man in his 40s, not a single strand of white hair adorning his head, and his attire was impeccably tidy. He seemed less like a farmer and more akin to a scholarly gentleman. "What brings you to me?" Zhou Liang inquired, his gaze ultimately resting on Zhou Tsang. His intuition suggested that Zhou Tsang held the greatest influence among the trio. As anticipated, Zhou Tsang indeed emerged as the authoritative figure within the small team. Recognizing Zhou Liang's exceptional demeanor, Zhou Tsang adopted a serious expression and asked, "You are Zhou Liang, correct?" Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere around grew somewhat somber. A visible flicker of panic crossed Zhou Liang's face, and he hurriedly inquired, "What brings you here?" "I am a law-abiding citizen, certainly not one to engage in any wrongdoing." Qin Mu rose and calmly replied, "Your cooperation is all that is required." Chapter 6. Acquaintances of the deceased. Upon learning that Qin Mu and his companions sought him due to a homicide, Zhou Liang's anxiety intensified. How could he possibly be entangled in a murder case? Yet, confronted by the group, he dared not express too much, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Currently, Zhou Liang's home was undergoing demolition. In the village, such undertakings were generally unceremonious, often initiated by the residents themselves wielding hammers and other tools to dismantle their properties. For expediency, they might summon an excavator to raise an entire structure. Given that the village's largest homes rarely exceeded 2 stories, an excavator was certainly adequate. Zhou Liang, however, opted against hiring heavy machinery, instead enlisting a few close acquaintances to assist in demolishing the walls. This decision was not merely a matter of frugality. Zhou Liang had previously extended his assistance to these individuals, and now, it was their turn to reciprocate by aiding in the demolition of his home. It was a matter of mutual respect, though the host was expected to provide a meal as a token of gratitude. The house echoed with the sounds of demolition as Qin Mu and his companions conducted their inspection. Before long, they stumbled upon a substantial pile of cement. "Why did you purchase cement so early?" one of them inquired. "The demolition has only just commenced. Logically, wouldn't it be prudent to procure cement after the house is fully dismantled? Due to the village's practice of selecting bricks after the old house is demolished, an inspection is conducted to determine if any bricks remain usable. If so, these bricks are salvaged for others to utilize, thus eliminating the need to purchase cement in advance. According to my second brother, the price of cement at the factory has recently dropped by 30 cents, which prompted me to consider making an early purchase." Zhou Liang, with a cheerful demeanor, offered a brief explanation. His younger brother operates a forklift at the cement factory, granting him access to such insider information, which is hardly surprising. While 30 cents may seem negligible, the cumulative savings from such a purchase can be substantial. Villagers tend to be quite frugal in their daily lives. This behavior is entirely reasonable, and Qin Mu found no fault in it. "Is the amount of cement required for your house truly this excessive?" Qin Mu quickly observed another point. The quantity of cement was indeed abundant. It would be more than sufficient to construct not just one, but even 2 houses. At this juncture, Zhou Liang crouched down and approached the group, whispering his revelation. It turned out that another family in Zhougang was also planning to demolish their house and rebuild. Hence, Zhou Liang had taken the opportunity to make the purchase on their behalf. However, he informed them he would be charging the original price, allowing him to pocket the 30 cents. By saving 30 cents while also earning 30 cents, he effectively accumulated 60 cents. This meticulousness stemmed from his desire to avoid straining neighborly relations. Upon hearing this explanation, the group found themselves in a mix of amusement and disbelief, realizing that Zhou Liang was indeed such a character. Nevertheless, this matter could easily be clarified by simply inquiring with that family, and everything would be resolved effortlessly. What a coincidence! The man from that family happened to be assisting Zhou Liang here. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that Zhou Liang's words were indeed truthful. According to him, he had purchased a total of 8 tons of cement, which means that if divided between 2 households, each would receive 4 tons. Such an amount of cement is more than sufficient to construct a 2-story building, and when considering the kitchen and other structures in the yard, it would leave little to spare, if not insufficient altogether. Upon verifying this figure, it became evident that Zhou Liang had not lied, and indeed, the cement was accounted for in full. However, Zhou Liang lacked receipts or any form of documentation, rendering his testimony somewhat one-sided. Villagers typically do not regard receipts as significant. To them, they are merely trivial matters. Returning to the crux of the matter, Qin Mu inquired about his whereabouts the day before yesterday at noon. Given that Zhang Yuan and his group had conducted a thorough search yesterday, a full day had elapsed since the discovery of the corpse. "The day before yesterday at noon? I should have been napping at home," Zhou Liang replied, albeit with uncertainty. His advancing age had dulled his memory somewhat. Yet, this did not imply foolishness. Recalling the severed head found in their village, Zhou Liang grasped the implications. Suspicion was being cast upon him. However, it was not entirely unfounded. Considering the abundance of cement in his possession and the fact that the body had been discovered amidst it, gruesomely dismembered, this thought sent a chill down Zhou Liang's spine, prompting him to hastily clarify, "Officers, you must believe me. I am not the sort of person who would commit such an act." Zhou Liang possesses a profound understanding of his own character. He struggles to even slay a chicken, let alone commit murder, particularly such a heinous act as dismemberment. The mere contemplation of it overwhelms him, making it inconceivable that he would resort to taking a life. However, Qin Mu and his companions remain skeptical of Zhou Liang's assertions, persistently inquiring, "Reflect carefully. What were you doing the day before yesterday at noon?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Liang comprehended that the noon of the previous day was undoubtedly a pivotal moment, hence the persistent questioning. Consequently, Zhou Liang began to ponder intensely, acutely aware that he must not fabricate a lie, for that would render him vulnerable to exposure and suspicion. He resolved to speak the truth in order to allay their doubts. Suddenly, a memory surfaced. On that very day at noon, he had been drinking with several men, and afterward, he returned home to sleep. Zhou Liang gestured towards the men and hastily asserted this, as if his silence would prompt Qin Mu and the others to detain him. Qin Mu, upon hearing this, nodded and then turned to the other men present. "Indeed, we did share a few drinks that day, after which we all returned home," one of the men confirmed. At this acknowledgement, Zhou Liang breathed a sigh of relief, hoping that this would quell any lingering suspicions about him. However, Qin Mu and his associates merely nodded, recorded the information, and fell silent. Based on the accounts provided, it was evident that Zhou Liang had ample time to commit the murder after returning home, suggesting that his alibi was insufficient. It was already apparent that Zhang Jin and his spouse had approached him of their own volition. To illustrate, Zhou Liang had first indulged in alcohol before returning home, where he encountered the couple, Zhang Jin and his wife. In a fit of rage, he commenced a brutal assault that culminated in their murder, subsequently dismembering their bodies and concealing them within concrete. This scenario is entirely plausible, and given that Zhou Liang's home has since been demolished, any residual bloodstains are likely to have vanished without a trace. Of course, all of this remains speculative, merely conjecture on the part of Qin Mu and his associates, with Zhou Liang still being their primary suspect. Upon witnessing this unfolding scene, Zhou Liang, in a state of agitation, exclaimed, "I shared a close bond with Zhou Fun in our childhood, and we maintained a friendship into adulthood. There is no animosity between us. How could I possibly murder her and her husband?" Zhou Fun is, coincidentally, the name of Zhang Jin's wife, and she belongs to their community. Hearing this revelation, Qin Mu and his companions were taken aback, surprised that Zhou Liang was acquainted with Zhou Fun and that their relationship seemed amicable. Qin Mu nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "Good. Continue, Zhou Liang, while I take notes." Chapter 7. The past. According to Zhou Liang's own account, he and Zhou Fun had known each other since childhood, despite their families residing at opposite ends of the village, one at the southern tip and the other to the north. However, this geographical separation did not hinder their friendship. When Zhou Fun married, Zhou Liang was present to see her off, which underscores the bond they shared. Thus, it is implausible that he would harbor intentions of violence against her and her husband. The other men also nodded in agreement, clearly anxious that Qin Mu might decide to detain Zhou Liang on the spot. Given your close relationship, you must have insights into other matters concerning Zhou Fun, correct? Qin Mu inquired, pausing to set down his pen. This caused Zhou Liang's expression to stiffen, as if he had recalled something, and he anxiously rubbed his hands together. Merely observing Zhou Liang's demeanor, they understood that he possessed knowledge of some significance. Thus, Qin Mu hastily pressed him. "If you know something, please speak freely. This could aid us in swiftly resolving the case." Upon hearing the mention of a prompt resolution, Zhou Liang took a deep breath and then drew the group aside to recount a long-buried tale. Zhang Jin's eldest son was neither his biological child nor that of Zhou Fun. Indeed, the truth was that Zhang Jin's firstborn was not the offspring of either Zhou Fun or Zhang Jin. At that time, due to severe hemorrhaging, Zhou Fun had to make the heart-wrenching decision to save herself, resulting in the tragic loss of their first child. However, they were unable to come to terms with the death of their baby, and Zhang Jin's parents were even less equipped to accept such a calamity. Consequently, Zhang Jin and Zhou Fun dared not reveal this matter to their parents. Yet, how could such a profound secret remain concealed? In this moment, Zhou Liang proposed a solution: to acquire a child. Such circumstances were not uncommon, and after much deliberation, Zhang Jin and Zhou Fun quickly acquiesced to the idea. They desired a son, as Zhang Jin's parents adhered to a patriarchal mindset. A male heir would likely garner them more favor. Zhou Liang confidently assured them that he would procure a child. Although he made this promise, he was unaware of any families willing to sell their children. So he merely spread the word that he had a distant cousin who was unable to conceive and was seeking a child. True to his expectations, he was approached later that very day. After enduring numerous trials, Zhang Jin and his companions finally acquired a boy, who is now Zhang Jin's eldest son. It was only later that Zhou Liang discovered a troubling fact: a child had gone missing from Tan Village. At that moment, Zhou Liang realized that it was highly probable that Zhang Jin's child was the very same one that had vanished from Tan Village. Unable to keep this revelation from Zhang Jin and his partner, Zhou Liang promptly conveyed the information to them. The three of them then began to deliberate on how to proceed. Empathizing with the situation, they acknowledged that they themselves would find it unbearable if faced with such a dilemma. Nevertheless, returning the child now would not only be unacceptable to Zhang Jin's parents, but there was also a significant risk of being accused of human trafficking by the child's original family, leading to dire consequences. Recognizing the gravity of this realization, the group tacitly agreed to remain silent about the matter and refrained from discussing it further. However, one cannot conceal fire with mere paper. As Zhang Jin's eldest son grew, he increasingly resembled the individual from Tan Village, leaving the trio at a loss. The individual from Tan Village had even sought out Zhang Jin and his spouse. Fortunately, Zhang Jin's eldest son was not home at the time, allowing them to keep the situation under wraps. Yet, subsequently, the man seemed to become frenzied, visiting Zhang Jin periodically, pleading for the return of his child. After so many years, Zhang Jin and his family had developed a bond with their eldest son. Coupled with their fear of exposing the truth and attracting police scrutiny, they remained reluctant to acknowledge the situation. Later, they even dared not allow their eldest son to return, fearing he might be taken away by that man. Upon hearing Zhou Liang's words, Qin Mu immediately reached for the handcuffs at his waist. How audacious you are. To dare to partake in such matters is one thing, but to assume a leading role is truly outrageous. Zhou Liang glanced at the others and sighed deeply. Truth be told, having concealed such a matter for so many years had become burdensome. Now that it was revealed, he felt a significant weight lifted. Indeed, having committed such a nefarious act, it was only natural to live in constant trepidation. By the way, do you know the name of the individual from Tan Village? Qin Mu inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Liang provided an answer. If memory serves me right, his name should be Tin Feng. Upon hearing this name, astonishment flickered in the eyes of the others. Subsequently, the three simultaneously concluded that this Tin Feng was likely the perpetrator. To Tan Feng's residence, Zhou Tsang declared without hesitation, ushering the two into the vehicle. As for Zhou Liang, he would accompany them as well. Once the culprit was apprehended, Zhou Liang would undoubtedly face justice. Meanwhile, at Tan Village, in Tan Feng's home, Tin Feng, though in his 40s, appeared considerably older than Zhou Liang. Sporting more gray hair and an abundance of wrinkles on his face, particularly on his forehead where the lines were plentiful. Holding a photograph of a woman, Tan Feng spoke softly, "We shall soon meet our child." For over 2 decades, ever since their child went missing, the couple has dwelled in a state of profound sorrow, perpetually yearning to reclaim their lost son. Although they have welcomed a younger son into their lives during these years, this has only intensified their feelings of guilt regarding their eldest. Whenever they gaze upon their youngest, they are invariably reminded of the son they lost. They often ponder whether he is well-fed and warmly clothed. With such thoughts occupying their minds, the couple has never ceased their search for their child. They have traversed numerous locales over the years, yet their efforts yielded naught. One day, Tin Feng encountered a vaguely familiar visage in the town. The boy's nose and eyes bore an uncanny resemblance to his own, filling Tin Feng with a sense of joy as he hastily pursued him. However, before he could act further, the child vanished from sight. Perhaps it was the bond of blood that assured Tin Feng. He was certain that this boy was his son, for no one else could resemble him so closely. Thus, he chased after the child, yet he was unable to catch up. After extensive inquiries, Tin Feng finally discovered that his son resided in Zhangwang village, right under their noses. Yet, the couple there refused to allow him to see his child. Tin Feng vividly recalled how, regardless of whether he knelt or employed any other means of supplication, that couple steadfastly denied him access. All he desired was a mere glimpse of his son. Why was that so unattainable? Why was it forbidden? He could neither comprehend nor accept their refusal. Ultimately, his wife's dying words pierced his heart with an unbearable anguish. Chapter 8. The initial calculations. Thus, Tin Feng began to contemplate. How can one bring their son back? It seems that only under extraordinary circumstances would a son feel compelled to return. Furthermore, those two individuals must not obstruct his reunion with the child. Thus, a thought crossed Tin Feng's mind. If he were to eliminate them both, would his son not return? This notion stirred excitement within him, as he believed he had discovered the solution. If Zhang Jin and his wife met their demise, his son would undoubtedly return, for he had heard whispers of his son's exemplary character and filial piety. The mere thought of reuniting with his son rendered Tin Feng ecstatic. Consequently, he set his plan into motion, culminating in the present predicament. When Qin Mu and his companions arrived, they found Tin Feng seated motionless, resembling a statue. Upon their arrival, he merely gestured with his hand and spoke. "At last, you have come." Indeed, from the outset, he had no intention of fleeing. Even the decision to dispose of the bodies by the lakeside, rather than in the depths of the water, was a meticulously crafted design on his part. The placement of Zhou Fen's body at Zhougang served to intimidate Zhou Liang, compelling him to reveal the truth of past events. It became evident that his plans had succeeded. Zhou Liang, likely having deduced the identities of Zhang Jin and his wife's killers, understood that should he choose to conceal this information, he would soon become the next victim. Thus, Zhou Liang was left with but a single choice. If he failed to elucidate the events of that year, relying solely on his own testimony and identification of Tin Feng as the perpetrator would lack any credibility. Moreover, Tin Feng would seize the opportunity to exact revenge, rendering it unworthy of consideration. Upon reflecting on this, Tin Feng resolved to unburden himself. He had no desire for death. His involvement in child trafficking would likely result in only a few years of imprisonment. However, if Tin Feng had set his sights on him, it would spell absolute demise, a fate he was keen to avoid. Qin Mu regarded Tin Feng before speaking. "It appears you were already aware of our impending arrival. From the outset, this was not merely a straightforward homicide. Rather, it was a murder meticulously orchestrated by Tin Feng in a bid to reunite with his son. Even if the fisherman had not discovered Zhang Jin's body, it was inevitable that someone else would have. Tin Feng's every action was a calculated effort to ultimately meet his son, which repulsed Qin Mu. To be candid, there were myriad ways to see one's child. Yet he chose the most extreme of methods. This indicates a singular truth. In the recesses of Tan Feng's subconscious, he harbored a desire to eliminate the couple, thus opting for what he deemed the most optimal solution. Yet, he failed to consider how he would explain his actions to his son upon their reunion. According to the accounts of the villagers from Zhuang, the bonds within Zhang Jin's family were exceptionally strong. If his son were to learn the truth, would he not harbor resentment? Zhang Jin and his wife had genuinely raised Tan Feng's son for many years. The debt of gratitude for such nurturing was indeed monumental. Tan Feng nodded in agreement, then eagerly extended his hands forward. Without further ado, Zhou Cong promptly cuffed Tan Feng. From the very beginning, this individual was never a normal person. At his core, he is a dangerously obsessive character, particularly after the death of his wife. Tan Feng has now become a wild stallion, unbridled and untamed. Should he remain unrestrained, it is difficult to fathom what further calamities may ensue. With a faint smile, Tan Feng complied and followed Zhou Cong out the door. When Tan Feng encountered Zhou Liang in the car, Zhou Liang instinctively recoiled, fully aware of his own actions and apprehensive about Tan Feng's potential response. Surely, he thought, he would not act out, especially with so many police officers present. Yet, Zhou Liang underestimated Tan Feng. With a heart set on vengeance, Tan Feng was indifferent to the prospect of facing additional years in prison. He lunged forward and kicked Zhou Liang. As he prepared to continue his assault, several individuals intervened, with Qin Mu swiftly pinning Tan Feng to the ground, sternly admonishing him to behave. Even after being subdued, Tan Feng continued to shout, "Beasts! Beasts!" If it were not for Zhou Liang, such a situation would never have arisen. His family could have lived in happiness, and his wife would not have succumbed to illness, ultimately leading to her untimely demise. In Tan Feng's eyes, Zhou Liang is the root of all calamity. Indeed, one could argue that had it not been for Zhou Liang's ill-conceived idea, Tan Feng would not have resorted to such extremes, and his family would not be in such dire straits. I don't know. I truly don't know. That child is from our village. Zhou Liang trembled, hastily waving his hands in protest. He was genuinely unaware of the matter. It was merely that someone approached him that evening, and the following day, he was presented with a child. Beyond that, he truly had no knowledge. Damn it! Tan Feng, with a fierce expression, attempted to charge at Zhou Liang, but was firmly restrained on the ground by Qin Mu and Zhou Cong, rendering him utterly immobile. Consequently, Tan Feng could only unleash a torrent of curses directed at Zhou Liang. Due to the weight of his guilty conscience, Zhou Liang dared not retort. He merely shrank back, terrified of making eye contact with Tan Feng. Under such circumstances, it was undoubtedly inadvisable for the two to share the same vehicle, as a brawl could easily ensue. Thus, Qin Mu and his companions were compelled to transport the two individuals back to the precinct in separate groups. In the interrogation room, Qin Mu and Zhou Cong sat opposite Tan Feng. Tan Feng did not hold back, unreservedly confessing to his crimes. He had resorted to coercion, compelling the Zhang couple to visit him at his residence, leveraging the issue of the child as his weapon. He informed them that if they failed to comply, he would ensure the entire Zhangwang village was made aware of the situation, making it known that a pair of human traffickers resided there. Such statements served to instill fear. The Zhang couple, aware of the deception, nonetheless dared not resist, fully cognizant of the repercussions that would follow should the matter be exposed. Thus, they prepared their belongings early that morning and proceeded to his home. The bloodstain samples on the table in the main room corresponded with Tan Feng's account. This scoundrel had actually threatened the family within their own abode and nearly resorted to violence. In a fit of rage, he slammed his hand onto the table, only to be pricked by a splinter, resulting in the bloodstain left behind. Shortly thereafter, upon the arrival of the Zhang couple, Tan Feng commenced his grim undertaking without hesitation. Initially, he administered sleeping pills, and as the pair consumed water, they soon succumbed to a deep slumber. Thereafter, Tan Feng proceeded with the gruesome act of dismemberment. In truth, he had not initially contemplated such a horrific course of action, for there are customs surrounding the treatment of the deceased. Yet, for reasons unknown, perhaps spurred by a surge of emotion, he ultimately resorted to dismemberment. On that fateful day, the sounds of his actions echoed ominously. The remnants of blood in Tan Feng's courtyard bore witness to the atrocity. However, after the act, he regained his composure. Upon observing the cement in the corner of his yard, he began encasing the severed limbs within it, taking care to leave a particularly thin layer on one side, ensuring that a mere touch could cause it to fracture, revealing the hidden remains. The decision to dispose of the bodies by the lakeside was equally calculated. The area was frequented by anglers, making it an ideal location to evade detection. As fate would have it, the bodies were discovered, leading to the involvement of Qin Mu and his team, who ultimately apprehended the perpetrator. In the aftermath of the case, they were required to contact the victim's family. Reaching out to Zhang Jun, the eldest son, Zhang Jun was a slender man, his chiseled features reminiscent of Tan Feng, yet he now appeared somewhat disoriented and grief-stricken. "Please accept my condolences," Qin Mu offered, gently patting Zhang Jun on the shoulder. Zhang Yun was already aware of everything regarding the case. In truth, he had long realized that he was not the biological child of Zhang Jin. He also understood that he was not the offspring of Zhou Fun, and he knew that his true father was Tan Feng. However, he had no desire to meet Tan Feng for a simple reason. Although Zhang Jin was his adoptive father, he treated him with great kindness, akin to that of a biological son. This profound gratitude for his upbringing left Zhang Yun at a loss for how to repay it. He was acutely aware that he had been bought, a fact that Zhang Jin had never concealed from him. Even regarding Tan Feng, Zhang Yun had not kept any secrets from Zhang Jin. Yet, when he heard the tremor in Zhang Jin's voice, he knew he could not abandon this family. Thus, he chose to act as if nothing had occurred. Perhaps if he had merely met Tan Feng, all would have been well. Yet, he refrained, uncertain if, after encountering Tan Feng, he could continue to treat Zhang Jin and his wife as before. He was hesitant, aware that few would comprehend his turmoil. Consequently, Zhang Yun chose to bury this matter deep within himself, convincing himself that he was indeed Zhang Jin's son. He had not anticipated that his initial decision would lead to such consequences. A wave of complexity washed over him. If it were anyone else, Zhang Yun would undoubtedly harbor immense resentment. Yet when it came to Tan Feng, he was uncertain how to respond. This was his biological father, an undeniable truth that left him feeling lost and bewildered. It was only upon meeting Tan Feng and witnessing the joy etched on his face that Zhang Yun recognized the harshness with which he had treated him. The man, too, was perpetually consumed by thoughts of him, though he remained blissfully unaware. Through a pane of glass, Zhang Yun shattered the tranquility, declaring, "You killed my parents. I am your true father, I am." Tan Feng, upon hearing these words, immediately grew agitated. "I am your genuine biological father. Do not toy with me," he implored. "I have known for a long time." Zhang Yun's revelation left Tan Feng momentarily speechless. He had assumed that Zhang Jin and his wife had concealed the truth from Zhang Yun, only to realize that Zhang Yun had been aware of everything from the very beginning. "Why didn't you come to see me?" Tan Feng felt a sense of despair wash over him in that instant. He could not comprehend why, under such circumstances, a child would not seek out their biological father. Zhang Yun fell silent, uncertain of the reason himself. Perhaps there were no feelings involved? The bond of blood, it seemed, had no bearing on Zhang Yun. He felt not a shred of connection. In his mind, his parents were solely Zhang Jin and his wife, excluding Tan Feng entirely. "You should not have killed my parents." Zhang Yun's tone was subdued. Regardless of the circumstances, Tan Feng ought not to have taken a life. This was an undeniable truth, rendering Zhang Yun incapable of understanding the rationale behind it. Why resort to murder when myriad solutions existed? He could have easily obtained his contact information through others in the village. Yet Tan Feng chose the most foolish and reckless course of action, one that incited the deepest resentment within Zhang Yun. This animosity was unlike ordinary hatred. He found it impossible to truly despise Tan Feng. Tan Feng found himself at a loss for words, unaware of what had initially driven him. As if he had succumbed to some enchantment, becoming exceedingly obstinate. However, delving into past events served no purpose, only the present mattered. In that moment, his heart was overwhelmed with regret. Given the circumstances, how could Zhang Yun continue to navigate his life? Tan Feng began to repent for his reckless actions. Observing the tearful Tan Feng across from him, Zhang Yun merely shook his head in silence before turning and exiting the room. In this situation, he too felt utterly helpless. Perhaps both of them required a moment of calm, to allow their emotions to stabilize before they could meet again. Once Tan Feng realized that Zhang Yun had departed, he let out a long sigh, resigning himself to slump into the chair. When Qin Mu and the others saw Zhang Yun leave, they entered and escorted Tan Feng away. The suspects had been apprehended. The next step was the judge's deliberation. It was only after the judge rendered a verdict that this individual could be deemed a criminal. As stipulated by law, until the judge passed sentence, they could only be referred to as suspects, and only after leaving the courtroom could they be labeled as offenders. Later, on the day of the trial, Zhang Yun arrived, but he kept his head bowed, remaining silent. He was uncertain of what to say. When the judge declared Tan Feng guilty, Zhang Yun finally raised his gaze to meet Tan Feng's eyes. Tan Feng responded with a look of regret before being taken away. For the remainder of his life, he would be confined and would never see Zhang Yun again. Had he chosen a different path, perhaps they could have met many more times in the days to come. Alas, it was all too late. On this particular day, Qin Mu rose from his slumber as per usual and prepared to embark on his daily journey to work. Owing to his later working hours, he often resorted to purchasing a quick breakfast en route, as his neighbor, Mr. Liu, engaged in his morning exercises at dawn. After donning his attire, Qin Mu pushed open his door. Given the antiquated nature of the neighborhood, there was no elevator, Thus he descended the 5 flights of stairs. "Ah, young Qin. Off to work, I see," exclaimed an elderly resident. "That outfit suits you splendidly. I wonder which young lady will take a fancy to you. You're not exactly a boy anymore. It's high time you found a partner. My granddaughter would be a fine match, being of similar age." As he made his way, the elderly men and women of the community greeted him warmly, to which Qin Mu responded courteously. The residents, having watched him grow up, commanded his genuine respect. Even the watchman at the entrance was met with friendly banter. "Little Qin, although we are not far from the police station, those legs of yours could use a bicycle instead," the watchman remarked, setting aside his newspaper. "It's important to stay fit. It's just over a kilometer from our neighborhood to the precinct. That is hardly a distance." Qin Mu chuckled in response. For him, a kilometer was no great challenge, and this stretch allowed him to gradually awaken, serving as a beneficial start to his day. "Well, at least you know the importance of exercising. My own son has become quite the little round ball. He can hardly muster the energy to walk a few steps outside." The doorman, upon mentioning his grandson, exhibited a trace of frustration over the lad's lack of ambition. However, Sun Ge was different. He was a successful entrepreneur, a figure of authority who commanded respect. Qin Mu chuckled, lightheartedly jesting. He was acquainted with the doorman's grandson, having grown up alongside him, albeit a few years his senior. Now, he had become the proprietor of a small but thriving company, reportedly flourishing and expanding with each passing day. Despite the doorman's verbal complaints, he was, in truth, immensely proud of his grandson. Nevertheless, he did lament the boy's weight, as being overweight often leads to health issues such as hypertension, which was a source of his grievances. "Grandfather, I mustn't linger. I have work to attend to," Qin Mu announced before stepping out the door. "All right, take care, young man," the doorman replied. Retreating back to his kiosk to peruse the newspaper, Qin Mu was well acquainted with the route to his workplace, having traversed it countless times. Indeed, some regular commuters had begun to recognize him. Upon reaching the familiar breakfast shop, the proprietress greeted him with a warm smile, inquiring, "The usual?" "Yes, the usual." Qin Mu nodded in affirmation. His customary order comprised 2 meat buns, a bowl of tofu pudding, and a tea egg. Over time, the proprietress had come to anticipate his preferences. This, indeed, was one of the benefits of being a regular. Qin Mu surmised that, in due course, once the proprietress had fully acclimatized to his presence, she would prepare his meal without even asking, allowing him to simply sit down and enjoy his food. The breakfast shop is modest in size, yet it extends deeply in length, with 4 tables on either side, all occupied by patrons. Qin Mu found a spot to sit, and those around him cast curious glances at his uniform, yet no further inquiries were made. In truth, Qin Mu did not don his uniform daily. Occasionally, after laundering it at home, he would wear it the following day to the precinct, sparing himself the need to change attire. Nevertheless, he would carry a set of civilian clothing to switch into after his shift. A girl at the adjacent table seemed particularly intrigued by Qin Mu, stealing several glances in his direction. Qin Mu noticed her gaze and responded with a smile. The girl, as if caught in a moment of guilt, quickly lowered her head. Too shy to meet his eyes again, Qin Mu paid her little mind, for she did not appear to be a criminal. Were she to comprehend his thoughts, she would likely weep in despair, lamenting, "I merely glanced at you. Why do you perceive me as a felon?" After the proprietress placed Qin Mu's order before him, she hurriedly departed. Outside, a line of individuals awaited their buns, predominantly office workers who, after hastily consuming a couple of bites, rushed off to their jobs. Some were nearly late, urging one another to hasten. Had he grown up under ordinary circumstances, Qin Mu would surely have been among them. Alas, he was not. The upheaval at home was like a thorn deeply embedded in his heart. Until this thorn was removed, he could not contemplate anything else. The girl beside him seemed to sense something and glanced over again. However, at that moment, Qin Mu had already finished his meal and was preparing to depart. The girl watched his retreating figure, nodding thoughtfully. Upon exiting, he walked northward, then took a turn to reach the police station. The road was under renovation, with green iron sheets isolating it from the sidewalk, leaving only the latter accessible. Thus, in the morning, this thoroughfare appeared exceptionally tranquil, filled only with hurried footsteps and the rustling sound of leaves stirred by the wind. In such an atmosphere, one inevitably finds a sense of relaxation. This is a subtle suggestion from the environment, which is why traveling to remote locations can be a delightful experience. Of course, popular tourist spots are another matter altogether, often exacerbating one's irritability. Upon arriving at the police station, Zhou Yingying immediately greeted Qin Mu. She glanced at her watch and remarked, "You are remarkably punctual. Are you a robot?" She had noticed that Qin Mu arrived at the police station at the same time every day, without fail. This led her to ponder the nature of his internal mechanisms, questioning how he could be so consistently on time. Could it be that he was a human disguised as a robot? Rising at a set time and adhering to a routine naturally resulted in such punctuality. Qin Mu offered a brief explanation, believing it to be a matter of inevitability. He maintained that as long as he awoke on time, his subsequent actions would align seamlessly. Moreover, as he neither drove nor rode a bicycle, he was free from the unpredictable delays of traffic, leaving no obstacle in his path. It is always like this. Qin Mu invariably arrives at this precise moment. However, to say he is never off by even a fraction seems somewhat exaggerated. He merely tends to arrive around this time. You are remarkably punctual, Zhou Yingying muttered. At times, she wished to linger in bed a little longer. How could this fellow never encounter any unforeseen circumstances? They were among the early arrivals, while Zhou Cong and the others would arrive gradually thereafter. After all, Zhou Cong and his companions had families, which meant their homes were relatively distant. With modest salaries, they could only afford houses in more remote areas, thus making them more economical. Consequently, this extended their commute, leading to their later arrivals. As the gathering began to reach its peak, Zhao Yan suddenly received a phone call. The change in his expression was palpable, his countenance darkening visibly. Observing Zhao Yan's increasingly grim demeanor, the others quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Alas, another case had arisen. Indeed, after hanging up, Zhao Yan turned to the group and declared, "There has been an incident. Get in the car and follow me." Without hesitation, the group complied, promptly boarding the vehicle and advancing with Zhao Yan. Chapter 1. The Dumpling Breakfast Shop. Qin Mu and his companions swiftly surveyed their surroundings. The entrance of the breakfast shop was bustling with people. The incident was rather straightforward. A diner, while enjoying their breakfast, had discovered something unexpected within their dumpling, namely, a human fingernail. Initially, they could not ascertain whether it was indeed a human nail, given it was merely a small fragment. Thus, the first call was made to the Food Safety Bureau, which promptly dispatched officials to the scene. At that moment, the owner vehemently protested his innocence, asserting that their meat filling was sourced exclusively from local slaughterhouses, undoubtedly fine quality meat. How could such an abomination possibly exist? However, the Food Safety Bureau remained unconvinced. Upon inspection, they indeed discovered something abnormal within the buns, fragments resembling remnants. Initially, they failed to identify these peculiar items as human nails, but eventually, a member of the Food Safety Bureau noticed the unsettling similarity to his own fingernails. When this hypothesis was suggested, the patrons in the establishment were left in shock. Surely, the buns could not contain human flesh. This horrifying thought prompted some diners to succumb to nausea right then and there. Yet, lacking expertise, they could not provide a definitive answer and ultimately resorted to contacting the police to ascertain the truth. If indeed human flesh was present, the implications would be dire. Consequently, Zhao Yan and his team arrived on the scene, accompanied by a forensic expert named Tang Juntang, a seasoned middle-aged man with graying hair and glasses. Exuded an air of experience. True to his reputation as a veteran forensic pathologist, he swiftly arrived at a conclusion after a brief examination. These were indeed human nails. Tang's voice was barely a whisper, cautious of being overheard by the surrounding diners, as such news would undoubtedly incite further waves of nausea. Yet, no matter how softly he spoke, the attentive listeners could not be deceived. Upon hearing his words, several individuals immediately began to gag. Even Qin Mu's expression turned somewhat abnormal. Fortunately, he had not eaten buns in this place that morning, otherwise he would have found it hard to accept. He resolved silently in his heart to switch to pancakes in the future. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yan's face immediately changed, prompting him to send someone to investigate the bun shop. The shopkeeper, a man named Chun Hui in his 30s, with a rather sallow complexion, was also apprehended. Upon hearing the news, Chun Hui repeatedly muttered that it was impossible. How could such a situation arise in his bun shop? The fillings were sourced externally. It was inconceivable that anything could go awry. Suddenly, a realization struck him. It must be an issue with the fillings. It is not my fault. I know nothing. Chun Hui insisted desperately. He was unwilling to be entangled in a murder case. If his breakfast shop were to close, he could always find another location. But being associated with a murder would haunt him for life. Soon, Zhang Yuan and a few others rushed out from the bun shop. "Captain Zhao, we discovered some bun fillings in the refrigerator, but no other traces of the deceased," Zhang Yuan reported succinctly. They had conducted a thorough inspection. Aside from the bun fillings in the refrigerator, there was nothing else unusual. Had it not been for the incident involving human meat buns, he would have considered these fillings entirely normal. "Take the items and the person back and disband the team," Zhao Yan ordered, furrowing his brow at the increasing crowd. After Qin Mu and the others left, several members of the Food Safety Bureau locked the door. Upon arriving at the interrogation room, Chun Hui began to vociferously proclaim his innocence. He genuinely knew nothing. He was merely selling steamed buns as usual, and then everything spiraled out of control. For reasons unbeknownst to him, someone discovered something unsettling within the buns, and despite his protests, the individual insisted on summoning the Food Safety Bureau. Consequently, the Food Safety Bureau notified the police, and before he could even comprehend the situation, he was taken back to the precinct. He wondered whom he had offended to warrant such an ordeal. Before long, the forensic team presented their findings. The filling of the buns was found to be a mixture of human and pork meat, with the human flesh comprising approximately 30%. This was merely a preliminary estimate. To ascertain the exact figures, they would need to analyze all the bun fillings. However, the amount of human flesh found within the buns was insufficient to constitute an entire person, suggesting that additional human remains were still unaccounted for. Zhang Yuan and his colleagues promptly proceeded to Qin Hui's residence in search of any potential murder weapon or other incriminating evidence, hoping to uncover any remnants of the deceased. Meanwhile, Zhou Cong and Qin Mu were tasked with interrogating Qin Hui to clarify the circumstances. Qin Hui remained tight-lipped, insisting that he was simply an ordinary bun vendor, unaware of any foreign substances in his filling. According to him, he had frequently purchased the bun filling without encountering any issues, and gradually, he ceased to inspect it. Thus, he would not inspect the filling of the buns and would proceed directly to wrapping them, an endeavor he undertook alongside his wife. At that moment, neither of them noticed anything amiss. The credibility of this statement is rather low. Something as conspicuous as a fingernail would be easily detected, yet they proceeded to encase it, which inevitably invites speculation. It is conceivable that this individual could indeed be the true perpetrator, having committed murder, dismembered the body, and ground it into minced meat in a bid to conceal the crime, ultimately blending human flesh with pork in an attempt to deceive. However, this theory lacks coherence. Had Qin Hui been the one to commit the murder, he would surely have removed the fingernails before grinding the meat, thereby diminishing the likelihood of detection. Hence, in Qin Mu's perspective, Qin Hui appears to be in a state akin to S.C. Chardinger's cat, suspended between two possibilities. Soon, news arrived from Zhang Yuan and his team. Qin Hui's residence yielded no discoveries, no traces of blood, no human remains, and no anomalies whatsoever. In such circumstances, Qin Hui's innocence remains unproven. Yet, this situation does elucidate several matters. It is apparent that Qin Hui lacked the means to dismember a body at home, as he possessed no machinery for grinding meat. Therefore, he cannot be considered a suspect at this juncture. The only reason to affirm Qin Hui's innocence stems from the investigation, revealing that he rarely interacted with many people due to his work at the breakfast shop. His routine consisted of making buns at home, and then returning to the shop in the evening to steam them. A cyclical existence that has defined his life over the years.